Ancient poetry once said, "Heaven's destiny is fixed, it is determined by all desires." Meaning, heaven's destiny cannot be changed. Mortals are forced to comply with their duties and control their desires. However, this rule can only be used to bind mortals, but someone who is only 16 years old has a heavenly constitution, cultivating to the level of great perfection. He closed his eyes and held the sword tightly in his hand. Then, he opened his eyes radiated a terrifying aura. He unleashed the sword move, the ground seemed to have a violent tremor, the sword energy radiated out in a terrifying manner. Soon, that stream of sword energy cut the rock into pieces, the ground shook, cracked, and mist and dust rose up roll by roll. The strength of a person who has reached the great perfection of the heavenly realm cannot be underestimated. He is Truong Ngoc Tran, the only son of Emperor Ming, one of the 9 great emperors of the Kunlun world. Truong Ngoc Tran expressed his satisfaction with the sword move just now. He thought to himself, with natural talent like me, even if it was heaven's destiny, he couldn't do anything to me. Suddenly, a girl stood looking at him from afar. She commented, "Your swordsmanship has become stronger again." Truong Ngoc Tran stood in the smoke, leisurely returning the sword to his sword. He glanced behind. Tri Dao, a stunningly beautiful girl. Her name is Tri Dao, daughter of the Tan Emperor, one of the 9 great emperors of the Kunlun world. "This is the soul of my childhood wife. We grew up together, we trained together. Everyone says we are golden girls. Our union will be an anecdote of cultivate precepts." Truong Ngoc Tran happily waved his hand and said, "Tri Dao, why did you come today?" Tri Dao said nothing. She came closer and stabbed a knife straight into his body. Truong Ngoc Tran looked extremely surprised. The knife pierced his body. He confusingly called, "Tri Dao." His response was to unintentionally pull the knife back. Truong Ngoc Tran's blood splashed on Tri Dao's face and body, while she still coldly looked at her childhood sweetheart without saying anything. "I asked her why. I treat you with sincere affection, Tri Dao." Truong Ngoc Tran rolled his eyes. He shouted, "Why do you want to kill me? Why?" Tri Dao said nothing, just looked at him, her face expressionless. His vision blurred. He could only vaguely see her coldly turn around. Truong Ngoc Tran asked again, "Why?" "Sister. My mind tells me that the person I once loved is no longer that person." The last image he saw was Tri Dao walking further and further away, and he raised his hand as if to catch that person. At the same time, somewhere else, he opened his eyes in horror. "Tri Dao! Why?" He lay on the bed breathing heavily, his eyes filled with terror. "Older brother. I'm no longer the same person I was 800 years ago." He was reincarnated into a body 800 years later. The door to his room opened. A lady came in. She brought a kettle of water. She said, "Child, are you having a nightmare again?" Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the lady. His eyes seemed a bit confused, then he suddenly smiled. He replied, "Take care, there's no need to worry about your child, it's just a dream." That lady is Phi Lam, the royal concubine of the Van Vu district king. Her appearance and gestures were extremely elegant and elegant. She gently said, "How could you not be worried?" She took out a white packet of medicine and continued, "Since childhood, I have been weak and sick with many illnesses. This time, my illness is so serious that I lie in bed all the time and can't get up. Tran Ni, if something unexpected happens to me, what should I do?" Truong Ngoc Tran looked at her. The lady was holding a cup of hot medicine. Looking at that appearance, he thought to himself, the lady in front of him is the mother of my current body, her real son Truong Ngoc Tran, who died in bed 3 days ago. She gave him a cup of medicine and said, "Come on, Tran Ni, quickly drink this medicine." Truong Ngoc Tran held the medicine bowl, looked at himself through the reflection on the medicine bowl and thought to himself, to a reincarnated person like me, she is a stranger. But during these 3 days when I woke up, she took care of me every little bit. He suddenly smiled kindly and then thought again, thinking about the biological mother who had never met me in her previous life. On the contrary, being reborn into this body that did not belong to me, helped me feel the warmth of motherly love. Thinking so, he lifted the cup of medicine and brought it to his mouth to drink it all. Seeing that, the lady also secretly smiled. She asked him again, "Tran Ni, it's been 3 nights. I've always been woken up by nightmares." Every time she called the name Tri Dao. Who was she? Hearing her question, Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes widened in shock. Surprised, suddenly there was a very loud noise outside, echoing straight into the room. It was someone scream, "What do you want to do?" The 2 people heard the movement, and immediately turned their heads to look. Outside, a group of soldiers led a young man dressed in red. Facing him was a girl who was spreading her arms out to block them. She is Van Ni, a royal maid. She glared and said loudly, "What do you want to do? This place is a jade palace. Who gave you the courage to barge in here at will? Suddenly her eyes opened wide. The young man dressed in red punched her straight in the stomach. Then he was punched straight into the wooden pillar behind. She screamed, "Ah!" The punch was so strong that she vomited blood. That guy hit his foot hard on the floor. Then he hugged her stomach and struggled to get up. That guy wearing red clothes said, "Even a slave dares to block this prince's way." He rolled his eyes. His eyes were full of anger and he shouted. He really wanted to die. He is the 8th prince, the son of the king of Manhwa district and Chiu-Phi district. Phi Lam opened the door and asked, "Van Ni, what happened?" When she saw everything clearly outside, she screamed. "Van Ni?" Phi Lam hugged Van Ni. She worriedly asked, "Van Ni, how did you become like this?" Van Ni was in so much pain that she was about to faint. She was shaking and weak. Phi Lam's eyes moved to the group of people who came to cause trouble. Her eyes were both shy and uncomfortable. She helped her servant stand up and walked towards the 8th prince and said, "Your Highness the 8th prince, this place is a jade palace. Even if you are a prince, you can't rush in, right?" Hearing this, the 8th prince gave a proud smile. He looked extremely proud. He raised his hand and said, "The queen has orders to impregnate concubine Lam and her 9th brother. Today, they will be transferred to 2D Tien Palace. Later, the owner of Nok Thuong Palace will be their biological mother. Of the prince, the royal concubine." Phi Lam's eyes were uncomfortable. She frowned. Did the queen want to chase us and our mother out of the royal palace so quickly? Okay. Phi Lam supported Van Ni, turned around and walked inside. She said, "Tomorrow, Tran Ni and I will move to the heavenly palace." The 8th prince said, "Wait a minute," he said. The lady said, "Tonight she wants to go to live in the Jade Palace. Please invite Princess Lam to move to the heavenly palace now." This statement made Phi Lam extremely surprised. She frowned. Looking worried, she said, "Your Highness the 8th prince? You also know that your 9th brother is weak and sick. It's already dark tonight and the air is cold. What if," he said again, "Lady Lam, there are many pitiful people in this world, but not everyone is worthy of pity." These unintentional words made her grit her teeth and burst into tears. He even laughed gloatingly and jokingly said, "If the 9th brother is already weak and sick, then why is he still alive in this world?" The words unintentionally made her extremely frightened, her face showing disbelief. Her eyes filled with tears, she loudly scolded him, "The boy is your 9th brother." And he still kept that smile, not paying attention to what she said. Suddenly a voice came from inside the room. "No need to beg them. Now we will move." Both of them, Phi Lam and the 8th prince, simultaneously turned their attention to the deep sound that had just emitted. The 8th prince frowned, his eyes extremely disgusted. Truong Ngoc Tran put on a thin blanket. His face was tired. He walked with difficulty to the door of the room. Phi Lam walked to her son with extremely worried eyes. She asked, "Tran Ni, why did you get out of bed? The air outside is cold. Hasn't the blood returned yet?" He replied, "Take refuge. We don't need to beg anyone. One day will come soon." Truong Ngoc Tran's face was a bit haggard, but his eyes were full of determination. He grabbed his mother's hand and said, "Let's go back to this place." Phi Lam looked at her and was surprised. She lowered her head, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes continuously. She replied, "Yes." So he and his mother, along with the maid Van Ni, walked out of the royal palace. Heaven's destiny cannot be changed. Mortals are forced to comply with their duties. Heaven's destiny cannot be changed. Mortals are forced to comply with their duties. The me of my previous life never experienced the feeling of not being sorry. It's not difficult for anyone to see that Phi Lam has completely fallen out of favor, and in this district king's palace, I'm afraid there is no support for us anymore. Respect, resources, humanity. In this cruel world of natural selection, the strong get everything, and those who are weak and have no power to resist have only one way to die. In the white snowy night, 3 figures gradually left the city gate, heading to a deserted place. Tien Dien Tu Vien is a place with poor living conditions. This place is no different from sitting in a cottage for poor people. The oil lamp flickered with light. Phi Lam sat in front of the tree lamp to warm up. Outside the snow was still falling non-stop. Truong Ngoc Tran was lying on the bed. He said, "Tomorrow is the day of the great sacrifice, right?" Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes were determined. He would definitely open the martial arts seal during the great ceremony, become a martial artist, and prove himself. The so-called martial arts seal is the divine gift that gives humans the qualifications to practice martial arts. If you don't open the divine martial seal, you will never be able to cultivate true energy, and you cannot become a strong person between heaven and earth. At the age of 10, the 8th prince opened the divine martial seal, and is now a young powerhouse of the late royal realm. Lam Phi looked at her son and thought to herself, Tran Ni is already 16 years old, and still hasn't opened the divine martial seal. After the age of 16, it is almost impossible to open the divine martial seal again. Even if you can open it, you are already past the best age to practice martial arts, and cannot achieve much. But then, she still smiled gently and kindly, came next to him and patted his head. Rely on me and believe in me. She walked to the door and said, That's right, Tran Ni, you should rest quickly. Tomorrow I will go to attend the great ceremony. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, Yes, my dear, you should rest early too. Suddenly she remembered something and asked him, Yes, Tran Ni? Who is that Miss Tri Dao that you always called in your dreams? He heard that and looked at her. He replied, It's okay, take care, you heard wrong. She said again, That's good, from now on, definitely don't call me Tri Dao anymore, not even in my dreams. Anyway. That is the name of the person who unified 9 countries, established the Central Empire, and was the ruler of the entire Kunlun world, Queen Tri Dao. Calling the queen directly by her name is a form of disrespect. If someone with a heart hears it, she will be executed. She said. Truong Ngoc Tran, lying on the bed, was surprised. He still opened his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. After that, he gently replied, Rest assured and won't call again in the future. I thought, from now on, you will be her nightmare. Yunwu County, located in the eastern part of the Kunlun realm, was one of the first many counties of the Central Empire, and had to pay taxes and offerings to the Central Empire every year. The national army of the county is called the County King. The great ceremony is the National Day of Manhwa District. The temple was built extremely elaborately, surrounded by ferocious beast statues standing as if protecting the temple. The ceremony space is also large and luxurious with all the offerings on the floor. Under this cold weather, there are countless young men and women waiting to open the martial arts seal during the celebration. The 8th prince turned back to look at Truong Ngoc Tran with a provocative expression. He said, Save me, we are both 16 years old. Even if we join the big field priest, we still cannot receive the martial arts mark. What is the need? Here, keep an eye out. The 6th prince of Manhwa district. He also looked at him and said that he had 9 children. Each person was different. All 8 of us have opened the divine martial arts seal. Only the one who is 16 years old has not opened it yet. Faced with these criticisms, Truong Ngoc Tran could not say anything. He bowed his head and did not respond. The 6th prince glanced at him, his eyes extremely disdainful. He said, What are you doing who is still alive in this world? It's better than dying cleanly. The 8th prince spread his hands and said, Leave, 6th brother, although our father's bloodline is easy to open and eat carefully, but for ordinary people, it is unlikely that even 1 person in 10 people will open it. Go out. Who knows if this trash is actually the king's father's bloodline or not? Prince Luke put his hand on his waist and added, I also heard some rumors. It really ruined the reputation of the royal family, us. Both of them stood in front of countless people and continuously insulted him, even hinting that his mother had done something dirty. Truong Ngoc Tran's face darkened, his eyes filled with anger. He clenched his fist and told himself, Calm down, before you have enough strength, don't waste your saliva arguing. This crystal is a gift that my father gave me during my coming-of-age ceremony of 16 years ago. I didn't expect it to follow me 800 years later. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the crystal he always held in his hand, a block of pure white crystal, sometimes reflecting a little light. He thought to himself, I went from 800 years ago to 800 years later. Does that have anything to do with it? A middle-aged man, dressed very luxuriously, he was holding a scroll and shouted loudly. The ceremony began. This person is the national teacher of Manhwa district. The maids are using mallets to knock out the common boarders. A shirtless man, with a murderous look on his face, tightly grasped his sword and raised it high to slash down the sacrifice, a black pig. The sword slashed down, and the pig's blood flew out. Suddenly, the pillar in the middle of the altar flashed with a stream of golden gas, shooting straight into the sky. The pig's blood was swept along that pillar of light. The people below looked up following that light. That golden energy mixed with a bit of red flew away. That is the martial arts seal. The crowd below watched and shouted, the seal has arrived. The seal flew straight into a boy's forehead. His body emitted a stream of air. A mark appeared on his forehead like a flame. His eyes were extremely happy. People around also talked about the fact that the youngest son of Thuong Thang, only 6 years old, opened the divine martial technique and then sealed the divine martial arts seal DM, belonging to the 4th level divine martial seal. It's so great, I'll be able to exchange countless amounts of money in the future. His father was also happy and said, Well, it's worthy of my Teat Luong's son to hold a banquet at the capital's office. Everyone must come to attend. Ha ha. From that energy column, many martial arts seals flew out. Everyone immediately cheered. So many marks? One by one, those martial arts marks found their owners. Along with the child's happy face, the parents were equally happy. A mother hugged her child and said, my son has opened the martial arts seal, ha ha ha. The father next to him also said, daughter, you finally have a future, I've been waiting for this day for so many years. The people around Truong Ngoc Tran also received their martial arts mark one by one. But he did not see anything. He looked up and thought to himself, the ritual is about to end. Do I have absolutely no hope of opening it? Suddenly, the crystal in his hand emitted white light. It seems to resonate with the energy column on the cell. A white martial arts seal flew out. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the phenomenon in front of him. This is it. That mark flew straight into Truong Ngoc Tran's forehead, while he was still a little surprised. Truong Ngoc Tran squinted one eye to feel the energy that the martial arts mark brought to him. A moment later, a white mark appeared on his forehead, shaped like a tornado. He thought to himself, the martial arts seal has been opened. The mark on his forehead began to shrink. Truong Ngoc Tran knelt down and held his forehead. The people around him turned their eyes to him and were even more surprised. Some said, isn't this the 9th prince? He is already 16 years old, and yet he can still open the martial arts book. That's right, he has been weak and sick since childhood, and being able to open the seal is not easy. Both of his prefects also gasped in surprise. Prince Luke said, I didn't see that wrong. The 8th prince also said, why? How is it possible? Has this kid really opened it? Moving somewhere. Above is a snowy sky. Below is a luxurious-looking camp. Outside there are 2 soldiers guarding it. An old servant is respectfully reporting to the queen. The 9th prince has opened the divine martial seal. The woman sat on the chair. She said, bring someone here to me. The old slave there bowed his head and replied, yes, your majesty. In another place, Phi Lam was holding Truong Ngoc Tran's hand and happily said, Tran Ni, you finally did it. He also smiled happily at his mother. But before the two of them were happy, the old slave came to interrupt. He said, congratulations to Princess Lam. Congratulations to His Highness the 9th Prince for opening the divine martial seal. The queen told this old slave to invite His Highness the 9th Prince over. He wanted to personally check the grade of the 9th Prince's seal. His Royal Highness the Queen? Suddenly Lam Phi's eyes were a bit scared. She quickly blocked herself right in front of Truong Ngoc Tran, the queen. He observed his mother's actions and thought, with such tension, it seems that this queen is not a kind person. The 3 of them walked under the snowy sky to meet the queen. Truong Ngoc Tran told his mother, dear, let's go visit the queen. The queen is a great beauty, but on the contrary, her appearance is extremely majestic. Her gaze is extremely cold and scary. She appeared noble and noble. She sat on the throne, crossed her legs and said, Your Majesty is in seclusion cultivating in the palace of life and death. This time the great ceremony will be presided over by this queen. National teacher, have you checked the rank of the seal of His Highness the 9th Prince? The old national teacher took the scroll and reported that it was a book of divine martial arts seals that recorded all the martial arts seals that had ever appeared in the Kunlun world. But there were no seals that matched the seals of the 9th Prince. After hearing the national teacher's report, she smiled lightly and said, if the results were not found, it must have been that the martial arts mark had no rank. Prince 9th is 16 years old and probably hasn't achieved anything. In order to save the royal family's cultivation resources, let's give the 9th Prince some of the marrow cleansing liquid. Hearing this, Phi Lam immediately objected. That year the 7th Prince opened the divine martial seal and received a total of 12 parts of marrow cleansing liquid. Today Tran Ni opened the divine martial seal. Why could she only receive a portion of the marrow cleansing liquid? The prince immediately explained that the 7th Prince opened it when he was 3 years old, and also opened the 7th level divine martial arts seal. How can the 9th Prince be compared to the 7th Prince? The 8th Prince stood behind Phi Lam. He smiled fakely, pretended to be respectful and said, the 7th brother is the queen's son, inheriting the queen's powerful bloodline, the whole family. Quoc Van Vu District, who can compare? The future prosperity of Van Vu District will depend on that CA. The 8th Prince raised his hand and continued, 7th brother's one finger is 10 times 100 times more important than the 9th brother's life. How can you compare it to him? Hearing that, the queen smiled slightly. As for concubine Lam, she still wanted to do something to regain some benefits for her child. She placed her hand on her chest and said, but when the 8th Prince opened the martial arts seal, he also received 4 parts of the marrow cleansing liquid. The king said again, the higher the talent, the more resources you receive. The 9th Prince's natural talent is the lowest, and naturally the resources he receives are also the least. Phi Lam still wanted to say something, but, at this time, the queen could no longer control herself. She continued to shout loudly. The queen had made a decision. Lam Phi, if you dare to say another word, there is news that the queen will have you pulled out. Out of school again? Truong Nok Tran was surprised. He thought to himself, again? Could it be that Phi Lam was once punished by the queen? He looked towards his mother. She was trembling, and could only grit her teeth and endure. Seeing his mother being oppressed like that, he couldn't hold back his anger. He clenched his fists. Surely his mother had suffered a lot in the past. In the future, he must be stronger for her. The queen's maid brought a jar of bone marrow cleansing to Truong Nok Tran. He said, "Ninth prince, come here and receive your reward." He quickly took out the marrow bleaching jar. After getting the things, he put his arm around his mother's shoulder and left. "Take care, let's go home." Phi Lam replied yes. Watching Truong Nok Tran and her son leave, the queen immediately smiled proudly. 3 months later, it will be the royal family's year-end assessment. The ninth prince must definitely practice and take advantage of the marrow cleansing circuit, become a true powerhouse. Gave the king an unexpected joy. The eighth prince also smiled proudly, completing the marrow and vein cleansing within 3 months. How could it be that easy? With the ninth brother's qualifications, it would take at least a year or more. At the same time, Truong Nok Tran also made up his mind. Just wait and see. I will absolutely not disappoint you. In an old, dilapidated room, Truong Nok Tran was practicing. He was shirtless, meditating, his hands holding mudras, the energy circulating, surrounding him. His expression was a bit difficult. He silently said, "The first step of cultivating, opening the chi tank. This body is indeed very weak. Only opening a chi tank the size of a chicken egg, things that can truly be tolerated. Too little," he thought. "That's it. Upgrade your cultivation level to expand your chi tank. Or practice purifying the meridians first, and start working on your mind to cultivate the meridians." Thinking so, he immediately picked up the marrow jar and drank. As soon as he finished drinking, his body immediately experienced the most indescribable pain. He began cultivating the 9 Tianmin Emperor Sutra, the first level, the Emperor's Heavenly Emperor. Truong Nok Tran gritted his teeth and endured the pain that was gradually spreading throughout his body. He said to himself, "I will use my strength to prove myself. It doesn't take 3 months. Tonight I will train myself to purify my veins and become a meridian. A true martial artist." Truong Nok Tran was miserable. He closed his eyes, cheering himself up. Only clear the last meridian. Will definitely succeed. A moment later, his internal true energy increased a lot. The white energy circulated non-stop, becoming more and more intense. His pulse was finally cleared. He opened his eyes. His meditation posture changed to kneeling down, his hands supporting the meditation. The circulating energy slowly dissipated. Truong Nok Tran gasped. Sweat poured out like rain. At this time, he was more calm. He thought, the marrow and vein cleansing was successful. My cultivation level must now be at the early stage of the yellow level. Cultivate martial arts. From top to bottom, take care of heaven and earth. Xian, yellow 4 great realms, sky level, earth level, profound level, yellow level. Each large realm is divided into 7 small realms, divided into initial stage, midterm, post-production, low level, intermediate level, great perfection. From the initial stage of the yellow level to the later stage, the first step is to open the meridians, replenish true energy, and strengthen the physical body. Each time the level is leveled up, the life force will also increase accordingly. Reaching the late stage of Huang level cultivation, one punch can knock down a large buffalo. Martial artists who reach the late royal level can practice the power of 1 ox. From the moment you open the late royal level to the small level, you can immediately have the power of the 4 cows. And the power will increase 4 times. Truong Nok Tran clenched one hand, the other hand waved back and forth. He said solemnly, not for himself, but also for the sake of his mother, to regain the honor that belongs to her within the next few months, I must reach the royal level. Post-production scene, in the year-end competition we must use our strength to prove. Time gradually passed into an evening. The sky still had a little remaining light from the sun. The sky was clear, with a few clouds here and there. The scene was extremely peaceful. The lights from Truong Nok Tran's room also began to light candles. Phi Lam didn't know when she leaned against the main door and observed him. She thought to herself, Tranny cultivates as hard as she promised. I still shouldn't bother her. At this time, Truong Nok Tran was still meditating, calming down and continuing to practice. Concubine Lam looks at her son and makes moves. I can only try to give him the best cultivation conditions. Then she slowly left, without bothering him. In the room, Truong Nok Tran was still cultivating. He calmed down and his energy circulated continuously around the mark. Then absorbed by the seal, he slowly opened his eyes, thinking to himself, after 9 days of practicing, his physical strength and true energy had also become one level stronger. Truong Ngoc Tran sat with his back against the pillow behind him, saying to himself, I practice 9 Heavenly Emperor Sutra. The speed of absorbing true energy must be very fast. The current speed like this is too slow, he said again. If there was a piece of junk then that would be good. My cultivation speed might increase by 1 level. Miscellaneous can gather hybrid spiritual energy in spiritual stones, and naturally enshrine miscellaneous spirits in the ground, gradually absorbing spiritual energy to create miscellaneous crystals, extremely valuable. Speaking of spirits, Truong Ngoc Tran suddenly remembered. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the crystal. He held it close to eye level and thought, is this a mass of junk? He began to use his energy. The martial arts mark appeared. The spiritual energy from the divine martial seal entered directly into the crystal. The crystal begins to show strange phenomena. It glows. Lines of information about it appear. Truong Ngoc Tran began to think, time and space crystals. Strangely, I have never seen writing like this and can understand its meaning. In my previous life, I was countless times stronger than this life, but I have never triggered such writing, he said again, or it was not due to the power of true energy but due to enlightenment. Could it be that when I open the divine martial seal, I will also have other enlightenment properties, compatible with this space-time crystal? In nature, there are up to 90 types of spirits that do not have enlightenment properties, but there are also some spirits that have special enlightenment properties, red flame spirits, mysterious water spirits, lightning spirits, evil blood spirits, etc., can help rare martial artists with martial god marks to speed up their cultivation. He said, in my previous life, I was also considered a well-informed person, but I have never heard of understanding the time-space nature of the human spirit, which basically cannot control time, space and space. Even a god must obey the laws of time. Are not. Suddenly the crystal emitted energy. The white aura grew larger and larger. Truong Ngoc Tran widened his eyes in surprise. He immediately threw that crystal far away. There? It's broken. That crystal turned into white energy. It floated in the air. Truong Ngoc Tran was sucked inside by it. The space was shifted. Truong Ngoc Tran fell freely from above. He screamed in surprise. Immediately, that bright, handsome face hit the ground, clearly showing pain. Fortunately, my handsome appearance is still there. I only lost a tooth or two, he reassured himself. Fortunately, my physical condition has improved quite a bit now. If it were my previous body, then this old self would have, but I'm dead. Truong Ngoc Tran sat up and looked around. A block of stone in the middle had a table with 1 or 2 objects on top. He wondered, why is this happening? Where did we come from? What the hell is this place? Truong Ngoc Tran approached the table. Above was a scroll of paintings and a book. He tried to pick up the scroll, but it seemed extremely heavy. He gritted his teeth, tried to lift the scroll but couldn't. Truong Ngoc Tran wiped his sweat, struggled and said, no way, this painting can't be opened even if you hold it or not. You should still read the book. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the book. Truong Ngoc Tran mobilized his strength and sent his energy to the book. He opened the book. Truong Ngoc Tran read the book, and it turned out that this was the diary of the owner of the time and space miscellaneous Decot monk. I opened the divine martial seal, which was the same time and space divine martial seal as him. Regarding the gathering of holy monks, from ancient times to the present, including her, there have been 3 people who have opened the time-space divine martial arts system, and this holy monk has died from the Middle Ages more than 100,000 years ago. Now we are in a miscellaneous space-time. The flow of time is not the same as outside. 3 days in space is equal to 1 day outside. Truong Ngoc Tran laughed. So won't I have 3 times as much time as other people to practice? It's really so good. He was about to open it again, but the page didn't move at all. He couldn't open it. He read the words, cultivating to the yellow extreme sublevel. The book remained motionless and could not be moved. But being able to go into space and have more time to practice than others made him happy. He happily thought to himself, there are definitely records in here. All kinds of mysterious exercises. Maybe they have something to do with it. Regarding time and space, we must try our best to practice and break through the small realm as soon as possible to overcome hardship. Suddenly his stomach made a sound. Truong Ngoc Tran hugged his stomach and thought to himself, there will be a time. I will cultivate to the late stage of the royal realm in 3 months. No need to rush, go home first. Good, so hungry. Returned to my ruined house. He and his mother sat down to eat together. Van's role as a slave was so she stood next to them. Truong Ngoc Tran held the mantu in one hand and a bowl of soup in the other to drink. But this doesn't seem to be enough for him, he thought. After becoming a martial artist, these ordinary people's meals and soups cannot be used to do the same. What should I do? His mother took out a bottle of medicinal pills and kindly told him, Tran Ni, my mother heard that people who open martial arts use blood pills instead of rice to nourish their bodies. You should take these 10 blood pills first. She placed the bottle of medicinal pills on the table, pushed it towards him and said, take it. If it's not enough, mother will think of another way. Truong Ngoc Tran was still eating, holding the tofu in both hands. He told his mother that she used 10 taels of silver to buy 1 piece. 10 pieces also cost 100 taels. Where did mom get so much money? When Van Ni heard that, she sadly told him that she took the jewelry she loved the most and went to the market to sell medicinal pills in exchange for 10 blood pills. Phi Lam immediately turned to look at Van Ni, wanting to say why she was so talkative, but she could only stick out her tongue and laugh. After that, she smiled gently and said to him, Tran Ni, you've been thinking too much. As long as you can cultivate into a true martial artist, mother will support you even if you sell everything in the house. Son, continue to practice. Truong Ngoc Tran firmly said, Mother, rest assured. I will definitely become a strong man soon, using my own strength to protect people. He picked up the bottle of medicinal pills, his face full of determination. Right now he still can't tell his mother that I have become a martial artist. With such an amazing training speed, if this news spreads, it will harm me. Our mothers. We are still too weak right now, we must become stronger. Phi Lam returned to her room. She sat in front of the mirror and let Van Ni help her comb her hair. By the way, Van Ni also told her, Ma'am, martial artists not only need blood pills, but also have cultivation techniques. There must be cultivation methods to open the meridians. Phi Lam said softly. Her eyes were somewhat thoughtful. I know, but compared to the lowest level of martial arts, it would cost more than 500 silver coins. With my current financial capacity. Basically, you can't buy it. Right now, the royal court is presided over by the queen and the state. The queen will definitely not let her come to the library to receive the cultivation method. It seems there is only one way. Van Ni is light. Gently combing her hair as she spoke, does the lady intend to go ask for help from her family? But 3 years ago, the princess had a great battle with the Lin family. Would they teach the 9th prince the techniques to practice? Phi Lam bowed her head. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her face was somewhat resigned. As long as they play with Tran Ni's cultivation method, if they tell me to kneel down and admit my mistakes, I will also kneel. Van Ni's eyes were extremely hurt. She gently placed the hairpin on her head and said, But that time it was clearly not your fault. Suddenly 3 days passed. This day Truong Ngoc Tran was no longer in the room. He stood facing a rather large rock. He stood up, tested his fists, and performed the dragon elephant banweek fist, the first punch, the barbarian elephant holding ground. He used his strength to hit the rock very hard. Smoke rose up. The rock showed no signs of cracking. Only a few inches deep was the punch he had just punched. Truong Ngoc Tran wiped his sweat and thought, 9 days of cultivating in the space-time spirit stone was really wasteful. The first punch seemed to be a success. The dragon sugary banweek punch really suited his cultivation base and status. In this life, I have to endure hardships when participating in battle. The true chi in the chi tank is already full, and the second meridian can be opened, but where can I go to find the second part, even more to purify the marrow? Truong Ngoc Tran frowned thoughtfully. At this time, Van Ni came and called him, 9th prince, the lady is looking for you everywhere, what are you doing here? He explained to her, I came here to clear the air. That's right, Sister Van Ni, is the wound on your hand any better? Van Ni smiled brightly and replied, My wound cannot be treated with medicine. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 months to recover. 9th prince, it's very good that you can care for my sister like that. Hurry up and find your majesty, we have to leave the palace today. Truong Ngoc Tran wondered, leaving the palace? Where to go? Van Ni replied, Go see Nin San, haven't seen her for a long time, you must be very happy, right? Hearing that, he wondered even more, who is Nin San? Listening to Sister Van Ni's meaning, she probably has an unusual relationship with the owner of this body. Truong Ngoc Tran and his mother left the palace. They sat on a golden carriage. The car stopped. His mother stumbled forward, and he was sitting in the car preparing to get off. In front of him is the main gate of a noble house. His mother walked to the main gate, where an unknown person opened the door to welcome them both. He observed attentively and was a little surprised. Isn't that what Lam Fu and mother did? The Lam family is a noble family, but the mother did not receive the family's support. In the district, the king's father was oppressed by other kings. There must be trouble in this matter. At this time, the two had entered inside. His mother smiled gently and said to him, Tran Ni, you must have wanted to meet Nin San long ago. Now you have also opened the divine martial seal. There must be what I want to say to him. My child, try your best. Contrary to his mother's expectations, he doesn't know who Lam Nin San is. Who exactly is this Lam Nin San? Why do I see that the attitudes of my wife and sister Van Ni are somehow strange? Entering the forest palace is a luxurious reception yard, surrounded by consecutive tile factory buildings. The guide said, Lam Fi, follow me into the palace. The 9th prince is welcome. Van Ni turned to tell him, 9th prince, don't you go see Nin San? She is now at the training ground. The young disciples of the Lam family all practice here. He replied, yes, let's go to the Lam family's training ground. At the Lam family's training ground, Truong Ngoc Tran saw quite a few people coming here. They were swinging swords. He thought to himself, the Lam family in Van Vo district is also considered a big family. Suddenly he turned his gaze to one direction. A girl was performing skillful sword moves. Truong Ngoc Tran also praised her. Her true energy was filled with a powerful sword. Her martial arts cultivation has at least reached the intermediate level of the royal realm, and is stronger than the 8th prince. He was still attentively observing, and the people around him were watching, their eyes as if their souls had been stolen. At this time, a few people noticed him. They started to talk. Hey, isn't that the 9th prince? I heard that he just opened the divine martial seal. The person next to him replied, what is the use of opening the divine martial seal at the age of 16? He even dared to come to Nin San's sister. That's really beyond words. The other guy covered his mouth with his hand, smiling as if he had seen something funny. He said, after all, His Highness the 9th King has always loved my sister Nin San. If he knew that Nin San and the 7th King were about to get engaged, what expression will there be? The person next to him replied, Nin San and His Highness the 7th King are truly a pair of golden and pearly ladies. But what is His Highness the rotten fish? The words of those people rang straight into his ears. Truong Ngoc Tran gritted his teeth. His hands suddenly clenched. At this time, Phi Lam came to see her elder brother. He sat on a chair and told her that he should send the prince to open the temple and go to the monk's office to receive the practice. Training to be a concubine. Why did you come to my Lam family to ask for the practice? Phi Lam's response was not to beg for favor, but to beg the elder brother to respect his kinship and let Tran Ni borrow the practice. He kicked the chair hard. Looking extremely angry, he shouted, now you come to talk about your blood-soaked love affair with me? 3 years ago, I came to the county royal palace to beg you. Why didn't you consider our blood relationship and agree to my request? Phi Lam frowned. A few tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Her expression was extremely awkward, as if there was something difficult to say. 3 years ago, her brother turned around and left Phi Lam standing there silently. He waved his hand as if he didn't want to hear her explanation. He said, stop talking, go. The Lam family has long broken ties with their benefactors. From now on, concubine Lam will no longer come here. Having no choice, she knelt down. She said to him with an expression full of urgent pleading, Big brother, are you so unloving? I want to meet my father. Her brother didn't seem to be moved. He coldly replied, Father has gone to heaven, but you won't be able to see him. There's also Nin San and the 7th prince who's about to get engaged. Tell Prince 9 from now on. The Far said a little. Phi Lam cried all her tears. She replied, I know Tran Ni has always liked Tam Nin San. If he knew that Nin San was about to get engaged to the 7th prince, how heartbroken would it be? Moreover, why is it the 7th prince? He still calmly replied that the 7th prince had more natural talent than anyone else, and to this day his cultivation level was also at the top of the young generation in the Yunwu County. With the ability of the 9th prince there was no way to compare. Thinking about becoming more involved with the 7th prince, for the Lam family, it would only be beneficial and not harmful. But she said, Nin San agreed to get engaged to the 7th prince? Is it for the sake of the family to get married happily? He laughed. His eyes looked a bit contemptuous towards her. He said, you are wrong. This was originally Nin San's decision. Returning to the training ground, Nin San had finished swinging her sword. She held the sword in her hand and gently walked towards Truong Ngoc Tran. The men here seem to have been robbed of their souls. One of them spoke up, truly shameful. Is the proud daughter of heaven? Nin San, in front of many people, threw her sword at the straw man. Then she said to Truong Ngoc Tran, I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you have opened the divine seal technique? However, the queen said that she did not have the level of divine martial seal technique. Of course it could not compare to her cousin's divine martial seal technique. Only then did Truong Ngoc Tran understand everything. He thought, so she is my cousin. Nin San told him that at the age of 16, when he opened the divine seal, it was considered heaven's help for him. Even though he could not become a strong martial artist, he could at least help him avoid illness, and do normal person. In her heart, she thought, when we were children, Truong Ngoc Tran and I were also close. But unfortunately things have changed, so I will make him die early. Truong Ngoc Tran frankly said, from now on, I will try my best to practice and catch up with my cousin's cultivation level. Hearing that, she immediately thought in delusion, he really still wants to continue pursuing me. That's a good idea. It seems like I have to tell him the truth to avoid trouble in the future. Then, she told him, cousin, I was already at the middle stage of the royal extreme stage. With one shake, I would be at the great extreme stage. With your foundation, I'm afraid that cultivating for the rest of my life still won't work. Can reach the middle stage. Her face darkened, her eyes seemed threatening. What you should do now, brother, is to speed up your cultivation with all your strength, not blindly pursue things that cannot be pursued. As humans you cannot resist. Demand, otherwise you will suffer great damage. Truong Ngoc Tran also frowned. He thought, this Nin San is so arrogant, how can this body like someone like that? She continued to speak, cousin, there is still something I want to tell you. I hope you don't feel too sad. After 3 months, wait for the king to leave the customs. She smiled proudly and said, His Highness and I will be engaged. I secretly thought, this time, I should die. The crowd of people waiting to see the story also cheered happily. There was a good show to watch, hee hee. This 9th prince must be so angry that he faints. That's even better. Truong Ngoc Tran and Lam Nin San stood facing each other, the group of people waiting for fun behind them. Contrary to their thoughts, Truong Ngoc Tran calmly turned away and told her that congratulating his cousin would be considered closer in the future. That group of people were so disappointed and so indifferent that they still wanted to watch the show, and were so angry that they were going crazy. What a pity. Lam Nin San was surprised again at this time. She thought, how could this be possible? She shouted towards him, don't you want to know the reason? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, if you are engaged, I will come to bless you. If there is nothing else, I will go find my mother. Originally planning to look for his mother, but before he saw her walking in front of him, he immediately called out, Mother. Seeing his mother crying, he eagerly asked, Mother, what's wrong with you? Who is bullying you? His mother immediately replied, okay, let's go home. At this time, Lam Phai's brother stepped forward, holding a book in his hand, and next to him was a maid, holding 2 jars of bone marrow cleansing. He said, this set of Tai Quiet, given to you, although not a profound technique, can complete the cleansing of the marrow and clear the veins, and it should be enough for you. After all, you also have the bloodline of our forest family, so take these 2 bottles of marrow cleansing liquid. Phai Lam happily told him. Tran Ni quickly thanked Jiojio. Contrary to his mother's attitude, he was extremely unhappy. No wonder his mother cried so much. It turned out that it was because she asked for a book of exercises for me that she had to endure such humiliation. He took his mother's hand, walked past him and said, no need for those things from the Lam family. Let's go, mother. The people present there showed expressions of laughter and mockery at him, showing no need for dignity, and considering themselves to be something terrible. Lam Nin San approached his father and said, Father, older brother seems a bit unusual. He said, don't rely on your own strength, just open the divine martial seal and that's it, concentrate on cultivating, don't pay attention to him. Lam Nin San replied yes. In her heart she thought father was right, we are people of 2 worlds. In his dilapidated house, Truong Ngoc Tran continued to practice. He said to himself, the immediate goal is to upgrade to the middle stage of the royal realm, using marrow cleansing fluid, but 1 portion of marrow cleansing fluid also costs 200 taels. Silver, where do we go to get such a large amount of money? Suddenly he remembered something. He happily said, yes. I'm so stupid, I'll write down all the exercises I've seen in my entire life, and sell them for sure to make a lot of money. The martial arts and martial arts are divided into 2 male levels, humans, spirits, ghosts, kings, and gods. The higher the level of martial arts, the more difficult it will be to practice, he pondered. 9 Tien Min Emperor Sutra, and the dragon and elephant Pan Yao fist in the Kunlun world are all divine treasures. Of course they cannot be sold. Instead, I will write down a few low-level martial arts and techniques. So, he immediately got up from the bed and went to the table, picked up the pen, and said that even if it was a low-level martial arts product, casually taking out a book could still be very effective. Truong Ngoc Tran used his pen to write. He thought about copying books. Martial arts secrets that cannot be improvised can be created, using my current understanding of martial arts. Drawing spiritual level, low level, is already extreme. High-grade spirit martial arts are already the lowest grade in my memory. At once, he produced a series of swordplay movements. He suddenly laughed, but here it was also considered the ultimate martial art. Even if it's a large family like the Lam family, there are only 1 or 2 low-grade spiritual scrolls with no skills to make a master clan town. He finally finished writing the book Tien Tam Sword Technique. Truong Ngoc Tran commented, Tien Tam Sword Technique. This Tien Tam Sword Technique can be sold at a high price. The scene moved to another place. The sky gradually turned dark. Truong Ngoc Tran walked to the city gate. There were 2 guards there. That guard asked, Your Highness Ninth Prince, do you still want to leave the palace so late? Truong Ngoc Tran said this prince wants to go to Lam Palace to find his cousin in Tien. Why not open the palace door immediately? Saying that, he left. The other 2 soldiers looked at him and said, what if he were not the prince of the Van Marshal Palace? He would have died countless times already. The other guy said, the young genius Nin San of the Lam family is about to marry the 7th prince. He hasn't lost his mind yet. What an idiot. When Truong Ngoc Tran went out, he immediately took a coat, covered himself, and walked away. Martial arts is a prosperous place. The first area of Yanwu City, divided into 5 areas, Dantan, Chitan, Beast City, Slave City, and the center is the auction area. The martial city is the place that can be said to determine the fortunes of the nation, so the management is extremely strict. Only martial artists, or nobles, are qualified to enter. He walked to an extremely magnificent mansion. With the naked eye, one could see a layer of barrier covering the mansion. He secretly thought that only by going to the auction center, putting the Tien Tam Sword Technique up for auction, letting everyone bid, would be able to push its price to the highest. Inside, a pretty girl welcomed him. She respectfully said, Sir, do you need any help? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, I want to meet the auctioneer's Grand Master. The girl turned around and still warmly replied, I will go to the poor manager now, but normally the manager is busy receiving guests, so please wait a moment first. But in the back of her mind she thought, how could he just open his mouth and want to meet the manager? It seems like it's not a small matter. A moment later the girl was accompanied by a middle-aged man, and both walked towards him. That girl said, the chief steward is this distinguished guest. This old manager immediately observed him. He discovered something. The old man looked at the shoes he was wearing and thought to himself, this person wears royal shoes of the royal family. His background is not simple. He warmly extended his hand to invite him. Sir, please come here. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, yes. The cloak almost covers his face, only to see him smiling, intentionally revealing his shoes because he wants to preempt these people. After all, low-class spirits are very valuable, if people peek at them. With my current cultivation level, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect it. In a room, Truong Ngoc Tran sat in a chair. Next to him was an old man. He was a testing expert. He said, I want to auction a treasure. Truong Ngoc Tran transmitted spiritual energy to the crystal to take out the book. He held the book and told the examiner that this was a book of low-grade spiritual swordsmanship. The old examiner turned over each page of swordsmanship to check, then he said, it is truly a low-grade spiritual swordsmanship. The old foreman next to him seemed to be convinced. He said, how could it be like that? Starting price, it also costs hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. But after the auction is successful, the seller will hand over the sword moves and words. If there are any mistakes, the results will be unpredictable. Truong Ngoc Tran said, everything should be done according to auction rules. Time passed a few hours later. The girl who had just welcomed him in, she still spoke enthusiastically to him, reporting that your Tien Tam Sword Technique had been purchased by the head of the Lam family for 124,000 taels. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised. The Lam family finally used 124,000 taels to buy Tien Tam Sword Technique. The old butler walked in, leading Lam Nin San's father and son. He respectfully said, Master Lam, this gentleman is the master of the Heavenly Heart Sword Technique. Patriarch Lam immediately noticed the metallic shoes. He laughed. As expected, it's the royal family's golden paper. Could it be some great figure of the royal palace? He stepped closer, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, I am the master of the Lam Feng Tien family. I wonder how to address you, sir? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, you don't need to know the names of the red flowers, moves and sayings of Tien Tam Sword Technique. Let the homeowner take it and check it out. Hearing that, he immediately opened the book to read. After reading it, he looked surprised, thinking to himself, it is indeed a spiritual level low-grade sword technique. And it was also personally drawn by a heavenly level powerhouse to buy this spiritual level low-grade sword technique. My Lam family. It could be a magic weapon. He immediately put the book back in his shirt and said warmly, this low-grade spiritual sword magic book is absolutely a top sword magic book. Thank you, sir. We will take our leave. On the way back, the two of them talked to each other. Lam looked at San and said, Dad, that person just now looked very familiar. Her father replied, I also feel a bit familiar. I must have seen him before in the palace. This person is not simple. His background, I'm afraid it's a bit scary. She asked again, Father, why did you say that? He replied, the ink on this book has not yet dried, stating that he just drew sword moves today. If you can draw sword moves, you must be a powerful person in the heavenly realm. She was extremely surprised. A fake heaven? Even if it's my grandfather, I probably won't break through the heavenly realm. She said again, Father, I have a question. After all, that person is a big person in the palace, certainly not lacking in money. Why did he sell his swordsmanship to the auction? Her father said, 8 types of spiritual levels, the martial arts of the royal family. In fact, do not include the heavenly sword technique. Therefore, it is best for us not to pursue them. The strong people of the heavenly extreme realm are not the people of our Lin family who can offend us. Nin Ni, you use the divine martial sword Dao seal and are the most suitable person to practice Tian Tam sword art. When you return, practice in seclusion, practice your first sword technique, and when you test, you will definitely receive a dazzling light. Lam Nin San firmly replied, Yes, Father. Returning to Truong Ngoc Tran, he was holding the golden card in his hand, thinking to himself, the auction silver tael will be put into this card 120,000 taels. The remaining amount will be exchanged for 20 tablets, spirit stones, and the rest. 8 or 1,000 taels to buy medicinal herbs. He went to a pharmacy, showed the yellow card and said, Waiter, get me 20 pieces of bone cleansing liquid, 200 blood pills, plus body refining and chi gathering pills. When he heard the medicine, he immediately knew what he wanted to use it for. 16 Luyan dissolving and gathering chi pills can speed up the speed of improving one's cultivation, and are also very expensive. He suddenly remembered something. He said, That's right, get me another dose of herbal medicine to nourish my tendons and bones. Returning to the Purple Palace, he saw Van Ni walking around lighting a lamp. Van Ni turned around and saw him and immediately said, Your Highness Ninth Prince, you haven't gone to rest yet so late? Truong Ngoc Tran took out a box and brought it to her. He said, Sister Van Ni, this is the medicine I bought for your tendons and bones. It can help your wound get better. Van Ni happily received the box. She was extremely grateful and said, Your Highness Ninth Prince, where do you get the money to buy medicine for your slave? She thought to herself, the closest to the bone broth is 200 taels, and the best one is up to 500 taels. Truong Ngoc Tran said, Sister Van Ni, I have some secrets. I can't tell you for now. I hope you can keep this a secret. Don't tell your mother. Van Ni replied, Yes, the slave agreed. She thought maybe if His Highness the Ninth Prince meets a chance, he can also become a strong martial artist in the future. After that, Truong Ngoc Tran asked her, There is something I want Sister Nini to tell me the truth. Mother is the younger sister of the owner of the Lam family. Why did she break off relations with the Lam family 3 years ago, after all? What happened? Van Ni's face was gloomy. She said, To save His Highness's body, which has always been weak and unable to withstand excitement. This matter was also lightly hidden, but now His Highness has opened the divine martial seal, so slave will tell people. Van Ni said, You probably remember the top genius of the Lam then Du family. He is your cousin, also the eldest son of the homeowner. At the age of 17, his cultivation had reached the ultimate state of perfection. Satisfied, her eyes were serious as she continued, but 3 years ago, Lam then Du offended another person, had his legs cut off, and was thrown into heaven. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised. How could this happen? The Lam family in Van Vo district is considered a big family. Who would dare to send the first genius of the Lam family to heaven? Could it be that the opponent's background is more terrible? Van Ni replied, That's right, Lam then Du, the one who offended him was the most prominent person in Van Martial district, His Royal Highness the 7th Prince. If others wanted to fight him, they could only receive a humiliating end. Truong Ngoc Tran said, So that's it. Van Ni frowned, tears welling up in the corner of her eyes, and continued to say, After Lam then Du was thrown into heaven, the homeowner immediately came to ask for help from his wife. As long as he can save Lam then Du's life, the Lam family has unable to pay any price. The princess immediately went to ask for help from the king but was stopped by the queen, causing a dispute between the two. The queen was angry and punished concubine Lam with 30 lashes. The punishment ended and the princess only had half her life left. Truong Ngoc Tran heard that and immediately clenched his fists. His eyes were a little angry. Could it be that the Van Vo district king didn't bother to ask about this? Van Ni replied, His Royal Highness the 7th Prince is the son with the highest talent among the prince's sons, and has received a lot of favor. The prince found out the truth. It was all Lam then Du's fault, the 7th Prince. His Highness was almost killed. She bowed her head a little lower. With a distant look on her face, she said to concubine Lam, That time the county king was angry, feeling that you were not understanding. The county king originally loved you very much, but after that time his feelings towards you the princess also became much colder. The Lamb family could not understand her suffering. They did not dare to offend the seventh prince and queen. They could only vent their anger on the princess, thinking that the princess did not go to beg the county. The prince of the Lamb family lost his genius. And from then on, he no longer recognized his wife as a member of the Lamb family. Truong Ngoc Tran asked if Lam Then Du would be spared his death. Then he wiped her tears. She replied, no seventh prince would let him go so easily. Lam Then Du was subjected to the same punishment, turned into a eunuch, and accepted by the seventh prince as a servant. Truong Ngoc Tran was shocked. He said the Lam family's number one genius turned into a eunuch and even became an enemy's servant. For the Lam family, it was a great humiliation. At this time, Venny wondered. She asked him, but I couldn't understand. The Lam family suffered such great humiliation. Why did the Lam family's head still give his daughter to the seventh prince? Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and replied, with the seventh prince's talent, he will inherit the position in the future. The Lam family wants to have a foothold in the Van Vu district, and will definitely reconnect with the seventh prince. Marriage is the best way. The first genius of the Lam family, even though he became a servant of His Highness the seventh prince and the Lam family do not have too many enemies. The wedding of Lam Nin San and the seventh prince was due to Lam Then Du single-handedly arranged. Truong Ngoc Tran broke his head, burst out laughing, then said, haha, but this is also my guess. My sister Van Ni is going to rest. You should go home quickly. Van Ni looked at his back and thought to herself, opening the divine martial seal has truly changed His Highness the ninth king. If concubine Lam knew, she would definitely be very happy. A moment later, inside the crystal, Truong Ngoc Tran meditated, purifying his mind to practice. Next to him were 4 to 5 jars of bone marrow cleansing lying around. He thought, strength. There is no great strength in this world. There is absolutely no way to survive. There is absolutely no such thing as fairness. We can't waste any more time. Today I must explore the third meridian to upgrade to the middle stage of the royal realm. He held the red crystal tightly in his hand. His eyes were determined. The 9 heavens bright Emperor Sutra. One can cultivate 36 meridians. In my previous life I had practiced 33 and became invincible in the world. Defense, so far your strongest has only opened 30 passages. The meridians appear through the martial arts seal. Truong Ngoc Tran is still thinking, if he wants to break through the late stage of the royal realm, he must explore the third meridians. Truong Ngoc Tran started the process suddenly. His energy rushed out violently. He seemed to endure intense pain. Truong Ngoc Tran breathed out. Everything was over. He was surprised. He opened the third meridian section. The True Chi looked at the full gas tank and broke through to the yellow cold stage, requiring a Chi gathering pill to speed up the speed of gathering True Chi. He immediately took the medicinal pill and brought it to his mouth. True energy began to gather. Truong Ngoc Tran continues to practice. I only opened the third strong sutra, 7 parts of Dan Chi. I can't let the refining go to waste. Now I just need to speed up the speed of improving my cultivation. How much waste is there? Any amount of money is worth it. The martial god's mark began to absorb True Chi into it. Truong Ngoc Tran said, it was still not enough. He still needed to use body refining medicine to improve his physique, otherwise, it would be impossible to use True Chi to refine. A few hours later, he endured the pain caused by the body's disintegration, and with that, the impurities began to be pushed out of his body. He thought to himself, this medicinal dissolving body is so strong, both his body and blood seem to be about to split open in pain. Skin layers containing impurities begin to exit the body, separating from the skin. Even though his body was in extreme pain, his eyes were extremely determined, he thought. But only by suffering can he become a person who stands above 10,000 people. He took out another medicinal pill and drank it. Space crystals can give you 3 times more time to practice, which is an advantage. It's been 10 days now. It's been a month to look at the crystals. I've reached the middle stage of the yellow level and my true energy is starting to fill up. It's truly a miracle. In the quartz crystal he practiced his boxing techniques. His boxing techniques were like a roaring dragon, extremely brave. Truong Ngoc Tran stepped out of the lake. He looked at himself in the mirror and exclaimed, the medicinal paste was indeed effective. The results after cleansing were obvious. Truong Ngoc Tran laughed. Tonight he can prepare to advance to the late stage of the royal realm. Outside, there was a knock on the door, and it was Van Ni's voice. She said, Your Highness Ninth Prince, the matter you gave me has been completed. Truong Ngoc Tran opened the door. Van Ni held the card in her hand and happily said that according to her instructions, all the jewelry that the lady took away has been redeemed. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and replied, in the future, if my mother-in-law continues to pawn it, then you can secretly buy it back. Then he asked, Your Highness, do you need to tell Your Highness the truth? If Your Highness now knew that you were a true martial artist, she would definitely be very happy. Truong Ngoc Tran wiped away the sweat on his body. He said, I want to wait for the nuclear test to end, to give my mother a surprise. Besides, my current cultivation level is not strong enough. I have to become stronger. You go out first, don't come and bother me. Then he said, I will stop outside the door. Whoever dares to disturb the 9th Prince's practice, I will risk my life to stop him. 9th Prince, I believe you can succeed. After that, Truong Ngoc Tran continued to practice, opening the 4th meridian section very smoothly, but the 6th section was a bit difficult. He frowned, holding the medicinal pill in his hand. He thought, let's take a risk. If we don't try it, we won't know if it works or not. He bit the pill to pieces. True energy began to condense. Absorbed by the divine martial mark, his body became completely relieved, breaking through the late stage of the royal peak. Outside, the snow fell heavily again. Truong Ngoc Tran walked out. Van Ni was still standing guard outside. Van Ni was surprised. She couldn't believe her eyes and asked again, Your Highness 9 Kings, have you succeeded? Truong Ngoc Tran and Van Ni stood in the snowy sky. He stretched out his arms and looked up at the sky as if he wanted to feel something. Suddenly he glared. The legs feel heavier and make the ground tremble. The dragon and elephant are still and quiet. Truong Ngoc Tran became ferocious. He rushed quickly. The true dragon followed, performing the skillful move crouching elephant. Moving good crouching dragon. Dragon statue calming down. Second statue, flying dragon in the sky. Throw a palm strike at the rock. In just a blink of an eye, that rock was crushed into small pieces. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled excitedly. His hands clenched tightly. Van Ni stood behind and observed everything. She burst into tears of joy. Your Highness the 9th King has truly succeeded. Your Highness may have more talent for martial arts than Your Highness the 7th King. The next morning, the sky was extremely clear. The warm sunlight shone everywhere. Looking far away I could see a few clouds. Truong Ngoc Tran stood in front of an extremely ancient but equally luxurious building. He thought, ManhwaRecap is one of the top 3 big stores in Dance City. Let's go inside and see what it's like. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind him. His hair was all gray. He warmly said to him, This young man, do you want to buy a gas-gathering pill? Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the old man and thought to himself, being able to quietly approach this person is not simple. The old man respectfully clasped his hands forward and told him that the old man, Mak Han Lam, was the shopkeeper of this store. He replied, It turned out to be shopkeeper Mo. My last name is Truong. I want to buy 50 units of chi gathering pills, 3 parts of body refining powder. I don't know if ManhwaRecap has enough inventory or not. The old man's eyes widened as he looked at the person in front of him. He thought to himself, chi gathering pills and body refining pills are things that ordinary martial artists cannot buy. Not to mention that it is very rare for a martial artist to buy so many medicinal pills at one time. Realizing that this was a good deal, he smiled and said, if young Master Truong had gone to another store, he might not have been able to buy so many medicinal pills. Luckily, our Tanhuin group coincidentally had a large amount of energy gathering. Pilling and refining body powder can definitely meet young Master Zhang's requirements. The medicinal pills and body refining powder have been prepared. They are placed in a white porcelain vase and a wooden box. The old shopkeeper calculated on the abacus that the tomb that young Master Truong wanted to buy was 80,000 silver coins. The old man looked at him and said, Young Master Zhang once bought such a large quantity. Of course there is a discount. You pay 72,000 silver coins. He laughed and said, The shopkeeper is truly a generous person. If I need to buy medicinal pills in the future, I will come to him to buy them. Hearing that, he happily smiled and replied, Young Master, I wonder if there is anything else you want to buy. He said, What I want quickly. The treasurer's place definitely doesn't sell it. He immediately said, Perhaps young Master Truong wants a suitable weapon quickly? He replied, The treasurer really has eyes. The old man turned to his subordinates and said, Our Tanhuin group has a branch store in Chiching. I'll tell one of the staff to take you there. I'm interested in you. Take young Master Truong to find the owner, and tell him. This woman is a distinguished guest. The price must be adequately discounted. The man named Ham too was sweating for some reason. He raised his hand to show that he didn't want to go. He didn't go. He didn't go. He didn't want to see the lady. He could capture the man's soul. Go see him. Her death is certain. At that time, he looked a bit uncomfortable. He shouted, Now you are just a kid who has not yet fully grown. What is there to be afraid of? If you don't go, this month I will not give you any more energy-gathering pills. Hearing that, I had to compromise. Don't, go. He told him, Young Master Truong, please ask. Truong Ngoc Tran waved goodbye to the old man, thanked the shopkeeper, and said goodbye. The old man also smiled in response, welcoming young Master Truong to visit next time. On the way, Truong Ngoc Tran asked the guy's name. You said the landlady can capture men's souls. Is the landlady very beautiful? Ham Tu replied, the landlady has a natural beauty, dresses elegantly, and just looking at her makes you blush and your heart beat, and besides, she has been married to 7 bosses. Truong Ngoc Tran was extremely surprised. Ham Tu continued, moreover, the 7 bosses all died on the night of the wedding ceremony. The owner had taken over all of their businesses. Even the shopkeeper was just an employee of the owner. Time passed quickly, they had arrived at the citadel. The building was no different from the treasurer's place, but it seemed much larger. The two stood in front of the building's door. The guards told them that they had sent someone to the inner courtyard to inform them. Please wait a moment. In a house, a maid stood outside to announce. Through a layer of curtain, we can see a woman wearing a bright red outfit. That person said the guest that Mak Han Lam introduced. Could it be an elder of a certain sect, or a head of a certain family? The owner of Tan Huyen Kak, Tan Na, is a beautiful woman. She is also extremely seductive and captivating. She leaned forward, her hands on the table, and said, I feel a bit tired today. I haven't seen her. The maid immediately said, no, just a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. She glanced. Her eyes were extremely sharp. Oh, that sounds very interesting. I'm not tired anymore. Call that boy into the inner hall. In the inner hall, tea and fruit were prepared. Truong Ngoc Tran sat on a chair, holding a cup of tea, his son standing next to him constantly sweating. Tan Na walked over and said, this person must be young Master Truong, a distinguished guest of our Tan Huyen. She raised her hand to touch the hairpin in her hair. Her face was smiling. Her body was extremely standard. Behind, are 2 girls accompanying. She said, what kind of weapon do you want to buy? Only then will the slave calculate in his heart. Truong Ngoc Tran looked up at her and replied, the sword, preferably a true martial arts treasure sword. He also secretly assessed that she was indeed a beautiful and moving woman. Fortunately, her mental strength was strong and she would not be bewitched. She thought to herself, no wonder Mo Ham Lam wanted me to meet him. He was truly amazing. Normal teenagers don't have such strong mental strength. Tan Na said, since Truong Tame is a distinguished guest of Tan Huyen Pavilion, the slave family will personally take young Master Truong to the armory. Truong Ngoc Tran followed Tan Na to the armory. There were 2 soldiers standing guard outside the door. When they saw Tan Na coming, they both immediately bowed. Ham Tu was scared. He used his hand to cover his eyes but still opened them slightly to look. The man could go alone with the mistress into the armory. No one could come out completely from the armory, shouting. Young Master is afraid that good is less and more evil. Tan Na and Truong Ngoc Tran walked into the room and stepped into his eyes to see a large forge as well as a painting. Mortal weapons are weapons used by ordinary people. True martial arts treasures are the weapons used by martial artists. Only martial artists can exert the true power of true martial arts treasures. Depending on the grade of the materials used to make the weapon, and the number of weapons. In the true martial arts treasure, the true martial treasure can be divided into 9 levels. Level 1 is the lowest level. Level 9 is the highest level. Tan Na warmly said, young master, you can freely choose the sword here. If there is something you like, just open your mouth. He replied, thanking the owner. Suddenly he looked up. In front of him is a short sword with a dragon head pattern carved very skillfully. Truong Ngoc Tran was shocked. He realized that this sword was abyss. Truong Ngoc Tran picked up the sword to observe. Tan Na also said from behind, Truong Tame really has eyes. This is an ancient sword with nearly 1,000 years of history. Extremely heavy and unusually sharp. The material is extremely special. Up to now it has not been monitored. No magician can determine what was used to create it. If it is not damaged, it must be at least a 7th level true martial treasure, or even a higher level. Unfortunately, there are engravings in the sword's body. It's already broken. If Mr. Truong Tame wants to buy it, the slave family will sell it to you at the price of a 1st level martial arts treasure. Truong Ngoc Tran touched the sword. Then, he turned back and asked the lady how much money. She replied, 1,000 silver coins. He said, I buy it. He held the sword in his hand and cherished it, thinking in his heart, this is the sword that Tri Dao gave me 800 years ago. People died, the sword also died. Even though I have been resurrected, the sword cannot be resurrected. Tran Yuan, I will help you clean the outside and regain your glory. Tan Na was angered by this scene. My father thought, could it be that a broken sword is more beautiful than me? Suddenly she leaned close to him, hugging him. Tan Na whispered, young Master Truong, did you only buy this broken sword? I don't know what his expression was, but his body was a bit startled. She leaned closer to his hand and said, "Don't you want something else?" At this point, he was a bit panicked with her. He immediately went to a sword, pointed at it and said, "Madam, this sword is a true martial arts treasure of what level?" "This Jinshuang sword is a true martial arts level 4. On the sword body there are 14 patterns engraved, respectively 4 patterns of force, 4 patterns of ice, 4 patterns of electricity and 2 patterns of light. There are 3 attributes. Electro-optical band calculation. Price 30,000 silver coins." Truong Ngoc Tran grabbed 2 swords and ran out quickly. He said, "Okay, buy it." He thought again, "I can't live alone with this beautiful lady anymore. It's too dangerous. I can't bear it." His actions were too fast. Tan Na couldn't react in time and could only stand there and watch. She crossed her arms over her chest, looking somewhat happy. She said, "Running is very fast, ha ha, already in the palm of your sister's hand. Can you still run? Later there will be fun." Somewhere, the 8th prince and a young lady sat together. The girl poured him a cup of tea and said, "The 8th prince, you will drink it." The 8th prince immediately said, "The lady and the master of the Chi Ven sect are from the same sect and come from the same monk. I should also call her junior sister, right? When junior sister comes to the royal city, I will definitely take care of you carefully. It's the biggest weapon shop in the martial city. If you see anything, please let me know." "That girl is quite beautiful," she said softly. "Thank you, Your Highness the 8th prince." In fact, this time Hung Lang came to see the talented geniuses of the royal city, especially Tian Kyo, the leader of the 7th prince. "Your Highness," the 8th prince said, "unfortunately 7th brother is not in the royal city now. He has never participated in the year-end exams, but he may return to attend the ceremony. If junior sister wants to attend this solemn meeting, this prince will definitely reserve a spot for you." Hung Lang smiled and replied, "Thank you again, His Highness the 8th prince." Suddenly the 8th prince turned around and saw Truong Ngoc Tran coming, still holding 2 swords in his hand. He suddenly said, "Ninth brother, you don't pay attention to cultivation. Why did you come here? Also buy weapons, do you have money?" The 8th prince was quite angry. He glared and thought, "This trash isn't the little white knight of Tan Huan Pavilion's mistress, right?" That's all he thought, so he dared to say, "If you dare to do something embarrassing, this prince will break your leg on his father's behalf." Jin Na suddenly said, "His Highness the 8th prince, this place is Qin Xian Pavilion, not the royal palace. His Highness the 9th prince is my distinguished guest. If you take action against him, the slave family cannot ignore it." The 8th prince angrily said that the royal family's face had been thrown away by him. Hung Lang secretly evaluated Truong Ngoc Tran's personality without needing anyone to verify anything. He was also a prince. Why is it that the 7th prince is the son of heaven? This 9th prince is willing to be a toy for a woman. Liberal, truly a difference from heaven to earth. Truong Ngoc Tran was thinking at this moment, but for some reason, everyone's eyes were looking at me strangely. Truong Ngoc Tran didn't understand and didn't want to care. He took the sword and left. He thought, it's best to run away. The lady behind the counter greeted him. She said, "Your Highness 9th prince, please come often from now on. The slave family will definitely take good care of you." She raised her hand to her face, smiled and said, "If you want any other cultivation resources, just go find the slave." Returning to the Purple Palace, the sky was gloomy and full of falling snow. Truong Ngoc Tran stood outside the yard holding the Agar Abyss sword in his hand, thinking, about 100 years have passed, the beach is full of mulberries, things and people have disappeared. The once bright Agar Abyss sword has now ended. If you want to repair the inscriptions in the sword and restore the sword's prestige, you have to train a 5-grade weapon master or higher. Does Van Marshall District have a 5-grade weapon master? Truong Ngoc Tran raised the sword and looked at it. Then, he put the deep sword back and took out the Sword of Lightning. "Even if it turns into a discarded sword, I will always carry it with me, constantly reminding myself that I can only when you are stronger can you take revenge. You don't know how effective this new sword will be." He raised the sword high, injecting energy into the sword. Powerful air currents that can even be seen with the naked eye. But after a while, he immediately felt extremely difficult. The sword suddenly became heavier than ever. He frowned, gritted his teeth and thought, activating the first inscription, the soul sword weighed 100. Wei. Truong Ngoc Tran stood up. Keeping his balance he swung his sword high. The sword is too heavy, unable to control the move. If you can open the 4th inscription, then you will be familiar with the sword. Its power is unknown. His face was drenched in sweat. Now that the true energy in my body cannot open the 2nd knife, I should still try the properties of another inscription. Truong Ngoc Tran touched the sword to activate the electric inscription system. Then he swung his sword, and the inscription system activated. Finally, the optical system is inscribed and activated. Truong Ngoc Tran swung his sword and with just one stroke cut the rock in half. He laughed. Spending 30,000 on this sword is not bad. We must practice quickly. Open the fourth path as soon as possible to fully activate. Must fully utilize this fourth level treasure. Time flies, it's already 2 months later. At the Jade Palace. Inside, there was a stream of energy flying outside, so the maids passing by had to turn their heads to look back. The 8th prince was cultivating. His golden energy was continuously absorbed by him. His mother stood beside him and observed her son. The 8th prince was exhausted and sweating, but he was extremely happy. He smiled and finally broke through the royal and small extremes. Concubine Tu, the biological mother of the 8 princes, she smiled. Good, Taini, considering your current level of cultivation, although it cannot be compared to other princes, when the time comes, father will see your progress. Son, I will definitely reward you. She quickly wiped her child's sweat. The 8th prince smiled and said, after all, there is already someone ranked last. His existence only makes you more outstanding. Concubine Tu replied, I said Prince 9th, he just opened the divine martial seal not long ago, and hasn't even completed the bone marrow cleansing yet, so he probably won't participate. The 8th prince's eyes became fierce. He smiled sinisterly. Ha ha, participating or not, was not something he could decide. At the same time, at the Lam Jia training ground, Lam Nin San threw his sword and flew in the air. She showed off her heavenly heart. A powerful sword move. The sword energy shot straight to the floor, creating a violent shockwave. The people around us were jumping and cheering. What a beautiful woman from heaven. Our Lam family has a halo around us again. Lam Nin San landed and replied. Her father standing next to him also praised. San Ni, your talent for swordsmanship really surprised my father. In less than 3 months, you could successfully practice a move in the lower level swordsmanship. Based on this move, in the year-end examination will make everyone look up. Lam Nin San laughed and said, this is because I early cultivated myself into the realm of sword following my heart, so I was able to successfully practice this move in a short time. Her father was also very satisfied. In the previous 20-years-old group in the royal city, there were no more than 20 people who could practice swords at will. You are only 15 years old, your future will be unmerited, so practice well. Enter. Lam Nin San replied, yes, then swung a sword to slash the rock, and her father happily left. Returning to Truong Ngoc Tran, he is cultivating in the crystal. Truong Ngoc Tran meditated, calming his mind. His body seemed to float in the air. His energy continuously fluctuated around him. He thought he had been cultivating in space-time crystals for half a year, and his energy was full. The internal body has also surpassed the goal and can begin to enter the golden extreme and small extreme realm. Truong Ngoc Tran opened his eyes and said, my qualifications may not be able to compare with my previous life, but after practicing for so long, it is not difficult to open the 11th meridian at the small pole. Truong Ngoc Tran picked up the marrow-purifying bottle and drank. Immediately, his aura became more powerful. Truong Ngoc Tran braced himself. The royal extreme, the small extreme, finally broke through. He happily stood up and said, go out and see what level the power has reached now. I don't know how many cows there are. Then, a few days later, at the royal palace, outside the mountain district, Truong Ngoc Tran stood in front of a rock several meters higher than him. When he started, he displayed the image of holding the ground. A palm strike hit the rock in front of him. Soon, the rock was now just pieces flying everywhere. He thought to himself, this punch is not bad, it is approximately the power of 8 ox. Let's try the swordsmanship again. My true energy can now activate 2 inscriptions at once. Then, Truong Ngoc Tran immediately took out his sword. He started activating Water System Inscription, Force System Inscription, performing the Tian Lam Chi Lo sword technique. A stream of sword energy rushed out. He used his mind to break his stride again, rushing to count a corner of the tree. Countless sword slashes stabbed straight into the tree trunk. With each sword move, a 6-petal flower was carved into the tree trunk, piercing straight through the tree trunk. Truong Ngoc Tran was extremely happy. Only by cultivating to the level of sword following the mind can he complete this move. I'm sure the sword following the mind isn't too much. If used on people, this move would be very beneficial. Again, Truong Ngoc Tran closed his eyes and tried another sword move. He started to use the bell sword. He stabbed the sword firmly into the ground. The sword intent was released to form a bell that surrounded him. Truong Ngoc Tran was extremely happy. He smiled triumphantly. This move can defend against the attack power of a great royal level. From now on until the exam I only need to practice these moves. Time passed again to a sunny morning. Truong Ngoc Tran walked out. Van Ni was already standing in front of the door bringing him a set of clothes. He asked, Sister Van Ni, today is the exam? Then Ni replied, yes. Then Ni replied, Your Highness the 9th Prince, you must be careful. I heard that the 8th Prince has broken through the royal and small extreme realm. He will definitely target you. Truong Ngoc Tran leaned close to Van Ni's hand and said, Sister Van Ni, tell me a secret. Actually, I have also broken through the yellow extreme and small extreme level, but I have only opened the 11th meridian. I still have to try. Try. Hearing that, Van Ni was extremely surprised. She said, Your Highness 9th, you must know that a small level 6 who can open the 8th meridian is already a top-level genius. Like the 7th Prince, he has only opened the 10th meridian. Van Ni will help you. To keep it a secret, Your Highness must also be more careful. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, Well, I will be careful. At this time, Van Ni smiled and said, Your Highness, please change your clothes. Now you can go to the royal family's arena in Vang Sun. Back in the room, Van Ni helped him comb his hair. He immediately asked if mother would come see me today. Van Ni replied that she would definitely go, but she didn't know that you were also participating. If she could see you becoming a martial artist, she would definitely be very happy. Van Ni continued to arrange his clothes. She said, Your Highness the 9th Prince, among the princes, you are the one who resembles the prince the most. After rushing to conclude everything, Truong Ngoc Tran walked out, not forgetting to tell Van Ni, Sister Van Ni, let's go to the royal training ground. At the place where the ceremony took place, people came to watch, extremely crowded and bustling. The explosion of fireworks added to this vibrant atmosphere. In the royal palace, where the royal family gathered, King Van Vo was a majestic man. On his forehead there was a long scar. He coldly asked, That Ni, aren't you coming back? The queen spoke up, Your Majesty, the 7th Prince sent a letter half a month ago. Because he had something important to do, he couldn't return in time. Moreover, with his cultivation level, participating in this year's competition also has no meaning. The king said again, that Ni did not participate in the competition. This year I do not look forward to it. Tu Fai stepped forward, she said, Your Majesty, the 7th Prince cannot participate, but this year the 9th Prince will participate. 3 months ago, the 9th Prince opened the Divine Martial Seal. When Phi Lam heard about her son, she was a bit startled. At this moment, the king's face showed a smile. He said, Ha ha, Lam Phi, such good news. Why didn't you tell me first? Phi Lam's eyes were somewhat expressionless, as if she did not consider this person to be her husband, but she still gently replied, The 9th Prince had only opened the martial arts seal, and did not dare to alarm the king. He smiled and waved his hand, saying that as long as the 9th Prince could open the Divine Martial Seal, it would be something worth celebrating. Where is the 9th Prince? Didn't even tell him to meet the king. The 8th Prince spoke from behind. Everyone had arrived. 9th brother is always late. It seems like just opening the Divine Martial Seal is already arrogant. Suddenly, Truong Ngoc Tran's figure appeared from outside the door. He said, Ba brother, is it good for you to talk bad about others behind their backs like that? Hearing this voice made the 8th Prince startled and turned around to look. The 8th Prince was visibly upset, while the others still watched him enter the main hall. Truong Ngoc Tran clasped his hands and said respectfully, paying his respects to the king. The people around heard it, and were startled. I didn't hear it wrong, right? He actually said he was paying homage to the king? The 8th Prince was extremely happy. He couldn't stop laughing, thinking to himself, this kid is really finding his own bad luck. Next, there's a good game to watch, ha ha ha. The king also frowned at this time. He asked, You called me, great king. The queen was so angry, she pointed her finger at him and shouted, 9th Prince, you are so bold, do you not want to be with this servant anymore? Phi Lam knelt down and begged. Your Majesty, Trendy was suddenly confused and called the wrong name, but he affirmed that, I am not wrongly called to be someone else's father, so I have the responsibility to educate my children. I would like to ask Your Majesty, since I was young, my body was weak and sick. As a father, what have you taught me? Have you ever cared about me? As a father, one must have grace, love, and morality. I would like to ask Your Majesty, when my mother was oppressed by the queen, did you have any affection for her? He firmly and loudly said in front of everyone, 3 years ago, my mother was bullied. Where do you keep your kindness towards her? Phi Lam heard her son say that, but she still bowed her head and said nothing. The more Truong Ngoc Tran spoke, the more determined he became. My mother and I lived in a cold, deep mountain valley. We were kicked out of the palace and brought into the cold palace. May I ask, where is morality? If you can't be a father and can't be a husband, dare to ask a question, I call you king, is it wrong? As a great king on high, no one dared to speak to him like that. But now that his own son said so, he could only look at him with wide eyes but could not speak immediately. The maids and slaves all crouched down, not daring to raise their heads. At this time, He looked at the queen and asked, "Who gave the order? Who kicked them out of the palace?" The queen immediately glanced at Tu Fai and signaled her. Tu Fai of course knew what she meant. She thought to herself, even though it was the queen who ordered it, how could I reveal her? Tu Fai and her mother immediately knelt down, their faces extremely scared and confused. It was me, my concubine. That great king's eyes were cold. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked doubtfully, "You alone?" Tu Fai immediately replied, "I am the only concubine." His eyes hardened and he said, "If you want to take responsibility alone, then from now on you can come to the palace to live." Tu Fai immediately collapsed and fainted. The 8th prince grabbed his mother's shoulder and shouted, "Mother! Mother! Someone quickly come and take my mother home to rest." At this time, the king looked at Truong Ngoc Tran and said, "It seems you have become a true martial artist, much different from before, in consideration that you have the same bloodline as this king. Today, this king forgives you. Once. Do you want to participate in this contest?" He immediately replied, "Of course." He immediately burst out laughing. "Good. Ha ha, as expected of the king's son, he has ambition." The annual survey begins now. The people who came to watch were extremely excited. Everyone was waiting to see the fierce matches taking place. Mak Han Lam was with his hostess Tan Na. He looked at her and said, "Hostess, every year the royal family sends invitations to Tan Huan Pavilion but you have never gone. This year why are you interested in participating?" She immediately said, "Meeting someone interested me. Of course I also want to understand him a little better." In her heart, she was extremely excited. The 9th prince had always been sick. The 2 disgraced mothers of the Lam family were in difficult circumstances. How could they suddenly buy resources from Tan Huan Pavilion? Is there some secret hidden behind? Mak Han Lam said again, "Boss, the first round has begun. The smallest block is 100 pounds, the largest is 1,000 pounds. On the stage, blocks were arranged from small to high, and on top of that, there was a little girl walking. The people below cheered, "Wow, little princess. So cute, I don't know how strong I am at such a young age." The little princess used her strength to gently lift the 100-pound stone block. Lifting it up a bit, the girl immediately let go, and the 100-pound block of stone fell down, creating quite a loud noise. The audience immediately said, "Worthy of being a little princess. Even at a young age, his strength is already quite good." Mak Hanlin here also gave his judgment, "Little princess. When I was 4 years old, I opened the divine martial arts seal and was now able to move a 100-pound rock, which was truly unexpected." Tan Na didn't seem to care much. She said, "I remember that the genius girl Lam Nin San was based on her age. Are you about to go to war?" Sure enough, Lam Nin San was on the floor. She stood with her arms crossed, staring at the rock in front of her. The host spoke up, "The next person, the daughter of the head of the Lam family, Lam Nin San, 15 years old." Immediately, her expression became serious. Her mouth coughed loudly. In the blink of an eye, she single-handedly lifted the extremely large block of stone up high, standing still without the slightest feeling of fatigue. A moment later, she straightened the stone down. Those who witnessed it were also frightened and surprised. One man said, "Too powerful. Lam family gave birth to a peerless genius." The girl next to her also said that a woman's internal body cannot compare to a man's. She can easily lift a 1,000-pound rock with one hand. This cultivation level is really very strong. Even the great king sitting on high witnessing had to exclaim, "Whose family's fortune is this? Such talent, even if competing with the 9th princess, there is no difference." The queen quickly replied, "Your Majesty, she is the daughter of the Lam family's head, Lam Nin San. I also feel that she is very outstanding, and has the will to let the 7th prince plan to marry her." He glanced over and said, "This king has it." Impressed with her, it seemed like she had a very good relationship with the 9th prince when she was young. She still wanted the 2 children to get married, but unfortunately 3 years ago, I was afraid that was no longer possible. The queen smiled but her eyebrows furrowed. She said, "The king is confused. With Lam Nin San's talent now, how can he put the 9th prince in his eyes? The gap is getting bigger and bigger, but marrying the 7th prince as a concubine can strengthen the relationship between the Lam family and the royal family." After Lam Nin San lifted the stone block, it was Truong Ngoc Tran's turn to go up to the stage. "The 8th prince is here to provoke and tease me and the 9th brother. You have to be careful, don't let the rocks break your legs." The bald guy next to him also looked at him with contemptuous eyes. In just a few short months, he was afraid that he hadn't finished cleansing his veins yet. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry even the smallest rock. The bald guy behind him also spoke up. To avoid embarrassing himself, he shouldn't have participated. He stepped onto the stage at the same time that Lam Nin San also stepped down. Lam Nin San said as he walked, "Cousin, you shouldn't come. With your qualifications I'm afraid you won't be able to lift a 100-pound rock." She glanced at his appearance and said, "Embarrassing the Lam family, Lam Phi and the royal family, is that okay?" Truong Ngoc Tran also turned back and responded, "Sister Nin San, you are very outstanding, your talent is not bad, but don't look down on others." Seeing that the other person did not listen to her advice, she thought to herself, "With the love I had since childhood, I only encouraged him. Why is he so stubborn? I just ignore him." She also said, "You should figure it out yourself." Truong Ngoc Tran walked step by step onto the stage. As soon as he stood in front of the rock, the crowd shouted, No, he's 16 years old and still wants to use the rock to test his talent? After all, the 9th prince is just a piece of trash." Contrary to that crowd, Tan Na was extremely looking forward to his performance this time. "Truong Ngoc Tran, isn't that all your ability has to offer?" Truong Ngoc Tran skipped the smallest rock and went to the biggest rock. He stood in front of the largest stone block. The whole audience was extremely surprised. He wanted to move the biggest block. Someone excitedly said, "His Royal Highness the 9th Prince is afraid he wants to pick up a stone and hit his own feet." Others say, "Don't overextend yourself. He definitely has a problem with his mind." It seems like everyone is looking forward to seeing his defeated appearance. The 8th Prince gritted his teeth and gritted his teeth. He said with great annoyance, "Even if you practiced for 30 years, you still wouldn't be able to lift that 1,000-pound rock." Lam Nin San next to him held his head sad. At this time, on the stage, Truong Ngoc Tran put strength into his legs and kicked hard on the ring. The 1,000-stone block flew into the air, and he was taking a stance to catch it. As soon as the rock fell, he used force to punch the rock up high. The block of stone floated in the air for a bit, and then fell. The people in the stands scolded him again. He was crazy. "That rock will kill him." Find death. The rock fell and touched Truong Ngoc Tran's hand. His hand trembled slightly. I thought he would be crushed to death by the rock. But no, he gently held it, then gently placed it on the floor as if placing a light object down. The whole arena changed their attitude again. They cheered, "Wow, Your Highness the 9 Kings really amazes us. After all, the royal family is truly extraordinary." The 8th Prince was the hardest to accept. He widened his eyes, surprised this. How is this possible? The second person was Lam Nin San. She was equally surprised. Why is he so strong? Did he intentionally hide his strength just now to humiliate me? Tan Na sat watching and was extremely excited. Interesting. He turned the true energy into a wave to knock the rock up, then borrowed this wave of true energy to gently lower the rock. He knew how to control his legs very well. The strength is even better than many other profound level martial artists. The people who are happy for you are also your mother, Tran Ni. My Tran Ni, you have succeeded. I have waited for this day for a long time. Concubine Chiu also sweated, surprised. The 9th Prince had such an achievement. In the future he would not be able to do it twice, offending concubine Lam. The great king also gave praise. He clapped his hands loudly. Great. Jiu Ni broke through late. In the next competition, this king is looking forward to your performance. At this time, on the stage, the old national teacher announced that the second round of the competition would be hunting in Vangsun. Dangerous hunting grounds, reserved for those who moved the largest block of stone in round 1. A total of 43 people. Suddenly someone started talking to Truong Ngoc Tran. She said, "Ninth brother, you have to be careful when hunting in Vangsun. She is the 9-county princess Truong Vu Hai." The girl smiled and said, "I am your strong opponent." After that, the girl's attitude changed. She covered her mouth, laughed, hi. The 8th prince's apprentice lifted the 10th rock, and injured his leg, losing face and dying. Truong Ngoc Tran didn't know what to say anymore. He could only laugh it off and let it go. At this time, the old national master still announced the rules to everyone. Each person has 5 arrows. There are first-class wild beasts in the battle. The more ferocious beasts the shooter hunts, the stronger they are, the better your achievements will be. The more elite. The old man continued. Only by shooting and killing ferocious beasts can one enter the 3rd round. The mountain is full of danger, and there is even the possibility of losing your life. If you encounter 2 fierce beasts, you must immediately run away. Cassava shooting competition in Vangsun begins. Lam Nin San got on the horse and ran towards Truong Ngoc Tran. She said, "Big brother, competing in strength is my weakness. Now is the time to start developing my strength. I hope you don't lose too much." Dad, the 9th princess, also got on the horse. She said to him, "Ninth brother, then you go 1 step ahead." Truong Ngoc Tran was still leisurely. He grabbed his shirt and said, "The game has just begun." The sound of horses rang out, and Truong Ngoc Tran entered the forest to hunt. In front of him was a rabbit jumping quickly past. Truong Ngoc Tran pointed his bow and shot at it. He thought to himself, ghosts that are fast, have poor defense, and are easy to hunt. Then he retracted his bow. The beast was a low-class beast, not worth wasting arrows. Suddenly someone shot at the animal. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised. The person who came was the sixth prince. He said to his brother, the ninth brother, this is the first time he participated in the Mountain King hunting festival. Why didn't he kill it when he saw a fierce beast? He laughed, raised his hand to his head and said, a man has to be bold. Just got it, haha. After one scene, the self-directed actor rode his horse and left. Before leaving, he said that the number of fierce beasts in the king's mountain was limited. If you don't have 5 arrows, you can definitely shoot 5 fierce beasts. Don't let me return empty-handed. Although he didn't like this guy's words very much, what he said was somewhat correct. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself. At this time, he went to a lake, and just now heard the sound of a buffalo roaring, probably somewhere around here. Suddenly he was surprised. Shout out, 9 sisters. Princess 9 is facing 3 giant buffaloes. Seeing Truong Ngoc Tran coming, the 9th district princess also smiled and said, 9th brother, quickly take a step back. I have already covered these 3 buffaloes. So, she immediately used her bow to shoot at the buffalo. An arrow went straight into the buffalo's head. Truong Ngoc Tran was also surprised. This sister of mine also has some skills. Princess 9 continuously shot 3 arrows at those 3 beasts, and they were immediately captured. She said to Truong Ngoc Tran, her 3-part return to the original name of her sister's method was a low-grade martial skill, and she had already understood it. Younger brother, how do you feel? Suddenly, there was a gurgling sound under the dock of the lake, as if something was about to rise down there. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately noticed. He shouted, sister, be careful. From below the lake, a beast rushed out. It rushed towards the 9 princesses. Princess 9 turned back with a frightened look on her face. It was dangerous. The barbarian ox immediately rammed his head into the 9 county princess's horse. Luckily she jumped out in time, but she couldn't land safely. She fell to the ground. The beast was still approaching the place where she was falling. It kept coming like a bunch of angry monsters. Princess 9's face turned pale now. She thought to herself, will she be trampled to death? As soon as the crazy wild bull rushed forward, an arrow rushed towards it. A stream of blue true energy emitted. But even so, it seemed like an arrow was still nothing to it. Princess 9 at this time could only sit there, staring blankly. Suddenly a figure appeared in her eyes. Truong Ngoc Tran shot the second arrow out again. This time, this crazy wild cow was finally unable to escape. The true energy enveloped it. It screamed in pain. The moment it fell to the ground was also the moment Truong Ngoc Tran gently landed on the ground. He gently asked, are you okay? Princess 9th narrowly escaped death. She wiped the sweat from her face and said, if you hadn't come here in time to pull me up, I would have been miserable. 9th brother, your magic is really powerful. The iron-skinned barbarian ox's strength is equal to that of a great perfect martial artist in the yellow extreme realm. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly explained that whether they are barbarians or humans, they all have weaknesses. Attacking the weak point, even if the strength is not equal, can still kill it. Suddenly, Princess 9 climbed on Truong Ngoc Tran's horse. She said, there are symbols on the lightning arrows. The bodyguards will come to collect the animals. Let's go. He asked her again, what are you doing? Princess 9 sat leisurely on her horse. She turned to him and said, my horse is seriously injured, so I can only ride one horse with you. 9th brother, you won't let your sister go hunting on foot, will you? She held out her hand, smiled and said, 9 brother, hurry up. If we don't leave, the wild beasts will be hunted down by those guys. Looking at her blatant horse stealing, he didn't know what to say. Then, he immediately grabbed the hand that reached out to him and said, let's go. In an area of a forest with ancient trees several feet tall, the 2 cousins walked and confided that in this competition for nearly 10 years, only the 7th prince alone has been able to hunt a first-class wild beast. Let's hunt. Being iron-skinned is considered not bad. Lord 9th District said again, the ability of a first-grade barbarian beast is equivalent to a great perfection of the royal level. If I really encountered it, I wouldn't be able to run away in time. The horse was not very comfortable for 2 people to sit on. The 9 county princess kept moving. Truong Ngoc Tran also looked a bit uncomfortable. He said, don't move. Suddenly, from somewhere, a wild beast appeared. In front of them was a deer with long horns approaching them. They both looked towards it. A deer-shaped beast with a body like a blue flame. Princess 9 was frightened. She covered her mouth to keep from making a loud noise. She said, that is a first-class barbarian beast, spirit deer. 9th brother, what do we do? Truong Ngoc Tran did not know when he got off his horse. He threw the quiver of arrows to the 9 princesses and said, I have 3 arrows left, add one of yours, using your Dharma name can create prestige. Certain rape with spirits. Princess 9 was scared and surmised that you wouldn't want it. Truong Ngoc Tran looked back and smiled, don't you want to hunt a first-class wild beast? Then, he stared at the wild beast in front of him, thinking to himself, the elven deer's advantage lies in its speed, predicting the location to attack it, making sure it is possible. He patted his body and said loudly, come here. The beast was provoked and let out a howl. Then, it pushed its body forward and rushed towards him, its aggressive horns preparing to hit a person to death. Truong Ngoc Tran jumped up. He jumped right over the beast before he was hit and killed. In his hand, he cast Flying Dragon at Tien, aiming at the wild beast and descending. True energy billowed out, creating extremely loud noises. Truong Vu Hai's face was extremely happy. She quickly ran over and waved her hand at Truong Ngoc Tran. That's great, younger brother. But unlike her attitude, Truong Ngoc Tran was extremely nervous. He said, it's not that easy. After all, this green fire deer is a top-class wild beast. Just as he said, he felt the beast appear from behind. It swung its legs to trample him to death. As quickly as he could, he turned around and arrived just in time. Truong Ngoc Tran directly confronted it. He circulated his true energy and punched straight at the beast. The first-class wild beast could not stand next to him and stood up to receive his attack. As a result, his shirt and arm were burned. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned, in pain. He quickly jumped away, keeping his distance from it. His expression looked extremely difficult. He frowned. His sweat was profuse. Then he used true energy to treat the wound on his hand. The destructive force was too strong, worthy of being a top-class wild beast. The wound on his arm healed quickly, without a scratch. The beast suddenly growled. It seemed angry. Suddenly its feet stepped continuously on the ground. The beast rushed towards Truong Ngoc Tran. When he realized it, it was only a few meters away from him. Truong Vu Hai opened his eyes and observed carefully. Tan Hoa Loc's attention was all on his 9th brother. This was a good opportunity. Taking advantage of this moment, she continuously shot 2 arrows towards the fire rod. 2 arrows rushed towards the fire stick. Although the damage was not great, it caused its head to deviate in one direction. Truong Ngoc Tran took this opportunity. He smiled and said, you have finally revealed your flaw. Having said that, he gave the beast a blow to the cheek, causing it to vomit blood. Without waiting for the beast to think, Truong Vu Hai immediately drew his bow again. This arrow will definitely hurt you. The arrow rushed out and indeed hit the wild beast, causing blood to splatter. The arrow hit one of the fire deer's eyes. It screamed, sounding extremely painful. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran picked up the arrow from the ground. He used his fastest speed to rush towards the beast. He jumped onto the beast, holding the arrow firmly in both hands. Then use all your strength to stab the arrow into its neck. The arrow pierced its neck. The impact was great, and the beast was finally defeated. Truong Vu Hai stood to the side to witness. She strained her eyes, extremely surprised as if she couldn't believe the truth. The 9th brother had killed a first-class beast. Truong Ngoc Tran turned around and corrected her words. It's not me, the ghosts are us. Truong Vu Hai then laughed, ran to hug his neck, and said, 9th brother, we work together so well, we are truly the best partners. Different from Truong Vu Hai's attitude, he was a bit confused. He said that, sister, we should go back. Return to the Royal Martial Arts Arena. Most people have returned to the martial arts arena, but Truong Vu Hai and Truong Ngoc Tran are still missing. One person said worriedly, you've almost returned, 9th brother and 9th princess. Still not back? Isn't there some kind of danger? As for the 6th prince, he said sarcastically that he wouldn't even dare to kill such a trash, even a ghost. It would be best to die in the mountains. Phi Lam was extremely worried. She clasped her hands together and prayed for her son. God bless Tran Ni to return safely. The scene changes to the Lam Jia father and daughter. The Lam Jia family's head asks his daughter, Nin Ni, how did she feel when she first participated in the Mountain King hunting festival? Lam Nin San replied, more gently than I imagined. I am confident that this time I can make it into the top 10. She thought that Truong Ngoc Tran hadn't returned yet. It seemed like she couldn't hunt wild animals. Even if he relies on earth treasures to increase his strength in a short time, he still has no combat experience. The crowd suddenly became noisy. Some people put their hands to their foreheads to see more clearly. Look there. It was Truong Ngoc Tran and Truong Vu Hai sitting on the same horse returning together. Those people shouted, the 9th prince and the 9th princess have returned. Seeing that everyone had returned, the king handed the scroll to the general next to him and said, Cat Ken, you have come to announce the achievements of the Mountain King Hunting Association. The leader will be highly rewarded by the king with the mysterious palace. He replied yes. He went to Katkan, opened the scroll and read aloud. This round had 43 participants. 2 people died, 9 people failed, a total of 32 people hunted wild animals. The person ranked 32nd, 14th, 6th Prince Truong Mat, hunted 4 first grade, low-grade wild beasts. Hearing that, the 6th prince was clearly happy. He looked at him and said, "This year the competition is quite fierce, 9th brother. If you can't hunt the demon beast, it's not too embarrassing." Saturday, the forestry family, Lam Nin San, hunted an intermediate-level wild beast, and a low-level wild beast. The father and son were visibly happy. The crowd was talking. The Lam family's second young lady was only 15 years old and had already acquired an intermediate-level beast. Her future was truly boundless. After 2 years, no one will be able to stop it. Lam Nin San kept thinking about Truong Ngoc Tran. She thought, "Have you heard? Truong Ngoc Tran, this is the difference." Kat can continue to read the rankings, followed by the 3 highest ranks, 3rd rank, 5th Prince Truong Man, hunting 4 middle-rank wild beasts and 1 first low-rank wild beast. Second, the Tu family, Tu Du Lam Jong, hunted 5 first-grade middle-class wild beasts. The person who went to Tu Du Lam Jong felt shocked at his ranking. He thought, "I'm not first place, how can I be?" The person who gets first place finally gets his name. Katkan reads this and is the strongest, first place. The 9th prince, Truong Ngoc Tran, killed a first-order upper-class beast and 2 first-order middle-class beasts. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled proudly as a winner. Lam Nin San was extremely surprised. She thought, he had only practiced for 3 months. How could this be possible? Tu Du Lam Jong laughed happily again, as if he had implicitly confirmed that he was his opponent. This 9th prince is a bit interesting. You should be more careful in the next round. The public always looks down on you. Up until now I have been extremely surprised. In just a few short months, the prince has already achieved such achievements. It is too rare. The one who is happier than anyone else is the king, because in addition to the 7th prince, he always shouts that now he has another talented son like this. He happily orders, "Good luck," to take over the royal palace of this king. "Come here, this king wants to hand it over to 9 children. Truong Ngoc Tran clasped his hands respectfully and said, "The top-ranked barbarian was killed by me and the 9th princess together. It cannot be counted as the merit of me alone." Truong Vu Hai heard that and immediately told the king and father that this time when she was in danger while hunting, she asked her 9th brother to come to the rescue. As for killing wild beasts, this young lady could not help much. Her 9th brother is the great god. He was very pleased with this attitude of the 2 of them. He immediately said, "Brother is humble and loving. This king is happy. 9 children, you come to decide who belongs to the 9 mysterious palace." The 9 sages' palace is a mysterious purple bow. Truong Ngoc Tran held it in his hand and said, "I only use swords, not bows. Your Majesty, please reward Truong Vu Hai in this 9 mysterious palace." The bow was passed to Truong Vu Hai. For a bow user like her, this bow had a great attraction. Taking the bow in her hand, she kept her eyes glued to it without letting go, with her mouth saying, "9. Brother you." Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, "This is what you deserve. Without your help, I wouldn't be able to kill that green fire deer." But in his heart he thought, becoming an ally with Truong Vu Hai, my mother's future days in the palace will also be a little easier. Truong Vu Hai held the bow in her arms and cherished it very much. She was extremely grateful. "Then sister, don't be polite anymore. The next match is martial arts. You have to try your best. Sister, I hope you can enter the top 5. After the main hunting arena, there are the arena matches, the first duel, and the 9 princesses. Truong Vu Hai and Lam Nin San. Both people holding swords stood facing each other in extreme tension. Truong Vu Hai said, "Nin Sang, this princess really wants to learn a bit of swordsmanship so that new people can understand how strong it is." Having said that, Truong Vu Hai pulled his sword out of the martial arts. After that, she swung her sword and began to perform moves. The girl's blue hand and true energy were transformed into shadow swords. The shadow swords rolled together to form a hurricane aimed at Lam Nin San. But Lam Nin San did not flinch at all. She stood and watched the sword move approaching her. Then she swung her sword, slashing Truong Vu Hai's attack very gently. Truong Vu Hai also rushed forward with the sword. She continued to attack as well. She slashed her sword energy again towards Lam Nin San, but everything was easily resolved by her. At this point, it was enough to know that Truong Vu Hai had no way to compare swordsmanship with her. Truong Ngoc Tran stood outside and observed. But unfortunately, the difference in strength and people was too great. Lam Nin San launched himself into the air. She turned her eyes towards Truong Vu Hai. She swung the sword down. The sword energy was too great. Truong Vu Hai was able to block it, but his facial expression showed that it was a bit difficult. Sure enough, this slash was extremely powerful. When the sword was released, it created a huge shock wave, causing the floor to shake, and Truong Vu Hai was also thrown far away. She continues to swing her sword. It's not done yet. Truong Ngoc Tran was extremely worried. He shouted. It was dangerous. Her sword energy condenses into a 6-petal flower, called Heartless, targeting Truong Vu Hai. But fortunately, the tip of the sword almost touched Truong Vu Hai's body, and Lam Nin San took back the sword intent. She smiled like a winner and said, "My lord, you lost." Scene change. Truong Vu Hai lost the battle. She went to Truong Ngoc Tran and complained, "Ninth brother, my cultivation level is not inferior to hers. How did I lose so quickly?" He replied that her understanding of swordsmanship was too weak compared to hers. "Wait until your cultivation level reaches the level of the sword. You will understand it yourself." Her mood changed again, becoming much happier. She pointed at him with a smile and said, "Ninth brother, it's your turn. Your opponent is not the average one. You have to try harder." The next match is between Truong Ngoc Tran and a guy with a solid body. "His name is Bok Van Lai," he said. "Your Highness Ninth, a person of the sword type. But I don't know how to use a sword. To be fair, how about we fight with punches and kicks?" He replied, "Then just use your punches and kicks." The audience discussed again. "The strongest Bok family is the martial arts. Isn't that bullying people?" "That's right, saving the prince is inherently weaker than him." Truong Vu Hai also sat in the stands and observed. Bok Van Lai immediately circulated his true energy, becoming much more dangerous. He bent down, his eyes glowing red, but he could see that his muscles and strength had also been enhanced. He struck first. He swung a punch. The blow was also quite large. A punch quickly rushed towards Truong Ngoc Tran's body. He glared, preparing to receive this right. Truong Ngoc Tran poured his strength into his hands. He rushed forward, used his palm to block one of his punches, and their energies collided, creating a commotion. Truong Vu Hai happily sat on the stage commenting. Victory and defeat had been decided. Truong Ngoc Tran used his palm to block the attack of his boxing technique. His one palm blocked the attack stably, as if he had more than enough strength to do the job. Bok Van Lai frowned. His face looked a bit painful. It was likely that his arm was broken. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled smugly. He said, "You lost." Both of them now kept their distance from each other. Bok Van Lai sat down. He hugged his helpless arm. His face spoke with difficulty. "Why is your power so strong?" "Just now I clearly used the power of the 9 ox in combination with human-level intermediate martial arts skills." He spoke with an extremely confident attitude, which could only prove that the power of the 9 ox was still not strong enough. Bok Van Lai felt oppressed by his aura. His eyes widened in fear. His body suddenly secreted a lot of sweat. He thought to himself, "This 9th prince, the pressure is too strong." Cat Ken, standing next to the king, was equally surprised. He assessed that His Highness' ability to control his power was very delicate. The moment he punched, he also carried a twisting force, breaking Bok's arm. Wanli. The king sat on the dragon throne. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, this king wants to see how much surprise Jioni can bring." Looking like that is enough to understand who is the winner. Katkin began to announce the 4 power competitions. The first match of the 4 power competition, the 9th Prince Truong Ngoc Tran, Lam Nin San family. The audience continued to give their assessments. These girls talked about other people's love affairs. A blue-haired girl said, "The 9th Prince and Lam Nin San are cousins. Moreover, Prince 9 also liked Lam Nin San since childhood." But it seemed that Lam Nin San had no intention of having a weak body and many illnesses, so he gradually became cold and distant. The black-haired girl next to her also responded, "This match will be great." Truong Ngoc Tran said, "What a coincidence." Truong Vu Hai, she showed a smiling expression with her eyes closed. Her face was excited as if she was looking forward to something interesting. She said, "Hi hi hi. This time there is a good drama to watch." When Truong Vu Hai saw Lam Nin San, she immediately said, "Ninth brother, look quickly, she is looking at you." Lam Nin San walked back and stood opposite him. Truong Vu Hai put her hand on his shoulder again and said, "Sister knows someone likes Nin San, but she doesn't like you. Don't feel sorry for her. You must use all your strength. I'm still waiting for you to report." "Hate me too." The two faced each other, their expressions showing that there would be no concession here. Truong Ngoc Tran took off his overcoat, as if declaring that he would go all out. She looked at the image of Truong Ngoc Tran in front of her eyes and thought to herself, "In the past, my brother's pursuit of me only showed his stupidity. But now if you put this infatuation into martial arts talent, on the contrary, there are many things. Exploitative value." Thinking like that, she played the emotional card again. She said, "Brother, I didn't expect your cultivation speed to be so fast. It's really amazing. Her expression suddenly changed completely. Her eyes sparkled. Her tone also became kind and gentle. Brother, do we still have to fight? I know how important 4 powers are to you. In my heart, I firmly thought, since you were so infatuated with me, you would definitely agree. Different from her thoughts, Chuang Ngoc Tran replied, 4 powers are just as important to me. This way, I can fight you without using a sword. Hearing that, she immediately pulled out her sword and said, if your cousin is so humble, Nin San would like to thank you. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, she swung it, causing the sword to explode violently. She threw herself straight at Chuang Ngoc Tran. He still stood there without making a move. Quick as lightning, he dodged easily. She used her swordsmanship again, moving the clouds and flowing water. One swing of the sword could have flattened the area in front of him, but he quickly jumped up to avoid it. Her eyes also became tense. Her next move was the wind circle's destruction. The sword slashed straight from above. If it was hit, it would probably split into 2 pieces, but it still didn't hit. The next move is Vu Thursday Van Tan. A stream of sword energy slashed straight at his left shoulder, but unfortunately it was only an afterimage. But it could be seen clearly, each sword move seemed to want to take his life. At this time, Chuang Ngoc Tran was calmly standing outside behind her, and she was still in shock. She widened her eyes in surprise. How could she not hit all of them? I just had to use my last move. She continued to move. This time the true energy erupted much more than the previous 3 times. She swung her sword high. The sword energy pulled together like a storm. This move caused clouds to explode. A powerful sword slashed straight at Chuang Ngoc Tran. Still not hitting, he jumped up to avoid the attack. He launched himself, stretching quite a distance. His feet were halfway out of the ring. If he retreated any further, he would fall into the ring. He looked back and thought to himself, I can't hide anymore. Chuang Ngoc Tran circulated true energy to his hands. His eyes became sharper. His hand showed an extremely strong stream of true energy towards Lam Nin San and attacked. Seeing that, she felt a bit arrogant and said, do you want to defeat me with your bare hands? So naive. Chuang Ngoc Tran raised his bare hand to block one of her swords. The impact was so strong, it made the whole arena shake. Chuang Vu Hai sat watching and marveled. The power was so strong, it turns out the 9th brother was still there. Hide your strength. Chuang Ngoc Tran's eyes flashed with a bit of murderous intent. He said, you've lost. Chuang Ngoc Tran used his bare hands to repel her sword attack. The true energy from the move pushed her away. Lam Nin San was a bit stunned. Unbelievable, she said to herself. How is this possible? A stream of true energy shot straight into the middle of her chest and grabbed her, causing part of her shirt to be crushed into pieces. And she herself was also made to vomit blood by the attack. Chuang Vu Hai sitting in the stands burst out laughing, his face extremely amused. This kid really doesn't know how to love flowers or pearls. Everyone's clothes are torn. Chuang Ngoc Tran's father observed the match. Without being able to hide his smile, he secretly thought that he had just opened the divine martial seal and already had this kind of power. Maybe Jiao Ni had the same talent as that Ni. Lam Nin San's father was extremely surprised. He defeated San Ni with 1 strike. Is that really the name of my trash grandson? Returning to the field, Lam Nin San was hit by one of his moves and was knocked back several meters, seemingly motionless in the air. Chuang Ngoc Tran retracted his hand. He leisurely said, it seems I have won, cousin. Lam Nin San fell to the floor, her mouth full of blood, but her face was extremely unconvinced. She said, I don't lose. Chuang Ngoc Tran, let's continue. She reached out and picked up her sword. Chuang Ngoc Tran turned around. He leisurely said, the difference in strength is too big. There is no need to fight anymore. When he said those words, Lam Nin San still could not stand up. She was still lying on the floor, only able to lift her face up with her hands. She replied to him with a very determined tone, don't look down on others. I still have an unused trump card. She stood up, her true energy released violently, as if calling him to fight her again. Lam Nin San swung his sword and rushed at Chuang Ngoc Tran. He was still standing with his back to her, showing no signs of counterattacking. Chuang Vu Hai on the stage was extremely worried and shouted, 9th brother, be careful. The others were chatting excitedly, but Lam Nin San attacked again. The 9th prince will die. The head of the Lam family secretly thought that if the 9th prince died by San Ni's sword, the Lam family would be ruined. He tried to scream for his daughter, Nin San, to stop. Lam Nin San still slashed, but the sword only hit the sculpture of the arena, while Chuang Ngoc Tran quickly jumped up and dodged the attack. I don't know when. Chuang Ngoc Tran went behind her. He clenched his fist, circulating true energy into his hand. A palm technique called Flying Dragon in the sky was placed on Lam Nin San's body. At this moment, true energy transformed into a hand to attack her. She rolled her eyes and thought to herself, she can't escape. That's right, a palm hit her directly. The palm technique was so powerful that it knocked her up high, creating a huge burst of true energy. Truong Ngoc Tran aimed for her right shoulder. The shirt in that part was torn. Fortunately, he did not hit her in a dangerous place. Thick smoke surrounded the two, only to see the silhouette of Truong Ngoc Tran standing in one place. When the smoke cleared, in front of everyone was the scene of Lam Nin San being beaten to pieces, lying on a rock, and the field also became a mess. Patriarch Lam was extremely worried and called his son's name, Nin San. As he passed by Truong Ngoc Tran, he said, many thanks to the 9 princes for your kindness." Truong Ngoc Tran coldly left, and he immediately went to help Lam Nin San up. He quickly asked, "Nin San, how are you doing?" Lam Nin San did not answer but just looked at Truong Ngoc Tran and thought, "Truong Ngoc Tran, the humiliation you have caused me today. The next day I will pay it back tenfold." Time passed, the final duel came. Katkin stood on the stage to announce the next battle. The 9th Prince Zhang Weik fought against the national teacher of the Warring States Palace, Teet Kai. Teet Kai is a romantic, always carrying a sword behind his back. He waved his hand and said, "Your Highness 9th Prince, how do we compare swordsmanship?" Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Yes." On the stage, Truong Vu Hai bent down and threw a sword at Truong Ngoc Tran and said, "Ninth brother, continue the sword." Truong Ngoc Tran grabbed the sword. He was surprised and thought to himself, 3 paths of force in the engraving system. 3 paths of force in the engraving system. 1 activation of each type is enough. Suddenly, that guy Teet Kai brandished his sword and rushed over. He said that he was still interested in admiring the sword, which was a bit too arrogant. He struck down a sword. The power was extremely great. The golden true energy burst out strongly. But still not hit, he quickly dodged even though he was hit by a sneak attack. But this sword also closes the distance between the two people. He glanced, swung his sword again. He said, "I caught you." He immediately seized the opportunity, threw a sword at his stomach, intending to finish with this move. Truong Ngoc Tran was hit. He was thrown away. The people watching in the stand said, "The 9th prince was hit." And Truong Vu Hai secretly laughed. She thought, although the 9th prince's combat experience is little, he is as agile as a fox. Why? Can be hit by such a simple move. I really don't know what he's planning. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran appeared from behind Teet Kai. He said, "If young Master Teet doesn't use his full strength, I'm afraid he will lose." Teet Kai gritted his teeth, glared, he said. He didn't expect to be looked down upon by trash. It was truly humiliating. He turned around and swung his sword. The sword's intention swept across fiercely. Truong Ngoc Tran took the sword and launched it high. Teet Kai continued to swing his sword. He intended to use a heavy attack in the middle of the body like the first time. At this moment, Truong Ngoc Tran's face was a bit calm. He gently said, "If you have used the same technique many times without results, why are you so stubborn?" He swung his sword to block his sword intent. The impact was quite strong, but Truong Ngoc Tran did not flinch at all. Teet Kai said, "It's not over yet." He continued to throw that heavy attack continuously at Truong Ngoc Tran. That golden true energy exploded strongly, only to see Truong Ngoc Tran swing his sword to block the attack. But that move could not reach him. Every sword stroke he made was extremely solid, completely blocking that guy Teet Kai's attack. Truong Ngoc Tran said contemptuously, "The young master of the National Master's Palace is just like that." Hearing that, he became extremely hot, his face filled with murderous aura. He screamed, completely provoked, "Stop being so arrogant," and continue the attack. He hit his sword on the ground. The true energy exploded strongly, causing the surrounding rock to crack. Truong Ngoc Tran jumped up to avoid it. He landed but was pushed back by the pressure. The distance between the two people was completely stretched. The guy still maintained the same position, as if he was tired. He glanced at Truong Ngoc Tran and thought to himself, he was tricked. He is deliberately sapping my physical strength and true energy. At this moment, he revealed a smile. "Now it's my turn to attack." Only to see, he put strength into his feet. After that, Truong Ngoc Tran swung his sword high. True energy rushed out to form a 6-petal flower. Teet Kai was surprised by his moves. At this moment, Truong Ngoc Tran rushed forward with his sword, revealing his heavenly heart. Teet Kai used his heavy sword to block the attack. He tried his best to block the attack. But as a result, his heavy sword was broken into 2, and he also received a sword from Truong Ngoc Tran. A sword slashed across his chest. He vomited blood, then said, "I've lost." His heavy sword was cut in 2, thrown back and stabbed straight into the ground. The wound on his body was bleeding continuously, blood shooting straight into the sky like an erupting waterfall. The crowd was extremely surprised, shouting back, "It was unbelievable." The martial artist of the great extreme realm unexpectedly lost to the martial artist of the small extreme realm. This ninth prince is truly profound and unpredictable. Lam Ninsan and her father also gasped in horror. Lam Ninsan said, I didn't expect that he also used the Tien Tam sword technique. Could it be that the mysterious person we met at the auction was him? Her father replied, I'm afraid. It's not that simple, don't make a fuss, you have to make a long-term plan after returning. The scene changes to where Makhan Lam and Tan Na sit and observe. The old shopkeeper says, His Highness the Ninth is truly a genius. But the final match must be against the number 1 expert Tu Du Lam Jiang of the private family, I'm afraid. With their current cultivation gap, it is truly impossible to win. So it's not certain genius. The reason it's called a genius is because it can create that miracle. Tan Na raised her hand to her mouth, touched her lips and said, That's not certain genius. The reason it is called a genius is because it can create that miracle. Now it's the final match. 9th Prince Truong Ngoc Tran versus Tu Du Lam Jiang of the private family. Both opponents took the floor. Tu Du Lam Jiang held a spear in his hand and said, Hunting match. I was determined to get the king today, but I didn't expect that the 9th prince would win first place. His eyes showed a bit of anger, as if he wanted to devour Truong Ngoc Tran. He said, I must defeat you to win the glory that belongs to me. On the contrary, Truong Ngoc Tran laughed with excitement. He said, If you don't do well, you will lose even more glory. The tip of his spear began to burn. The fire flared up strongly. He held the spear and rushed towards Truong Ngoc Tran, then shouted, talking too much in vain, Let me see your arrogant nature. His speed is extremely fast. Even he was surprised and thought, so fast. Before he could react, his fiery spear rushed towards him, but he moved extremely quickly to avoid the attack. Seeing this, Tu Du Lam Jiang also spoke up, letting him escape. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran appeared from behind him and rushed towards him. He noticed that the brothers were getting very close. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at him. He burst out with his true energy. He said, Hide, this is called using retreat as advance. Truong Ngoc Tran threw a strong sword attack at him. Tu Du Lam Jiang used his spear to defend. The two streams of true energy, red and blue, collided with each other. The pressure of both was extremely strong. The ground began to shake. Tu Du Lam Jiang blocked one of his swords. He looked arrogant and said, Can you bear this alone? Truong Ngoc Tran stared, surprised. The opponent is also not average. He gently flicked the spear, forcing Truong Ngoc Tran to step back. His expression suddenly turned fierce, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He shouted, Can you stop the next attack? Just seeing him swing his spear, a fiery flame flared up, surrounding him. The flame curled into a dragon, aiming straight at Truong Ngoc Tran and rushing. The power is not small. The name of this move is Red Fire Spirit Snake. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the move and thought to himself, if he was hit, he wouldn't die or be seriously injured. A red fire dragon rushed to grab him at extremely fast speed, and soon it appeared right before his eyes. Truong Ngoc Tran held the sword tightly. He thought, he can only use this move. Before the fierce attack approached, he immediately performed the general sword move. The sword energy turned into a bronze bell surrounding his body to defend himself. At the same time, the fire dragon rushed to attack him. The audience watched in surprise. The 9th prince was able to resist this attack. It was too reckless. Phi Lam frowned, extremely worried about her child. Tran Ni, please don't worry about anything. Truong Vu Hai stood next to her and reassured her. She said, There is no need for you to panic. Your 9th brother's strength is not only that, it is definitely not a concern. You can rest assured. Tu Du Lam Jiang's fire finally subsided somewhat. Truong Ngoc Tran did not have a single scratch. Truong Ngoc Tran laughed and provoked him. If you don't use all your strength, you're afraid you won't be able to defeat me. His energy was rising. The blazing fire also showed his frustrated mood. He said, I originally wanted to use all my strength when fighting the 9th prince. You don't know whether to live or die, so let's do it. I make you see a bit of true power. Tu Du Lam Jiang's hand held the spear tightly. The fire rose strongly again. His face was fierce as if a criminal was angry. He rushed forward extremely fast. Truong Ngoc Tran strained his eyes to observe. Arrived. A whirlpool of fire passed by and attacked him. Truong Ngoc Tran used his sword to block it. He also became tense. His true energy was strong. Truong Ngoc Tran transmitted true energy to the sword. As soon as he swung the sword, a wave of swords rushed together to form a wave, and his heart was revealed to be deployed. Tu Du Lam Jiang jumped up to avoid the attack. Truong Ngoc Tran looked up at him and said, People don't look that tough. As fast as lightning, he also jumped up to attack him. He felt that this attack of yours was extremely reckless and said, Stupid. There is no way for people in the air to gain an advantage. One sword and one spear collided. He shouted, the so-called 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, My long spear has the upper hand, let's see how you can fight me. The two of them switched to fighting in the air, one swinging the sword, the other swinging the spear. No one lost. Each wave of sword intent and spear intent collided violently with each other. Below, the audience kept shouting loudly. His spear tore his shirt from his chest. His sword just happened to slash his face. Tu Lam Jong screamed again, daring to hurt me. He was looking for death. He burst out with true energy. The flame of the spear flared up fiercely again, slashing at him. Truong Ngoc Tran was thrown away. He fell freely to the ring, but his eyes and gestures carried a bit of arrogance. You are right, people in the air cannot have an advantage. You are now like a living target. Hearing that, he immediately responded, it's good to think about it. How could I be taken advantage of? Tu Lam Jong stood in midair. His hands tightly grasped the spear and raised it high into the sky. The fire flared up fiercely. He performed the fire snake point star. At the same time, he landed. Truong Ngoc Tran clutched the sword and treasure, just waiting for someone to fight against me. A fiercely burning fire rushed straight down, quickly condensed, and the ankle energy exploded and attacked. The two collided violently. It makes you feel scared when you see it. On the stage, two ladies commented. One said, the destructive power is amazing. The ninth prince will be okay. The other person said, whichever one of these two people is seriously injured will make the other person feel sorry for them. Manhwa Lam was equally surprised. The ninth prince's potential was so amazing, he had advanced to such a level in such a short period of time. To be able to have the same strength as the first genius from the private family, it's too unbelievable. Chi Na was extremely calm. She laughed and said, I have long said that there is an exact difference between a genius and a genius. The ninth prince should be considered a genius. Manhwa Lam expressed respect. He saw everything clearly, and admired him. Tan Na said again, if the ninth prince has the opportunity to pay more attention in the future. She smiled proudly, with a calculation in her heart. Truong Ngoc Tran, I want to see how much more joy you can give me. The collision finally stopped. Truong Ngoc Tran's shirt was completely torn, revealing his toned muscles, and there were a few more burns caused by Tu Lam Jong's fire. He was still standing, laughing and laughing. Say, I see no need to fight again. Compared to him, Tu Lam Jong struggled a bit. He quickly fell to the floor and one of his arms was completely frozen. Truong Ngoc Tran said again, in this situation, you and I have equal strength, but I believe that you can also feel the difference in strength. He gently advised that continuing to confront you really won't do anything to give up. He frowned, his expression showing no intention of negotiating. He said, without much need for words, fight back. Immediately, he swung his spear and knocked several nearby rocks to Truong Ngoc Tran. He also swung his sword and cut those rocks into pieces. He immediately said, choosing the words to advise others but being ignorant of the pain that you will have to endure next is all your own doing. He immediately arrived at Tu Lam Jong's place. Truong Ngoc Tran swung his sword at his hand. The slash was bloody, and the spear was also thrown away. Tu Lam Jong still couldn't react. He just stared with wide eyes. Then he shouted, I haven't lost yet. He rushed forward, swinging his fist to attack him. Truong Ngoc Tran stood up to attack him and performed a powerful move like Tridya to block his attack. He said, do you still want to fight? Then come. He circulated true energy into his fist, making him unable to hit him no matter how much force he put in. Tu Lam Jong frowned, struggling. He thought to himself, this strength is too strong, no wonder he is so confident. Truong Ngoc Tran held the sword. He injected true energy into the sword, then said, it's over. Here's the final push. He used 1,000 hearts to break the shell. Many swords approached him, but Tu Lam Jong was unable to defend. He hugged his middle hand and received this attack. Blood shot up. His terrified expression was hidden through the blood. The blood sugar formed a 6-petal flower engraved directly on his chest. At this point he said, I lost. Tu Lam Jong immediately, signaling the end of the battle. The announcement sounded. Tu Lam Jong admitted defeat. The year-end exam ended. Ninth Prince Truong Ngoc Tran won the championship. Some people in the audience were happy. Some were stunned in disbelief. Some said, wow, the royal family after the 7th prince has another genius. There is hope for the revival of our great Cloud County. Truong Vu Hai laughed happily, while Phi Lam was so happy that she cried. Tan Na stood up to leave again. She said to Manhwa Lam again, the result was as I expected. From now on, pay attention to the 9th prince. He immediately replied, obey. People walking leisurely. The great king also laughed happily. He immediately said, good. As expected of my son, listen and reward me with the ice and fire unicorn armor. The other princes were a bit unhappy. One said, the higher your wealth, the faster you die. The queen will not let you grow up. Just as he said, the queen showed an unsightly face. Dad ordered the person next to her, Han Tan La, what to do next. No need for me to say anymore. That person immediately replied. His subordinates understood. The scene changed, moving to a statue erected in the middle of the main courtyard. The national monk stood in front of the statue and said, the barbarian temple is located below the temple. To enter the temple you need to pay homage to the emperor and the emperor. Kunlun dynasties. The national teacher continued, especially the great majesty of the tutelary god. That statue is the statue of Queen Tri Dao. The statue is engraved but looks extremely lifelike, as if you were really present. Other people quickly knelt down in front of the statue to pay their respects to Lam Nin San and said, Great Queen Tri Dao, rules the world, majestic in all directions. Eternal youth, no death, no destruction. Only Truong Ngoc Tran stood there, saying nothing, and his expression was unclear. That national teacher immediately shouted loudly and scolded him, How bold! Ninth Prince, why don't you bow to Queen Tri Dao? Truong Ngoc Tran coldly replied, I only worship heaven and earth, worship my parents, not her. In his eyes suddenly flashed the last scene of his previous life, the scene where he saw her kill him with his own eyes. He immediately thought, Tri Dao, wait until the day my cultivation becomes great, that's when I will take revenge on you. The others, including those who were defeated by him, stood in a row. Tu Du Lam Zhang said that he has such an arrogant and stubborn personality that sooner or later he will harm himself. Then, everyone went to someplace that seemed quite scary. In the middle is a statue holding the heads of all kinds of wild beasts. Above there are chains connecting to different points, as if chaining something. Below is a blood-red river. This place is called Mandan Tri. The old master said, You continue to practice. Remember that the blood essence in the lake is very domineering. If you can't persist, immediately leave without trying, otherwise your life will be in danger. The old man stood explaining to Truong Ngoc Tran's group. The sky and water surface were also filled with a magical red color, looking extremely creepy. His expression was equally scary. He looked down. His eyes were covered with a black shadow, and his mouth reflected a bit of light. I think this is the first step on my path of revenge. Let's wait and see. Tri Dao. Lam Nin San took off her outer layer, revealing her long, slender legs. She looked down at that crimson river with eyes full of determination. This was a good opportunity for me to surpass Truong Ngoc Tran. She put her feet into the water, and the skin on her feet immediately peeled off. As soon as her foot touched the water, the surrounding skin immediately cracked. She was frightened and thought to herself, she didn't expect the energy contained in this lake to be so ferocious. If she blindly went deep into her, the god will definitely explode and die. Just after thinking about it, he saw Truong Ngoc Tran go into deeper water. The people around him immediately scolded him. Look! Truong Ngoc Tran must be crazy. The violent energy will definitely tear him apart. Lam Nin San's face was a bit patient, but there was a smile on her mouth. She thought, if you don't have your own strength and find your own way to die, then don't blame others. The only regret is that I can't defeat you myself. Their practice time has been 3 days. Truong Ngoc Tran meditates in the water of the Mandan pond to practice. Others have gone ashore to practice, including Lam Nin San. The old national master's face was serious, and he secretly assessed that the first time he entered Lucky God Pool he practiced for 3 days in the central area. The 9th prince persisted longer than the 7th prince that year, he must report. With the queen. At this time, a strange phenomenon occurred in Truong Ngoc Tran's body. He opened his eyes wide open, his eyes flashed with light, his physique had improved a lot, and it was time to return to the level of the royal extreme realm. Truong Ngoc Tran entered the space in the crystal, he grabbed the scroll emitted extremely strong true energy. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, he has broken through the royal realm, he should be able to open the scroll. He circulated the true energy, and used force to open it. But it didn't move even a little bit. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned, he closed one eye and spoke with difficulty, it's too heavy. This scroll painting must cost several £100. He used force and stiffened her arm. His eyes were serious and extremely determined. He shouted and opened them for me, finally opened it. As soon as Truong Ngoc Tran opened it, he looked straight at the painting. His eyes widened in surprise. He told himself, there is a tall tree in this world. Like that? In the painting is a giant tree several feet tall, as if it were a mountain supporting the sky and earth, while below are mountains and rivers converging. Suddenly there was a voice, so ignorant, even the divine tree receiving the heavenly wood supporting the Kunlun world did not know. It really disappointed this deity. Truong Ngoc Tran looked around, then said, Who is talking? A strange voice rang out, I was in the painting. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately looked at the picture. In the picture, on a part of the rock, he saw a black cat. It said, "This person is the king of heaven and earth, because he committed a crime that year. I made a mistake and was sealed in the scroll, now only you can let me out." This cat is black, has yellow eyes, it wears a white outfit with yellow edges, its eyes and gestures appear extremely refined and noble. Truong Nok Tran replied, "But why do I have to let you go?" It pointed up and said, "I can teach people to practice the time and space secret scripture. Now please open the second part of the secret and take a look." Truong Nok Tran immediately did as he said while watching. There are 8 types of space inscriptions here, after learning them. Can open up small spaces? The book page recreates a symbol of the martial arts seal, and the surrounding space has other symbols of all colors. The cat crossed his arms and laughed, "Hee hee, if you can cultivate the time seal, you can also stop time and space. Quickly let her out, I'll teach you." At this moment he thought to himself, "Just let it out like that, is there really no problem?" He asked the cat again, "What should we do to let the person out?" The cat instructs, drops blood to let the scroll recognize its owner, then draws in the gas, the seal on the scroll will be lifted, and the emperor can go out. Truong Nok Tran did as he was told. He bit his hand to make blood flow, thinking, "Wealth comes with risks, just try it." The other cat was no less happy. It smiled, revealing its 2 fangs. It said again, "This painting is called Xiankun Shinmu. It was refined from a leaf of the Tian and Mok tree. Now it is already yours. Young man, quickly let this king out. There's a bit of anticipation in my heart. A little bit more, just a little bit more, this emperor will be free." So he dripped blood into the painting. From the painting scroll emitted a stream of true energy. Then a column of black smoke flew out from the scroll, and the black cat said, "Meow ha ha. Thousands of years ago. I'm finally out." The smoke flew out of the painting, and the cat immediately appeared completely in front of him. As soon as he went out, he immediately turned his face, because he said that trusting someone who doesn't believe will trust the cat. He turned around so quickly that he immediately rushed towards you, threatening to kill you. "You lowly thing, I am the king of heaven and earth. Just one swipe can kill you." Truong Nok Tran frowned, only to see him swing his hand and it was thrown away, fly straight into the wall. He gently walked over, pulled out the sword. The cat that called himself the Emperor of Heaven and Earth turned around again. It trembled and said, "Just now I was only testing your cultivation level. Why do you want to kill someone? Don't be rash." Truong Nok Tran gave it a sword to the head, making it cry. Then he swung his sword and sent it flying again. He said, "Fat cat, do you think I still believe your words?" He took a stab at his leg. Luckily it was right on his leg and not a little off, or he would have lost something else. It was thrown away and fell to the ground. Truong Nok Tran thought to himself, he was hit by several swords without any real damage. This fat cat is certainly not ordinary. The fat cat covered his precious thing and said, his attitude was still very arrogant, "This king has an indestructible diamond body. You can't do anything to me. Why don't we stop fighting and talk nicely?" Truong Nok Tran laughed. He seemed happy. His true energy was circulating. "Okay, then let's talk slowly." Suddenly my cat got a little scared. He raised his hand, then said, Yay, I don't want to go back." Suddenly it was sucked inside the scroll. The painting scroll floated and then curled up on itself. Truong Nok Tran silently concluded, "Indeed, now I am the owner of the universe and wooden map. As long as my thoughts move, I can retract myself back into the world." Scroll paintings. He retracted the scroll into the seal on his forehead, laughed, and said, "If you're honest, stay inside the scroll and I won't have time to pay attention to you. I have to leave the palace and go to the Inscription Guild." Inscription Guild, one of the strongest organizations in the Kunlun world, below is also divided into 4 great alchemists, weapon refiners, beast masters, and strange people. In the dark night, lanterns on both sides will light the way. Vanni sits in front to drive the carriage for Truong Nok Tran. On a certain roof, there were 2 women with glasses covering their heads. They were observing Truong Nok Tran's carriage. One said, it was the 9th prince's carriage. The maid chased after the carriage. "It's exactly like the picture that Miss Han drew for us." The other woman also said that this person would probably attack later, and would have to kill him outside the palace. Truong Nok Tran lifted the curtain and said to Van Ni, "Sister Van Ni, I'm waiting for you on the way, I'll go buy it." Map at the Inscription Guild. Van Ni immediately replied, receiving His Highness the 9th. Truong Nok Tran got out of the car, he walked to a building, and before long he saw 2 familiar figures standing in front of that building. The remaining 8th prince had a cold face and was frowning in discomfort. He thought, after the exam, my mother and I lost our lives. I originally thought we would practice and practice before going out, but why did this kid come? He said with that feeling, 9th brother, you are also extremely talented in martial arts, so why do you still come to the Inscription Guild? Truong Ngoc Tran pretended not to hear anything and immediately walked past both of them. Hung Lang suddenly became warm towards him. Compared to the previous attitude, it was completely different. She said, "Your Highness Ninth Prince, wait." Hung Lang came to the guild to worship the master. "What about you?" The Eighth Prince immediately grabbed Hung Lang's hand and used quite strong force. He frowned, extremely uncomfortable, then said, "Junior sister. Have you forgotten the relationship between him and the landlady of Tan Huan Pavilion? You should still stay away from this type of person." Hung Lang quickly pushed his hand away. She said, "His Highness the Ninth Prince is young and talented. How can he be the kind of person you talk about?" The Eighth Prince was quite shocked at this moment. His face darkened. "Junior sister." "Soot," Hung Lang continued, as if wanting to draw a clear line with him. "Your Highness the Eighth Prince, men and women are different, please respect yourself." Having said that, she quickly ran after Truong Ngoc Tran and said, "Your Highness the Eighth Prince, men and women are different, please respect yourself." Leaving the Eighth Prince shaking with anger, she walked with him, blushing and smiling affectionately and said, "Hung Lang has learned writing since childhood. Perhaps she can help His Highness the Ninth Prince. Let's go inside." In her heart, she thought, if I get some expert guidance, I will quickly master the method of depicting inscriptions. The Eighth Prince gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowed like bullets. He said, "Truong Ngoc Tran, I will definitely make you regret it." He went out and saw Truong Ngoc Tran's carriage. "HM? Truong Ngoc Tran's carriage?" His smile became proud. He said, "Haha, autumn can't cure him. Isn't there an opportunity?" Seeing the Eighth Prince coming, Van Ni immediately greeted him and looked for His Highness the Eighth Prince. He said again, "This king must return to the palace. Take me home." Van Ni was stunned and said, But this is His Highness the Ninth Prince's carriage." The Eighth Prince's eyes turned cold. He said, "Aren't the Ninth Prince and I both princes?" He waved his hand to hit Van Ni and then loudly said, "A maid dares to go against my prince's orders. Get out." Van Ni fell to the ground and turned to look at him leisurely walking to Truong Ngoc Tran's car. He said again, "Don't you hurry up and get out of the car? If you offend this prince will make your whole family live worse than death." Van Ni raised her hand to touch her cheek, right where the Eighth Prince had just beaten her. She didn't know what else to say. "In the end, I had to drive a car to take him home." Sitting in the car, the Eighth Prince began to plan. Truong Ngoc Tran must have some treasure to be so powerful. As long as I can control Phi Lam, with her personality, we must force her to hand it over. New treasure. His eyes and smile became horrifying, revealing his evil nature. Waiting for me to become a martial arts expert, to be the first to kill Truong Ngoc Tran, then I will turn Hung Lang into an object of entertainment. Mine. Little did he know, he was about to die for Truong Ngoc Tran. The group of assassins had always been observing the carriage and waiting for the right opportunity. A female assassin said, "It's here, let's do it." That person said, "Killing a prince really makes you excited." So, the female assassin swung her bow and aimed straight at the carriage and shot. The arrow, carrying true energy, flew towards the carriage. The arrow pierced the Eighth Prince's chest. He opened his eyes and vomited blood. Even now, he still acted arrogant. "I am a prince, yet someone dares to kill me." He turned pale, clutched his chest. The remaining assassin was standing behind him. She raised her sword high to slash down. I just saw blood splashing out. Then Ni was sitting outside and heard the noise. She immediately stopped the car and said inside, "Your Highness Eighth Prince, what just happened? Are you okay?" Not hearing a reply, her intuition told her that something had happened. His Highness the Eighth Prince. Then Ni lifted the curtain, intending to see what the situation was like inside. As soon as she saw the scene inside, she was extremely frightened. She screamed, her screams echoing throughout the inscription guild. The scene moves somewhere. This place is probably in a forest, below a cliff, is the scene of a murder. A girl wearing purple clothes brutally sent the two of them off. The killer who just returned to the 9 streams, she said, "Two trashes, actually killed the wrong person, this time it's troublesome." She held a strangely shaped sword in her hand. Her face was tense. She thought to herself, the killing of the 8th prince would definitely be a shocking event, and there would be no chance to personally kill the 9th prince. She immediately jumped up, left, and thought that she must immediately go back to inform the queens so she could make a plan. As for Truong Ngoc Tran, he walked out from the inscription guild. Hung Lang was still walking beside her. She said, "Your Highness 9th Prince, but now you have level 12 spiritual power." Making my friend was shocked. "So powerful." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "It's not like that. Now you are also a good disciple of the master. Practice hard." Truong Ngoc looked around but did not see the carriage with Van Ni. He wondered, "Where have you gone, Sister Van Ni?" Suddenly, the sound of horses rang out incessantly. In front of him and Hung Lang, a guard was quickly approaching. Truong Ngoc Tran suddenly thought to himself, why did the inscription guild appear in the Forbidden Guard army? The guard got off his horse and bowed respectfully to him. He said, Your Highness the 9th Prince and the 8th Prince have been attacked, sir. Tell him to return to the palace immediately. Hung Lang was stunned. She panicked and said, Why is that? We have met the 8th Prince before. Truong Ngoc Tran seemed calmer. He thought to himself, could it be that Sister Van Ni would not be able to leave without saying hello? But the 8th Prince met a murderer and died. Are these two things related? I hope Sister Van Ni is safe and sound. Returning to the royal palace, in the main hall, there was a voice coming out, which made no sense. The king clapped his hands on his dragon throne. He looked down at the courtiers summoned at night, and shouted loudly, How dare someone in the royal city assassinate a member of the royal family? They have such great courage. The national teacher stood in front of the main hall, clasped his hands and respectfully whispered, Your Majesty, does this matter have anything to do with the worship of the moon and the demon religion? The worship of the moon and the demon religion? He continued, saying that the demon sect could use the killing of the 8th Prince to probe our country's internal affairs. Perhaps many demon sect masters are preparing to attack our county. In his heart, he thought, in order to avoid making the king suspicious of the queen, he could only push the demon religion. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran said loudly that the 8th Prince could not be killed by the demon cult. He stood in front of the crowd and said loudly, He was sitting on my carriage returning to the palace when he was assassinated, showing that the assassin's target was me. Hearing what he said, the king immediately said, Jiao Ni's words made sense. The demon sect acted ostentatiously. Wanting to provoke the royal family was definitely not as simple as assassinating 8 Ni. Catkin decided to investigate clearly. Clear! Dear princes, please stay in the palace to practice for the time being. 82 like that. Time passed a month later. Truong Ngoc Tran was practicing in the crystal space. He practiced to the point that his body was drenched in sweat, and his breathing became rapid. He sat down. His eyes became determined, remembering his glorious past life. In my previous life I could only open 33 meridians. The remaining meridians, blood spirit veins, soul veins could not be opened. Okay, the martial artist opens the veins. After a year of practice, there will be a growth spurt on the skin, the defense power will increase. And it can even be as big as iron skin. Huanlin meridians are meridians believed to be linked to blood. The soul veins are linked to the body and soul of the unbeliever, and can even control the soul out of the body, and see thousands of miles away. Truong Ngoc Tran bowed his head and said, These 3 meridians are mysterious and inexplicable. The meridians are the most likely to exist, and perhaps they can be opened successfully. At this time, the black cat spoke again. I know how to cultivate your veins. Let me go. This time I will absolutely not lie to you. Truong Ngoc Tran took the scroll out of the seal. He immediately opened the scroll and let the black cat out. It was extremely happy to be outside. As soon as it went out, he raised his voice to threaten it. You better say something useful, otherwise you will forever be stuck in the painting. This atmosphere scared the black cat. It immediately said, Young man, don't be hasty. The answer is actually in your hands. Imagine yourself as a tree connected to the angel wood, causing it to give birth to a growth ring. Then you can cultivate the chakra. He opened the scroll and began to do what it said. Immediately, veins appeared from his arm. After that, veins appeared all over his body. Truong Ngoc Tran stood up, stunned, and said, It was successful. He happily thought to himself, That's great. Break through the huge position of the royal realm, and cultivate the chakra. Continuing to practice will definitely be much stronger than in the previous life. It was clearly suggested by it, but when he saw that he was able to do it, the black cat became extremely surprised. The veins actually existed. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect him to actually succeed in cultivating. Where did this kid come from? Suddenly it became obedient to him. It walked around rubbing against his leg, acting like a babe. The young man took me with him to buy a furnace to refine weapons. How do I teach people to refine space rings? Truong Ngoc Tran also said, I can take people out. If you run away, I will immediately take you back into the scroll. Then he thought about it and said, the smelting furnace is not cheap. This time, in order to make a breakthrough, he bought high-quality medicinal pills. The small treasure trove is empty. The black cat suddenly became powerful. It said, in the whole world, you are the only one who can refine the space ring. By then, if you sell it, you can make a fortune. Suddenly he grabbed her shirt and pulled it up in her surprise and shock. Truong Ngoc Tran dragged it out of the crystal space. The black cat protested, but it was insignificant. It shouted, Let me go, I'm not a pet. This seat is the king who meditates on the ground. After going out, Truong Ngoc Tran immediately went out on the street with Truong Vu Hai and Hung Lang. My black cat was held in Truong Vu Hai's arms. Hung Lang also reached out to touch it. It looked extremely happy. but said it didn't want to be a pet. On the high floor, two people looked down at him and said, along with Princess Nine and Dan Hung Lang, two famous beauties of the royal city were walking around. Who is this young man? The other person replied, Brother Willow, this is the 9th prince who has been famous recently. But you don't recognize him? Lu Thuafong said again, it turned out to be him. If he had cultivated higher, I would still be interested in competing with him. The other guy's name is 4th Ward. He added a little more fire. Is Brother Willow interested in Miss Hung Lang? If you don't take the initiative, she will become the 9th prince's wife. Lu Thuafong laughed and said, this young master's position in the royal city, he is not inferior to the 9th prince. If he wants a woman, all he needs is a word. Suddenly he put his hand on the windowsill. Then, from the 2nd floor, he jumped down and blocked Truong Ngoc Tran 3 people. Truong Ngoc Tran looked up and thought. This idiot appeared again a second time. Probably the son of some wealthy family. He landed, then turned his back to Dan Hung Lang and said, Miss Hung Lang. Then, he smiled and said seemingly elegantly, do you want to walk around the royal city with this young master? Dan Hung Lang immediately said, Master Willow, I am preparing to go to the martial arts arena with the 9th prince and the 9th princess, so stop it. Lu Tan Fong placed his hand on his chest. He smiled, pretending to have just realized Truong Ngoc Tran's presence. He said, oh, His Royal Highness the 9th prince is also here, disrespectful. I am the young manor Lu Thuafong. The martial arts palace also belongs to my family, so, let's go together. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately thought, Martial Immortal Page's young master. His background is not small. Let's see what kind of trouble he can create. So all 4 people came together to the martial arts arena. In front of them was an extremely magnificent building. It was made of stone and quite tall. Lu Thuafong looked at Truong Ngoc Tran and said, wouldn't His Highness the 9th prince also want to go up to the stage to compete? Before going on the stage, he had to sign the life and death certificate, if the 9th prince died on the stage. Hee. Truong Ngoc Tran was also speechless at what he said. He looked annoyed and thought, this kid is really both scum and nonsense. Why is the prince's brother talking about virtue so much? Everyone has entered the arena. The place is packed with people. Below there are 2 people fighting. One person held a fan. He circled behind the other person. He raised his fan high. His eyes were lifeless. He immediately swung his fan. Just a fan but extremely sharp. The other person's neck and body were severed into 2. That guy fell to the floor. That guy holding the fan, his eyes were awkward. He scratched his head and said, telling you to admit defeat but you didn't listen. If you win 7 matches in a row you won't die by my hands. Hung Lang, standing next to her, was also a little worried. She said, Your Highness the 9th prince, even the Emperor Realm martial artist was easily killed. Do you really want to compete on the field? Truong Ngoc Tran was now full of interest. He said, well, I want to try. Truong Vu Hai next to her was extremely worried. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, 9th brother, I know I can't stop you, but you have to promise me that if you encounter a strong enemy that you can't win, you must admit it. Lose. Truong Ngoc Tran still stared down and said, don't worry, I have moderation. Truong Ngoc Tran stepped onto the stage. The audience below cheered. Who is this? How dare you, so young, dare to go to a royal-level martial arts palace? Others say, do you want to be famous? This type of person will die here every month, about a dozen of them, no pity. Lu Thuafong sitting in the stands also smiled proudly, just in time. If you die in the ring, the king of Van Vo district will have nothing more to say. His opponent is a man holding a large sword. He crossed his arms and said, how sir, hack to you that, the first person to challenge you, please draw your sword. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, you are not worthy of letting me draw my sword. If I draw my sword I'm afraid it will hurt someone. Hearing that, he was angry, shouted, and became arrogant. Then he came with his bow and sword. Truong Ngoc Tran said it without worrying about his own strength. Before that guy hack that even touched him, he threw a bunch of them away, leaving him bleeding. Just like that, he smoothly landed face down on the floor and flew out of the arena. Which also means he lost with just 1 hit. Truong Ngoc Tran turned around and left. He said, admit it? How that is also a reasonable person, he said with difficulty. Thank you not to kill. The audience seemed to explode. Everyone cheered, defeated in 1 move. Who is this mysterious teenager? This is the 9th prince who won the divine martial seal on the same day as me. Shows that I am also a person who is cared for by the gods, and in the future I will definitely be the one who holds the weight of heaven and the feet of the earth. Ha ha ha. As for Lu Thuafong, his eyes became tense. He said, I thought I could take this opportunity to insult him, but I didn't expect that he would make me lose all my prestige. Truong Vu Hai and Dan Hung Lang were extremely happy. Truong Vu Hai said, the 9th prince's depth is hard to predict. How much power does he still hide? Dan Honglang said again, the ninth prince is truly a genius in the world. Back on the field, a guy carrying a knife rushed towards him. Truong Ngoc Tran gently waved his hand and gave him a punch. Next came another person, he also gave him a punch. Another person gave him a kick. The whole process was very gentle and smooth. The people in the stands were extremely surprised. Some held their heads and said, winning 4 matches in a row. Every time he only uses one move to defeat his opponent. How cruel is this? The young man holding the fan was always observing him at first. He used the fan to cover more than half of his face, thinking to himself, although he did not draw his sword, every time he made a move, he had the form of sword intent. It seemed that his sword intent was already there. When I reach the realm of swordplay, if I can persevere until the 8th battle, I will personally go see him. Next, he smoothly sent away a man holding 2 great hammers with just one punch. Truong Vu Hai covered his mouth with his hand, extremely surprised. He did not expect that his 9th brother would defeat the great martial artist of the royal realm. Dan Honglang looked at Truong Ngoc Tran again with deep affection, as if she had been struck by love at first sight. She said, although His Highness the 9th has not yet taken the exam, he will definitely be able to suddenly reach a higher realm. God. Oh my God, this quality touches my heart so much. Lu Thuafong was now more anxious than ever. He thought to himself, at only 16 years old, he had reached such a state. It was absolutely impossible to save his life. He looked at his subordinate and said, go call Han Fu here, just say it's time for this young master to use him. That person immediately nodded and replied. The subordinate immediately left. Now a girl appeared on the field. Her body was extremely beautiful. Her weapon was a whip. She leaned forward and said, please call the 9th prince. Lower forgiveness. Having said that, she immediately swung her whip. Truong Ngoc Tran gently dodged. He immediately said, interesting. After that, Truong Ngoc Tran immediately approached her at a fairly fast speed. Her attack completely missed. A moment later, Truong Ngoc Tran walked closer to her face and looked surprised. He immediately pressed acupuncture points on her hand. She frowned, screamed in extreme pain. The whip immediately fell. He turned his back and said amid defeat. She hugged the arm that he had acupuncture points on and said, thanking His Highness the 9th Prince for his mercy. The young man holding the fan became excited. He closed his fan and said, I will come to stop your consecutive victory in the 8th match. He immediately jumped up and rushed onto the field. Everyone in the stands was extremely looking forward to the match between the two. They cheered excitedly. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at him and thought, that guy is using a hand fan. That guy looked at him and introduced, here at Tit Bon Sin, to meet His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. Truong Ngoc Tran became bored. He thought to himself, this way of entering the ring is exactly like young Master Willow's. Why are the ways of the rich children so unsightly? Tit Bon Sin opened his fan. He smiled and said, Your Highness 9th Prince, in front of T-Demo, you should draw your sword. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, if I find your ability strong enough, I will draw my sword myself. Under Tit Bon Sin's paper fan were extremely sharp hidden weapons. He expressed danger and said, then Your Highness 9th must be careful. Dying under the strength of martial artists of iron bones is also possible, up to 9 taste. Both people stood facing each other. Truong Ngoc Tran noticed something. He glared, becoming focused on him, coming. Tit Bon Sin held the fan in his hand. He rushed forward, and many illusions of him suddenly appeared in Truong Ngoc Tran's sight. He said, Your Highness 9th Prince, it's best not to become the 10th. Truong Ngoc Tran was excited. He laughed and said, that said, come and stop me from getting into the top 10. Let's see if you have this ability. The two began to collide with each other. Tit Bon Sin attacked from above. Truong Ngoc Tran pulled out his sword to block his attack. Both created a huge shock. The surrounding ground cracked a lot. Pieces flew everywhere. Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes were a bit serious. He immediately said, he is indeed a person with some ability. The appearance to make me draw my sword to deal with him. Tit Bon Sin shouted, stop talking nonsense. What skills do you have? Lu Thuafong stood there observing all this time. He strained his eyes, thinking to himself, he didn't expect that Tit Bon Sin could only fight evenly, making it difficult to win or lose against him. Behind him, someone was walking across the pond, an extremely burly, chubby guy. Looking at his bones, he doesn't look like a human. He has animal hands, red eyes, long nails. But he seems very respectful towards Lu Thuafong. He said, Han Fu pays homage to Master Willow. Lu Thuafong said, no need to be polite. Pay attention to that young man in the ring. If Tit Bon Sin loses, you should kill him in the next match. That Han Fu bared his fangs and smiled. He replied, Han Fu will definitely not disappoint the young master. Even if they end up killing him, he will still kill him. On the ring, Truong Ngoc Tran withdrew his sword and launched sword moves at his opponent. His swordsmanship hit 2 of his clones, but that was enough to injure him. Teet Bon Sin coughed up blood. He frowned and said, "Just a few simple swords destroyed my afterimage. This guy's strength is much better than mine." In a moment he moved behind him. He said, "There is still time to be confused. You are really confident." Truong Ngoc Tran swung his sword. This time it was a powerful attack. As soon as the sword bled out, it flew out continuously. Teet Bon Sin was hit. He was thrown into the sky with a 6-petal flower carved on his chest. As soon as the sword move ended, Teet Bon Sin immediately collapsed to the floor, blood pouring out of his mouth. Good conditions are more or less bad. Truong Vu Hai shouted, "It turns out this rotten boy is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It's a waste of me still worrying about him. If my father knew, he would definitely be so happy that he would hold a party for his servants." Dan Hung Lang was also extremely surprised. His Highness the 9th Prince. Why is he still fighting in the ring? Does he still have to fight? Suddenly Truong Ngoc Tran turned his head and felt a strong murderous aura approaching him. Han Fu rushed towards him from behind. He attacked immediately, but he dodged. He roared and said, "He really has great strength, so killing you would be worth it." When these 2 girls saw Han Fu, they were extremely scared. They both said in unison, but it was actually Han Fu. "Danger! That Han Fu guy just came on stage and attacked quickly," he arrogantly said. "You brats' blessings are endless. There are 2 little beauties worried about you. That makes me even more interested in killing people in one go. Take my axe." He swung the axe at him with amazing strength. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly used his sword to block it. He also felt his amazing strength. He thought to himself, what background does this guy have, to have such violent power? With just one blow, he threw him far away, but he wasn't harmed. Truong Ngoc Tran silently assessed him. Looking at his appearance, he didn't look like a normal human. Could it be? Truong Vu Hai was so compassionate when she saw Han Fu that she couldn't keep calm. She shouted in panic, "Ninth brother! Quickly admit defeat! Han Fu is a martial artist. No one can survive if martial artists fight him." Dan Hung Lang was still a bit calm. She said, "He is Lu Thuofeng's semi-human servant. He will definitely kill you in the ring. You don't need to risk your life with the crazy guy." Han Fu stood several heads taller than him. He was showing an imposing manner as if he wanted to oppress him. He said, "Boy, those 2 little beauties told you to admit defeat. If you don't listen, this axe will be mine. Cut people in half." Lu Thuofeng stood in the stands. He provoked him. "If His Highness the 9th Prince is afraid of death, then quickly admit defeat. If he dies in the ring, this young master will have a hard time talking to the king." Truong Ngoc Tran said to Han Fu again, "He hasn't fought yet. It's not yet certain who will live and who will die." Lu Thuofeng shouted angrily, not knowing how high and wide the sky was. "Han Palace, let His Highness the 9th Prince test your strength. Don't let it be underestimated." Han Fu held the axe firmly in his hand. He and Truong Ngoc Tran were face to face. He was still confident that he would be straight and said, "Little prince, enjoy your last moment on earth." Han Fu put strength into his legs to attack. But still, Truong Ngoc Tran smiled arrogantly and said, "Go all out, big guy. Let me understand." What a fearful position! He immediately circulated true energy into the axe in his hand. Next, he brought the axe forward. Truong Ngoc Tran blocked the attack. He leisurely teased him. "Is that all he has to do?" Han Fu smiled proudly at this moment. "If you want to die, then let me become a complete person." No one knew what was happening on the field. All they could see was a powerful ankle energy bursting out violently, the leg energy column flying straight up to a height of tens of meters. Truong Vu Hai was extremely worried, even though she had seen Truong Ngoc Tran's ability. But standing in front of a crazy guy like Han Fu, she couldn't help but think, it's dangerous. "I'm afraid the 9th brother is seriously injured." Below the smoke rose, roll after roll. In the middle of the smoke 2 figures suddenly appeared. Truong Ngoc Tran raised his sword to block Han Fu's axe. He said again, "Han Fu, the only person, yes. How can such strength be worthy of your half-orc bloodline?" Truong Ngoc Tran smiled proudly. "You made me very disappointed." Then, he threw his axe away, gave him a kick in the jaw, and received a blow that made him vomit blood. He seemed to feel something. Seeing Truong Ngoc Tran burning with murderous aura, he glared, his eyes without much emotion. The true energy on the sword flashed blue light. Truong Ngoc Tran swung the sword and cut straight across his body. The sword slash cut an extremely long line from his left shoulder to his right hip. Truong Ngoc Tran used his tricks again. He said, "Let's see if that body you use as a palanquin can block my swords." He once took out 3 single sword pads to reach him. He was continuously hit. Han Fu could only cry out, "Huh." Blood on his body splattered everywhere. After receiving so many blows, Han Fu still stood firm. He laughed, turned his head back and said, "The boy is very good, he could seriously injure me." At this moment, he seemed to be in an uncontrollable killing spree. He said, "It seems I have to send you to the underworld." After that, Han Fu broke the rosary hanging around his neck, suddenly feeling like he had become a lot stronger. He used force to grip the axe in his hand. After that, Han Fu just threw the axe at him, and the axe flew at extremely fast speed. Truong Nok Tran frowned. He held the sword tightly, thinking to himself, clearly the power of this blow had increased stronger. He banned the sword from the floor, creating a bell that covered his body from the attack. The axe hit the bronze bell, but there were no signs of cracking. Han Fu immediately rushed forward. He jumped high and waved his hands. He just hit Truong Nok Tran's shield hard. The sound of impact rang out, but Truong Nok Tran's shield was much stronger. It had not broken. Truong Nok Tran spread his arms to strengthen the shield. He said again, "If you want to kill me, you have to break my defense barrier first." "Can you do it?" Han Fu responded, "Your mouth annoys me to the point of going crazy." Then, there was a series of punches from Han Fu to his bell, and he was still standing in the shield without making any movement. Han Fu stopped because he was tired. His body was wet with sweat, but his bell shield was still solid without a single crack. He bared his fangs and said, "Do it again." Seeing him howl like a wolf, he became violent. Truong Nok Tran clutched the sword in his hand. He punched the price. He didn't expect this guy to still be so violent. This is interesting. The audience sitting below also couldn't sit still. Some said, Han Fu is going crazy again. After he stimulated the bloodline fire alarm in his body, he could explode with terrifying power equal to 19 buffaloes. Truong Vu Hai appeared extremely worried. She said, "Ninth brother, quickly admit defeat. Don't make fun of my life." Lu Thuafong was extremely pleased. He smiled and said, "Driving Han Fu crazy. Also considered your bravery, unfortunately. If you lose, there is only one way to die." Han Fu now seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast. He growled, but he still maintained his shield. Han Fu howled. He waved his hand. This time the force was much stronger. He hit the bell straight. This was a one-hit mixed move. The explosive power could be said to be terrifying. Just the ice impact caused the surrounding rocks to fly everywhere. At this time, Truong Nok Tran frowned slightly. He thought to himself, "I still want to fight the next battle. I can't consume too much true energy. We have to wait for him to break through our defenses and let our guard down. Then we can give him a fatal shot." Truong Vu Hai stood outside and quickly shouted, "Gay! The ninth brother's defense has been broken." His shield was finally destroyed by him. But at this moment he held his sword and rushed at him. Right at this moment, the cold eyes appeared again. The sword flashed with blue light emitted by true energy. Truong Nok Tran swung his sword, a fatal sword. Han Fu's eyes widened, his eyes turned white. He was unwilling to say that, as fierce as me, he actually lost to this brat. Han Fu immediately lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The stands exploded, cheers rang out, and even the half-orcs of Han Fu also fell at the feet of the royal palace. This is not a waste, but a child of heaven. The other two girls were equally happy. They hugged each other and shouted, "So good. If you win the battle, the ninth brother will become a golden-ranked martial artist." Then, as if realizing something, they immediately separated with eyes that no one liked the other. Lu Thuafong clenched his fists and cursed, "Trash." He gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. Even the ninth prince, who had been a waste for so many years, was truly a waste of waste. He had to let this young master personally take action. At this time, the heavy-handed person said again, "Ninth Prince Truong Nok Tran had won 9 battles, and if he won one more battle, he would be promoted to a golden rank martial artist. Invite martial artists to join the arena." Lu Chunfeng flew up to the ring. He arrogantly said, "I am here to receive martial arts training from His Highness the Ninth Prince." After that, he immediately aimed at him and hit him. This one attack was enough to see that he was stronger than the previous guys. But why did this guy sneak attack like that Han Fu guy? Who is he? "That's me," he said. Looking at his expression, he couldn't tell if he was smiling or annoyed. "Ninth Prince, you are truly a genius," Lu Thuafong said very arrogantly. "But now you definitely can't win against me." In his appearance and gestures, it was clear that he had contempt for him. "But this guy Lu Thuafong is also strong. He is ranked 10th in the gold table." Truong Nok Tran replied, "Then try it. I also evaluated it. The true energy in his body is much more complete than mine. He must win quickly." Lu Thuafong took out the purple sword, revealing his domineering true spirit. He said, "If you don't see the coffin, don't shed a tear." He immediately approached Truong Nok Tran. Lu Thuafong carried a frustrated mood and attacked Truong Nok Tran. Truong Nok Tran also swung his sword. He thought to himself, "Let's test his strength first." The two swords collided. the strength of both could be equal because now no one was inferior to the other. He glanced at him with eyes full of contempt. He said, "It is difficult to imagine that with this little strength, he could defeat Han Fu." A bit disappointed, I decided to fight quickly and win quickly. The two swung their swords apart. The force was so strong that they both flew far away. Lu Thufeng launched further. He laughed and said, "I heard that people are good at using swords? Coincidentally, we are both good at using swordsmanship." Then, he circulated his true energy, swung his sword high in the air. A large amount of true energy erupted into the sky. From that flow of true energy thousands of sword energies were released, but they were shaped like water drops. They immediately rushed to attack him. Truong Nok Tran looked up at them and thought to himself, with so many swords, there's only one move to avoid. He opened his eyes wide, eyes open. Lu Thufeng laughed, as if he was sure of victory. Truong Nok Tran also laughed. He thought to himself, opening his eyes and avoiding these sword energies is as easy as turning his hand. You said again, is it only this level? He gently dodged the sword energy one by one, feeling extremely relaxed as if there was no challenge at all. When he saw you avoiding him so easily, he shouted, "Don't be delusional." Not long after, the amount of sword energy increased significantly. The falling speed was also faster. Truong Nok Tran thought to himself, clearly the speed was faster. Truong Nok Tran moved extremely fast to avoid the attacks. He used his own sword intent to knock them back. He also quickly moved to Lu Thufeng. He was performing his moves so he couldn't move now. But at this moment he smiled again. Looking proud, he said, "At such a close distance, you probably cannot avoid being within the attack range." Just like that, he gently slashed his sword down, looking proud of someone who was about to win. Truong Nok Tran was stunned. It was really impossible to dodge at such a close distance. The explosion echoed in the sky, and the true energy also exploded violently. The streams of true air also disappeared, leaving only a few remnants. On the field, only a thick layer of smoke could be seen. The results could not be clearly seen. The two people, Truong Vu Hai and Dan Hung Lang, also became extremely worried. Truong Vu Hai shouted, "Ninth brother." Lu Thufeng stood in the smoke, looking up at the sky, his face full of confidence. He said, "Miss Hung Lang, have you seen it? If the genius you say in front of me can't take a blow, surely he is the person you want to rely on? That's no good. Fighting over a girl won't result in a happy outcome." Sure enough, Truong Nok Tran stood in the smoke and also spoke. "Under the strong smoke, you have fallen into passive state. You cannot catch my figure, and opening your eyes is really the environment for me. Most favorable attack." Truong Nok Tran turned into an illusion and rushed very quickly to Lu Thufeng. In just a moment, he approached him. Lu Thufeng was extremely surprised. He didn't expect the speed to be so fast. Before Lu Thufeng could react, he rushed forward. He swung his sword at his neck, leaving him with a pretty big cut. But luckily he dodged in time or his neck would have been severed. He was stunned. Looking at the wound, he gritted his teeth and thought, how could that be possible? Lu Thufeng received a blow, and he immediately swung his sword to slash him. Truong Nok Tran lowered his center of gravity to avoid his sword. Lu Thufeng swung his sword again and left. Truong Nok Tran couldn't let him come and cut him. He glared and swung his sword. The two swords touched each other, and true energy erupted once again. Lu Thufeng glared fiercely. He said, "Go and die." He swung his sword back. The sword energy followed and rushed towards him like a fierce wind. Truong Nok Tran immediately jumped up to dodge the attack. He backed away a bit, and then landed. Lu Thufeng was sweating profusely. He was tired from doing so many blows. He forced himself to smile and said, "Haha, your true energy is finally exhausted." Truong Nok Tran was equally hard-working. He replied, "Even if my true energy is exhausted, I'm sure there won't be a few remnants left of me." At this moment, he was extremely angry. He shouted, "What a joke! I am the young master of the martial arts front page, a genius of geniuses. How could I be forced to exhaust my true energy by you? Next move, I will take your life." Truong Nok Tran still laughed sarcastically. "Watching you bark so wildly, you are becoming more and more like a dog that has lost its home." He swung his sword again. 3 lines of broken sword energy were released, called 3 flashes. He shouted again, "No time to talk nonsense with you, continue the move." On this side, he also threw his sword technique. As the Heavenly Heart pointed out, the sword energy lines created waves that were released. Both sword techniques rushed into each other extremely fiercely. After colliding again, due to the explosion of true energy, it exploded violently. The explosion was huge. Columns of smoke and sparks shot up into the sky, followed by rocks and soil falling like waterfalls. The two girls on this side were extremely surprised. Dan Honglang said, perhaps the confrontation between the great perfect martial artists of the imperial realm was not so destructive. Lu Thuafong rushed to Truong Ngoc Tran. Truong Ngoc Tran secretly thought this was a good opportunity. Lu Thuafong slashed. This time he was able to knock his sword away. He laughed and said, your weapon is gone, how can you fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. Truong Ngoc Tran on this side was extremely leisurely. He circulated true energy into his hands and attacked Lu Thuafong. This was the attack that defeated Lan Ninsan. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately gave Lu Thuafong a blow in his stomach. With such a close distance, he received a fatal blow with no way to neutralize it. The sword he was holding in his hand also fell. His legs were shaking, but still standing. He almost lost consciousness, his eyes tightened, red veins bulged out, and drool unconsciously flowed out. Truong Ngoc Tran stood next to him, laughed and said, Your Excellency, it seems that I have won. Truong Vu Hai was extremely happy. She shouted. As expected of my younger brother, she rushed into the line of gold-plated martial artists in one shot. Suddenly, standing at the highest point of the arena, there were two people standing there watching. The man with an unknown face could be Lu Thuafong's father, he said. My son is still too excited. Lift it down to heal. The masked woman said, the ninth prince's strength was beyond expectations. If he grew up, he could defeat the real seventh prince. Lu Thuafong's father said again, when it is necessary to lend a hand to the ninth prince, both sides and casualties are the situation that our martial arts front page, the Inscription Guild and the Black Clan most hope for. Truong Ngoc Tran held the title of martial artist on the royal list in his hand and looked at it. A woman standing next to him said, Congratulations to His Highness the ninth prince on becoming a martial artist on the royal list. The reward of 100,000 silver coins will be deposited into his card. People. The people below cheered. The first time they challenged, they became golden martial artists. It was beyond imagination. The royal family was truly talented. I wonder who was more talented between him and the seventh prince. Truong Ngoc Tran is still looking at the title. Looking at his face, he doesn't seem very happy. It's sad that what martial artists risk their lives to get is this broken title. At this time, from afar, Truong Vu Hai ran very quickly. He opened his mouth, not understanding anything. At that time, in addition to Truong Vu Hai, there was also Dan Hong Lang who rushed to hug him. Truong Vu Hai put his arm around his neck and said, Ninth brother, you are so powerful. I have returned as the messenger. Father and concubine Lam must be very happy. He said, Ninth sister, Miss Dan, it's too tight, I can't breathe. Several beautiful girls in the stands also exclaimed. Next to the genius, there are indeed beautiful women surrounding the Lam family. The eldest lady still doesn't know good or bad, and is cruel enough to abandon the ninth prince. Returning to Truong Ngoc Tran's group, Truong Vu Hai happily said, becoming a royal martial artist and being able to go to the barbaric temple once. I really admire you. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and replied. Really? Then I have to quickly return to the palace. Time gradually passed. It was evening. They finally returned to the prosperous district. In the king's room, different from his usual majestic appearance, he had taken off his dragon robe, only wearing a layer of clothing on his body, revealing several wounds on his chest. He sat on the bench and looked up at Truong Ngoc. Tran said, 9 children, tell the king, how many meridians have you opened in total? He replied, 27 meridians. Thuong clearly showed surprise. There are so many 9 children. This king will not ask you if you have any surprises, but you must learn to hide. The ice and fire unicorn armor can hide the number of meridians, remember. Enter. He reached into his sleeve again and pulled out a box of some sort. This is a 4th grade body refining medicinal pill, a unicorn pill. He put the box in front of him. Inside there was a pill. On the outside there were purple patterns that looked like unicorn scales. He continued, waiting for you to go to the temple to practice and get more of it, borrow the blood essence. The power of refining. He looked at him again and said, 9 children, born into the imperial family, if you are not excellent enough, you will be eliminated. He replied, I understand. At this time, at the queen's place, the woman who always followed her was still standing there, and she angrily threw a vase of flowers. Her face showed anger. She shouted, Is it dangerous for a 9th prince to become a royal martial artist and let him grow like that? The girl asked, What does the queen mean? She ordered Tan La, have you broken through the profound realm? At any rate, within 1 month I must see the head of the 9th prince. The young man Tan La asked, What if the 9th prince does not leave the palace for a month? The queen sat gracefully on the bed. She frowned and said, The queen said, No regrets at all costs. Tan La immediately replied that his subordinates understood. The queen leaned back. My father crossed his legs, placed a hand on his knee, His appearance seemed to be inviting someone. It was clear that the woman was married and had children, but she was also extremely seductive. She darkened face said, "Nip him to death in the bud. Let's see what a great genius can become." The scene changes to the forestry palace. In a certain room, there was an old man with white hair and beard. He sat facing the rest of the Lam family and spoke. As soon as the old man returned, he heard that a talented martial artist had appeared in the county. In the end, he is the grandson of old man Truong Ngoc Tran, Phoenix Fairy. The matter of 3 years ago should be left behind. This old man is the head of the Lam Kin Engip family, and also Lam Phai's father. He smiled and said, looking for an opportunity to apologize to Lan Ni. After all, you are brothers and sisters, let alone Tran. Ni and Nin San were childhood sweethearts. Didn't the county king still want to marry them that year? Lam Feng Tian's face darkened and he didn't say anything, while the two people behind him kept looking at him to see his reaction. Lam Kin Engip didn't say much. He just glanced at it, and made others feel oppressed. Why didn't he say anything? What's going on? The second son of the old family, Lam and Ba, spoke up. Father, a few months ago, the fourth younger sister brought back His Highness the Ninth to mend the relationship, but was humiliated and kicked out by Big Brother. Now I'm afraid he still hates us. The third son of the old family, Lam Tichchu, also said the same thing. Big Brother's actions were indeed outrageous. But they are our relatives. How can we treat them like that? Lam Kin Engip slammed his hand on the floor. He showed an amazing aura towards Lam Feng Tian. He shouted, "You are a mess. Quickly go to the palace with the rich man to confess to your sister and Tran Ni." Lam Feng Tian said, "Father, I understand your intentions, but as a lowly family head, asking my sister for forgiveness would be a loss of face for my Lam family." Lam Kin Engip blamed him. "Do you still have the face to mention my Lam family's reputation? Do you know that your stubbornness can ruin the future of my Lam family?" Suddenly there was a voice outside. That person said, "Why do we have to be so lowly and confess our sins to them?" A man dressed strangely, with loose, messy hair. He wore a green uniform, loose pants, and walked bare-chested. Lam Feng Tian turned back to look at him and said, "God, then do? Why did you come back?" He is the son of Lam Feng Tian, a henchman of the seventh prince. Lam then do he is a man, but his appearance is dressed like a woman's. He said, "His Highness the seventh prince sent me back to solve some troubles, for example, that cousin of mine." Lam Kin Engip was surprised. He trembled and said, "His Royal Highness seventh prince sent you back to eliminate ninth prince? That's your cousin." Lam then do glanced, smiled and replied, "So what? If the master wants him to die, he must die." He continued, "Grandfather, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you stand on the wrong side, wait until the master's cultivation level breaks through again, and if you want to destroy the Lam family, it won't be a problem." Lam Kin Engip was angered. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "You disobedience." Lam then do said again, "That's right, under my miserable request, the master has agreed to Nin San to be his concubine. I will personally discuss with the queen." Then he turned around and left. Lam Kin Engip's two remaining children whispered to each other. Lam Tichchi said, "Second brother, father's anger has all been transferred to Big Brother, and then do, he probably won't be angry with us. Harmful." Lam and Ba Lam replied, "Probably not." Lam Kin Engip asked Lam Feng Tian, the seventh prince, is engaged to Nin San. "What is this?" Lam Feng Tian's sweat dropped and replied, "Father, this is the intention of them Du and Nin San. Relying on the seventh prince's big tree is a good thing for our Lam family." Lam Kin Engip slumped, his face full of disappointment. He said, "Why do you think the whole Lam family has become the servants of the seventh prince?" After those words, time passed again. 7 days later. In the barbaric pond, the atmosphere was still so gloomy. The red water without any blemishes made this place even more terrifying. Truong Ngoc Tran practiced day and night. He was meditating in the air, surrounded by that red water flowing around forming a circle. At this moment, the image of a unicorn appeared above his head. Truong Ngoc Tran was still calm. He thought to himself, it took 7 days for the unicorn pill to be completely refined. Truong Ngoc Tran breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, fusing in the manic divine pool there is the power of worship. Perhaps it could be enough to help me comprehend the blood-spirit veins and soul veins. 10 days later, in the barbarian lake, a golden light appeared in midair, clearly seeing the image of a certain great emperor, extremely majestic. This golden body originates from Truong Ngoc Tran. He is currently meditating a few feet away from the water, his body emitting a stream of golden light. Truong Ngoc Tran opened his eyes. He happily said, "It was successful. Having reached the complete yellow level belt, 36 meridians have been opened." Then he braced himself and gritted his teeth. Truong Ngoc Tran stood in midair. The stream of true energy inside was extremely strong, rolling with the bright red water in the divine lake, rolling into a column of waves shooting straight up. During that explosion of true energy, he also successfully refined his soul veins. The soul in his body could freely export to the outside at will. He happily said, "Is this the soul vein?" It was impossible to imagine. The fat cat here was also extremely shocked. He opened his mouth and said, "But this kid can actually take his soul out of his body to deceive each other. That's what only a heaven-level great perfection martial artist can do." My cat began to think about the strength of this soul. He unexpectedly became a martial soul. With more practice, he could borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. The fat cat glanced at Trong Ngoc Tran, who was still engrossed in cultivation, and continued to think, not to mention, this is a precious space-time martial soul. If the time comes, it will be enough to open up the space realm, then it will use its power. The power of time and space to resist the enemy. In the cat's mind, the image of a great monk appeared. He thought again, after long training, this kid really could have unlimited ability to approach that person. A moment later, he went out into the yard to practice boxing. Trong Ngoc Tran took a foot stance and then a hand stance, punching enthusiastically. At this time, Trong Vu Hai was approaching him. She called out, "Ninth brother, are you still in the mood to practice?" Trong Vu Hai's forehead was sweating. Her expression was a bit serious. She said, "Do you know that Lam Nin San and seventh brother are engaged?" On this side, Trong Ngoc Tran also practiced boxing until he was sweating profusely. He replied, "Oh, what does it have to do with you? Since the ninth sister has already arrived, why don't you come with me to the royal level and martial arts palace?" Trong Vu Hai exclaimed in surprise, "Leaving again? I heard that you have been cultivating at Manhwa Lake for 24 days. Have you broken through to the great perfection of the yellow extreme realm?" Hearing that, he immediately laughed, closed his eyes, raised his hand to break his head and said, "Hee. When he was cultivating at Manhwa Lake, if he wasn't careful, he would have broken through." Trong Vu Hai grabbed his hand. She happily pulled his hand and said, "Ninth brother, compared to you, I am truly inferior, so let's go now, let me open my eyes." Trong Ngoc Tran immediately said, "Sister, let me put on my clothes first." After that, the two of them went down the street. Trong Ngoc Tran had to cover herself from top to bottom. He turned to ask Trong Vu Hai, "Sister, why do you always have to make me wear a hat?" She replied, "Your career of winning 10 consecutive matches on the gold list makes you a great star of that royal city. In order to avoid too many admirers crowding around and causing congestion, I can only hide this face agreeably. Hi. Not far away on the roof of a building, there was a woman sitting there observing the two people. Tan Lao looked at the two of them. Her right hand still holding the blade of the knife standing straight in the air, she said, "Finally let me get the chance. This time you won't be so lucky." At this time, in the martial arts arena, there were many people around. Trong Ngoc Tran asked, "Why are there so many people gathered around? What happened?" Trong Vu Hai immediately replied, "I heard that today someone came to take the life of a swordsman. Whether male or female, they can cut off the opponent's head with one sword. This is already the 8th person. What's even more terrifying is that he seems to be only 15 years old." Trong Ngoc Tran laughed with joy and took the swordsman's life. "Such a unique attack method, I really want to ask him for some advice." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "Having a brother like you really makes my old sister feel uneasy." The swordsman also appeared. His name was Alak. He had a large sword on his waist. His clothes were not very neat. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and there were 2 thick scars on his forehead down to his left cheek. At a glance, Trong Ngoc Tran recognized his level. He said, he was naturally gifted. His sword energy depended on his heart. His sword intent level has reached the intermediate level of mind control, which also contains killing intent. Trong Vu Hai also added that it seems like he is not a pure human, but half a wolf, half a human. Trong Vu Hai observed him and immediately pointed out his different points, looked at his ears, and those red eyes were so scary. "Right now, on the field, he is facing an opponent," he said arrogantly, "another person who is not afraid of death. The person who came was Han Fu. Is he no less capable of loudly threatening and taking the swordsman's life? Turns out to be a werewolf brat. Han Fu will come face to face with you." The name Alak showed murderous intent. His red eyes made him even angrier. In just a blink of an eye, he swung his sword and broke Han Fu's axe and also gave Han Fu a slash in the middle of his chest. Trong Ngoc Tran stared in surprise. He said, "Too fast." Trong Vu Hai was equally surprised. "Uncle, he killed Han Fu with one move. Can you take his sword?" He turned around and smiled and told her, "If it was a month ago, it wouldn't be certain, but now." He. Trong Vu Hai held her forehead. Her face was sad. She said, I I really don't understand you more and more. Having a younger brother like this really makes me surprised, both happy and scared. Lam Thendu and Lam Nin San stood on high and spoke down to Truong Nok Tran. Cousin, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Lam Thendu curled his lips and smiled and continued, truly making my brother miss me so much. Truong Nok Tran looked up. He silently assessed. This name is neither male nor female. It is the legendary cousin who was crippled by the 7th king. After that, he immediately replied, it's been a long time no see, my charming cousin. I didn't expect to meet each other on a royal-level martial arts arena. Hearing that, he was furious and arrogant. Yet this guy blatantly teased my shortcomings and didn't let me get in his face. Back on the field, the stands were noisy and chaotic. Someone shouted, the 10th person. This teenager Alak actually slashed 10 people in a row. Alak headed towards Lam Nin San, raised his hand straight up and shouted loudly, Miss Lam, I have fulfilled my promise to you, winning 10 times in a row without ever failing. Lam Nin San bends over. Her figure is slim and sexy. She smiles. Her face is strangely gentle. Alak, with your ability, there are definitely many forces pulling you. Why do you need to be a subordinate? People in the forestry family. He was immediately captivated, his eyes shining, and he said, Alak only wanted to be by her side to protect Miss Lam forever, and had no other wishes. Lam Nin San smiled complacently. She thought to herself, if not, there is still room to take advantage. A half-human slave like that would even dare to look at me. Nausea. After that, she immediately turned her attention to Truong Nok Tran. She said, Big brother, what if you fight with Lak and can catch a few of his swords? I don't care much about her, I said. If someone agrees to protect you, then you should try and cherish it. Truong Vu Hai also cheered for him. Remember to be more careful when entering the ring. She looked at him. His image reflected in her eyes. She wondered, he has become a golden martial artist. Why is he still on the stage? Maybe. Lam Thendu was a little cold, he said, interesting. If Emperor Alak killed him in the ring, it wouldn't be bad. Truong Nok Tran walked step by step up the ladder. He stood tall on the field, waiting for someone to challenge him. The audience saw him on the field again and shouted, Look, it's the 9th prince, he's here again? If he wanted to earn more silver, he would have to win against 10 gold-plated martial artists. No way, the royal family wouldn't risk their lives for a little silver. Not to mention, there has never been anyone in the Yanwu County who has been able to win against 10 golden-ranked martial artists in a row, and the 7th prince had never been able to do it before. Seeing him appear, Lu Thuafong immediately took up his sword and rushed forward. He said, last time, only a lucky person was lucky enough to win against me. He frowned and declared, this time, you won't have that luck. Truong Nok Tran laughed. His eyes darkened, revealing murderous intent. He said, it's true that Master Willow stubbornly wants to be the first to challenge me, so come. You two are about to fight. Lu Thuafong asked again, fight with me? Don't you use a sword? Truong Nok Tran replied, temporarily not using it. He glared angrily, then growled and rushed forward. Daring to disrespect this young master, you should pay the price for your hubris. Lu Thuafong swung his ant and performed his move, causing the fire to flare up. A stream of purple true energy burst out, aiming straight at Truong Nok Tran. I just saw him leisurely raising his hand. Using his bare hands to block his sword, the true energy he unleashed was not inferior to him. His hand was like iron, and blocked his sword without any harm. True energy followed the path of the sword and broke the bones in his arm. Lu Thuafong screamed in pain. He held his hand proudly. My hand. Truong Nok Tran said, you are no longer my opponent. Lu Thuafong's face darkened. His eyes were somewhat cautious. He asked, why did your cultivation become so much stronger? Truong Nok Tran replied, why do you have to be stubborn to win? If you live happily, can't you just comfortably be the son of a rich family? Why do I have to come here and lose all my face? Hearing that, Lu Thuafong was immediately angered and growled, I will kill you. When he finished, he was about to sneak attack him. Truong Nok Tran closed his eyes and sighed, not seeing the coffin without shedding tears. Quick as lightning, he swung his legs up. Give him a kick straight in the face. Truong Vu Hai stood observing on the stage. She said, this younger brother of mine, it's true that he doesn't know how heavy his actions are. If his actions are a bit heavy against that young master, then stop it. Before, he was still confronting his uncle. My sister, harming others and losing all her face in front of the people of the world, really doesn't know how to love flowers and pearls. I don't know if he was telling Lam Nin San or not, but someone heard it without getting through it. Lam Din San, standing behind, glared at him, full of discomfort. The 9 counties deserved to die, yet he dared to gloat when he was in trouble in front of me. Soon Truong Nok Tran will fall under a lax sword. I want to see what attitude will people have in front of me. On the field, Lu Thufeng was lying unconscious on the floor. He lay crying on the floor, tears and snot flowing non-stop. He cried and said, "Just wait, Truong Nok Tran, I will practice well, then come challenge you again." Truong Nok Tran laughed, then said, "You are truly different from those young gentlemen. I am waiting for you to challenge me." After that, he continuously challenged him to a duel. The second match was with a guy with long hair, but in the end the winner was Truong Nok Tran. The next match was with a green girl wearing a tight black dress, but she still couldn't win. Truong Tua then won twice in a row. Truong Tua then won 3 times in a row. He continuously won. Truong Tua then won 4 times in a row. Truong Tua then won 5 times in a row. Won 6 times in a row. Won 7 times in a row. The audience was extremely shocked when they saw it. They were all extremely shocked. They continuously defeated 7 gold-plated martial artists, and they all fought in one move, so terrifying. It's been just over a month and he's truly talented in martial arts. As expected, he can't use normal reasoning to tell. The girls seemed to idolize him. Everyone looked at him with longing expressions. The 9th prince was so handsome. If I can marry him, even if I only have a short lifespan of 10 years, I will still volunteer. I also volunteer. Truong Vu Hai couldn't help but feel happy and exclaim when he saw it. The weak-minded person who was once ridiculed as waste has now been revived into a person that everyone admires. Being able to be your sister, I see. So proud. Some people are proud, some people feel uncomfortable. Lam Nin San's face is angry. She angrily said, "Damn, let him take all the glory." Her face was cold. She said to Alack, someone has taken action. Let's deal with this guy who humiliates our people. He clasped his hands, respectfully, answered, and obeyed. Truong Nok Tran and that guy Alack started to have a match. A girl stood between the two. She raised her hand and said, "I believe that the next match will definitely be extremely worth looking forward to. Winning the swordsman's life." Alack challenges Prince Truong Weak then. Alack looked at him and said, "He is indeed a very strong person. Unfortunately you have offended Miss Lam. I am forced to take your life." Truong Nok Tran frowned. His face coldly said, "Your swordsmanship has a fatal flaw. You definitely cannot win against me. You may even die, admit defeat." Alack replied, "Who lives and who dies, you only need to fight one battle to know." Truong Nok Tran said again, "What people practice is the taboo martial art. Killing sword art. Although it is powerful, every time a sword is swung, it will cause great damage to the body." His words were like the wind blowing away clouds that had not fallen into his hands. At this time, I was holding the sword tightly in my hand, and the whites of my eyes had turned bright red. My eyes were like electric lights emitting light. He said, "If you know my sword technique of killing, you should also understand its powerful power. No one in the same realm can block my sword." Truong Nok Tran took out his sword. He said, "The swordsmanship of killing people is not perfect. If you don't give up, then let me see how strong you are." Standing outside, Lam Nin San couldn't wait any longer. She glared at him and shouted, "Stop wasting words with him. Get out quickly." He was like a hunting wolf, ferociously rushing towards him. Truong Nok Tran glared. His eyes opened. He was immediately able to easily block one of his swords. Both he and the dispatcher glanced at each other with murderous intent, both continuing to throw sword intent at the other. Both of them had a display of strength in the air. Each sword move was extremely powerful. No one gave in to the other. Truong Nok Tran laughed and thought to himself, "His speed is far superior to young Master Willow. Fighting him can improve my ability to improvise. It's really not a bad practice." He shouted, "Are you still in the mood to laugh? I thought we only had it. Is that all patience?" The audience watching the competition below was extremely excited. Some people asked incredulously, completely unable to see the movements clearly, "Is this speed really that of a martial artist at the extreme level?" Someone replied, "It was really too fast. I only saw the shadow." Lam Nin San smiled complacently. Looking at her extremely sinister expression, she thought, "Because of me, a genius swordsman had to die at the hands of another genius swordsman. This feeling is truly beautiful." At that time, the two stopped. Truong Nok Tran advised him again, "Admit defeat. If you continue, you will fall under my sword due to lack of physical strength." Indeed, he was sweating, tired, and his face no longer had the same vitality as before, but he still said, "An ordinary human like you thinks my physical strength is not as good as yours? I have to make you open your life." About the scary point of the werewolf race, Truong Nok Tran laughed. He said, "If you have any killer moves, just bring them out here, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use them again." He tensed his body, his true energy rising. Next, his hair tie broke. The body begins to change, the hands begin to grow hair, and the nails grow long and sharp. His face was also covered with a layer of dragon beast. his fangs slowly protruding. He let out a cry like a howling wolf. Truong Vu Hai immediately shouted, "Ninth brother. If you want to kill him, you can only take advantage of this moment. Waiting for him to awaken his wolf bloodline will be difficult." Truong Nok Tran was extremely leisurely, he replied. "What I've been waiting for is this moment." Hearing that, she didn't know what else to say. Finally, his wolf bloodline was completely awakened, and powerful true energy was emitted. The atmosphere was much stronger than before. He exposed his fangs and cried out. Lam Din San sat cross-legged, smiling. With the proud tone of a winner, she said, "Truong Nok Tran, you and I are childhood sweethearts. If it weren't for you humiliating me first, I wouldn't have used it." "Come, assassin! It's just that people are too rude." Truong Nok Tran firmly held the sword in his hand. He began to release his true energy to the outside, the blue true energy flow, bringing a bit of coolness but also full of oppression. He said, "You are a worthy opponent. Serious fight." Alak shouted, "If you want to fight, then fight, don't talk too much." He quickly rushed towards you. His speed was so fast that at a glance, you could only see his silhouette passing by without seeing his face clearly. He moved behind him, then violently attacked. Truong Nok Tran immediately looked back. He thought to himself, "Too fast, I can't avoid it anymore." As soon as he stabbed his sword, he immediately created a shield to protect himself. This sword of his emitted an extremely powerful stream of true energy. His shield quickly cracked in an instant. He smiled smugly and said, "The shield is broken. Look where you're hiding." Truong Nok Tran laughed and replied, "What if I just don't want to escape?" Having said that, he used force to hold his wrist tightly. Truong Nok Tran, glaring, he swung his sword. Because his hand was captured, he couldn't hide anywhere, so he directly received one of his swords. This sword slashed straight to the middle of his chest, and his sword was thrown out. Truong Vu Hai stood watching and couldn't help but be surprised. Surely this swordsman didn't have any other trump cards, right? Lam Nin San appeared unwilling. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's so damned. I didn't expect Alak to be such a trash." The audience was also shocked. The ninth prince was too strong. The swordsman who took the life of the swordsman was defeated by him. Nowadays, geniuses of the same age can defeat a prince. Probably only the seventh prince. On the fighting stage, Alak received a sword and lay flat on the floor. He asked him with difficulty, "Why don't you kill me?" Truong Nok Tran replied, "I have never killed anyone before." He kept his words in his heart, and did not say them, unless he encountered someone worth killing. Hearing that, Alak immediately replied, "I owe you my life, from now on. Definitely, we'll pay you." The scenery changes. The sky is late at night. Today the sky is cloudy and lightning strikes continuously. Down there, Lam Nin San's voice rang out, hitting him and breaking his arms and legs for me. She and a group of people carrying big sticks beat Alak up and down. She said, "This lady is angry to death. What kind of dog swordsman can't even kill Truong Nok Tran?" Lam Nin San stood with her arms crossed, her face angry, her mouth gritting her teeth. She said, "This lady really shouldn't accept a useless slave like you. It's true that the more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets. Kill him." Alak's body was covered in wounds. He widened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. A guy was standing behind him, raising a stick to hit him. When he turned his head to look back, the stick was about to hit him. In the middle of the dark night, a scream rang out. After processing, Lam Nin San turned and left. He even reached out to call Miss Lam. Alak lay on the floor, tears rolling down his eyes. "So I will repay this despicable life to you." Then, he lay silently without saying anything more. Showers began to fall. The rain became heavier and heavier as if crying for him. Under that rain, Truong Nok Tran walked towards him. He was unconscious. Truong Vu Hai held an umbrella in her hand. She looked at Truong Nok Tran and said, "Ninth brother." His body was seriously injured. His limbs were broken. He definitely couldn't be saved. His master also ignored him. "What do we do? Should I take care of him?" He replied, "If we didn't worry, he would definitely die." So he sent 2 people to take him back to the palace. Remembering the moment before his death in his previous life gave birth to a feeling of sympathy, he said, "Whether he can live or not depends on his will." Truong Nok Tran glared with extremely cold eyes. In the pouring rain, his carriage rushed quickly to the palace. Under this rain, someone had patiently waited for a long time. Tan La's clothes were all wet. She glanced down and said, "The ninth prince's carriage. There must be no mistake." On the roof, she gained momentum. Rushed quickly to Truong Nok Tran's carriage. She glared, true energy released, then screamed and died. There was a loud explosion. His carriage was torn to pieces. Under the pouring rain, the carriage was crushed, and the horse also remained here. But there was no one in the car. Tan La was also extremely surprised. She had seen a ghost. And let that damned ninth prince escape. Suddenly, from behind her, Truong Nok Tran's voice rang out. Being able to make the royal killer personally take action is truly my honor. Tan La heard the voice and immediately glanced back and looked. His figure approached from behind her, and she was extremely surprised. Before she could stop being surprised, Truong Vu Hai also walked out. She held the umbrella in her hand, smiled and said, "Don't panic, we are not interested in killing people. We just want to know who you are. Who is the person behind your instructions?" Tan La said, "Two children who are in the extreme state," but also said the words, "Kill me so easily! What a shameless boast!" She firmly held the knife in her hand. She released a stream of true energy aimed at Truong Vu Hai. Truong Nok Tran shouted. The 9 sisters were close. She swung her sword, creating 3 sword intents that rushed straight towards Truong Vu Hai. Truong Vu Hai was not scared at all. She gently replied, "You have already underestimated the royal realm martial artists like me," she said happily, thinking about it. "Can't we stop this trick?" Having said that, she used her umbrella to block his attack. She glared and said, "At your level, it's really not worth me taking you seriously." Truong Vu Hai looked up and shouted, "Gay! 9th brother, be careful." Tan La jumped up on the tree branch and turned her eyes to Truong Nok Tran. She used the tree trunk as a stepping stone and launched herself. She ran extremely fast towards Truong Nok Tran, brandished her knife, intending to take his life. Truong Nok Tran immediately used his bare hands to defend. That sword didn't pierce his arm at all. Truong Nok Tran said, "The shock power of a profound realm expert is truly more ferocious than the royal realm." She immediately replied, "Do you think I am useless like Lu Thuofang?" she shouted, moving. Her sword immediately shook. Then, it seemed to turn into a rope that wrapped tightly around his hand. Truong Nok Tran widened his eyes in surprise. Just like that, she locked his arms and then pressed him to the ground. On her finger appeared a sharp claw. Truong Vu Hai was extremely worried. She begged, "God, save my brother!" Tan La grinned smugly. She swung her claws to finish him off. That sharp nail almost touched him. Truong Nok Tran also glared in horror, straining his eyes to look at that sharp weapon. Suddenly he used his other hand to point at the acupuncture point on her finger. "Make her feel pain and retreat." Truong Nok Tran stood up, hugged his hand and said, "Ah. Next time you come to kill me, you must send someone stronger." And she fell to the ground. Truong Nok Tran glared, and as he spoke, he kicked her away. "At your level, it's not even worth it to practice." This kick caused Tan La to fly several meters away. Then, Truong Nok Tran burst out laughing. He said again, "Mysterious realm." Just like that, her legs were held tightly by him. Tan La glared, gritted her teeth. She thought to herself, "But he has an extreme level of cultivation. How can his strength be so arrogant?" Then, Truong Nok Tran used his strength to throw her away. Truong Vu Hai said in surprise, "9th brother. Good or bad, she's a girl, yet she's so cruel." He immediately replied, "Female assassins do not count as girls." She said again, "Your brat's martial arts skills are stronger than your strength." Tan La collapsed on the ground. She grimaced, looking extremely painful. Truong Nok Tran frowned. He said, "This is your last chance. Who wants to kill me? Speak." Suddenly her body emitted a red aura, covering her body. She put her hands on the ground. She used her hands as support to lift her body overhead. Then, he threw a very fast kick towards Truong Nok Tran's face. He dodged it but still had a cut on his face. La Tan laughed and thought, "The assassin has failed, run ahead and say it. In the end, it's just the extreme state, not enough experience." So, taking advantage of this moment, she jumped up to escape. As she ran, she thought, even the 9th prince's fighting power is equal to that of a middle-stage profound martial artist. I must escape to report to the queen. But before she could think more, Truong Nok Tran was already following closely, and he leisurely analyzed. After the blood boiled, the speed was indeed not normal fast, but in the end it was still a mystical realm. "Stop." She looked over and her eyes widened in surprise. She thought, he had just reached the great perfection of his cultivation. How could his speed be so fast? Under the pouring rain, Truong Nok Tran and Han Tan La raced, having a fight in the air. Neither of them gave way to the other. Han Tan La ran and fought. Truong Nok Tran did not let himself be distanced. He quickly approached her. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, but this chase has no end in sight. While running like that, Han Tan La glanced out. She thought to herself, not only is this kid incredibly fast, but his strength is also amazing. If we continue like this, I'm afraid I will be defeated by him. Caught alive! Suddenly she stopped, and took out 3 darts in her hand. Truong Nok Tran glared and thought to himself, there was a hidden weapon. Han Tan La turned around and threw 3 darts at him. At the same time, a loud clap of thunder erupted in the sky. Truong Ngoc Tran calmly used his bare hands to knock away the hidden weapons. Seeing this, Han Tanla also began to frown, thinking to himself, afraid that I won't even have the chance to escape. Truong Ngoc Tran glared, holding 3 coins in his hand, preparing to throw them at her. He said, "You have hidden weapons, I also have them." Having said that, he tossed 3 coins strongly at her. A coin hit her square in the back. The force was quite strong, causing her to tense her eyes angrily and look back. She fell straight onto the road, motionless, just lying there struggling in the rain. Truong Ngoc Tran approached. He thought to himself, "Who sent me to assassinate me? Look at her real face first." He reached out to pull the cloth over her mouth. He brought his hand close to her face, when suddenly she opened her eyes. Immediately, she pointed her sharp iron finger at his face, making him somewhat surprised. She threw her body back and tried to pin Truong Ngoc Tran to the floor. But the attack had no meaning at all. He immediately threw his hand away, bluntly knocking her away. The blow was not gentle. She was thrown several meters away, face down on the floor. At this point, he no longer had any intention of compromising. Truong Ngoc Tran took out his sword. He said, "If you don't drink the invited wine, you like to drink the punishment wine. I can only force you to confess." Han Tanla looked up at him. Her body was full of wounds. She had a troubled face but still smiled. She said, "If I came to assassinate you, then you certainly won't be able to get hold of me." Immediately, she bit something in her mouth. Truong Ngoc Tran looked extremely surprised. Suddenly there was a black smoke rising from her body, as if her body was turning into black sand dust. Her body decomposed faster and faster. Before that, she looked at him and said, "I can't kill you today. Later someone else will come and kill you." A moment later, in front of Truong Ngoc Tran, only one of her clothes remained, and she seemed to completely disappear. Truong Vu Hai then ran back. She asked, "Ninth brother, how are you? Where is the female assassin?" He replied, "Dead." He continued with a calm face. "She took a poison pill that destroyed her body and erased her traces. I'm very curious who trained such a loyal assassin." Truong Vu Hai bent down and looked down. She said, "Now it's already evaporated. Do you have any other choice? Curiosity also requires clues to find her owner." Truong Ngoc Tran suddenly burst into laughter. "I have a way that might work. But if I want to lure the snake out of the cave and find out who is behind it, I'll bother my older sister to perform a show with me." Truong Vu Hai wondered, acting? Returning to the queen's palace, she sat on the bed and thought to herself, Han Tanla wanted to kill a small 9th prince who had not returned for such a long time. She bent down worriedly. Her eyes were gloomy. There was definitely something sinister inside. Suddenly a maid rushed into the room. She said excitedly, "My lady. It's a big bad thing," she shouted, panicking. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." The maid leaned down and said, "The 9 districts," he said. Han Tanla's actions failed and was arrested and escorted to the heavenly prison. Before the 9th prince was seriously injured, he even saw Han Tanla's true face. Hearing that, the queen was also extremely frightened. She turned pale and glared, "Why, heaven and earth?" In my heart I thought, "No, the king knows that Han Tanla is my maid and concubine, if he comes to heaven to recognize her." She bowed down dejectedly, held her head in her hands and said to the maid, "Summon Lam, this queen wants you to rush into the dungeon at all costs to save Tanla before the king arrives. If that doesn't work, kill her and destroy all traces." The person on the summoning table said. The disciple understood. True Lam asked again. The 9th prince had seen Tanla's face, waiting for him to wake up. The queen fell back. She quickly chanted, curled her legs together and said, "I will send your sister to eliminate him so that he will never wake up again." After that, she said angrily, "The 4 of you are my confidants, my sharp weapons. As long as I have you, no one can shake my position in the court. Don't let me disappointed." True Lam's eyes became cold. She said, "The queen can rest assured. True Lam will definitely not betray the queen's trust." The next day, she summoned the 2 Lam, then Du brothers. The person on the throne said, "Then Du, the marriage of Nin San and that niece should be decided like that. As for the specifics of the marriage, the person in charge is in charge. What do you think?" "Lady." The 3 great princes were surrounded and attacked by the Forbidden Army. They all drank poison and committed suicide. Hearing that, the 2 immediately knelt down and said together, thanking the queen for her grace. The sound of high heels rang out, and a maid from her palace entered. That person stood before the queen and said, "Your Highness." The 3 great princes were surrounded and attacked by the Forbidden Army. They all drank poison and committed suicide. Hearing the bad news, Lam then Du was extremely surprised. Even Lam Nin San was equally surprised. As for the queen, she was extremely angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "For you, Truong Ngoc Tran, it's true that I have looked down on you." The queen sat on the throne. Her anger was burning. She said, if Truong Nok Tran doesn't get rid of it, disaster will come from within in the future. Lam then knelt on the ground. His eyes were sinister, saying, Your Majesty, I have a plan. It's better to invite the black assassin to kill the 9th prince, ensuring that no one can trace it to us. When she heard that, she immediately said, If it makes sense, then I'll leave it to you to do the work. Once this is done, there will be many good things for your Lam family. Lam then clasped his hands respectfully. He said with a determined look, This small matter does not need to be mentally draining. Just leave it to our servants to do it. We guarantee that we will quickly get the 9's head. Prince. The queen also said, So this queen will wait for good news. At the Jade Palace, Truong Nok Tran and Truong Vuhai sat down to discuss. Truong Vuhai asked, Those martyrs all drank poison and committed suicide, without leaving any clues, 9th brother, so what should we do? Truong Nok Tran replied, That martyr who robbed the prison already had an extremely extreme cultivation level. It seemed that her owner was definitely someone worth capturing. His eyes became serious, thinking to himself, I had previously speculated that the instigator was someone in the palace. Early this morning, I learned that the 4 maids next to the queen were all put to death by her for committing a crime. So why? Is there such a coincidence? These 4 maids must be the 4 female assassins, the ones who tried to kill me 2 or 3 times, must be the queen. Truong Vuhai talked about other things with a somewhat cheerful attitude. 9th brother, the swordsman who took his life back yesterday is awake. Do we need to go see him? He heard that and immediately said, Is that so? So let's go see how he is. In my heart, I thought, right now I am still not the queen's opponent. I should still practice quickly and plan for the long term. In the long run, it's better. Truong Nok Tran and Truong Vuhai came to meet Alak. Then he stood outside to welcome them. She laughed and said, Your Highness, Alak's injuries have healed. His broken tendons and bones have been repaired. But he has been lost all day without saying a word, like an idiot. Truong Nok Tran held his forehead in his hands and said in boredom that his mental illness was difficult to cure. To be able to escape from this predicament, he could only rely on his own will. Truong Vuhai next to him blamed me. I still had time to worry about others, and didn't think about my own situation. Then he pointed to a corner of the tree. Alak also sat there, holding the stick, not knowing what to do. Then he said these past few days he has been sitting on the ground drawing people like that. The person being drawn is... Truong Vuhai said in surprise, the person he drew was probably not the same person. Lam Nin San. On the ground is a drawing of Lam Nin San with a cute appearance that is extremely different from the real person. Truong Nok Tran stepped closer. I asked, Where is your sword? Alak bowed down. His eyes lifeless, he replied, My meridians have been cut. I can't lift the sword anymore. Truong Nok Tran said again, The meridians have been broken, and the person is also paralyzed? If you are a waste person and still have the strength to sit here and draw someone who has become like that because of a woman, it seems like I have overestimated you before. Hearing that, his hand trembled a bit, causing the tree branch to tremble with it. He didn't know if he was shaking out of anger or out of humiliation. Without waiting for him to say anything, he continued, and as he spoke, he also stepped on Lam Nin San's face that he drew. She doesn't call you human, but you see her as a god, immersed in pursuit, right away. Even waste is not as good. At this time, Alak stood up. He shouted towards Truong Nok Tran, What are you doing? If I didn't owe you 2 lives I would have killed you now. At this moment, Truong Nok Tran suddenly laughed loudly. He said, Haha, just relying on a trash like you. Even if I practice for another 10 years, I won't be my opponent. At this moment, Alak was completely provoked. He roared, I am not trash. He grabbed the tree branch tightly, channeling his true energy. Then, he treated that branch as a sword and rushed towards Truong Nok Tran. Truong Nok Tran said again, Waste is waste. Before his attack could come, he gave him a blow and sent it flying straight into the tree. He said, Why would I save a trash like you? Alak gritted his teeth and growled. Then, the animal's body rushed towards Truong Nok Tran. He gently gave him a punch, sending him flying away. Next, without holding back, he waved his hand and punched him. He punched him straight in the face. Truong Nok Tran shouted, He doesn't even have the strength to fight back. You trash like you. It's a waste to be my opponent. Continuing, he gave him a kick, then punched him in the face again. Then he stood outside. Extremely worried, she said, Your Highness, Alak? Truong Vuhai stood next to her and winked at her and said, Don't panic, the 9th brother is just trying to awaken Alak. An hour later, he was beaten to the point that he could not stand. He bent down and sat on the ground. He was panting and talking. Pant. Don't fight anymore. Truong Nok Tran glared. He said, What's wrong? Do you still want to continue being a waste person? Alak replied, I am a swordsman, not a waste person. I have thought it through, thank you. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran burst into laughter. He said, "No need to thank me, you can think through everything based on your own will. What are your plans next?" Alak stood up. He said, "The meridians have been broken and can no longer enter the profound realm, but I want to think of a way to find the elixir to reconnect the meridians." Truong Ngoc Tran looked thoughtful. He said, "We have a book of exercises where only people with broken meridians can practice. If your willpower is strong enough, you may be able to successfully practice this special technique." Alak suddenly knelt down. His eyes were full of gratitude. He said, "I agree. Thank you, please accept a bow from Alak. As for Alak, I owe my benefactor 3 lives. In the future, if my benefactor has something to thank, I will not refuse even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire." Truong Ngoc Tran took the exercise book and gave it to him and said, "Then you will take care of your daily life. Please try to practice." After finishing handling, Truong Vu Hai put his arm around his neck and said, "Ninth brother, you have never been to the royal family's martial arts arena, so let's go practice there with your sister today." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Okay." The space moves to evening, at the king's palace. An old man standing before the king clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, if a young bird does not leave the nest, it cannot become a mighty eagle. Should we consider sending the 9th prince out of the palace to worship a master and learn?" The king heard that and immediately said, "Indeed, if Jioni can quickly break through the profound realm, perhaps he can catch up with the Yun Dai sect's enrollment time this year." The old man also said that the old slave felt that it was not satisfactory. His Highness the 7th Prince had already joined the Cloud Dai Palace. If His Highness the 9th also went, it would not necessarily be a good thing. When the king heard that, he said it made sense. On the contrary, the home page of the martial arts market, Willow Truyan Nan, once mentioned to me that he wanted to recommend Kyuni to study at the martial arts palace to practice. The old man said again, "Martial arts school?" There, the district that accepts disciples from the heavenly demon Lin Tu Phuong district is larger than the Van Dai sect, and the entrance exams are also much stricter. The king laughed very cheerfully. He said, "Ha ha ha, this king feels that Jioni has a 9-point chance of taking the exam to enter the martial arts palace. When he breaks through to the profound realm, this king will ask him what his purpose is." The next morning, at the royal family's martial arts training ground, Truong Vu Hai and his staff were already standing there. In this place, a group of masters, each with superior skills, each demonstrated their abilities. He observed the group of experts here and was amazed. He thought to himself, although the martial arts district was just a border state, the royal family was also full of talented people. Truong Vu Hai began to tease him again. She said she did not expect that the worldly genius, Prince Nine, would be surprised by this small situation. He narrowed his eyes and replied, "Although I am a prince, I have not seen too much of the world." "So what about the 9th sister who is widely educated and practices many types of martial arts, yet she chose a female assassin?" Truong Vu Hai said, "That's it. Saying that your rustic is already overestimating you." Truong Vu Hai stroked her hair. She showed off the outfit she was wearing today. She said, "Don't you think this outfit is both useful and attractive?" Suddenly someone spoke from behind. "I heard that the 9th prince won 10 consecutive martial artists on the gold list, and is now the top person on the gold list." Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at him and thought to himself, "Why is he this cruel 6th prince? With the 6th prince and the 5th prince also here," he said, "to what extent has your strength reached? Can it open our eyes?" The 6th prince laughed and said, "I wonder who would be stronger with the strength of the 9th prince, if he were to fight against a martial artist of the profound extreme realm?" In front of him, there was another person who stepped forward. That person said, "9th brother, let 3rd brother learn your tricks." 3rd Prince Truong Hong Hon is quite elegant. He looks quite old, handsome and quite like the king. He smiled and said, "It is convenient for my brothers and sisters to learn my supreme style." Truong Vu Hai stood in front of him and said, "3rd brother, you have already reached the middle stage of the mysterious realm. 9th brother has just reached the great perfection of the royal realm. Is this competition unfair?" Truong Ngoc Tran looked at her and thought to himself, "Probably only this stupid sister considers herself a relative of the royal family's descendants." Truong Hong Hon sneered. He said, "What does the 9th sister mean? Is the 9th brother's defeat at the hands of his brother not considered practice?" Lam Then Du clapped his hands loudly. He said, "Your Highness the 3rd Prince, well said. What your 3rd Highness just said is very reasonable. My cousin, are you afraid of losing so you don't dare to fight? Or do you look down on your 3rd Highness?" Truong Vu Hai looked in his direction. Next to him was Lam Nin San. She coldly said, "Lam Then Du, Lam Nin San, this is the royal family's arena. Why did you come here?" In her heart, she secretly thought, this unjust pair of brothers is truly hateful. Lam Then Du looked extremely proud. He smiled and said, as per the Queen's orders, today Nin-san and I can also go to the royal family's arena to practice martial arts, and conveniently practice with us. Princes and princesses. Chuang Vu-hai raised her hand to touch her hair, frowned, clearly showing contempt. She said, I'm afraid that even if someone rides on a high branch, he won't be able to be a phoenix. What do you think? Nin-san, younger sister. Lam Nin-san's eyes widened. Her face showed great anger. She thought, Chuang Vu-hai has insulted me many times, she must find an opportunity to teach her. Returning to Chuang Nok-tran, Chuang Hong-hon still did not give up his idea. He raised his hand in front of him and said, Ninth brother, after all, you don't dare to fight with this prince? Or do you look down on your third brother? Chuang Nok-tran clasped his hands together and said respectfully, since we've come to this point, then I will practice with my third brother. Chuang Hong-hon smirked. He said, Ninth brother, don't lose to me from the first move, then the dignity of the person at the top of the gold table will be lost. Hearing that, Lam Nin-san seemed extremely happy. She thought to herself, I heard correctly, didn't I expect he would agree? This time there's a good drama. I can't wait to see how badly he gets beaten. On the field, the two stood facing each other, ready to fight. Chuang Hong-hon tensed his body, his muscles appearing rippling. This is called the barbarian fighting fist. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, do you want to use your strength to suppress me? Chuang Hong-hon threw a punch. Chuang Nok-tran immediately bent down to avoid the attack. He laughed and said, that's fast speed, but do you think that you can resist me? Do you respond, resist? Let's see if you can hit me. Chuang Hong-hon began to swing his second punch. He said, in the face of absolute power, what use is speed? He said again, no? Please, third brother, show me what absolute power is. The third prince circulated true energy. A powerful energy surrounded him. Very strong, he said, Ninth brother, my barbarian fighting fist has been cultivated to the 9th level. The strength is equivalent to 80 like a buffalo. Can you help me? Then he punched the ground. This punch carried a huge gust of air. The ground shook and broke into many small pieces of rock, blowing Chuang Nok-tran away. Chuang Hong-hon immediately attacked. He said, let's see how you dodge this time. A punch was thrown, directly emitting extremely strong true energy, hitting Chuang Nok-tran. He seemed to have been hit. Chuang Vu-hai stood outside and was extremely worried. She shouted loudly, Ninth brother. The two Lam Then-du brothers were extremely happy. Lam Nin-san looked cheerful, smiled proudly. She said, being hit directly by Chuang Hong-hon, this time if not dead, it will be hard to live. This punch caused the ground to be disturbed. The ice ground was now rough and cracked. Chuang Hong-hon stood tall like a victor. He said, it seems your speed cannot guarantee your safety. But before he could be happy, Chuang Nok-tran's projection flashed behind him. He swung his palm, and the dragon statue gave him a weak title. The third prince immediately used his barbarian fighting fist to receive him. The law of the palm and the law of the fist collide. Both are equal. No one loses. The pressure of this impact was quite large. The air legs touching each other created a loud explosion. After the explosion, Chuang Nok-tran was pushed back, but in general he was not injured. Chuang Nok-tran laughed with excitement. He said, is this the power of a middle-stage profound martial artist? At this moment, Chuang Hong-hon's face suddenly turned red. A mark appeared on his forehead. He shouted, this is just the beginning. A strange phenomenon occurred in his body. His muscles became stronger. He was like a crazy buffalo. Chuang Nok-tran laughed. He thought to himself, the middle stage of the profound realm is truly a rare and extremely good quality to practice with. We must grasp this opportunity firmly. The 6th prince and the 5th prince saw Chuang Hong-hon's power burst out, and immediately showed excitement. The 6th prince laughed and said, ha ha ha, the third brother is angry. The little 9 children will face disaster. Chuang Vu-hai was nervous. She was extremely worried, thinking to herself. The Red Ring's face was very pale. It seemed that he had just reached the middle stage of the profound realm. The 9th brother could definitely handle it. Chuang Hong-hon clenched his fists, and madly rushed towards Chuang Nok-tran. He threw a kick at Chuang Nok-tran's face. As fast as lightning, he quickly tilted his head to the side to avoid the attack. Chuang Hong-hon smiled complacently. He said, do you think it's safe to dodge my punch? He attacked, but it didn't hit Chuang Nok-tran, but he was thrown into the air. Chuang Hong-hon was arrogant, and said loudly, this is the strength of the most talented martial arts student in the gold chart. Chuang Nok-tran glanced at him. He thought to himself, just relying on his fists can knock me away. This guy's strength cannot be underestimated. Before he could think any more, he saw his figure approaching him. When did Chuang Hong-hon move in front of him? He said, each punch now feels like the force of 100 cows. 9th brother, let's see if you can still stand. Having said that, he threw another punch at Chuang Nok-tran. This punch was more powerful than the previous punches combined. his true energy exploded violently, receiving this punch directly, sending him flying straight. Get down on the playing field immediately. Truong Vu Hai couldn't sit still, she called out, ninth brother. There are people who are sad and there are people who are happy. Lam Nin San said these sarcastic words at this time. Why are you so scared, Lord? Dear brother, being defeated by someone else makes you heartbroken? Truong Vu Hai looked at her with half an eye, hating her so much in his heart, so hateful. My ninth brother is so adorable, yet he has such a disgusting younger sister. It's so hard to understand. On the field, thick columns of smoke rose. Truong Hong Hon stood watching the smoke and looked around. Truong Ngoc Tran appeared and disappeared. He quietly walked behind him without him knowing. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, he gave him a palm strike on his back. Truong Hong Hon received the palm of his hand and gritted his teeth, looking behind him uncomfortably, wanting to rely on the thick smoke to attack. Next, he leaned forward against the smoke and gave him a punch in the stomach. Truong Hong Hon could only grit his teeth and endure. He vomited blood, his eyes flashed with anger. He shouted, Do you want to defeat me with this petty trick? How naive, your rank is lower than hers. Truong Hong Hon took a big breath, he blew out the smoke and it disappeared. Truong Ngoc Tran gradually appeared. He laughed and said, There is no more cover of fog, let's see where are you planning to hide. Having said that, he rushed towards him like a storm. Truong Hong Hon burst out and released his true energy, attacking him. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly dodged away. He was sweating profusely and thought, the martial artists of the Xuanji middle stage really cannot be underestimated. The third prince is probably the weakest among them. Lam Nin San stood outside watching the competition and burst out laughing. She placed her hand across her chest and said arrogantly, Although the third prince is a loser, his cultivation is not bad. Truong Ngoc Tran seems to have lost. Lam Nin Du next to him said that Truong Ngoc Tran's cultivation level is much stronger than I thought, and the third prince can hardly do anything. Lam Nin San stomped his foot hard on the floor. Her expression immediately changed. A bit of unbelievable horror appeared in her eyes. How could this be possible? He was clearly beaten so much that he could only retreat, not even having the strength to fight back. Lam Nin Du also seemed to have eyes to see. He frowned, put his hand on his forehead and said, Look at the ground he stepped on. He seemed to be pouring all his strength onto the ground. It looks like it's struggling, but it's actually not injured at all. This kind of exquisite control really surpasses my expectations. We must thank this stupid third prince for helping us verify Truong Ngoc Tran's true strength, otherwise we would have paid a fee to invite an assassin at the night market. We must thank this stupid third prince for helping us verify Truong Ngoc Tran's true strength. Otherwise we would have paid a fee to invite an assassin at the night market. Truong Vu Hai observed the match and thought to himself that he would continue to meddle with his third brother. I'm afraid the ninth brother will be at a disadvantage. Truong Vu Hai threw her sword to Truong Ngoc Tran again. She said loudly, Ninth brother, your cultivation level is not as good as third brother. Don't use force to fight him anymore. Take the sword. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, originally planning to practice palm techniques with him. But that's it, it's okay. Thinking so, he raised the sword in his hand confidently said if that's the case, it will end soon. As soon as the sword was firmly held in his hand, Truong Ngoc Tran immediately unleashed a sword move with a sincere intention. A sword move pulled countless true energy into a path aimed at Truong Hong Hon and rushed away. The sword move split the ground into small pieces. But it did not hit Truong Hong Hon. He jumped high to avoid the attack. As soon as he landed, Truong Ngoc Tran immediately rushed over. Immediately he clenched his fist and said, No matter how strong you are still only a royal-level martial artist who cannot win against me. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately launched a second consecutive sword attack. The ground seemed to explode. Rocks and soil could be scattered into the air. Smoke and dust flew blindly. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the place was completely flattened. Truong Hong Hon lay helpless on the rock. He frowned and felt uncomfortable. Lam Nin Du looked at him and broke into a sweat. He strained his eyes and was surprised. Just 2 simple swords defeated the third prince. If this talent continues to be developed, it will definitely cause big trouble in the future. Lam Nin San frowned. In disbelief, she cursed silently. This waste of the third prince, instead of humiliating Truong Ngoc Tran, made him stand out even more. Damn it! Truong Vu Hai seemed to realize something, narrowed his eyes, and scolded Truong Ngoc Tran. This rotten brat, Tran, was clearly in a winning position, making everyone nervous, always keeping his sister busy. Heart. Before this unquestionable victory made the witnesses look at him with different eyes, a little girl spoke up, I understand. The ninth brother would have spared the third brother. If not for the ninth brother's strength, the third brother would have been defeated a long time ago. Truong Hong Hong glanced at him. His eyes were unwilling. He said, I am not convinced. Ninth brother, let's fight again. He reached out and added, don't rush to leave, I haven't lost yet. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced back and said, no need to try. Is who wins and loses so important? Truong Ngoc Tran raised the sword and returned it to Truong Vu Hai. He happily said, no world has a victorious war, thank you for your sword. Truong Vu Hai immediately put his arm on his shoulder and said, ninth brother, why didn't you tell me in advance that you could win against Tam Chao? It made me worried. Lam Nin San saw the scene of her close brother and sister making her angry. She frowned, thinking to herself, there is still a sister and brother, it really makes people feel uncomfortable. She immediately approached Truong Vu Hai and proposed a match. Princess Ninth, hearing that you have reached the realm of the sword, Nin San suddenly wanted to compete with you. Know the intention of the 9 princesses. How? Truong Vu Hai laughed and said, okay. The last time I lost to you, I'm still keeping that in mind. The two stood facing each other. Truong Vu Hai raised his hand to touch his sword, his expression solemn as he continued, this princess has long wanted to fight you again. Since we have reached this royal family martial arts arena, then let us you should also compete. Lam Nin San heard that. Her mouth smiled. She pulled out her sword revealing her deep true spirit, so she had to ask the Lord for advice. Just entering battle, Truong Vu Hai used a rather powerful sword move. She brought the sword right at her sight to circulate true energy, activating the water system inscriptions. Truong Vu Hai raised his sword high. A sky-high column of true energy burst out. Hidden outside were rolling ocean waves. Lam Nin San smiled proudly. She thought, the 9th princess's swordsmanship has improved a lot compared to the year-end exam. Not bad, but still nothing. Lam Nin San jumped up high, slashed into the waves, and went straight to where Truong Vu Hai was standing. She laughed, we caught someone. Truong Vu Hai was surprised. A little sweat broke out on his forehead. Before she could react, Lam Nin San turned around and launched a sword move. Truong Vu Hai quickly caught it. Her eyes were somewhat serious. Lam Nin San suddenly shouted and let go. She used force. With just one swing of her sword, she knocked Truong Vu Hai and the sword in her hand away. Lam Nin San was now sure to win. She smiled arrogantly and said, just like last time, I won again. After that she raised her sword high, her mouth always saying sarcastic words, 9 princesses. Known as the beautiful woman of heaven, even though she can't even hold a sword, it seems like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Truong Vu Hai struggled to sit up. She turned to Lam Nin San and said, Lam Nin San, you deliberately humiliated this princess. Lam Nin San frowned, smugly said, I don't dare. Lam Nin San did not dare to humiliate your highness. I just didn't expect your highness's swordsmanship to be so bad. Truong Vu Hai was extremely angry. Tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. She shouted, insolently. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran stepped onto the field, picked up Truong Vu Hai's insight, and said, Lam Nin San, your cultivation level is an entire realm higher than the 9 sisters. He stood up straight, swung his sword to the left. He continued, if you win, can you prove that you are better than her? Don't be so childish. Truong Vu Hai saw him and immediately said, 9th brother. Lam Nin San frowned, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said provocatively, whoever dares to say I'm childish, everyone can see that with just one sword she can defeat the 9th princess. Her strength is not worthy of being famous like me. Truong Ngoc Tran still calmly replied, if that's the case, then we'll fight again a month later. By then you can still defeat 9 sister. I'll apologize to you. Truong Vu Hai sat in the back, her eyes filled with tears. She looked at him in surprise and said, 9th brother, if I lose again you will. In her heart she thought, is it really because of me that the 9th brother is willing to bow his head and apologize to that little brat? Lam Nin San found this interesting. She immediately agreed, okay. Truong Ngoc Tran, remember what you said. I'm looking forward to the day when a genius bows his head and apologizes to me. Truong Ngoc Tran said again, but if she loses, she must apologize in front of everyone. She replied, okay, I agree. Lam Nin San looked at his back and thought, sorry? You think it's so simple? Trampling on you and humiliating you is even more exciting to me than killing you. At this time, Lam Then Du and Lam Nin San had left the palace. Lam Then Du said, Truong Ngoc Tran is not an easy person to deal with. Whatever he wants to do, he must do it until Nin San, good. You should still be more careful. Lam Nin San confidently said, brother, you've thought too much. With the Qi aggregate medicine liquid that you brought back from Van Dysek Palace, a month later I will definitely be able to reach the ultimate level, the 9th district princess. I can't win. Lam Then Du heard this and said with satisfaction, practice hard and strive to reach the great perfection of the royal pole as soon as possible. At that time, I will give you a profound blood pill to help you break through the profound pole in just a moment. Scene. Suddenly he walked forward and stood facing her and said, with her talent, entering the Van dissect after the mysterious realm would not be difficult. Princess Nine is just a stepping stone for me, and even Truong Nok Tran. Hearing that, Lam Nin San also laughed proudly. She said, if he dares to disobey the queen's words, he will not live long anyway. But before that, I still want to make a face. Returning to the royal arena, now only Truong Vu Hai and Truong Nok Tran remain. Truong Vu Hai still sat on the floor and said, Ninth brother, Lam Nin San must have used some kind of secret medicine. His cultivation level increased rapidly. A month later the fear level will probably increase again. It is almost impossible for me to win. Okay, I'm too reckless. Truong Nok Tran looked at her and said confidently, Sister Nine, do you trust me? Have you forgotten that I have cultivated to great perfection in just half a year? Truong Vu Hai now remembered. She immediately asked, is that right? Ninth brother, what did you end up doing? But she covered her mouth with her hand. Better not say it. After all, it's my secret. Truong Nok Tran burst out laughing. He put his hand on his forehead and said, it's okay, Sister Nine. You're cultivating the heavenly water technique of the lower level spiritual sensitivity, right? Truong Vu Hai looked down and said, our royal family's ability to monopolize 3 complete spirit level scrolls is already amazing. But I can't do anything. Truong Nok Tran immediately leaned close to her hand and said, if 9 sisters are willing to keep the secret for me, I can teach 9 sisters a low-grade ghost-level technique. She was surprised by this information. She stammered and said, low-level devil. Truong Vu Hai asked incredulously, Ninth brother, where did you get such an earth-shattering secret book? Even the strongest martial arts of the Van dissect, it is said, are only low-grade ghosts. He replied, the method I want to pass on to you is called the Galaxy Jade Sutra, a total of 7 levels. If you successfully practice level 1, you will be able to reach the great perfection of the royal realm. Then, the time passed a few hours later. In Truong Nok Tran's room, a large fire burned fiercely. You can clearly hear the hissing sound of burning firewood. Truong Vu Hai and Truong Nok Tran stood in front of a large pot of fire. She told him, Ninth brother, don't worry, even if my mother or father asked, I would not say a word. I will definitely keep this practice a secret for you. Truong Nok Tran doesn't care too much about that. He says that now you can transform your previous practice into the Galaxy Jade scripture. Once you successfully transform the flower, the quality of the aura in your body will definitely increase. A lot. From there you can break through to the ultimate level. Truong Vu Hai was extremely happy. Her eyes were round and bright. She was extremely touched. Her 9th brother, even the priceless jade scripture of the galaxy, passed on to her sister. Tell me, how should I thank you? Truong Nok Tran smiled but frowned awkwardly. Sister, we are siblings. Why do we need to be grateful? 1 month is very short. You have to take the time to practice. Truong Vu Hai came closer to him again. Her face full of teasing, she said, if you weren't my younger brother, I would definitely have repaid you personally. His eyes showed a bit of helplessness and awkwardness. But then, Truong Vu Hai let him go, smiled mischievously and said, Hi, I was just kidding. And he was so scared that he fell to the floor. After that, she turned 180. As if nothing had ever happened, I returned to practice. A month later I will definitely win against Lam Nin San. I will definitely not disappoint my 9th brother. Truong Nok Tran could only look at her helplessly. Truong Vu Hai said again with a serious voice, I want to make Lam Nin San regret for looking down on an immense talent like you. Time passed. 20 days later, in the crystal. Truong Nok Tran was still practicing here. The black cat sat next to observe. It looked at him, thinking, this kid's true chi reservoir must be about to be fully cultivated, not knowing if it can reach the ultimate state or not. Truong Nok Tran laughed and said, phew, now he can unleash the power of 99 parts, only 100th part of the ultimate extreme realm. The black cat hesitated, saying that even though there was only a fraction of the power difference, reaching the ultimate realm would lead to divine power resonance with the ancient gods. The benefits were unimaginable. It was a pity. He turned back to look at it, and said, there is not necessarily no chance. If I cultivate the dragon elephant band weak palm to the 3rd palm, my martial body is strong enough. I may not be able to burst out the power of 100 cows. Hearing what he said made sense. He excitedly said yes. Just now, the person who only performed legal person level exercises, of course, could not exert his full power. Truong Nok Tran said again, there are too many constraints in the royal palace. It is impossible to freely practice the palm. Otherwise I would not have been able to practice the 3rd palm until today. But if I go out, the palace will face murder. Guards sent by the queen. Suddenly, he thought of something. He excitedly said, "There it is. There's no need to leave the palace. Go to the king's mountain to fight wild beasts. That's the decision." The black cat was extremely frightened by this move. Is this kid crazy? Are you planning to fight with your life? In the end, Truong Ngoc Tran still rushed to the king's mountain, facing a silver dragon lion beast. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the animal, sweating continuously. He thought to himself, "My speed is not as fast as the silver dragon lion. If I don't find a chance to use my strength to suppress it, I will definitely die." Suddenly the silver dragon lion rushed forward. It swung its sharp claws at him. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly jumped up to dodge the attack, its sharp iron claws lightly slashing the tree behind him like it was cutting a cake. But this missed attack created an opportunity for him. He jumped up high and threw his palm down. The beast directly received a blow from him. Truong Ngoc Tran shouted. Before the fight ended, he strained his eyes and continuously threw a few more attacks at it. The silver dragon beast was defenseless. It was hit several times. Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes were fierce. He shouted, "H.A." The surrounding area had an extremely loud explosion, which could be heard and seen by the army standing from afar. A soldier spoke up and asked, "General, do we need to go help the ninth prince?" The general replied that the county king had orders that unless the ninth prince was in danger of his life, he was not to disturb the ninth prince's practice. After that terrifying explosion, a cloud of smoke appeared below, and the last beast fell. Truong Ngoc Tran laughed and said, "Do high-level barbarians also have to rely on such despicable means of greed for life and fear of death like pretending to be dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sat up, opened his hips wide, condensed a ball of energy, and headed towards Truong Ngoc Tran. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised. As soon as it released that stream of true energy, he immediately moved to the side to avoid the attack. Truong Ngoc Tran circulated a stream of air into his hand, launched himself high, and used a flying dragon in the sky to attack it. A barrage fell and directly hit the wild beast. As a result, it was defeated immediately. Truong Ngoc Tran turned and left, a triumphant smile on his face. He thought, with my current strength, it is possible to encounter a martial artist in the late stage of the profound extreme. You can fight them in a match. At this time, the general who was always observing from above came down to check the situation. He said that now that he could kill the Silver Dragon Master, the realm of His Highness the Ninth in the future was truly unpredictable. He looked at his subordinate and said, "Where are you? Take this corpse and exchange it for silver coins and take it to his palace." The other person clasped his hands respectfully and said, obeying the order. The rest of the time, in a deep lake in the mountains, Truong Ngoc Tran sat quietly at the bottom of the lake, meditating and cultivating. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Next, the water surface waved, the sky turned purple. Truong Ngoc Tran stood in the middle of a column of true energy that was fiercely shooting people up. Truong Ngoc Tran made a fist. The dragon elephant Pan Nui palmed his heart, and the dragon elephant returned to the field. As soon as the palm was released, the calm lake's surface seemed to rise. Each wave rolled along with the flow of true air and roared loudly. Truong Ngoc Tran turned around. He threw another blow, causing the water surface to split in half. In the sky, strange and colorful shapes appeared, as if they were attracted by a pillar of light and drawn in. The light column from above covered Truong Ngoc Tran's body. Not far away, a group of soldiers saw a strange phenomenon and called out, "General, this is." When the general saw the statue, he immediately panicked and said the gods appeared and sentient beings knelt and worshipped. Having said that, he immediately knelt down. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the scene he created and couldn't help but exclaim, "Was this the gods coming together? Even if I was in my previous life, I had never experienced it before." The light column stretched straight up into the sky. Even in the royal palace, one could clearly see it. The old servant next to the king said, "Heavenly strange vision! This old slave has never seen it before. I don't know if your majesty has ever seen it before." The king immediately replied, "Although I have never seen it with my own eyes, but from the descriptions in ancient books, this celestial phenomenon is probably the communion of gods." Those gods turned into streams of true energy of all colors. They were all heading towards Truong Ngoc Tran at the same time, and he was ready to receive them, reaching the ultimate state, which would indeed lead to the resonance of the gods, and he finally took a step to become the strongest person. The streams of true energy immediately entered his martial arts mark. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned a bit, feeling every bit. The space inside his sea of consciousness seemed to be filled with more colors, filled with comfort and purity. He thought, such pure energy had never been seen before, even if he was a child of the emperor like himself. If I can completely refine the energy that resonates with the gods, I will definitely be able to break through to the profound realm. Truong Ngoc Tran was excited. Holding my hand tightly, he thought excitedly, I can't wait to show off this power. Having said that, he glared and punched the river surface. At this moment, the water surface seemed to encounter a powerful energy, so they were no longer swept along but were immediately thrown everywhere. The water in the lake just flew out of the lake and jumped several meters high. The force of the water splashing away was also extremely terrifying. It was as if a large tornado had just arrived and carried them several meters away. Several generals who followed were also wide-eyed in surprise as they watched this scene. General Katkin said, "The matter is very important. I must immediately report to the king. You continue to protect the 9th prince, don't leave voluntarily." The soldier next to him immediately responded, and his subordinates obeyed the order. At the royal palace, Katkin returned to talk to the king. The king asked incredulously, "Sandkin, you didn't see wrong, right? Is it true that 9 children lead to the resonance of the gods?" Katkin replied, "I saw it with my own eyes." "Absolutely no nonsense," the king said again. "Now please follow me to the king's mountain to find Jioni to check it." Katkin clasped his hands respectfully and said, "I accepted the order." The king also said that this matter needs to be kept quiet. "From tomorrow onwards, you and a few soldiers will go to look after the Tian-Tu Mountain Ancestral Temple, and will not be allowed to leave the Ancestral Temple for the rest of your life." At Vang's son, Vang Thuong stood from afar observing Truong Ngoc Tran sitting and cultivating on the water. He also realized immediately, someone was coming. The king then spoke up. He said, "Don't panic, father heard that you are practicing here. He just came to see how you are doing." He laughed and said, "Have you broken through to the mystical realm? Try using your greatest strength to attack me." Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and replied yes. Then he used his true energy, creating great pressure, causing the ground under his feet to crack. He rushed to the king, unleashed a large amount of true energy, and made a move to return the dragon and statue to the field. The king was surprised to think that in such a short time, it could gain such mighty power. Truong Ngoc Tran struck down a blow, and the king immediately burst out with true energy to protect his body. He glared, surprised. He had used all his strength, but even his protective armor could not break it. The king stood still and received a palm from his brother, his face showing satisfaction. "Seeing your growth, father was very happy, but it's just that my expectations of you are far beyond this." Truong Ngoc Tran frowned. He was thrown away by his true energy. Truong Ngoc Tran touched his hand to the ground to reduce the force of the ejection, but then he was thrown a few more meters away, sliding completely across the water. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly stood up, and the king stood on the shore and said, "Not bad. This punch of yours is much stronger than the strength of a late-stage martial artist of the profound realm. With uncontrolled strength, it can even reach to the extreme realm." He laughed again and said, "It seems you have really cultivated to the highest extreme of the yellow extreme, otherwise you wouldn't be so strong. With your talent, your future achievements will definitely be better than this king's. Stay in the royal family. Palace will only bear your talent." Truong Ngoc Tran asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" The king now raised 2 fingers and said, "This king will arrange 2 paths for you to choose from." He said solemnly, "First, join the Van Dai sect. With your talent you will easily be able to become an outer sect disciple." Truong Ngoc Tran also looked serious and asked, "So what about the second path?" He replied, "The second path is more difficult than the first one." "Do you know how to learn martial arts?" Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Martial arts." Tien Trang opened a learning palace in Van Vo district. He said, located in Tien Ma Lan, recruiting talents from all 36 districts surrounding Tien Ma Lan. You will encounter more challenges there. Just hearing this, Truong Ngoc Tran immediately said, "I choose this path of martial arts training." Hearing that, the king immediately patted his shoulder. He seemed satisfied. He said, "Ha ha ha. Okay. As expected of being the king's son. 1 month from now is the day the martial arts palace recruits students. At that time, I will send someone to take you to Tien Ma Field." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Yes, I'll go home and prepare right away." At Lam Phai Palace, Alak has almost completely recovered. He practices extremely enthusiastically. Truong Ngoc Tran sat in a corner observing. He said, "Alak really has outstanding talent. In a short time his strength has improved dramatically, and Alak is still practicing diligently." He swung his extremely sharp sword, cutting the leaves in half. At this moment, Truong Ngoc Tran stepped out, clapped his hands, and gave a good applause. It seemed that he had already practiced the first level of the 9-step life and death technique, reaching the early stage of the profound extreme. He immediately replied, "Indeed." Alak said again, "The merit and martial arts that I practice will definitely step on the path of killing. I want to go to the Black City to cause chaos." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Okay, for you, the black market is probably not a bad way out." At this time, Veni came from behind. She said, "To report to His Highness." Lam Nin San asked the palace maid to convey the message. Truong Ngoc Tran wondered, asked again, Lam Nin San. Van Ni replied, the 1-month deadline has come. Today is the day of the decisive battle between the 9 district master and Lam Nin San. I invite you to the royal family's martial arts training ground to participate in the battle. Truong Ngoc Tran said while glancing at Alak. I know, let's go now. Alak, do you want to go see it together? He replied, okay. Truong Ngoc Tran's face was quiet, thinking, Lam Nin San proactively conveyed his words like that. He must be very confident in himself. I don't know how the 9 sisters practice. At the royal family's martial arts training school, the experts were already standing in the crowd. Lam Then Du, Lam Nin San, and Truong Vu Hai also arrived. Truong Ngoc Tran and Alak were probably the last 2 people. Together, seeing the 2 of them, Truong Vu Hai immediately waved goodbye, smiled, and said, 9th brother, Alak over here. When Lam Nin San heard the name Alak, he was slightly surprised. Alak, it wasn't him who suffered. Lam Then Du couldn't keep calm either. The people who came to watch the match started talking back and forth. Isn't that the lady's slave? But still not dead, what a fate. Not dead yet? His meridians were all cut off. He was already an abandoned person. A tall man stepped closer. He was a head taller than Alak. His eyes looked down, criticizing Alak. Alak, are you the second lady's slave? Seeing that the young lady doesn't quickly kneel down, a terrifying murderous aura appeared in Alak's eyes. Remembering the day he was beaten almost to death, feeling frustrated, he said, if I remember correctly, the person who gave me the last blow was is that you? He was suddenly frightened, sweating. He felt like he was being targeted as prey by a crazy wolf. Another guy stood up to block the other guy. He shouted loudly, he is a waste man. Why are you afraid of him? Can a slave still betray the sky? But his eyes were excited and he punched him. And that guy said excitedly, today I have to teach a despicable slave like you to be careful on behalf of the second lady. That punch immediately flew straight to Alak. Only to see, Alak frowned, glared. Those blood-red eyes were even more terrifying. Next, only the sharp sounds of swords could be heard. In just a blink of an eye, that guy was knocked out by him. Alak smiled like a winner. Truong Vu Hai looked at Truong Ngoc Tran. Her eyes were a bit confused. She asked him, 9th brother, what's wrong with Alak? There's another desolate aura on her body. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately replied, he definitely wants to be friends with death. Killing has always been his eternal theme. The other guy fell to the ground without moving. Lam Nin San was horrified. She thought to herself, death by one sword? It was completely impossible to see the movement of his sword. The name Lam Then Du laughed and said, worthy of being the swordsman who took lives in our Lam family. Alak, your cultivation level is indeed stronger. Yes, the sword is also faster. Alak immediately responded. Alak was previously a slave of the Lam family. Alak is now just Alak, has nothing to do with the Lam family. Lam Nin San used her small voice. She smiled cunningly and said, you are too naive. A slave for one day, a slave for life. If you have broken through the profound realm, returning to dedicate yourself to the Lam family will certainly not be without benefits for you. Otherwise I will send people to death. Alak still calmly replied, as if considering Lam Nin San as something not worth mentioning, I agreed to be your slave, because of the person who once had the grace to save my life. But Alak in the past was beaten to death by someone. The present me of course will not be anyone's slave. Alak raised his lips a bit. His eyes showed death. He threatened, if you force me you will surely die. Hearing that, Lam Nin San gritted her teeth. Angry, she shouted, are you rebelling? Where are you? Truong Ngoc Tran quickly spoke up. Cousin, I bought this slave. Lam Nin San expressed a bit of disdain. She crossed her arms over her chest and said, brother, can I think that you are asking me? Truong Ngoc Tran laughed and replied, if you must understand like that then it's not impossible. Lam Nin San said, cousin asked me himself, how could cousin not show respect? As long as you give me 100,000 gold coins, I will sell this slave to you. Truong Vu Hai stood up to question her, why didn't you go and rob Lam Nin San? She glared, her voice quite angry. 100,000 could buy 100 early-stage black breast slaves. You really crave money like crazy. Lam Nin San covered his mouth with his hand, his expression extremely gloating. If you can't pay, don't pretend to be a good person. Being a good person requires paying a price. Truong Ngoc Tran didn't want to argue anymore. He said, let's decide. In 1 month, I will send 100 gold coins to the forest palace. Truong Vu Hai turned and said, 9th brother, she was clearly taking advantage of the house fire to loot. Why did you? Truong Ngoc Tran didn't care about those things. He laughed and turned to look at Alak. Compared to 100,000 gold coins, I value the bright future of a genius teenager more. Alak was extremely touched. He called out, Grace. Lam Nin San saw that this exchange was very interesting. Her mood became happier. she took out the contract and said, "My sister will pay 100 gold coins as a gift for me to marry the 7th prince. Your Highness, thank you for your generosity." Chuang Vu-hai pouted. His eyes looked disgusted. That bastard Lam Nin-san. That smug look on his face really makes others nauseous. Chuang Noak-tran took the contract and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my love for my talent." As soon as he received the contract, he immediately tore it up and said, "Alack, now you are no longer anyone's slave, you are free." Alack trembled with emotion. He said, "For your kindness, I will repay you 100-fold in the future." The people present immediately began to discuss. One girl said, "Is he crazy?" The other guy looked surprised. His Highness Ninth spent 1 million to buy a slave, but cancelled the contract. A little girl radiates admiration. "Wow, the 9 brothers are truly generous." The other guys, their eyes were full of coins. They said in unison, "The 9th prince is so respectful and cares about money. Why don't we also rely on His Highness the 9th? At this time, Chuang Vu-hai stepped out. In her heart, she thought again that her 9th brother had indeed made a decision. But I can't let that bastard Lam Nin-san benefit. Thinking so, she firmly held the sword in her hand and stood in front of Lam Nin-san and said, "Lam Nin-san, don't be complacent." At this time, the 2 girls were already standing on the field. Chuang Vu-hai stood with his arms crossed, and Lam Nin-san spoke again. It seemed that His Highness the 9th District Princess had a plan in mind. She smiled triumphantly, placed her hand on her chest, and said, "I don't know if in the future when you're defeated by me for the 3rd time, you'll still be as arrogant as this." Chuang Vu-hai narrowed her eyes, her expression indifferent and not very concerned. She said, "If you lose to this district lord, I will not let you go easily." Lam Nin-san looked at her with disdain. She said, "Oh? So I want to change the rules. If I win, I don't need to apologize, just tell my brother to do something for me." Lam Nin-san looked down at Chuang Noak-tran and said, "Brother, how do you feel?" "I certainly won't harm you," he replied. "I have faith in my sister, I agree." Lam Nin-san tilted his head, smiled complacently and said, "If your brother has agreed, you must not regret it." Chuang Vu-hai looked at him, her face full of confidence. She said, "9th brother, you can rest assured, 9th sister absolutely will not disappoint you." Chuang Noak-tran was a little surprised. He thought to himself, could it be that the 9th sister had already successfully cultivated the 1st level of the Galaxy Jade Sutra? Lam Nin-san walked away. Her steps were as light as air. After that, she rushed to Chuang Vu-hai and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, Princess 9, take the sword." Lam Nin-san swung his sword. True energy was released, shooting straight at Chuang Vu-hai. Chuang Noak-tran looked at the sword and then looked solemn, saying, "The royal realm is perfect. What kind of medicine did she take, and has such a fast cultivation speed?" On this side, Chuang Vu-hai firmly grasped her sword, blocking her attack in quite a struggle. The 3rd Prince Chuang Hong-hon stood in the crowd and commented, "With Lam Nin-san's current cultivation, defeating the 9th sister would be easy. The 9th brother is still young, so he is still too arrogant." The 5th Prince standing next to him also added, "If Lam Nin-san asked the 9th brother to kneel before her, then would that destroy the dignity of our royal family, right?" Lam Nin-san glared. She said, "No matter how long you practice, I will always beat you." Chuang Vu-hai smiled softly. Her eyes were full of confidence. She replied, "What about the great perfection of the royal realm? I'm also in the same realm." After that, Chuang Vu-hai shortened the distance with her, jumped away and jumped into the air. She raised the sword high. True energy turned into a stream of water surrounding her. Chuang Vu-hai cast the Galaxy Jade scripture. Lam Nin-san narrowed her eyes. She said again, "Even if a person reaches the ultimate state of perfection, so what? Still can't be my opponent." She swung her sword, unleashing a sword move that revealed her heart. On this side, Chuang Vu-hai also swung his sword, each column of water rushing forward. This move is called Bitch's How mantra. A gust of wind crashed into a column of ocean waves, creating a not-so-small earthquake, and the ground also shook somewhat. Lam Nin-san raised his sword high, swung it again. This time, the sword energy streaked across Chuang Vu-hai's hand. Chuang Vu-hai frowned, endured the pain, and cried out, Seeing that, Chuang Vu-hai immediately retreated, not daring to attack anymore. Lam Nin-san used a sarcastic tone, training hard for a month but still couldn't withstand such a blow. "You make me so sad." Chuang Vu-hai was sweating, but her eyes were still very strong. She said, "Even if you fall on the stage, I will not let you humiliate my 9th brother. Don't underestimate my determination." Chuang Noak-tran stood below watching and was also impatient. He shouted loudly, "Sister, don't stubbornly confront her. Quickly drain her true energy." Lam Nin-san began to chase her. She continuously used sword attacks. Chuang Vu-hai did not attack anymore but jumped up to dodge. She widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "Even if," Chuang Noak-tran pointed out, You are still not my opponent. Chuang Vu-hai also strained her eyes. She thought to herself, the ninth brother was right, stubbornly confronting this scoundrel. Next, she continuously dodged her sword attacks. Lam Nin San continuously slashed down. Chuang Vu-hai just kept dodging the attack. Lam Nin San was somewhat frustrated. She shouted, hid and dodged, don't try to win against me in this life. This time, Chuang Vu-hai blocked her sword attack. But still, the sword energy was knocked out, but it didn't cause any damage. Chuang Vu-hai bent down. She touched one hand to the ground to keep her balance, thinking to herself, it really worked. This bastard has consumed a large amount of popularity. This way my goal will be more certain. Looking at Lam Nin San, she was squinting her eyes, panting heavily. In extreme difficulty, she thought to herself, Chuang Nok Tran is heavenly. If she wasn't the one who informed the 9 district master, she would have long fallen before my sword. Chuang Nok Tran stood next to Lam Then Du. He said, sister, continue waiting for her to show fear before attacking. Lam Then Du frowned. Uncomfortable, he said. As expected of my genius cousin, just a few simple words changed the situation. If the 7th cousin wants to point out the 9th district master, then can Lam Mo also point out Nin San? He replied nonchalantly. The cousin went ahead. Lam Then Du smiled. He said, Nin San, if the 9th princess wants to escape, then you will use the Lam family's sword technique to block her retreat. Hearing that, Lam Nin San immediately knew what she needed to do. She squinted her eyes, flashing a bit of killing intent. Watching how people dodged my Lam family swordsmanship, she jumped up. A sharp sword stroke, the sword energy kept flowing in the direction of Chuang Vu-hai. Chuang Vu-hai did not have time to react. She directly received a sword attack. Chuang Nok Tran also gave her instructions, Sister 9, to use blue water swordsmanship to attack her table. Chuang Vu-hai frowned. She still hadn't regained her balance when she was hit by that sword attack. But hearing Chuang Nok Tran's words, she grasped the sword tightly, and streams of true energy began to condense into the sword. Chuang Vu-hai glared. His true energy broke out again. A wave of waves rushed together, and rushed towards Lam Nin San. She was defenseless, and immediately received a sword strike. Soon the clothes on her body were cut off. The body was thrown several meters away. Chuang Nok Tran said again, sister, take advantage of the victory and attack. At this time, Lam Nin San had not yet landed. Chuang Vu-hai had already launched himself high in the air, moving right above her head. From above, Chuang Vu-hai performed a soundless move. The sword energy was released extremely fast and sharp. Lam Nin San lay in the yard. In front of her was a stream of sword energy surrounded by a crazy stream of water aimed at her. She rolled her eyes and looked. Finally, a huge waterfall poured down on her. The waves hit fiercely, flowing continuously. The servants below shouted worriedly, young lady. Lam Then Du gritted his teeth, his expression gloomy. He thought, this move is not enough to kill Nin San. At this time, Chuang Nok Tran spoke up to warn, sister, do not relax your vigilance. On the field, Chuang Vu-hai stood straight with his sword, while Lam Nin San struggled to crawl on the ground. Chuang Vu-hai was tired. Her face was sweaty. She said, Lam Nin San, you and I are both injured. Do you want to continue fighting? Lam Nin San said again, what kind of joke are you? A defeated general like you. But you falsely think you can compete with me? She picked up her sword again. Below, Lam Then Du continued to say, Nin San used his heavenly sword technique to directly take away her acting. Lam Nin San puts his weight on his feet. She continued to swing her sword, knocking Chuang Vu-hai up high. Chuang Vu-hai glared down. She thought, you bastard, dare to lay hands on my prince, you can't hold back. Chuang Nok Tran continued to remind, 9 sisters, immediately take 3 steps left, turn around and stab the sword. Chuang Vu-hai did as he said. She swung her sword and stabbed straight at Lam Nin San. She could barely dodge the attack. Lam Nin San frowned and cried in pain. Next, the two continued to fight, each sword move clashing, fighting mercilessly, but still unable to determine victory or defeat. Chuang Nok Tran stood there watching with trepidation. He thought to himself, if we continue fighting, Jiuxi and Lam Nin San will definitely be seriously injured. Both losing and getting injured is not what I want. Suddenly he pulled out the sword hanging from a lax waist. After that, Chuang Nok Tran took the sword and rushed onto the field. He said, sister, see how I draw the sword. Heaven's heart destroys tomorrow. Lam Nin San gritted his teeth, feeling uneasy in his heart. His heart was broken. I haven't learned this trick yet. What should I do? Under Chuang Nok Tran's instructions, Chuang Vu-hai quickly performed the sword-breaking move. His sword intent condensed strongly. The sword attack came right in front of Lam Nin San. Her expression was extremely panicked, as if she knew how much damage she would get if she got hit. She quickly bent down to dodge the attack. Although the sword just now did not hit, it still created an opportunity for Chuang Vu-hai. She quickly moved. Chuang Vu Hai moved behind her. Point the sword at Lam Nin San's neck. Lam Nin San glanced down. Chuang Vu Hai stood behind her, pointing her sword straight at her neck. Chuang Vu Hai laughed and said, I won. Lam Then Du's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't seem to believe his eyes. Nin San, using the mysterious blood pill, actually lost to a 9-county princess. Normal qualifications. Lam Nin San's servants were also extremely surprised. Young lady. Why did you lose? It's so fast, I can't see clearly yet. Alak remembered her previous image and thought to herself, I didn't expect that someone as glorious and beautiful as you would become so self-indulgent. The little girl, who did not know which royal family's children, shouted happily. That's great! The 9 sisters defeated the ferocious big sister. Arrogant royal family. As for Truong Ngoc Tran, he was holding his forehead, breathing a sigh of relief. Hey, even more nervous than when he was competing in martial arts. Alak standing next to him was also surprised. He was as calm as a benefactor, yet he was also so difficult. Lam Nin San doesn't seem to have given up. She is planning to move and counterattack. Chuang Vu Hai stood behind, still pointing his sword at her, and said, Nin San sister, don't do anything stupid. If this princess isn't careful enough to swipe at someone's face, you'll be dead. Her expression didn't seem to be very willing. She frowned. If you had the ability to fight me again, if it weren't for Truong Ngoc Tran's help, you wouldn't have been able to win against me. Gritted his teeth and said. Truong Vu Hai smiled. She said, I have already won. Why should I fight with you anymore? Lam Nin San strained her eyes and said, we can bet even bigger. If I fail before you, I will be your maid for 10 years. Truong Vu Hai laughed and said, I'm not interested in this match. You lost. Now quickly kneel down and apologize to this princess, or I will cut your face. At this time, she still wants to turn away. I agree to apologize to you, but do not agree to kneel down and apologize to you. Truong Vu Hai said, if this princess wins, she will ask you to kneel down and apologize. If you don't kneel, haha. Having said that, Truong Vu Hai slashed her neck, creating a cut that was not very deep but enough to make blood flow. Lam Then Du stepped onto the field, clasped his hands and said, Your Highness, as a person you must be tolerant. Truong Vu Hai did not turn around to look. She said, Lam Then Du, you are just a servant of the 7th brother. What right do you have to talk to this princess? At this moment she turned her head, showing the authority of a princess. Truong Vu Hai glared. She shouted loudly, kneeling down for me. He trembled in anger when she raised her voice like that. His eyes were unwilling. Truong Vu Hai continued to say, Lam Then Du, didn't you hear what this princess said? They glanced at him, shouted loudly, knelt down. Lam Then Du stood looking at her and trembled. He widened his eyes, thinking to himself, I'm just a child of a royal martial artist who dares to humiliate me like that. Forget it. After all, she is the daughter of the county king. Then, under the witness of many people, he knelt down and begged, and the princess calmed down. Nin San, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Princess 9? Truong Vu Hai said, this princess is not an unreasonable person. If you take out 1 million silver coins to atone for your crime, this princess will spare you a knee. Lam Nin Hunt glanced at her. She replied, where did I get 100,000 silver coins? Truong Vu Hai laughed. She leisurely said, as long as you don't ask for the 100,000 silver coins that your 9th brother owes you, this princess, I will forgive you once. Lam Nin San heard that and started to think, no, 100,000 silver coins is a huge fortune for the Lam family. Even if I have to kneel, I have to make Truong Ngoc Tran bleed. She bit her lip, suppressed her frustration and said, Your Highness the 9th princess. Because of money, she kneels in front of Truong Vu Hai. Ms. Ta knelt down on both knees, both hands on the floor, lowering her body. Her face still bowed. She said unwillingly, Nin San, I'm sorry. Everything in the past was Nin San's fault. I hope you will forgive me. Truong Vu Hai was also surprised, originally intending to get the money back for Truong Ngoc Tran, who thought that Lam Nin San would actually go down. She stood motionless looking at her and thought to herself, she did not expect that Lam Nin San would actually kneel down because in this matter, it seems that the 900,000 silver coins of the 9th brother really have to be thrown out the window. Those princes have now changed their attitudes. The 5th prince said, he did not expect that the arrogant daughter of the Lam family would actually kneel down. The little girl smiled very proudly. She said, not her but the beautiful lady of heaven? My 9th sister's progress has made leaps and bounds in 1 month, causing her to kneel under the majesty of my royal family. So it seems that her 9th sister is the real and fake daughter of heaven. Beating the Lam family's servants caused a stir again. Some people said, did the eldest lady really kneel down? The other person replied, there is no other way. The other person is the daughter of the county king, not someone the eldest lady can offend. On the field, Lam Nin San left face to face. Lam Then Du was standing next to her. She still bowed her head. Tears fell 2 streams. Angrily told Lam Then Du, Princess 9th District humiliated me like that, she must die. In this life, I don't want to see her and Truong Ngoc Tran anymore. He grabbed her shoulder tightly and said, don't worry, I have placed a large reward on Truong Ngoc Tran's head. If he dares to leave the palace even 1 step, he will definitely die. Lam Nin San's eyes were full of murderous intent, resolutely saying, I will definitely practice diligently, and in the future I will personally wield thousands of knives and 9 princesses, to resolve the hatred in my heart. Lam Then Du also felt satisfied when he heard that. He said, this is my good sister. When you reach the profound realm, I will recommend you to go to Van Tai Tong Palace to learn. At this moment, Lam Nin San quickly wiped away his tears and burst into laughter. That's great. When we get there, we can meet His Highness the 7th Prince, right? Lam Then Du patted her head and replied in a pampered tone, of course, His Highness the 7th Prince is a disciple of the Inner Palace. If you can receive his favor, you will certainly receive many benefits in the future. At the same time, Truong Ngoc Tran came to Truong Vu Hai's side and said, Sister Nine, today you have humiliated Ms. Chi-san like that. In the future, I'm afraid she will use extreme methods to take revenge on you. Truong Vu Hai closed one eye, held his forehead, his expression was a bit helpless, said, I don't want to humiliate her, I just want to help you reclaim your money. Moreover, even if I lent her 10 courage, she would not dare to touch anyone from our royal family. His expression was somewhat worried. He picked up a box of medicinal pills and said, I hope so. Sister Gio, please take this Xian blood pill. When you take it from the profound extreme realm, it will increase your success rate by 3 points. Inside the box is a blood-red medicinal pill. Truong Vu Hai opened his eyes wide and looked at the medicinal pill, a bit stunned and surprised. Truong Vu Hai was deeply moved. She leaned close to his face. Her hand cupped his cheek. Her eyes said with deep affection, 9th brother, you are so kind, then I won't be polite. Truong Ngoc Tran was a bit surprised by the sudden attack. His cheeks turned red. After 3 touching seconds, Truong Vu Hai's expression immediately changed. She hugged her face and pressed it close to her chest and burst into tears. Poor brother, I miss you even more, what should I do? Wow yeah. Truong Ngoc Tran's face was red but his expression was somewhat helpless. Leaving the field, Truong Vu Hai picked up the box of medicinal pills to look at it, his face extremely happy. Truong Ngoc Tran and Alak walked behind. He told him, Alak, 1 month later I will go to the martial arts palace to study, but there is one thing I can't help but worry about. He replied, 9 county lords. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at Truong Vu Hai's back and replied, Besides my mother and sister Van Ni, Sister 9 is the one who truly treats me like family. We really appreciate this sentiment. His face looked serious. He continued, Lam Nin San was humiliated like that. He would definitely take revenge on his sister, and could even kill her. Alak immediately replied, Please rest assured, as long as I am still in the royal city, I will definitely protect the 9th princess silently, and will not let anyone from my family harm you. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at Alak, laughed and said, Alak was surprised. He looked at him with wide eyes and thought to himself, Your Grace as a prince is willing to be friends with a humble slave like me. A scholar dies because of gratitude. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I must still protect his family. Time passes so quickly. It's already been a month. Today is the day. Truong Ngoc Tran departs to the martial arts palace. Phi Lam, Truong Vu Hai and others came to see him off. Phi Lam said worriedly, Tran Ni, I heard that demons and beasts are raging in the sky. You must be careful. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and replied, Mom, you're thinking too much. Martial arts masters are like clouds. Those wild beasts don't dare to come. Her eyes still sparkled with immense worry. Even though she has never left her mother's side, she must take good care of herself. Phi Lam frowned and said, I heard that you and Nin San became enemies again. After all, she is my cousin. In the future, even if I make a big mistake, I will remember to spare her life. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, Is this the words that the Lam family's old man told his mother to pass on to me? Mom, I promise martial artists, as long as you don't touch me, I won't deal with them. Suddenly his eyes became serious. He raised his hand and said, If they dare to bully mother, I will cause the Lam family to perish. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately fed a cup on his head. Truong Vu Hai appeared with bullet-shaped eyes. She clenched her fists and said, Son of a brat, just obediently listen to what Lam says. Why talk so much nonsense? Having said that, Truong Vu Hai hugged Phi Lam's shoulders, smiled and said, Besides, Lam Phi is being taken care of by me, so what are you worried about? Go with peace of mind. It was time to depart. Truong Ngoc Tran waved his hand, smiled and said, Sister Nine, I'm waiting for you at the martial arts palace. Looking at the figure of Truong Ngoc Tran riding a horse and leaving, Truong Vu Hai secretly made up his mind, Ninth brother, I will quickly cultivate to the profound level. I will definitely go to the martial arts palace to find you. At the Queen's palace, she stood on the main hall and shouted loudly, You useless thing! It's been a month and I still haven't found a chance to assassinate Truong Ngoc Tran. Having to watch him go to the martial arts palace, he will definitely become a big threat. Lam then bowed his head, somewhat shyly, he said, Don't worry, Queen, Truong Ngoc Tran leaving the royal citadel will be more beneficial for us to eliminate him. The Queen glared and said, Everyone else has left. Are you planning to chase him to the martial arts palace to assassinate him? Lam then gave a sinister smile, he said, Without the protection of the royal family, he would be exposed naked to the eyes of the assassin, and his slaves would guarantee that he would die in a foreign land. The sound of horses galloping quickly came. The girls there saw Truong Ngoc Tran's silhouette, and immediately said, Look quickly, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince is also here. When the girls saw him, they all blushed and looked at him with admiration. They said in an admiring voice. Not long ago, he had just received the first royal title and had now broken through to the profound realm. He was truly a martial artist. Semester. Inside, there were two people standing and observing him. The girl's name was Tu Te. As soon as Truong Ngoc Tran got off his horse, someone stood up to greet him. Your Highness Nine Kings, I have been waiting for a long time. He asked him if young Master Willow had anything to teach him. Lu Thuafong smiled happily. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, Your Highness the Prince misunderstood. I apologize for what happened before. Since my 2 defeats at the hands of His Highness the Ninth, I thought quickly and decided to improve myself. Unexpectedly, I actually understood one thing and knew it 10, and my cultivation base immediately broke through to the profound realm. Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes were puzzled. He thought to himself, Is this still the young Master Willow in my memory? After that, he nonchalantly said, Then congratulations, Brother Willow. Lu Chimfong broke his head. If it weren't for His Highness the Ninth Prince's encouragement, I probably wouldn't have broken through the profound realm so quickly. Suddenly the crowd stirred. 3 people came in the center. Everyone shouted, The home page is here. The master of the Lu family came to his side. He put his arm around his shoulder and said, Your Highness the 9 Kings, the master of the master, and the young county king also swore to live and die. I hope you can respect me and forgive Thuafong, and take care of each other in the future. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised, thinking to himself, The pressure is so great, this homepage is definitely not simple. He smiled, clasped his hands together and respectfully said, Uncle Willow is being polite. As long as young Master Willow doesn't criticize, of course I will treat you sincerely. Master Lu glanced and thought to himself, Facing the pressure from me without changing his face and not beating his heart, this spirit is not inferior to the prince when he was young. After that, he stroked Lu Thuafong's head and said, Thuafong, you're too rude and not calm enough in the future. Learn more from His Highness the Ninth Prince. He smiled and replied, Without my father's instructions, I will also definitely learn from His Highness the Ninth Prince. Truong Ngoc Tran observed both of them, thinking to himself, Lu Thuafong is also a genius teenager. If he can improve himself, I can also ignore what happened when I was friends with him before. Suddenly there was a giant blood eagle flying in the sky. Standing on top of the eagle was someone. The blood feather eagle glided down. The crowd below looked up, admiring. The crowd shouted, Blood feather eagle. This is a 3rd level shutter beast, with a fighting power stronger than that of a great perfection realm martial artist. Do we have to sit with this girl and go to Heavenly Demon Field? So scary. The blood feather eagle did not land. It glided towards the Willow homestead. Master Lu turned to the person above and said, Thank you, Elder, long time no see. The person standing on the blood feather eagle is Elder Marshal Tien Trang, thanking Nam Tien. You said, Elder Willow, this year only a few dozen people in Van Vo district participated in the Martial Arts Palace exam? Elder Lu laughed and said, Thank you, Elder, don't worry. There are definitely more people participating in the Martial Arts Palace competition this year than last year. Maybe there will be some surprises. Tatian Nam said, Does Van Tiquan's army have any top geniuses? Can be ranked in the top 10 in star sign analysis. The owner of Liu's home page was still open and face down. He smiled and said, If I say it, I will lose my joy. Of course, if you're surprised, you have to find out for yourself. After welcoming the strong martial artists of the district, the blood feather eagle flew back to the martial arts palace. On the way back, he had to fly through the sandy desert, not even a single tree, but occasionally saw a few trees. Animal carcasses. The martial artist sat in the middle of the blood eagle's back. while Ta Tien Nam stood on the eagle's head and observed everything. The girl named Tu Te suddenly approached Truong Ngoc Tran's place. Lu Thua Fong saw a girl coming and immediately looked up. Truong Ngoc Tran looked puzzled at her. Tu Te clasped her hands together. She said, "Your Highness, I'm sitting next to you and don't mind." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Please sit down." Lu Thua Fong became excited. His eyes kept glued to her body. He thought to himself, too big. Sweet smelling. Tu Te sat quietly next to Truong Ngoc Tran. He noticed the pattern on her socks. He remembered the previous encounter with the assassin, thinking to himself, the way she dressed. It seems the person coming is evil. Lu Thua Fong did not know that he leaned close to him, smiled happily and said, "Ninth Prince, are you really not shaken? This woman's name is Tu Te, not only beautiful, but now she is also in the mystical realm and has the potential to become our future classmate. We must know how to seize the opportunity." Truong Ngoc Tran closed his eyes and calmly said, "Brother Willow, aren't you the one who wants to improve yourself? Why don't you start by improving your flowery personality?" He looked at him with hateful eyes, then said, "Such superiority is in front of him, but he is not shaken. You are a talented martial artist and deserve it." Tu Te looked over, smiled, and thought to himself, his mouth speaks very well. "Ninth Prince, even if I die in the hands of Tu Te, it will be your blessing." Then, from her hand, a poisonous needle appeared. Of course, Truong Ngoc Tran noticed. He glanced towards her. She quickly retracted her hand, raised her hand to her hair, and pretended to flick her hair. She thought, has he noticed? How is it possible? She inserted a poisonous needle into the back of her ear. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and thought, again, these assassins are so tasteless. There is nothing new at all. Tu Te was sweating profusely, and her accomplice sitting next to him, watching, glanced at her with hateful eyes. He thought to himself, this woman is useless. I still have to do it. Then, he immediately launched a poisonous needle at him. Truong Ngoc Tran created a space field to block the attack. He glanced back and thought to himself, in my spatial domain, there is nothing that can hide the feelings of my martial soul. Then, he took the poison needle in his hand. Truong Ngoc Tran threw the needle away, looked at him, then burst out laughing and said, "Poisonous wind needles, killing people without making a sound, seeing bloody wind monkeys. Are you a professional assassin?" He widened his eyes in disbelief. It was impossible that even a martial artist of the profound extreme level would not be able to discover the poisonous wind needle, let alone capture it. He immediately pulled out the dagger, thinking, it's exposed. The only way is to go directly. Seeing that he was about to attack, Truong Ngoc Tran said, "Just relying on you? Do you want to kill me?" At this moment, a hand reached out to stop him. Elder Ta shouted loudly, bold and daring to be unruly in front of the boss. A stream of true energy rushed straight into the back of his head, causing his face to widen in horror. Then, he was shot away. Truong Ngoc Tran looked up and thought to himself, one finger can kill someone. The elder of the martial arts school is not ordinary. Lu Thua Fong was surprised and glanced after him. Tu Te glared. She was scared. If the person who was stimulating me just now was me, I'm afraid. The assassin was thrown up and fell down, not moving at all. Lu Thua Fong came to check his pulse. Then, he said he was dead. The people on the trip were surprised. Everything happened very quickly. No one could react in time. Elder Ta still stood tall. He glared and said, the poisonous wind needle and the sword-gathering middle fish field are definitely the assassins of the Underworld Gate. The Underworld Gate has always wanted to send secret assassins into the martial arts palace. But unexpectedly, this elder caught one. He looked at Truong Ngoc Tran and asked, who are you? Why does the assassin of the Underworld want to take your life? Lu Thua Fong immediately responded. He pointed at Truong Ngoc Tran and said, thank you, he is the 9th Prince of Van Vo District, known as a talented martial artist. Elder Ta said, at the age of 16 you can practice to reach the profound realm, so you can be called a martial arts genius. But you absolutely cannot be called a genius. Only at the age of 12, you can barely resist cultivating to the profound realm like the 7th Prince. Considered a genius. After that, he turned away and said, Thua Fong, throw the body down for the blood and rain to go away. Touching this thing can easily dirty your hands. Lu Thua Fong clasped his hands respectfully and responded, obeying the order. The assassin's body was quickly thrown into this barren desert. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran stood in front of Tu Te, not knowing what he was going to do. She lowered her head in fear, thinking to herself, didn't he discover her identity as an assassin? Under the eyes staring at her and the pressure radiating from him, she thought, he was only in the profound realm. How could he have such strong power? Her eyes widened in horror. I was holding the dagger firmly in my sleeve, thinking, I couldn't sit there and wait for death. I had no choice but to. At this time, Lu Thuafong walked up to him and smiled and said, "Your Highness, there is still a long way to go to the study palace, sit down and rest." Hearing that, Truong Noak Tran immediately turned around and left. She was in a cold sweat. Luckily, if I had suddenly attacked earlier, I would have been dead. There's definitely a secret on this kid's body. Before investigating, it's clear that I can't easily kill him. Lu Thuafong immediately came and sat next to him. He said, "Your Highness Ninth Prince, don't worry. As long as you enter the martial arts palace, these assassins will absolutely be unable to do anything, sir." He replied, hoping so. Truong Noak Tran immediately knew who wanted to kill him. Besides the queen, who else could it be? He clenched his hands tightly, thinking to himself, being able to hire an assassin from the underworld gate is truly rich. At present, it seems that the martial arts palace cannot be absolutely safe, so I have to be more careful. Wait until I reach the heavenly realm. I must return and carefully calculate with her. The blood feather eagle flew a long way. As soon as it left the desert, it saw a rich forest, green trees and vegetation growing, and mountains looming. In the middle of the vast forest, a large citadel appeared, with a protective barrier above. Elder Ta stood on the blood feather eagle and shouted loudly, "This is Ta Nam Tien. Who is overseeing the formation? Why don't you quickly open the formation door?" Immediately, the barrier opened up a space, and the blood feather eagle quickly flew inside. The blood feather eagle landed. The people above began to slide down. The first person down was Truong Noak Tran. The people present here observed them. Some said that they were probably the martial artists of the Manhwa county. After all, it was a small country with so few geniuses. He got down first, then looked around. Truong Noak Tran noticed a stone carved with 4 words. He observed each word and assessed that the person who engraved these 4 words was definitely a celestial powerhouse who had reached the realm of intelligent swordsmanship. Suddenly someone loudly said, "This year only a few people will participate in the Van Martin National Competition? Compared to the 4 districts, we lack more than half." Truong Noak Tran and Lu Thuafong glanced at the source of the voice. The person who came was Tam Mong Ki. Next to him there were 2 more people. He clearly expressed his disdain. He said Tam Mo didn't mean anything, he just saw Van Vo district getting worse and worse. Someone stomped his foot on the ground. As a big guy with strong muscles, he said in the face of Tam Mong Ki, "If he dares to insult the powerhouse of our Cloud Martial Arts District, I, Jang Hon, will definitely teach you to be careful when challenging him." Tam Mong Ki laughed loudly. He said, "Okay. If you receive my 3 moves, I will immediately take back my previous words." Jang Hon was quite angry. He activated his true energy and shouted, "3 moves? Dare to disrespect me, I will make you regret it." Jang Hon immediately swung his fist in front of Tam Mong Ki, but the martial artists of the Cloud Martial District cheered happily. Jang Huang's true energy was thick and the fire dragon fist was also successfully cultivated. There was definitely no problem, and Tam Mong Ki just raised his lips and smirked. Truong Noak Tran also discovered something. He strained his eyes to observe that this guy with the last name is absolutely not simple. He must be prepared to save Jang Hon at any time. But before that, Jang Hon was given a punch that sent him flying far away. The girls who were cheering at this time were now surprised. Truong Noak Tran glared and assessed. He acted very quickly. His strength was not bad. Tam Mong Ki is now gloating. He's sarcastic. Haha, the young master of the martial arts district. Not even this young master's move can block him. It really makes other people so disappointed. He stood in front of Jang Hon, his hands still circulating a stream of air. He said, "This kind of waste is not worthy of being a disciple of the martial arts palace, so why not scrap him too?" Having said that, he swung his fist. Lu Thuafong shouted loudly. Jang Hon was careful. Truong Noak Tran immediately stood up and used his bare hands to block one of his blows. Then, he gently waved his hand, causing him to step back. At this moment, he was surprised to think, does the Van Vo district have a contestant who can defeat him? Truong Noak Tran took out the medicinal pill. He said, "Jang Hon, drink this medicinal pill." Jang Hon was not lightly injured. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Your Highness the 9th Prince." Cough. Truong Noak Tran turned his head to look at him. He said, "It's nothing, just a medicinal pill. Don't worry, rest assured and let me handle the next thing." Tam Mong Ki now had a humble attitude. He applauded and said, "That's great." Unexpectedly, today among the contestants of Van Vo district, there is a prince. He used his finger to gently touch his forehead and said, "His Highness the 9th Prince must have practiced the royal family's innate skills. I am extremely curious, can I ask someone to give me some pointers?" Elder Ta secretly thought, he is the Prince of Van Vo district. If there is any accident before the exam, do you think the Prince of Van Vo district will leave it alone? He was about to stand up to stop him, but an old man stood in front of him. He said, "Young people are rubbing martial arts against each other. Why do we have to intervene?" Elder Ta secretly thought, if Tam Mong Ki knew his identity, he probably wouldn't be too harsh, but just wanted to insult and attack the martial artists of the Van Martial district. Truong Ngoc Tran said, "It's not yet the palace's exam. You injured a martial artist of Yunwu County. You need to compensate for the medicine." He laughed, offered a price, took out 30,000 silver. "I won't pursue him anymore." Tam Mong Ki laughed happily as if he had just heard a joke. He said, "Ha ha ha. Is your 9th prince afraid? You don't even have the courage to fight me." He expressed his disdain and continued, "Truly embarrassing Van Vo district king." Lu Thuafong stood up. He shouted and bragged without shame. "Even if you fight with me, you will fail. But you still want to fight with the 9th prince." Lu Chunfeng revealed his true energy. He shouted, "Let me be your opponent." Tam Mong Ki laughed. His head bowed slightly. He raised his hand to cover his forehead. He said, "I won't be entangled with a small fry like you. If the 9th prince cannot defeat me, then I will immediately give 30,000 silver to that injured martial artist, and then apologize to him. How about that?" Lu Thuafong gritted his teeth, frowned and glared at him. "Yet you look down on this young master." The guys who came to listen to the story now expressed their disdain, and wanted to force Truong Ngoc Tran to take action. They said, that's right. The 9th prince doesn't dare to fight, so he should go back to Van Vo district to breastfeed. Truong Ngoc Tran didn't care much. He laughed towards Tam Mong Ki and said, "If that's the case, then I agree with you. But if you lose, you must pay 100,000 silver in compensation." Tam Mong Ki glanced. He said, "How dare you open your mouth and speak so loudly?" Truong Ngoc Tran shrugged, then laughed, then spread his arms and said, "Just now, the person scolding you so happily, is there no need to give money?" At this time, Tam Mong Ki took off his coat. He rushed to Truong Ngoc Tran quickly. The true energy in his hand fluctuated violently, and threw out his palm. He shouted, "Don't say it's 100,000 silver, even if it's 1,000 silver, what's the point? People who have absolutely no internal victory." Before his move, I only saw him close his eyes. Then, his eyes opened, his red eyes emitting a bit of light. As soon as his eyes opened, Truong Ngoc Tran quickly dodged his attack. Having the advantage, he gave him a punch on the cheek, breaking his teeth. Tam Mong Ki was punched and thrown far away. Lu Thuafong immediately laughed loudly and said, "Tam Mong Ki, this young master has long told you not to be ignorant of your own strength, right? Is that skill of yours worthy of fighting with His Highness the 9th? The laughing people in this group were also surprised. Everyone was admiring, completely unable to see Prince Van Mart's movements clearly. Tam Mong Ki is absolutely not on the same level as Prince Van Vo. Tam Mong Ki took a punch. His face was deformed, tears were flowing from his eyes, his nose was flowing, and he even broke a few teeth. He said, how did you act so quickly?" At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran was standing behind him. Someone was warning him, "Young master, be careful behind him." He turned to look, and his feet were almost right in front of his face. Just like that, he kicked him straight in the face. Some of the elders breathed a sigh of relief. Others opened their mouths in surprise. The elders thought, "It turns out the 9th prince's hidden secrets were not revealed, causing me to waste my time worrying." The others cursed silently, a waste of money. This Tam Mong Ki thing. Tam Mong Ki was beaten until he was disfigured. He lay on the ground crying, "Don't come here again." Truong Ngoc Tran looked at him, laughed and said, "You lost? If you play you will pay 100,000 silver. Quickly take it out." He said again, "I don't have it. I only have 30,000 silver." Lu Thuafong stood next to him. He said, "Your Highness, how could this vulgar matter like debt collection be something you personally do?" Truong Ngoc Tran said again, "Mr. Willow, remember to be gentle." Lu Thuafong's eyes became fierce. He looked at the name Tam Mong Ki and smiled sinisterly. The 4th son of the lost family. He couldn't even take out 100,000 silver. "You look at me, Lu Thuafong, are you stupid? You said it yourself before fighting with His Highness the 9th. Do you want to pay off your debt now?" Having said that, he stepped on the hand of that guy Tam Mong Ki. Tam Mong Ki's hand was kicked, and she screamed loudly, "Aya." Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at him and said, "I told you I was going to do it lightly. That kid really doesn't know how to be heavy." Lu Thuafong also turned his head to the 2 elders and said, "Thank you, elder, 4th elder. Did you 2 hear it just now?" Elder Ta laughed, "Haha. This elder can testify. It is natural that debt must be paid." Elder Tu gritted his teeth in anger. Tam Mong Dry was so hateful, he lost all face in all 4 districts. Lu Thuafong crossed his arms. His tone was extremely proud. He said, "Did you hear that? If you don't pay today, this young master will trample your hands first, and then cripple your legs." He used his strength to step on Tam Mong Ki's hand and raised his voice. "What do you think? young master judge. The name Tam Mong Ki was so cocky at first, but now he's so cowardly, he screams in pain, please forgive me, don't hit me anymore, I'll pay. Forgive me. He put his hand in his pocket. Then he took out a bag of money and put it in front of the other two people and said, all my assets are in here. Lu Thuafong took the bag of money to check. He frowned and said, poor ghost, he only had 30,000 silver coins. But this junk also belongs to us. He turned back to look at him and said, Your Highness Ninth Prince, this guy doesn't have enough 100,000 silver coins, what should I do? He replied then, before he finished speaking, he interrupted, okay, you don't need to tell me, I understand. He thought to himself in confusion, wait, I haven't said anything yet. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a devil. His head grew horns, and he approached Tam Mong Ki and shouted, Young Master Shin, I won't be polite anymore. Tam Mong Ki looked at him and cursed, you are a devil. Huh! After that 7, 7, 4, 9 moves, Lu Thuafong stripped off everything on his body. Truong Ngoc Tran stood and watched without knowing what to say. He thought to himself, when I was in the county, I was lucky that I didn't fall into his hands, otherwise I would have been miserable. Lu Thuafong took all the valuable things on his person and left, not forgetting to look back and tease. The 4th level true martial arts treasure earned 10,000 silver coins. The sea stone jade and 300 silver coins were also taken. Your assets are only worth 20,000 silver coins. Lu Thuafong suddenly remembered something. He said, oh, that's right. I still owe His Highness 50,000 silver coins. Come sign the debt paper. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at this scene, holding his head helplessly. He thought, Lu Thuafong, this guy is truly an evil young man. He really has a thick tangerine skin and sharp nails. He wrote out the debt, and then forced Tam Mong Ki's hand to sign it. Tam Mong Ki's hand was broken and he screamed, it hurt, it hurt. Suddenly someone stood up to stop him. That person shouted, enough is enough. Truong Ngoc Tran and others looked towards the direction of the sound. A handsome young man, there were 2 experts next to him. He frowned and said in discomfort, Ninth Prince, even if Tam Mong Ki owes you 100,000 silver coins, you should not insult him like that. He is the prince of the 4 districts, Hoc Tin. He glared and said, good. Your real purpose is to humiliate my country in all 4 directions. Lu Thuafong stood next to him, warning, Your Ninth Highness, you must be careful. Prince Watin is already in the late stage of the profound realm. You still have royal treasures on you, which is definitely not easy to deal with. He replied, I know. Truong Ngoc Tran stood up to question him. He said, do you only allow martial artists from all over the country to insult us, and not allow us to attack again? He replied, of course the strong can insult the weak. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and replied, if that's the case, then there seems to be nothing wrong with us insulting the martial artists of the 4 countries. Hu Tin frowned, smiled evilly. He said, don't be complacent too early. Tomorrow's palace exam, this prince will definitely make no one of you accept it. His mouth said that, but he thought, especially you, Truong Ngoc Tran, I will definitely make you leave and not be able to return. After saying that, he and the masters of the 4 counties turned around and left. He said, I'll see you tomorrow, Prince Van Marshal. Truong Ngoc Tran said nonchalantly, not to send him off. Lu Thuafong said, it's not good, tomorrow's palace exam, we might be in danger. Truong Ngoc Tran wondered, he asked, the palace exam allows killing people. Lu Thuafong explained, on the surface it was not allowed, but the first round of the competition took place at Tien Ma Field. By then they would definitely kill us, and in the end we would die without witness. The others heard that and immediately became extremely worried. So aren't we done? Zhang Hongkim felt sorry. He said he blamed me for involving everyone. Tu Te stood next to him and said, if they want to chase and kill us during the exam, why can't we kill them? She turned to look at him, smiled and said, Ninth Prince, if you and I join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat the martial artists of the 4 counties. The frustration of the past few years has been endured by the martial arts country. Got it back. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, this Tu Te is not only of extremely high caliber, but as a woman, she also has such courage, which is truly rare. He replied that if the young lady had such courage, the prince would of course follow her to the end. Tomorrow will make them pay a price. Tu Te smiled proudly. She thought, great, having his trust, I will have the opportunity to kill him later. The next day, the bell rang. On the main hall, the elders were already standing, and the candidates were crowded. An elder spoke up, candidates, welcome to the martial arts palace entrance exam. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised. He thought, after all, it is a martial arts palace, with a powerful aura. Lu Thuafong stood next to him and said, the martial arts front page's internal class is strict. only the elders can wear silver treasure. On the stage only the master of the West Courtyard can wear golden treasure. He asked, if we were to enter the martial arts academy, what color robe would we wear? He replied, white. The elder continued to say that the palace learning competition was divided into 2 rounds, round 1 hunting demonic beasts, round 2 martial arts tower thundering, and finally those ranked in the top 120 or above would become students of the Western Courtyard outside the palace. The detailed rules of the exam will be announced by the elders. The 4th elder spoke up. In the first round of the archery competition, he was about to kill the weak beast. In the early stage of the profound extreme realm, kill 6 low-level second-level beasts. Through the middle stage of the profound extreme realm, kill 10 low-level second-level beasts, pass. At the end of the profound extreme realm, kill 20 lower level 2 beasts and pass. Profound extreme realm small chess position, kill 40 low-level second-level beasts, pass. Profound extreme realm, kill 80 lower level 2 beasts, pass. The old man raised his finger to continue speaking, killing 1 middle-level second-level beast, which was equivalent to 5 lower-level second-level beasts. 1 high-class second-order fish is equivalent to 25 lower-class second-order animals. Truong Ngoc Tran said, if he met a top-class second-order animal, he was afraid that any contestant here would die. The other girls frowned slightly, frightened. They said, even if I met a middle-level second-level beast, I would definitely die. The martial arts competition is so cruel. Is it still time to ask to withdraw? Lu Thuafong stood up to reassure everyone, don't worry too much. The planning scope of the competition is very wide. In theory you won't encounter top level 2 beasts. In the main hall, the 4th elder took out a red jade. He smiled and said, before entering heaven to receive the blood, each person will have an orb. When in danger of life, crush it to receive help. Of course this also means giving up. Then he shouted loudly to create momentum. The exam lasted 3 days. 3 days later those who had not killed enough wild animals would be eliminated. I declare, the archery competition officially begins. The crowd heard the announcement, and immediately cheered excitedly. Truong Ngoc Tran also got excited. He clenched his fists, smiled and thought, it's finally started. On Hoc Tin's side, he stood among the masters of the 4 counties and gave orders. Everyone here, after entering the cold heaven and meeting the martial artists of the Yunwu County, kill. All you need to do is kill one. As a reward, this prince will reward you with a bottle of 2nd-grade medicinal pills. When those people heard the reward, everyone was extremely excited. He smiled and continued to say, if he could kill that 9th prince. This prince will reward you with a set of true martial arts treasures. In an old forest, the trees were several feet tall, dark and dense. Truong Ngoc Tran and a girl were walking under the shade of the trees. He asked her if she had to hunt 40 beasts to pass the test. Why didn't she feel impatient? What? She replied, then it's very tiring. Wouldn't it be faster to kill contestants from all over the country and steal their beast eyes? While walking, many fallen leaves appeared under her feet. Suddenly she stopped, sat down and picked up a leaf. When she brought it up to her nose to smell it, she analyzed the aura of martial artists from all over the country. A moment ago, he passed this place. This leaf was stepped on by him. Truong Ngoc Tran wondered, had she ever learned tracking techniques? How do we know that this is the aura left by martial artists from all over the country? Tu Te replied, last night I hid among the martial artists of the 4 counties, remembering all the auras of 667 of them. Truong Ngoc Tran held his forehead and said, unless she was a descendant of a saint and later seriously trained, she could have such a sharp sense of hearing and smell, otherwise even if she was a martial artist from heaven. The scene can't do that either. Tu Te turned his head and replied, he was really hit by what you said. One of my ancestors was once a saint. Unfortunately, after his death, his family quickly collapsed, and now I am the only one left, she said as she walked. Okay, let's go after this martial artist from all over the country first. Tu Te ran ahead. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly followed behind. Somewhere, a martial artist from the 4 counties was hunting animals. He gouged out the beast's eyes. The wild beast fell down dead, and he placed the sword on his shoulder, happily saying, I have collected 2 more eyes, adding this one, then I have killed 3 low-level second-order wild beasts. Suddenly he noticed something. He said, who? Get out of here quickly. Truong Ngoc Tran appeared, saw him. He burst out laughing, the 9th prince of Van Vo district? Ha ha, my luck is really good. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, seeing me, do you need to be so happy? Suddenly he laughed loudly and said that Prince Hoc Tin has set a price for your head. As long as I kill you, I can receive the reward. I am in the late stage of the profound realm. Killing people is as easy as turning my hand. Having said that, he swung his sword into the sky, releasing an extremely abundant flow of true energy from the sword. He slashed down, his true energy billowing together, aiming towards Truong Ngoc Tran and rushing away. Seeing that flow of true energy, Truong Ngoc Tran smirked. He said, "That's just a little talent." He glared, the true energy flared up and knocked out his true energy. He shouted, "Do you still want to show that I'm injured?" He frowned, sweated and said, "How is that possible? You are only in the early stages of the profound extreme realm, relying only on the true energy outside. How can you neutralize a blow from my full strength?" When did Tu Te appear behind him? She smiled and said, "Don't you know that he used to be at the top of the royal list of Van Martial District?" Then, her sword slashed straight at his head. Tu Te slashed him to death, she firmly said. Not knowing is also a crime. That martial artist lay motionless, his sword on the ground. Tu Te leisurely sat on a tree branch, and Truong Ngoc Tran slowly walked back. He bowed his head and said, "I just wanted to destroy his meridians, so that he would no longer pose a threat to us. Why do you need to kill him?" Tu Te replied that he was still young and had cultivated to the late stage of the profound realm. The power behind him would not be weak. If he doesn't die, he will definitely take revenge on us. Quickly divide the spoils. They got the sword, a few pieces of spirit stone, a bag of silver and a wooden box. The animal's eyes were probably inside the box. Tu Te smiled kindly, she said, "His Royal Highness is certainly not short of money, right? Miscellaneous and money belong to me. What kind of weapons belong to him?" Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Of course." So he took the sword and the box containing the animal's eyes into the space ring. Tu Te stood stunned in surprise. "I didn't see that wrong, right?" She looked at the ring on his hand and exclaimed, "Space treasure." Truong Ngoc Tran laughed. He took off the ring and said, "This space ring has too many patterns. It is more suitable for a woman. If you want, I will give it to you." Tu Te smiled, thinking to himself, "Something as precious as a space ring wants to give it to me for free. This ninth prince is not so stupid." Thinking so, she said, "Don't you know that men cannot casually give rings to women?" Truong Ngoc Tran closed his eyes, rubbed his head. He said, "I just gave you a space ring to store items. I'm only 18 years old. How could I have any intentions with you?" She said, "Then give me your space ring to take a closer look and see how to use it." He gave her the ring. He placed the ring on her hand and explained that it was okay to pour true energy into the ring. She put the ring on, looked at it, and said, "This space treasure is magical." Inside the ring was also the knife from earlier that Truong Ngoc Tran immediately put away. Tu Te shrugged, she said, "But I can't accept your things for free. I'll give you 30 random pills." He turned and left, saying, "This ring is worth at least 200 coins, but I told you to give it to you. Of course I won't take any money." Tu Te asked, "Why did you give me such a precious thing? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and take your other treasures?" He replied, "You and I are on good terms, okay? I don't believe I could be so unlucky that I would meet a bad person who would repay a favor like that." Suddenly Tu Te frowned and pulled out his sword. The sword pointed straight at Truong Ngoc Tran's neck, startling him. He immediately asked, "What are you doing?" Tu Te stood behind, she said, clearly, "Of course I am." She laughed and said, "Being greedy for money has ruined your life." Truong Ngoc Tran calmly said, "Kill and rob." "A very reasonable reason." Tu Te said again. His Highness the Prince's reaction was truly surprising. Even though the knife was right next to his neck, he was still very calm. Truong Ngoc Tran laughed and said, "Killing me is actually extremely simple. As long as you are enlightened about death. Are you ready?" She strained her eyes, surprised, thinking to herself, "His cultivation level is not high. Why does it make me feel such a suffocating oppression?" Tu Te retracted her sword, she said, "I just want to tell His Highness the Ninth Prince, people's hearts are evil, precautions cannot be avoided." After that, she turned away. "I will accept the ring. Thanks to the goodwill of the Ninth Prince, we will continue to follow the martial artist of Tu Phuong Quoc." Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at her, thinking to himself, the way she drew her sword was exactly the same as Tran Le Bin's. As expected, I didn't guess wrong. She was also an assassin of the underworld gate. Somewhere, the sound of swords rustling continuously. Tu Te killed a martial artist. Her eyes widened in horror before she died. Then, lie motionless on the ground. All over his body were wounds. Besides this person, she had already defeated many people. She sat on a tree branch and told Truong Ngoc Tran that she had killed 8 people, killed 12 more people. Then our mission for tonight was completed. The 4 counties have been killing the Yunwu County for many years. Now is the best time to take revenge. Truong Ngoc Tran said, "It's okay to destroy their cultivation base. So why bother chasing them and killing them?" She replied, "My dear prince, it was not merciful when the county slaughtered your subjects." While Tu Te spoke, someone was aiming a bow at her. She smiled triumphantly, releasing her hand to let the arrow fly. The arrow quickly rushed towards Tu Te. Truong Ngoc Tran shouted, "It was dangerous." Tu Te didn't have time to dodge. only had time to glance over. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately rushed over. He hugged Tu Te and pulled her to another place. The arrow hit the tree branch, and the tree branch was immediately destroyed. Tu Te glanced at her, sweating profusely. She said that she was almost shot to death. There was only one young powerhouse with such a wonderful archery technique. The sneak shooter continued to draw her bow, smiled and said, "The family of the 4 counties. Fong Truyen. Miss Tu Te is truly a top-level expert of the younger generation of the Yinwu County, but she actually guessed it was me. But I'm more curious about how your 9th Highness recognizes me in the dark?" Truong Ngoc Tran opened up the realm of space. He smiled and said, "Your archery is too poor, of course you can't hit us." Fong Truyen still aimed his arrow. His eyes and gestures looked down on him. He said, "Mocking the Fong family's arrow method in the Manhwa battle 2 years ago, my grandfather almost shot your father to death on the battlefield, and thus received the reward of a citadel with 80,000 slaves. As long as the 4 counties destroy the Yinwu County, the Fong family will have more, and at that time, even you will become the Fong family's servant." Truong Ngoc Tran smirked and said, "You want to provoke me, then find loopholes in me to shoot secretly, right?" Fong Tree smiled and said, "What if I provoke you? You can kill me for sure." Truong Ngoc Tran took out his sword and said, "If that's the case, then just try it." Tu Te strained her eyes. She thought to herself, "The royal city's legend says that the 9th prince is a sword genius, but I have never seen him use the sword to borrow this opportunity to perhaps probe his true strength." Already, Truong Ngoc Tran rushed to Fong Truyen. Fong Tree glared, terrified. He couldn't see any more. Truong Ngoc Tran rushed extremely fast. He ran so fast that he could only see his silhouette passing by. Fong Tree glanced. Suddenly he turned around, laughed, "He caught you." Then he launched himself up high and shot 3 arrows towards Truong Ngoc Tran. All the arrows did not hit. At most they only passed by his shadow. Tu Te frowned, his face full of worry. The speed was so fast, it seemed like choosing to assassinate the 9th prince was not a wise choice. Luckily, he didn't do it. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran had moved behind Fong Truyen. Fong Truyen was sweating. He glanced behind him and thought, "Why is it so fast?" Truong Ngoc Tran swung his sword at him. One sword rustled across his body. He dropped the entire bow, then moved away. Truong Ngoc Tran didn't move anymore. He said, "If I lost my bow, what would you use to kill me?" Fong Tru still spoke stiffly, saying, "You have entered the shooting range." Then, he released a poisonous needle from his mouth. Tu Te was frightened and shouted loudly, "The prince, be careful." Truong Ngoc Tran, eyes widening in surprise, he thought, "It's over, there's no avoiding it." The needle immediately pierced his head. Truong Ngoc Tran was poisoned through the head. Tu Te shouted in horror, "His Royal Highness." But in her heart she thought, if Truong Ngoc Tran died, I'm afraid she would also be killed by Fong Truyen. Fong Truyen burst out laughing with joy. "Ah ha ha, the genius prince of the Van Marshall district died at my hands. The elders in the family will definitely vote for me to become his successor." Truong Ngoc Tran grinned. "He's okay. He's currently holding his sword and rushing towards him." Immediately approached under his surprise. Truong Ngoc Tran did not hold back and slashed his sword from above. A sword slash that could not be avoided. Fong Truyen's eyes widened in extreme fear. He thought to himself, "Isn't this the secret skill of my Fong family? There is almost no precedent for being able to fight a martial artist with higher cultivation than him." But he muttered, "Impossible. How did you avoid that arrow?" Truong Ngoc Tran laughed. He said, "Have you ever heard of the space field?" He was skeptical and asked again. Space.field? Truong Ngoc Tran, this is a mysterious power. When your arrow is about to reach me, I immediately activated the space field. Recalling the scene at that time, when the poison needle was about to hit his forehead, he activated the space field. When the arrow and space field collide, it will help us deflect the arrow. Fong Truyen hugged his chest. Looking in disbelief, he shouted, "Who would believe this nonsense story of yours? How could that kind of power exist? Perhaps, do you possess the divine martial arts seal of time and space?" "Impossible. Since ancient times, haven't only holy monks been able to possess this type of mark?" Truong Ngoc Tran picked up the sword and laughed. "You're about to die anyway. It's okay if I say Cho you. From ancient times until now, there are only 3 people who possess the martial spirit of time and space, and I am one of them." Fong Truyen heard this and a bad thought flashed in his heart. This kid is truly an idiot. Such an important secret, and yet he said it so easily. I will spread this secret out, then Truong Ngoc Quan and the Van Vo district will become targets of attack. At that time, the 4 counties and counties will reward me and my family. Suddenly he took out a purple medicinal pill. Truong Ngoc Tran saw it, and didn't know what he intended to do. Then, in front of him, she threw the medicinal pill to the ground. a layer of purple smoke rising. Tu-Te came forward and said, "Your Highness, she is seriously injured and will definitely not be able to run fast. You and I should split up and chase him." Truong Ngoc Tran closed his eyes. His expression was extremely calm. He said, "No need to be so troublesome." He activated the eye circuit text. The eyesight is very powerful. It helps him see through everything, see things far away. He saw Fong Truyen's running footsteps. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, "Found it." Tu-Te looked at him in surprise. After that, Truong Ngoc Tran took the sword and threw it. He said, "Please take this blow from me." Fong Truyen ran ahead. Truong Ngoc Tran caught up and swung his sword at him. There was a loud explosion, followed by his loud scream, "Aa!" Truong Ngoc Tran took the things from her body, and Tu-Te also followed. Tu-Te told him, "I thought you wouldn't kill anyone." He replied, "If I don't kill him, he will kill me. If he himself wants to die, what other choice do we have?" Tu-Te said that the Fong family had very high expectations for him. If he died during the exam, the Fong family would definitely be angry. His senior brother is also training at the Martial Arts Academy. I'm afraid he will find you to cause trouble. Truong Ngoc Tran stood up. He said, "Come if you want." "Miss, my beast eyes have collected enough. You still try your best." Tu-Te replied, "Yes, I still haven't killed enough animals in the 4 counties. Tu-Te smiled and thought to himself that there would be conflicts in the minds of many martial artists who killed someone for the first time, but he did not expect that the 9th Prince's mental quality was so strong. Moreover, he is a generous man. Following him will be more beneficial to you than assassination. Tomorrow. Still in the testing forest. Truong Ngoc Tran and Tu-Te stood by the lake. They saw the murder of a girl. Truong Ngoc Tran took his coat and covered her. Truong Ngoc Tran said, "This is a martial artist of our county. Looking at her appearance, she must have been humiliated before she died." Tu-Te's sweat dropped and continued, "This way of killing people is similar to the methods of the Qing family, genius of Tu Phuong district. This place certainly still retains his aura." Truong Ngoc Tran asked, "Who are you talking about?" Tu-Te replied, "Tan Yu is the outstanding genius of the Tan family in the last 100 years. Currently, he is 21 years old and has reached the small, ultimate level of profound extremes." Tu-Te recalls the Qing dynasty's martial arts. She understood that he heard that he practiced an evil technique that could absorb women's true energy, so his cultivation speed was so fast. He said, "Let's bury this lady first." After that, he built a tomb for that girl. Then, he frowned, gritted his teeth, looked at Tu-Te and said, "I will kill that guy Tan Yu." Tu-Te said he must have reached the peak level of the sub-extreme position. Compared to Fong Truyen, he will be much more difficult to deal with. Think carefully. Truong Ngoc Tran realized that someone was coming. Tu-Te frowned, "It's not good, we've been tricked." Suddenly there was a shadow from above, along with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." High above, a person was riding a bird. He said, "I didn't expect you to be so alert. So quickly, and yet you recognized it." That person was Hoek Tin. He was riding while the green bird swooped down. He laughed and said, "You guys are all so amazing. Martial artists from all over the country died at your hands last night. At least 15 people, right?" Truong Ngoc Tran asked, "How did you find us?" Below, another person came. He said, "As long as the person you killed is discovered, how difficult will it be to find you?" That guy walked out. He said, "Flying birds leave a sound. People passing by leave a name. Not to mention you guys left a bloody smell all over the road. Trying to find you is as easy as pie." Tu-Te said, "Tan Yu?" That guy Tan Yu looked at Tu-Te and thought to himself, "The little lady next to Truong Ngoc Tran is truly the best." He looked at her thoughtfully, his lips pink. Straight and arrogant body. The cultivation level is not low. If one can absorb the true energy of Asia, it is not proven that one can break through to middle level. He stuck out his tongue, extremely hungry. Tu-Te stood close to him, holding his sword. She shouted, "If you have set up an ambush, then come out." The others started to rush out. They stood around him in a circle. Hoek Tin stood high and said, "Why don't you crush the unicorn jade? Do you think you have a chance?" Tu-Te thought to himself, "Tan Yu alone is very difficult to deal with. Adding the Or Tin and these 7 martial artists, even hiding is difficult." Hu Tin glanced down and said, "But even if he crushed the jade unicorn, no one would come to save you. The people guarding this area are all the seniors of my Tu Phuong district. I have spoken to them a long time ago." Tuong Tua Tran looked up and said, "Prince Hoek Tin is really doing nothing. Loophole, are we sure to die today?" Tan Lao laughed and said, "No, the 9th prince will definitely die. But this beauty, I won't kill him easily, ha ha ha." Another guy also added, "Young man, wait until you finish absorbing her true energy, then let us brothers have fun with her." Tu-Te frowned and said, "Looking for death." Tu-Te moves. She moved extremely fast. swinging her sword at a guy. Before he could react, the arrow was almost to his neck. Tan Yu stood up, used his hand to block one of her swords. He said, "Haha, let's see what you do this time." Position. Tan Yu held the sword tightly and did not let go. Tu Te shook her hand. She was sweating. She spoke, using her hands. After that, she let go of her sword and threw it away, keeping her distance from him. Tan Yu threw Tan Ko away and said, "It's not bad, it's really a spirit that steals low-grade martial arts." Tan Demon's hand. Mr. Tuong has had a small amount of success in his cultivation. The knife and gun don't penetrate. The fire doesn't flow. He rushed towards her. Throw a palm to the ground. Luckily, Tu Te dodged in time. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned. He thought, damn, if I don't help, fear from the west will be more or less good or more bad. Tu Te glared, unable to hide anymore. He rushed forward, shouted, gave up the struggle. Perhaps you would feel much more comfortable. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. A sword flew straight above his head. It was thrown by Truong Ngoc Tran. Others said, did he throw away all his weapons and seek his own death? They are coming to you aggressively. The people attacking him were suddenly stunned. They couldn't see him anywhere. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran jumped up high. His fists were bursting with true energy. Do you think I only know how to use swords? Don't you know my palm technique is even better than my sword technique? A palm strike down. The aura burst out violently. They had no time to dodge the attack. With just one attack, the group of people lay motionless on the ground. Hook Tin stood high and shouted, Tan Yu, what are you doing? Quickly deal with this girl and then kill Truong Ngoc Tran. Tan Yu didn't listen and still aimed for Tu Te. Such a great toy. How could I have it? The speed of fighting quickly, making me addicted for a bit. Hua Tin ordered, kill her. I will reward you with 30 mysterious female martial artists who are more beautiful than you. Tan Yu smirked, he said. His Royal Highness did not say it early. As long as the reward is there, I can still reluctantly accept it. He swung his claws at her. Luckily she dodged in time. Tu Te swung his kick. She kicked him, but was unharmed. He smirked. This time you won't be able to escape, you whore. Tan Yu looked arrogant. He said, this ivory leg looks like it's soft and tender. I didn't expect it to be so strong. I like it. Tu Te was sweating. She was surprised. I put all my strength into this attack. He didn't dodge or avoid it. He just neutralized it and underestimated me. Suddenly she put her hands on the ground. Lift yourself up high and kick him straight in the face. Tan Yu was kicked away but showed interest. He laughed. Ha ha. Tu Te was thrown back. Suddenly she saw her sword behind her back being thrown straight to the ground. Tu Te holds the sword. Tan Yu stuck out his tongue. He frowned, amused, howling. Tu Te circulated true energy. She activated the inscription. From the sword radiates a strong stream of true energy. Tu Te held the sword and slashed. Yet he used his bare hands to block her attack. True energy exploded. Each wave shot straight up and away. Tu Te gritted his teeth, surprised. The demon's hands were so powerful. He could use his bare hands to directly block the wind and snow flying in the air. He smiled complacently. Don't lean any longer. For you it's not a bad choice. Tan Yu laughed wildly. He threw her away. His expression was extremely amused, he said, receiving a blow from my magic hand. Both men fought fiercely, swords and fists clashed. But Tu Te was somewhat inferior. She was not lightly injured. Her clothes were torn, and she retreated further and further. She frowned, thinking to herself, if this continues, it will be difficult for me to escape this life. If I don't do well, I will drag the prince along with me. I have to kill him, but I can't help but acknowledge him as a person who respects and values his values. Tu Te opened his eyes wide. The image of Truong Ngoc Tran appeared. Suddenly she rushed forward. Standing in front of Tan Yu, she raised her sword high, releasing all her true energy to the outside. True energy was like fierce waves coming together. Tan Yu opened his eyes wide, surprised. He shouted, dangerous. At their place, a wave of lightning came together, exploding into the sky. Tan Yu, standing at such a close distance, could not avoid it in time, so he received the full force of her attack. As soon as the thunder cleared, white smoke rose and reached Truong Ngoc Tran's place. He frowned, thinking, the destructive power was amazing. Tu Tian was afraid he had used up all his strength. After that attack, Tu Te lay on the ground unable to get up. But Tan Yu seemed unharmed, walking in thick smoke. Tu Te seemed to have lost consciousness. Tan Yu grabbed her leg and laughed. Ha ha, see how I can play with you so well. Suddenly, a sword rushed in front of him. Truong Ngoc Tran had already rushed towards him and used his sword to break the wall. He rolled his eyes, said, and tried this trick again. Truong Ngoc Tran slashed down, performing the move. Tien Tam Thuok. Tan Yu still stood still and did not dodge getting hit. He retreated a bit, his body stilled, and he cried out. And Truong Ngoc Tran squatted down to block Tu Te's face. Tan Yu was still able to laugh after being hit on his chest. He burst out with true energy, causing his clothes to be torn apart. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, he actually managed to injure my ninth prince. As a strong person, then killing people makes sense." At the same time, the wound on his body recovered. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at this scene and thought to himself, the self-recovery ability is really strong. Tan Yu opened her arms and fiercely rushed towards him. His true energy seemed to deform into sickles. Truong Ngoc Tran's face darkened. He put his sword on the ground. Execute the Tien Tam sword general move to defend. Tan Yu still rushed forward and punched straight at the bell. He still smiled even though blood was flowing from his nose and mouth, and kept saying, "Die." The two sources of true energy collided and made an explosive sound. The true energy waves flew straight up and away, and the surrounding rocks and soil were flattened. As soon as the explosion ended, smoke rose. "But I don't understand why the person he captured was Tu Te." She smiled and said, "He's dead." He was stunned, and before he could understand what was happening, Truong Ngoc Tran came from behind, brandishing his sword. He said, "Prepare to go to hell and apologize to the innocent girls." Truong Ngoc Tran shot out from behind. He injected true energy into the sword, making it flash. Tan Yu glanced back. He still didn't understand the situation. Tan Yu's eyes widened. He laughed. "But he actually used a woman as bait, attacking me. He really showed no mercy." Truong Ngoc Tran rushed forward, but he still looked arrogant, and launched a powerful palm. Truong Ngoc Tran used his sword to block his attack, and the sound of impact rang out. Tan Yu glared. His eyes seemed to be a predator. His true energy was released abundantly. The two faced each other fiercely. One threw punches and kicks, the other stopped his sword and attacked. No one gave in. Truong Ngoc Tran was sweating. He gritted his teeth, glared, thinking to himself, "This guy's strength is truly amazing. Even though I have defense with every strike, if I keep fighting, even if I can endure it, my sword will still be broken by him." Suddenly he stomped his foot hard on the ground. The situation was extremely critical. Behind him was a large rock blocking the way. In front was Tan Yu, who was always pursuing. He brought his hand full of sharp claws and screamed, "I'll see how you can avoid this claw." Truong Ngoc Tran frowned, glared, his eyes opened. As soon as he struck, he immediately jumped up and dodged, his claws directly splitting the huge rock in half. Tan Yu glanced at him, feeling confused, thinking, "He saw through my movements. Could it be that he opened his eyes? It is absolutely impossible. There are many young geniuses in our 4 districts. Having the ability to open his eyes, he was just a disgraced prince of a small border country. The odds of opening his eyes could not be smaller." Tu Te was worried and asked, "His Royal Highness, are you okay?" Truong Ngoc Tran put his feet on the ground. His body was pulled back quite a distance. He asked her, "Can you persevere?" Tu Te touched his injured arm and said, "I'm okay. Let's join forces to kill. I'll go kill Tan Yu. You go kill the remaining 5 martial artists." She looked at him and continued, "At most I can only withstand 10 of Tan Yu's moves. You must quickly kill the others. We must join forces to deal with him to have a chance of survival." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "You are so seriously injured. Why don't you let me go and kill those 5 people?" Tu Te stepped forward. She continued, "If not, Tan Yu will not kill me, so I can take 10 moves from him." Then, she pulled out her sword and said, "If it were you, within 5 moves you would definitely be killed by him." Truong Ngoc Tran glared. He picked up the sword and rushed away, but that was not certain. Seeing his aura like that, Tu Te immediately said, "That's okay. I don't want to die in the same place as you." She frowned, a little helpless but also a little happy, thinking to herself, such a stubborn personality is really not like a prince. Only like that is he qualified to make me admire him. Truong Ngoc Tran rushed to Tan Yu and slashed his sword, but he used his bare hands to block it. Then, in the presence of Tu Te, the two fought fiercely. The group of martial artists looked at her and said, "How do you plan to deal with the 5 of us?" She replied, "The 5 of you in my eyes are nothing more than 5 corpses." All 5 guys at the same time surrounded her in a circle. One of them spoke up. She was dead speechless, very personable. No wonder the young man looked at her. She smiled and began to entice. "What's wrong with following a young man like me? Not only will you have fun, but you will also receive a lot of cultivation resources. Why not take up a position?" Tu Te couldn't hear it, so she swung her sword and rushed over. "That shameless thing dares to compare me to you. It's disgusting." She dodged in time, but even this sword scared her. It was so fast. A guy with big shoulders and muscles came up behind her. He swung his fist and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha." Tu Te laughed and said, "Big brother, have you ever heard of Duong Dong Ki Te?" Tu Te turned around and gave him a sword to the chin. Tin frowned and said the way she acted was like a strangely experienced assassin next to Prince Van Vo. Why is there an assassin? However, he stood on the eagle and shouted loudly, "Listen, this prince wants to live, capture the two of them alive." A girl jumped up high, aiming for Tute. She went straight at Tute, but luckily she used her sword to block it. Tute glared and said he wanted to die. She jumped up and rushed towards her. She swung her sword. She was hit. Her body was seriously injured. Her clothes were torn to pieces. She screamed, "Aya!" Tute frowned. Her face was sweating profusely. She said, "Go and die." Tute unleashed a powerful sword move. His true energy turned into lightning bolts, rushing straight at her, giving her a direct hit. Tute started breathing heavily. She thought to herself, there are still 3 more guys, but I no longer have the energy to continue fighting those 3 guys. Then she looked closely at that woman, thinking, she could only take the risk. If this trick failed, it would be really difficult for me and the 9th prince to escape alive. Tute poured out all his remaining true energy. True energy burst out so strongly that it tore her clothes. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at it, a little worried in his heart. His true energy is really strong. This is probably Tute betting his life on one strike. I also have to fight quickly to win quickly, otherwise we will both be defeated. Die here. Tute stood in the powerful flow of true energy. Her eyes lit up, showing a bit of seriousness. She thought to herself, I originally came to kill His Highness the Prince. But if I can accompany and fight with you, I will not same honor. Tute put strength into his legs and jumped up. She held her sword and rushed towards the remaining guys. Before that guy could do anything, he received a fatal blow. Tute continues to move. She started rushing towards one girl. She even laughed and said, "Next person." She just had time to scream, "Fast, too fast." Tute continued to rush to the last person. Her image at this moment was no different from that of a corpse maniac. That guy only had time to glare and be surprised before he took one of her swords. She killed all 3 of them in just one slash. An extremely fast sword. After finishing processing, she knelt down and panted, her face looking extremely tired. Suddenly she shouted, "It's over!" Explosion. True energy exploded, creating a loud explosion. Everyone within that range was thrown hundreds of eyes away. Truong Ngoc Tran widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Tute!" From behind him, the figure of that guy Tan Yu appeared. He shouted, "You still have time to mourn and wait until I kill you, then this woman will be mine." He swung his claws at him. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately jumped onto a cliff. In the cloud of smoke, Tute's figure stood tall. Her steps were unsteady. Then, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. She was so tired that she couldn't sit. Next to her was the hole she created, smoke and dust rising. As for Truong Ngoc Tran, he stood on the cliff looking down at Tan Yu. He looked up at him and said, "Stop hiding and prepare to fight head-on. Just kill someone first, and then slowly go enjoy that beauty." He immediately said, "Then we have to see if you have that ability." Truong Ngoc Tran glanced down at him, thinking to himself, one is strong, the other is also strong. Facing such a fast enemy, then, it's best to maintain your distance. Truong Ngoc Tran opened his palm and took an item from space. A sword appeared. Truong Ngoc Tran held a sword in one hand and a knife in the other in extremely powerful manners. Tan Yu stood and looked at him for a while. Then, he laughed and said, holding a knife in one hand and a spear in the other, "If you can't do it in unison, it will make your fighting power lower." Having said that, he punched the cliff and Truong Ngoc Tran jumped up to avoid the attack. He went around behind him, then threw a sword strike. The sword stabbed straight into his back but did not cause any damage. His body revealed a layer of snake scales blocking his sword attack. He looked up and said, "Haha, you kid is still very young." He laughed savagely, swinging his claws at him. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced, his eyes determined. He swung his sword at him, blocking the attack while attacking him. But he still rushed towards him. "He came close to you." Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at him. Then, he turned around and slashed his sword at his face. The sword slashed across his face, causing him immense pain, but leaving no trace. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled. He said, "Is the defense very strong? So how many more times will my armor be torn?" Truong Ngoc Tran used his spear to slash down a line. He then rotated his sword. He shouted, "Let's see how you defend this attack." A sword slashed across his body. The sword move was quite dangerous. Tan Yu was completely hit. Hu Tin stood on high and scolded, "Tan Yu, you trash! Not only could you not kill Truong Ngoc Tran, but he also treated you so miserably." Then he glared and shouted loudly, "Do you want this prince to take action himself? Hurry up and kill him, this useless piece of paint that's not good at wood." Tan Yu replied, "Your Highness forgive me, I will go kill him now. He began to reveal his true energy. The blue true energy surrounded him. He waved his hand high and said, "You made me lose face." His eyes were burning with murderous intent. His lips curled into a smile. He said, "I will make you die without a body." Truong Ngoc Tran laughed. "Your crazy appearance proves that you are panicking. Waiting for you is only failure or death." He glared, rushed forward, swung his claws, shouted, and talked nonsense. Confused, he swung his claws to the ground. His true energy burst out into blades that slashed straight at Truong Ngoc Tran's body, causing him to fly up. He closed one eye, smiled, "Hi, talented genius? Still killed by me." Truong Ngoc Tran was thrown away, then he stabbed his sword into the ground to avoid being pulled further. Tan Yu was surprised. He thought the insect had clearly attacked him. Why? Truong Ngoc Tran jumped up again and rushed towards him. He glared, shouted "HAA. However, he slashed his sword into his chest. Next, he swung another spear at him. Truong Ngoc Tran glared, his eyes serious, thinking to himself, not only does this guy have strong defense, but he is also a physical monster. If he continues to risk it, the situation will be extremely serious. Suddenly he burst out laughing. He had a large wound on his chest. The skin on his body had turned into snake scales. He said, "Since birth, you are the enemy that annoys me the most. If you were a woman, I would definitely accept you." "You," Truong Ngoc Tran thought, "accepting me?" He immediately imagined him looking at him with affectionate eyes, then even caressing his cheek. He frowned, his eyes forming an O, his mouth forming an A, making up his mind, thinking, "I won't let that happen." Truong Ngoc Tran started to get serious again. He continued to rush forward again, saying, "Let's decide win or lose." Tan Yu frowned, thinking, Truong Ngoc Tran suddenly, like eating a pill. He swung his sword and rushed towards his face. The sword's intention flashed right at his face, but luckily he dodged. Truong Ngoc Tran was still furious. He shouted, "I'll see how long you can last." He swung a spear at his chest. This time he couldn't dodge anymore. He received a full wound. Tan Yu clutched his chest in pain. Hoek Tin looked down and thought to himself, Tan Yu has the advantage of being involved with Truong Ngoc Tran for so long. It seems like it's up to him to take action. He took out his bow. Then, standing from above, he secretly shot an arrow at him. He shouted, "What a pity, your flesh and blood body cannot withstand an arrow that can destroy my war vehicle." Tan Yu frowned, uncomfortable. He thought, worrying about so many things, "I want to kill this brat myself. If Hoek Tin does it, he will definitely die." The arrow, covered with an amount of true energy, rushed towards him. Tan Yu suddenly jumped up. Truong Ngoc Tran stared in surprise. Hoek Tin frowned, burst into laughter. He said, "Ninth Prince, farewell." Then, an arrow pierced his back, tearing the area of his shirt there. Then, there was a loud explosion, the ground shook, and rocks were scattered everywhere. Truong Ngoc Tran gasped for breath. He spoke with difficulty, cough, cough, cough. The power was so strong, it easily destroyed my space. The arrow was formidable, more powerful than the lightning arrow. 10 times. Truong Ngoc Tran lay on the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, Tan Yu is already very difficult to deal with, plus another guy named Hoek Tin. Hoek Tin was surprised and shouted, "No way, absolutely no way his normal body could be attacked by a long-distance arrow and not die." He took out another arrow. Then, he fired a shot at Truong Ngoc Tran, but he still lay motionless. Truong Ngoc Tran put his hands up. He said, "Manhwa District King, maybe I should call him Father King. What a far-sighted person, leaving an assassin for me." Suddenly a miracle appeared. It's a fake ice and fire unicorn. Its real body appeared and roared to block an arrow. Tan Yu was surprised. Strange unicorn, too exaggerated. Hoek Tin glared. The miracle just now was absolutely right. It was the ice and fire unicorn that unexpectedly solved the divine weapon of Manhwa District. The water penetrated his body again. Truong Ngoc Tran stood in the middle of the powerful flow of true energy. The wave of true energy was released. Hoek Tin said quietly, "Kill him. Take the fake ice and fire unicorn on him and give it to this king." A powerful layer of true energy enveloped Truong Ngoc Tran's body. He looked at his body and thought to himself, this is a normal ice and fire unicorn pretending to be hungry, like a thin layer of armor covering his body. Only when he is injured does his energy gently appear. Block the attack, it's so magical. Hoek Tin began to raise his bow and shouted loudly, "Don't make a move on this trash. Don't let him escape." Tan Yu raised his eyebrows, alert. Truong Ngoc Tran's figure is gradually moving away. Truong Ngoc Tran ran away, followed by Tan Yu, who said he wanted to hide and dream. He took out a sword. His eyes filled with murderous intent, saying, "Do you think that hiding in the forest can avoid Prince Hoktin's arrow? I don't need him to act, I can kill you." He used the sword to swipe at him. Truong Ngoc Tran used his true energy to block the attack. Although he didn't have much damage, he was thrown away. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at him and thought, just in terms of strength, I am not his opponent. Proverbs: when you encounter a strong enemy, you must use your wits. Suddenly he laughed and said, "Miss Tu, you have been serving in this palace for a long time." Tu Te rushed from behind. She said, "Tan Thursday, today is the day you die." Truong Ngoc Tran also rushed over. He said, "I'm here to help you." Both of them struck to finish him off. Tan Yu collapsed at Tu Te's feet. Truong Ngoc Tran took his jacket and put it on. He smiled and said, "Miss Tu is indeed highly skilled in martial arts. I knew right away that those bunch of trash couldn't stop you. In my ring, I still have a spare outfit. Do you want to change? Or not?" Tu Te also said, "I did not expect that His Highness the Ninth Prince was still alive." Tu Te smiled. She raised her hand to her chin. Gesturing with her hand, she said, "Your Highness is joking. I am not a casual woman. How can I wear a man's clothes?" Hoktin still didn't know the situation. He took off his helmet and shouted loudly, "Are you done yet?" He took out a flute to play. "This useless guy, there is absolutely no hope. Let this prince give you a hand." Following the sound of his flute, many bees flew. They flew in so much that the sky could not be seen. Tu Te raised his eyes and said, "Your Highness." Ninth quickly looked away. Truong Ngoc Tran strained his eyes. His expression was very serious. He said it was a happy wind. He thought to himself, he didn't expect that he was a beast tamer, so he had to kill him first, otherwise it would be difficult to escape. But he was in midair. How could he hit him? The cat in space said, "Young man Lang, perhaps this deity can help you." Truong Ngoc Tran and Tu Te simultaneously slashed those bees. Truong Ngoc Tran said, "I don't have much time to talk to you, just tell me the conditions directly." Meowing with a proud tone, it said, "As long as you don't seal the original emperor in the universe of gods and wood diagrams in the future, the emperor will bring you many unexpected joys." Truong Ngoc Tran burst out laughing, slashing to death the poisonous bees while opening up space. He said, "Making a deal." Tu Te is also struggling to deal with the bees. She puzzledly said, "Conditions? Tan Jiao? I don't understand what your highness is saying." The black cat was released from space. It said happily, "Young man Lang, this emperor will help you solve that guy flying in the sky." Tu Te's eyes widened, surprised. She said, "Your highness is? That cat can talk. Could it be the divine beast of His Highness the Ninth?" She continued to slash away the bees. She said, "Your Highness Ninth, don't distract yourself too much like that." Truong Ngoc Tran said to the black cat, "Little black cat, are you sure you can attack him? If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences." Suddenly it transformed into a huge shape, even sprouting wings. It said, "My name is the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. If I can't fly into the sky and land on the ground, how can I kill him?" Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised. "Can you still transform?" He jumped high and said, "Your Majesty's bravery is great. After the job is done, don't forget to give me clothes." Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at it. He was sweating. He didn't know if he was surprised or scared, and it rushed towards Hoktin. Hoktin was also surprised. What the hell, a fat cat with wings? He thought to himself, could it be that Truong Tua then is also a beast tamer? The black cat rushed over. It swung its claws. It said, "This emperor is not a fat cat today. This emperor will teach you what is called politeness." The black cat swung its claws into the eagle's eyes. Below, Truong Ngoc Tran and Tu Te stood leaning against each other. Above were a group of poisonous winds flying around. Tu Te said, "Your Highness, the number of poisonous winds was amazingly large. Not all of them could be killed. Must find a new way." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, he could only defend. Suddenly he hugged Tu Te's waist. He held her tightly in his arms, then stuck his sword into the ground and performed the sword in the middle of his heart. A layer of protection covered the two people. Tu Te being pulled so close, her face turned red. Truong Ngoc Tran and Tu Te defended themselves in a shared sword, while the bees outside continued to attack. Tu Te looked at him and said, "Your Highness, the number of poisonous bees is so dense, if we defend like that, it's like sitting there waiting for death." Truong Ngoc Tran's sweat dropped, and said that the poisonous bees were summoned by the beast tamer. If they want to spread out, they can only escape the beast tamer's control range. He thought to himself, the little black is an object in the universe's magic chart. I have a blood contract with the magic map. My thoughts might be recognized by him. The black cat was fighting fiercely with the eagle when he heard Truong Ngoc Tran's voice ring out. "Little black cat, quickly fight. Win quickly, stop playing around." he replied. This king has only been allowed to fight for 10,000 years, so we have to play first. He immediately said, don't forget my agreement with you. If you don't dare to be honest, I can call you back at any time. The black cat was startled and said, stand, stand. Young man, this emperor will quickly destroy this damn bird. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned. It's hard, the speed must be fast. I'm about to not be able to stand it anymore. The black cat squinted its eyes and opened its mouth wide. It condensed a blood cell. It screamed. Little thief, taste my bubble. Hu Tin was frightened, thinking to himself, such powerful true energy was released. He immediately said, done, quickly fly. A powerful energy shot out. The eagle flew high to avoid the attack. But unfortunately it is still within attack range. The eagle screams, roar. Hoek Tin frowned and said, this fat cat is too difficult to get rid of. Tan Lan, take me away quickly. Quickly turned around and flew away. The black cat frowned. He said, do you want to hide? The prince of the 4 districts is truly a coward. In comparison, Truong Ngoc Tran is too tenacious. On Truong Ngoc Tran's side, the poisonous bees flew away. Tu Te looked at them and said, Your Highness Ninth, quickly look away, the monk has scattered. Truong Ngoc Tran wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, looking at this situation, the little guy has successfully repelled Hoek Tin. Tu Te said, Little Black? Are you saying that the cat can fly? Hoek Tin is the proud son of heaven in all 4 counties, but that cat can hold back. Truong Ngoc Tran gave a medicinal pill to Tu Te. He said, let's not talk about this. Your internal injuries are too serious. You must take medicine to treat it quickly, lest you encounter danger again. The 2 of them found a place and sat down to rest. Suddenly Tu Te rubbed her body. She said, it's so itchy, so hot. She twisted her body. Her face turned red and said, what's wrong with me? Both itchy and hot. This feeling is Tan Yuyu's evil practice. Even though she was uncomfortable next to him, Truong Ngoc Tran still sat still, meditating. She glanced at him, thinking, Your Highness, right next to you, can easily help me. Suddenly she bit her lip, thinking, why do I have such shameless thoughts? Even death cannot be controlled by sex. Suddenly from the sky, something black rushed down to Truong Ngoc Tran. The black cat stabbed its head straight down the tree branch, then jumped up high. In the presence of Truong Ngoc Tran, he held his head, smiled helplessly and said, honestly speaking, Little Black's body is the strongest person I have ever seen. There was a small black lump on his head, but he still sat leisurely leaning against the tree branch and said, it was true that the young man had made progress, but seeing that his golden and iron body was not broken, this emperor was indeed happy. Truong Ngoc Tran was silent. Oh, I never meant to praise you. I asked him, has Hoek Tin escaped? Little Black replied, then of course, the only person who has been able to deal with this emperor without hiding is you. It pointed its finger. A proud look on its face. If that guy wasn't a beast tamer, the emperor would definitely force him to death in a battle without wasting my true energy. The young man quickly gave me a spirit pill. Additional crystal. Truong Ngoc Tran threw a stone to it. Why did your cultivation level increase so much? Little Black caught it and replied, my power is sealed in the magic map. The stronger your power, the more seals you will open, the stronger my power will be. I'm going to go cultivate the true energy in the time-space crystal. Young man Lang, be careful. Having said that, it entered his space-time space. When he finished, he stood up and said, where are Tu Te's people? Seeing that she didn't answer, he turned around and said, Tu Te, you. Her face turned red, she stuck out her tongue and glanced at him. I've been poisoned. Help, help, me, only you can save me. Truong Ngoc Tran worriedly asked, poisoned? The poison of the magic hand. That's not right. He saw the wound on her shoulder, which said, was the poison of a poisonous bee. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned. He said, the evil technique that Tan Yuyu practiced had the toxicity of biting back female martial artists, plus the illusion of poisonous bees, so it was even more difficult. Suddenly Tu Te raised his hand and touched his face, making him blush. Then, she used her hand to touch his lips. She smiled and said, it's so itchy, so hot, help me. Tu Te's red face pressed tightly against Truong Ngoc Tran's body. He was so excited that his face turned red and he frowned at her. She leaned close to him and said, Your Highness Ninth, I'm too hot, help me take off my clothes. Truong Ngoc Tran opened his eyes wide, his head tilted back slightly to look at her. He said, Tu Te, calm down, right? Calm down, calm down. After that, Tu Te used force to push his leg back. Pressed by her strength, Truong Ngoc Tran's hand couldn't stand it, and slid down. So, he lay on the ground with her pressing on him. Tu Te said, save me. Could it be that your Ninth Highness saw death and didn't save you? Tu Te leaned close to his face, Chuang Nok Tran frowned, uncomfortable. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, my dragon and elephant practice is like this. Now it's the body of the sun. I'm afraid being teased by her like that is about to happen. Suddenly she grabbed the scarf around his neck and pulled it off really hard. Her eyes were fascinated. Tu Te put his hand on Chuang Nok Tran's body, and he was now sweating, gritting his teeth. Tu Te moved closer again. She touched his chin with her lips. Chuang Nok Tran opened his eyes wide and looked. Then he shouted, will you stop? Then, he put his hand on Tu Te's temple. Tu Te immediately fainted and fell on Chuang Nok Tran's body. He said again that she shouldn't stay here for long, but her current situation. At that time, he was sitting with his back against the tree, holding a medicinal pill in his hand. He looked at Tu Te and said, that's it, let's give her a heart-protective medicinal pill. He stuffed the medicinal pill into her mouth. Chuang Nok Tran frowned. He thought thoughtfully, this poison is so scary, it can make a cold beauty become so seething. If the person in front of you is not me, the consequences may be difficult for you to have. Can bear it. Suddenly above his head, the sound of an eagle's wings rang out. He looked up, thinking nervously. Hope Tin had brought reinforcements again. Chuang Nok Tran immediately brought Tu Te into his space, then thought, taking her with him to hide would be too easy to expose, so this is the only solution. Hope Tin and someone were standing on top of the eagle, observing below. He shouted. Disgusting, Tu Phuong County has suffered serious damage this time. He angrily clenched his fists, and continued to shout. If he couldn't find them and crush them to pieces, he wouldn't be able to dispel the prince's hatred. Phong Tri Lam said, the 9 princes of Van Vo district, my younger brother, will grant you the title. Died miserably at his hands, I will let him pay the price. He looked at Hope Tin and continued, don't let the other exam centers find out that you and I are together. Wait until we find them before contacting us. Hook Tin glanced back and said, Senior Brother Feng, you go first. This time he will be lucky, next time he won't be able to do it again. Hearing that, Phong Tri Lam immediately jumped down from the eagle and rushed straight into the forest to find people. Chuang Nok Tran hid behind a tree. Listening to everything, he thought, Phong Tri wise senior brother. He put his hand on his face to cover his mouth, his eyes thoughtful, thinking, Hope Tin has some respect for him. It seems that he is also a character. We need to pay more attention. He will probably be a trouble in school. My palace. Somewhere, Chuang Nok Tran used true energy to help Tu Te detoxify. He placed one hand on his chest and pressed the other hand on Tu Te's back to transmit true energy. He thought, 9 heavens strong emperor. Sutras can neutralize evil and toxic gases, try it. He frowned and glanced at the second level of 9 heavens Min Emperor Sutra. Tai Min Nok Kantien. Suddenly Tu Te's face showed discomfort. She frowned and grimaced. Her body involuntarily leaned forward. Then she coughed. Hearing the cough, Chuang Nok Tran was extremely worried. He panicked, said, it's over. Wasn't she beaten to death by me? He glanced at it. There was nothing wrong, but it seemed to be a little effective. He smiled and thought to himself, it worked. Put your true energy into his body and operate for a few days to detoxify him. Chuang Nok Tran stretched out his hands, true energy emanating from his palms. He continued to inject more true energy into Tu Te's body. While Tu Te was dreaming, she felt something very warm. She suddenly said, it's so warm, I'm here, what's wrong? Suddenly she closed her eyes, opened her mouth and coughed a few times. A yellow smoke flew out of her mouth. She slowly regained her eyesight. When she opened her eyes, she saw a silhouette of someone. Chuang Nok Tran said, you're awake? Suddenly she stood up immediately and said, what have you done to me? Chuang Nok Tran turned around and said, what's the matter? Get dressed and talk. She looked back and saw that she was staring blankly. Her face suddenly turned red. Tu Te hugged herself. Her eyes were red. She felt angry and said, you are shameless, dare to be disrespectful to me like that. Chuang Nok Tran still stood with his back turned to her. He said, you better not move around. I have just eliminated the remaining toxins in your body. You are still very weak. Instead of getting angry and touching the wound, then you better put your clothes back on neatly. The clothes are next to your feet. Put them back on quickly. It was true that at her feet there was a neatly folded set of clothes placed neatly. Tu Te faced him, his face red with embarrassment, then said, this outfit doesn't suit me. Is there any feminine tight clothes? Chuang Nok Tran now turned around. He opened his arms, smiled and said, in a foreign land, being able to wear the royal clothes of the motherland, you should feel happy. But it seems like this is not the case. Must be an issue that people care about. Tu Te blushed and shouted, tell the truth, did I give myself to you? Chuang Nok Tran frowned, laughed and said, give yourself? I am the prince of a country, no matter how I say it, I am the one climbing high, not me. Truong Ngoc Tran bent down to reveal the scratches caused by Tu Te. He continued, not to mention I didn't do anything to you. Look what you did to me. My chest has been scratched by you. Tu Te felt extremely embarrassed. She closed her eyes and screamed, shut up. Suddenly her legs began to lose balance. Oops. Tu Te fell to the ground, hitting his chair on the ground, causing quite a bit of pain. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced down at her. He said, the poison is still left in your body. It can relapse at any time. I told you not to move around, you are so stubborn. Tu Te leaned on one hand and lifted her body up. She frowned and said, I don't need you to control me. Truong Ngoc Tran picked up the sword and said, there is one more thing. This is the sword I found in your sleeve. I will return it to you. Tu Te said in surprise, you already know my identity. Truong Ngoc Tran threw the sword to her and said, besides the assassins of the underworld gate, no one uses this type of sword. Empress Nguyen Marshall has sent assassins to Tick City many times. If you don't use this type of short sword, then also use needles, nothing new, boring to death. Tu Te grabbed the short sword. She frowned, her eyes filled with murderous intent and said, no need to waste any more saliva, I'll deal with you. I'm also an assassin sent by the queen. Tu Te raised her hand holding the knife high. Truong Ngoc Tran saw this and said, stop showing that desperate posture. In fact, you know very well in your heart that even if you are in a healthy state, you are not my opponent. Tu Te replied, do you think you can easily kill me? Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and reassured her, don't panic, if I wanted to kill you, I would have left you alone, why would I save you? Tu Te still looked serious, she said, in fact, you already guessed that I was coming to kill you, so why did you still save me? Truong Ngoc Tran closed his eyes and said, if you really wanted to kill me, I would have died long ago. If you didn't kill me, why couldn't I save you? Tu Te's eyes were softer than before. She clutched the shirt on her shoulder, thinking to herself, saying these superficial words. Truong Ngoc Tran, you are truly a bastard. Truong Ngoc Tran bent down to sit down under the tree opposite Tu Te, then said, well put it. We have collected enough beasts to pass the test. We can come back sooner. Tu Te relaxed his body and replied, no, in the remaining 2 days we have to hunt down more and more martial artists from the 4 counties. Don't you want to contribute your strength to the county's martial arts fortune? Hearing that, he immediately smiled and replied, you say that, it seems like I can't turn a blind eye. Tu Te held up the short sword, smiled and said, only by fighting can our cultivation grow faster. The more cultivation resources we gain, the faster we will cultivate after entering the courtyard. Truong Ngoc Tran also frowned. His eyes were somewhat aggressive, smiled and said, then I will be crazy with you. 2 days later, the whole person turned into a murderous maniac. His body showed black energy, and he held a sword in his hand to kill many strong people. This atmosphere filled with murderous intent makes people somewhat afraid. Tu Te approached Truong Ngoc Tran. She tilted her head, smiled and said, I will keep the miscellaneous, and the treasures that I can salvage will be left at your place, and will be redistributed after entering the academy. Truong Ngoc Tran just replied indifferently, it's up to you. However, Tu Te was somewhat fond of it. She blushed. Her eyes looked at him somewhat affectionately, then thought, after all, she is a royal person, no matter how many resources she has, she is really hateful. But this irreverent personality is difficult for people not to admire. The scene changed. At the Martial Arts Academy, the Western Courtyard, Truong Ngoc Tran and Tu Te returned. Behind them were gossips. They said they heard that 2 killing stars appeared this year, about the hunt for contestants from all over the country. I have heard about it, thanks to them. Otherwise candidates in Van Vo district like me will definitely be harassed by people from all over the country. The 2 so-called killer stars were looking at each other and smiling. When he advanced a little further, he saw Lu Thua Fong and the martial artists of the Van Martial district. Lu Thua Fong waved his hand and happily called out, Your Highness, we are all here. Then he took one look and said, oh? You 2 are playing so cruelly. Lu Thua Fong looked at Tu Te's clothes and judged that not only was Miss Tu wearing His Highness's clothes, her tights were also so torn. The 2 of them were having too much of a fight. Both of them were stunned, blushing and then saying in unison, huh? Lu Thua Fong smiled sinisterly. He said, if the Cold Prince and the Mountain Beauty collide, it is like a volcano erupting violently. It is truly extremely rare. Tu Te closed his eyes, gritted his teeth in anger. Shut up for me. Then, she used her foot to kick him in the face with a painful blow. She shouted, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I will make your life worse than death. Lu Thua Fong flew several meters, knocked out a tooth, replied, I remember. At this time, the elders stepped out to announce the results. The first round of exams, a total of 1,537 candidates, of which 468 candidates passed the exam including. After that, he glanced down at the contestants and smiled and said, "The contestants who passed tonight's round will rest here, and early tomorrow morning will participate in the second round at the Martial Arts Tower to pass the test to show their excellent performance. At least 120 candidates passed the exam, the rest will be eliminated." The old man turned back inside and continued, "Tonight the two senior sisters will keep order here. Anyone who intentionally causes chaos will be severely punished." The two mentioned nuns stepped out. One wearing a blue dress said, "Sister." The female contestants below looked up at them in surprise. The male contestants looked up with infatuated eyes. They said, "The aura is so strong." Both girls have beautiful, captivating eyes. One sister has serious eyes, named Hong Yen Tran. The other has somewhat innocent eyes, named Don Mok Tin Lin. The contestants are still amazed by their beauty. Hong Yen Tran turned around, her face somewhat serious. She said, "Students, please correct yourselves. If anyone violates, the two of us will not ignore it." Truong Nok Tran looked at her figure in surprise. He remembered the image of Dao Tri from his previous life. Her figure coldly left. He frowned, his expression somewhat sad. He held his forehead, thinking, "I am truly ridiculous, now she belongs to the emperor." Tu Te stood next to him and commented, not expecting them to wear brocade robes, "Are they disciples of the inner palace?" Lu Thuafong replied that as long as he becomes a legendary martial artist or accumulates enough merit, even an outer palace disciple can wear brocade robes. Truong Nok Tran and Tu Te were surprised, turned around to look at him. Truong Nok Tran asked, "They are legendary martial artists?" Lu Thuafong replied, "The Old West Academy is now prosperous and Yang is declining. Those two nuns are also known as the Te Palace ladies who are in charge of one side of the South Academy. If they offend them, they will surely die." Truong Nok Tran thought to himself, being able to enter the mysterious board proves that they are the best people in the heavenly demon domain around the 36 counties. It's best not to get involved with them for now. Lu Thuafong stood with his hands behind his back. He said, "This year, there were 31 people who passed the first exam in the martial arts district. If it were normal, this would be an unbelievable number." Suddenly Truong Nok Tran looked in one direction, as if he saw something. It was Hope Tin coming towards him. He put his hand on his neck to stop the gesture to signal him. He smiled sinisterly, thinking, "Truong Nok Tran, I have to kill you to vent my anger." Truong Nok Tran discussed with Lu Thuafong again. Prince Black Star had broken through to the profound realm of sub-extremity. Lu Thuafong was a bit surprised. What? If he has achieved the sub-extreme level of the profound extreme realm, combined with the fact that he himself is a beast tamer, he will most likely become the #1 examiner in the palace. Tu Te sat down and looked up to the sky and said, "What is the benefit of being #1 in the examination palace?" Lu Thuafong also sat down. He replied, "Don't mention first place, just standing in the top 10 will be rewarded handsomely. First place can even get 3,000 merit points, equivalent to 3 million silver coins." Truong Nok Tran was somewhat surprised. He said, "The martial arts palace is indeed very rich. If he had this huge fortune, he would definitely be able to buy a lot of cultivation resources." Lu Thuafong glanced at him. He pointed a finger and replied, "That's right, the key pattern is the sign that in the martial arts tower, there are a total of 7 floors. Each floor has 3 doors. Every year you just need to pass through the first level, you can pass the exam." Tu Te asked, "What will the 3 doors on each floor check?" He replied, "Fighting techniques, mental strength and willpower along with natural talent." 2 female elders sat on the high steps, both showing great energy, and the contestants below were also meditating and cultivating. Hong Yen Tran asked, "I wonder if this year there will be any geniuses who can pass the 3 levels of the second level?" Mok Elf replied, "Prince Huoc Tin of 4 Directions County, Chi Min Hai of Fire Dragon County, Diu Qing Dong of Kanoyet County and Tan Yu have been killed. These 4 people can pass the test successfully." Hong Yen Tran said again, "Wouldn't the new student kill Tan Yu be more powerful than him?" Wood Spirit replied, "Yes, who exactly is this?" Hong Yen Tran smiled and said, "If you are so curious, why don't you go to the martial arts tower tomorrow and see for yourself?" Mok Tin Lin smiled. Her hand cupped her chin, her fingers placed at the corner of her eyes. She smiled and replied, "Okay, maybe he can become my new toy." The next morning, all the candidates stood in front of the martial arts tower to pass the customs. An elder said, 10 candidates as above, please enter the martial arts tower to pass the customs." Elder Ta laughed and said, "Just now, Red Ming Hai of Fire Dragon County almost passed the 3rd level of the 2nd level. What a pity!" An elder next to him pointed a finger to his forehead. He said, "Such a new student is already very good. It is possible that he will be in the top, even the top 3. Hok-tin's image appeared in the mind of the elder's private servant. Then he said, "This year someone will definitely be able to pass the 3rd door of the 2nd floor. Everyone should wait and see." All the powerful people gathered under a tower. They looked up at the tower and admired it. Someone said, "Hurry up and take a look. Prince Hok-tin has definitely reached the 2nd floor." It only took 10 minutes to be considered a genius. The female powerhouses blushed and admired. A girl smiled and said, "I guess this year's first-place freshman is Prince Hok-tin." Another girl turned back to look at her and said, "Don't say you want to be a prince, you won't catch anyone's eye." The elders were also surprised. The oldest elder pointed at the tower and said, "Look, the light on the 3rd floor is on. Prince Hok-tin has reached the 3rd floor." Elder Ta also said, "If he can pass the first gate of the 3rd floor, he will prove his strength." From the tower, a figure came out. The people below couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Look! Prince Hok-tin has come out." Elder Tutu stood in front of the door and guessed him. He said, "Can you pass the 1st door and the 3rd floor?" Hok-tin put his hand on his forehead. He laughed and said, "I passed the 1st door of the 3rd floor, but unfortunately I lost to the 2nd door." The crowd below was surprised and shouted. The first new student was not Prince Hok-tin. Prince Hok-tin had such strong talent. He could definitely control those 3 female demons. Next, a group of contestants entered, including Tu-tae, Dutan-dong and the top 10 contestants asked to enter the martial arts tower to overcome the surrounding area. The contestants turned their eyes to the figure of a female rapist. "Look, Dutan-dong of Kanoyet County is about to climb the tower. It is said that since she was 4 years old, she has activated the 6th grade flying snow mark. Powerful." That person named Dutan-dong glanced at them and smiled, not forgetting to pose and pull his hair. The men were captivated, drooling endlessly. "She smiles at us." Truong Ngoc Tran also looked at her but with a questioning look. "Is the person from Kanoyet County a genius? I see that Tu-tae is better. Her natural qualities are better than Hok-tin's. She has the ability to pass the 3rd level." As a result, both Tu-tae and Dutan-dong crossed the 3rd floor and walked out at the same time. Gyao-tan-tong said, "I passed the 1st door of the 3rd floor, but lost at the 2nd door. What about you?" Tu-tae replied, "Me too." The group of people shouted again. "Miss Tu is so strong that she will definitely be focused on training after entering school." Lu Thuafong suddenly exclaimed a few words. "This year's new students are so powerful. I originally thought I had a chance to make it into the top 10, but it seems unlikely." Truong Ngoc Tran stood next to comfort her. "Don't be discouraged, just show her well for a moment." Tu-tae immediately pointed her finger at him. She said sternly, as a man full of enthusiasm, but he uttered such dejected and disappointed words. It was truly a disgrace to the martial arts district. Being told that, suddenly black smoke arose around him. He clenched his fist and said, "I didn't expect that I would be laughed at by a beautiful woman." The young master of the martial arts district, Lu Thuafong, absolutely cannot lower his head in spirit. "We must make a name for ourselves." Continue reading the names of the next contestants. List of contestants for the next round. Lu Thuafong, Ta Chiu-vo, Truong Ngoc Tran. Hearing his name, the crowd also chatted, "Look there, it's him. He was once the useless prince of the martial arts district, Truong Ngoc Tran. I heard that a year ago, he was not a martial artist, but now he is still a martial artist of the profound extreme level." That's an exaggeration. The other female powerhouses saw him, and immediately blushed. Some people said that if you look closely, he doesn't look very handsome. Another person spoke up, "Stop falling in love with guys. After all, he is a prince. How can you catch his eye?" Inside the tower, the leader was Ta Chiu-vo of the 4 districts. He glanced at his opponent and thought, "I am already at the lowest level in the profound extreme realm. These guys are too low-leveled. They are not worth it." Fear. Standing behind him were Lu Thuafong and Truong Ngoc Tran. Lu Thuafong's feet moved slightly. He approached a gate and turned around to look at Truong Ngoc Tran and said, "Your Highness, we'll see you later." He replied, "See you soon." Then, Truong Ngoc Tran also approached a gate. He went through the gate to another dimension. Truong Ngoc Tran looked around and thought to himself, "What is this martial arts arena like? No people, no agencies." Suddenly, on the opposite wall, a formation appeared. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, "This formation is..." Suddenly he frowned, his eyes full of vigilance. A strong man from the ceiling appeared. He said, "I am La Ku, representing the strongest energy of the middle stage of the profound realm. as long as you can receive my 3 moves. Then you can pass through the first door. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at him and asked again, you represent the strongest energy of the middle stage of the profound realm. Luo Hu replied, the Western Demon Martial Arts Palace has been open for 460 years. I am the most powerful martial artist in the profound realm for hundreds of years. Truong Ngoc Tran said again, so that's it? So what if I can not only receive your 3 moves but can also defeat you? He smiled and replied, then you can go directly to the 2nd floor, and at the same time will replace me to guard this gate. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately pulled out his sword. He said solemnly, okay, then let's try. In a certain room, Hong Yen Tran and the Wood Spirit sat and observed. Don't mock Spirit, Sister Tran, wait and see. Hong Yen Tran replied, after Hoek Tin Prince, Duotan Dong Tu Te, this year's martial arts tower has nothing to see anymore, I'm going back to practice. Mok Tin Lin looked at the dimension where Truong Ngoc Tran fought with Lak Hu. She said, the middle stage illusory martial artist fought inconclusively with Lak Hu. Hong Yen Tran was surprised. How could this be possible? Lak Van is the most outstanding genius in the past few hundred years. How can anyone oppose him? As for Truong Ngoc Tran, he fought extremely fiercely with Lak Hu. He rushed towards Lak Hu. Then, Truong Ngoc Tran activated the ice inscription system. He glanced solemnly and slashed a sword. The heavenly heart pointer was activated. Lak Hu quickly jumped up to avoid the attack. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled happily and said, Senior, offended. Lak Hu is now in the air. Truong Ngoc Tran looked up at Lak Hu. He radiated a powerful amount of true energy. He said, Senior, I apologize. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned, glanced, and with his ice element and true energy launched a powerful sword strike. He slashed his sword 3 times in a row. Condensed blocks of ice were launched towards Lak Hu. Lak Hu was extremely calm. He shouted loudly, the falling water fist technique. His true energy condensed into fists that knocked blocks of ice away. Truong Ngoc Tran used his heart to break the shell and rushed towards him. He swung his sword close to Lak Hu's face. He glared in surprise. Unable to dodge, Truong Ngoc Tran slashed straight through Lak Hu's body. Even though he received a sword attack with a surprised look on his face, Lak Hu also praised him for being so powerful. He did not expect to defeat me within 100 moves. Suddenly Lak Hu laughed. Your qualities are better than mine. After that, Lak Hu's body turned into an illusion and glowed high above. He said, if you defeat me, according to the rules, I will send people directly to the 2nd floor. Truong Ngoc Tran landed on the ground, thinking to himself, Lak Hu's cultivation base is really powerful. In the same realm, he can receive 93 of my moves, but if I use the space field, I only need 10 moves to be able to do it. Defeat him. Then, he stood up and silently said, he can directly challenge straight to the 2nd floor. That's right. Suddenly a pillar of light appeared under his feet, taking him straight to the 2nd floor. Truong Ngoc Tran was transported to the 2nd floor. But the scenery did not change at all, he said. Not only the room was exactly the same, even the opponent. His opponent spoke, we meet again already. It was still Lak Hu. He was meditating in the air. He said, now I am the strongest martial artist of the late profound realm. If you can receive one of my moves, then you will be considered to have passed. Truong Ngoc Tran asked, are you not allowed to use weapons? Facing an unarmed opponent like you, I feel like I can't win. It's glorious. At this time, Lak Hu slowly opened his eyes. He smiled and said, if I use weapons, I'm afraid no one can pass the first door of the 2nd floor. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately rushed over. He said, so come here. The explosion rang out. The surrounding true energy exploded, turning into a wave of water that shot straight up. Lak Hu quickly moved behind Truong Ngoc Tran. He glanced at his approaching figure. Lak Hu threw his fist. He shouted, the first move, the water flew out into the sea. Truong Ngoc Tran used his sword to block his punch. But this punch was indeed very powerful. He was immediately knocked away. Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes widened in surprise. Just one simple strike had this much force, and the speed was miraculously fast. He immediately opened his eyes. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran completely saw Lak Hu's movements clearly. He was rushing towards him at lightning speed. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned. He slashed his sword and said, I have seen through your movements. Lak Hu jumped up. Truong Ngoc Tran slashed his sword, completely hitting the enemy. But unfortunately that was an afterimage. You were actually standing behind him without knowing it. He raised his hand and threw a punch. The second move, the water fell to heal. Truong Ngoc Tran afterimage. He immediately moved. Used Tien Tam's sword to block Lak Hu's punch. True energy fluctuates extremely strongly. But the common sword immediately shattered into pieces. Truong Ngoc Tran was knocked away. Laku happily said, I haven't seen a strong opponent like you in a long time. Truong Ngoc Tran stood far away, he hugged his chest, his eyes solemnly said, one punch has broken my strongest line of defense. The strong one is you. Suddenly the water condensed around Laku. They turned into countless water swords, forming a circle around him. He raised his hand, clenched it tightly, and said, when dealing with a powerful opponent, one must have proper respect. The third move was the water turning into a sword. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned in horror. The release of true energy could reach this level. Is this guy a monster? Laku stood up, he waved his hand forward. The water swords quickly rushed away, attacking Truong Ngoc Tran. He looked up at the tens of thousands of swords rushing towards him. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, fists turn into swords. Laku is really too powerful. If I hadn't successfully practiced the highest extreme level, I probably wouldn't be able to beat him now. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly pointed out with his heavenly heart. The two swords clashed, either one giving in or the other. Laku glanced, he opened his palm. Then, he clenched his fists again. The water swords simultaneously turned to attack Truong Ngoc Tran. Fortunately, he quickly dodged, but his eyes could not help but be surprised. He did not expect that he could still control the direction of power turns into sword. Truong Ngoc Tran launched himself up high. Laku glared again and clenched his fists. The water swords pursued again. Truong Ngoc Tran was running high without any support to avoid the attack. Truong Ngoc Tran strained his eyes and held his sword tightly. Use your sword energy to create a hurricane, covering your body to block Laku's attack. Laku rushed forward, he praised. This move was very creative, truly a rare martial arts talent. He rushed forward and threw a punch at that hurricane. His sword energy was separated. In front of Truong Ngoc Tran, Laku was rushing quickly. In the room of Hong Yen Tran and the Wood Spirit, the two were still observing their battle. Wood Spirit said, Sister Tran, I think Truong Ngoc Tran can take a few moves of Luo Van. Hong Yen Tran replied, I don't know yet, he has already received 6 moves. If he can receive 9 moves, it will prove that he has the same strength as Lak Van. Hong Yen Tran secretly pondered, if Truong Ngoc Tran could overcome the 100-year-old Western legend, I really don't dare to imagine how big a shock this would cause. Mok Tin Lin turned around and said, Sister Tran quickly looked back in the match. Truong Ngoc Tran was crouching to avoid Laku's attack. Immediately he threw his sword. A sword flashed horizontally. Laku still leisurely jumped up to dodge the attack. Laku continued to move his true energy. Truong Ngoc Tran had been waiting for this moment. He stared at his hand and thought, I am waiting for the moment to explode with you. Then, he exploded with true energy and unleashed the barbaric statue hold ground move. Both streams of air collided with each other, creating a shocking vibration. Both people were knocked away. The water arena also had to make violent waves. Both sisters who were watching were also frightened. They did not expect that he could confront Senior Laku. Laku said, I really want to be born at the same time as you. Maybe we can become friends or rivals. Truong Ngoc Tran said, since the seniors value me, then please use all your strength to respect me. Laku clasped his hands in front of his chest. He glared, said solemnly, of course. The 8th move, the water just rolled around his body. He glared, his eyes shining with the blue light of the water surface. Suddenly the water surface under his feet started to ripple. They rolled together and turned into a dragon, and this 8th move is the falling of water and turning into a dragon. Truong Ngoc Tran was shocked. It was too exaggerated. Laku waved his hand and rushed over. He said, little brother, don't disappoint me. Following his signal, the water dragon rushed towards Truong Ngoc Tran. Immediately, he used his heavenly heart to break the apricot to block it. But it doesn't mean anything. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned, surprised, too stiff? Completely impenetrable. As a result, he was swallowed by the water dragon and carried away. The water dragon knocked him away and then disappeared, letting him fall freely. Truong Ngoc Tran gritted his teeth, struggling extremely. He thought to himself, without a doubt, Laku is the strongest opponent I have ever met in this life. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned. He shouted loudly. The dragon and statue returned to the field. He mobilized a large amount of true energy to burst out. On this side, Laku raised his hand, creating a ball of water floating in the air. He shouted loudly, 9th move, the water falls to the end. Both rushed towards each other at the same time. The two moves collided, the force was fierce, the water surface rippled, the space shook. The two streams of air blend together to form an extremely large water sphere. Laku was somewhat surprised but also praised. Truong Ngoc Tran? What a reckless guy, daring to risk his life to confront my full-strength attack like this. he will definitely be a hero in the future. On this side, Truong Ngoc Tran also gritted his teeth and used one hand to block the maximum flow of true energy that was emitting, thinking to himself, disgusting, Senior Lack Hu is really too strong. At this moment, both of their true chi exploded violently, and both were thrown away. These two observers were even more frightened. The wood spirit could not keep calm. She shouted, "Equal?" Hong Yen Tran was somewhat calmer, but his eyes couldn't help but be shocked. He replied, "Not sure." Both people were thrown away, hitting the wall hard. Truong Ngoc Tran closed his eyes and coughed a few times. He thought, if Senior Lack Hu plays one more move, I will definitely be defeated. Truong Ngoc Tran gasped. He said, Phew, you won." Lack Hu replied, "You have won." Lack Hu laughed. He raised his hand and said, "In this realm I have refined the 36 moves of Lack Tui into 9 moves. Now the 9 moves have been completed, but there is no way to defeat you." Truong Ngoc Tran glared. He said, "For the first move I only used 2 parts of my strength. For the 9th move I used all my strength. Otherwise I would not have been able to resist your 9 moves." Lack Hu said again, "But martial artists in the middle of the profound extreme realm only need to receive the first move with 2 parts of my power to pass the gate." Truong Ngoc Tran seemed to understand. He immediately sat down to meditate. He said, "I understand. After adjusting, I will continue to overcome the hurdle." As for Lack Hu, he entered the formation and reached the 3rd floor. Outside, the 3rd floor began to light up. The people outside were amazed and shouted, "Look! The 3rd floor of the martial tower has lit up." The elders were surprised. Ta Chiu Vo failed to get out of the tower, so who is still overcoming the obstacles in the tower? Elder Ta smirked, then said, "You have forgotten one person, the 9th prince of the martial arts district, Truong Ngoc Tran." Elder Tu Tu immediately said, "Where are you? Bring Truong Ngoc Tran's information here to this elder." A girl replied, obeying the order. That person handed the scroll of documents to the old man, then bowed respectfully. The old man looked at the scroll and pondered, thanking the elder who stood next to him and teased him. Why did the elder's face look so bad? Did he have a stomachache after breakfast? Elder Tutu still held the scroll of documents. His face was extremely surprised. He said, "How is this possible?" Elder Ta teased again, "Calm down. You're old now, so you've learned to stay calm when faced with surprises. What makes you so excited?" He threw the document to Elder Xie and said, "You should see for yourself." Elder Ta looked at the information on the scroll and couldn't help but be surprised. His attitude was even more outrageous than the elders. He shouted. At the age of 16, he activated the Divine Martial Seal. After half a year, he became number 1 on the gold list. 1 year has reached the middle stage of profound extremes. Elder Ta frowned and threw his anger at Lu Chuanren. That bastard Lu Chuanren didn't say anything in advance. If I had known that the 9th prince was this talented, I would have accepted him as a disciple. Now how long until our turn? The people below were surprised when they heard it. They shouted, activated the martial arts mark at the age of 16, and became number 1 on the gold list in half a year? Incredible cultivation speed that has never been seen before. Hu Tin frowned. His eyes were full of indignation. He said, "You damn Truong Ngoc Tran, I will make you die without a place to bury you." Elder Tutu put his hand on his shoulder. He said, "Don't be impatient and spoil things. This matter needs to be planned for a long time." Inside the tower, Truong Ngoc Tran stood in front of Lack Hu. Lack Hu said, "Don't attack the 1st door or 3rd floor anymore." Then he laughed and continued, "You have passed the 1st door of the 2nd floor." Truong Ngoc Tran asked, "How many tricks do I need to follow from my seniors at this gate to pass?" Lack Hu replied, 3 moves. He said again, "So that's it, senior. I have a question in my heart that I wonder if you can answer?" Lack Hu smiled and replied, "I can answer one of your questions." Truong Ngoc Tran asked, "In the past 460 years of the West Court, has the senior been the strongest expert in the 7 profound realms?" Lack Hu raised his hand to his forehead. He laughed, and said, "Before you appeared that was true, but I believe that from now on you will replace me and become the gatekeeper in each realm of the martial arts tower." Truong Ngoc Tran rubbed his head, his eyes softened, he smiled and said, "I am not interested in guarding the gate, but compared to this." Then he raised his hand forward and said, "I am extremely honored to be able to fight with all my strength against senior." Lack Hu did not hesitate to shake Truong Ngoc Tran's hand. Lack Hu disappeared, leaving only Truong Ngoc Tran. He thought to himself, completely unexpected that I would become the new guard of the martial tower. After that, he suddenly remembered Truong Vu Hai. In the future, if the 9 sisters go to the West Court to climb the tower and encounter me as a guard, I don't know what the scene will be like. Truong Ngoc Tran stood still, his eyebrows drooped, his clothes were tattered. One side of his shirt was torn due to the battle. He thought, it's been a while since he left home. It's really a bit I miss my sister and my mother. After all, in this world I only have the two of them as relatives. He walked over and opened the gate. He glanced, not knowing what he saw. On this side, the two sisters Hong Yen Tran and the Wood Spirit were still observing him. Mok Tin asked, Sister Tran, when we entered school we couldn't pass the second pass. This kid might be able to do it. Hong Yen Tran replied, well, let's continue to observe and see what happens when necessary. Suddenly, Mok Tin Lin turned her head and looked with understanding eyes, a smile on her mouth. That's right. How could a new male disciple steal all the glory? This little two is quite interesting. Wait for him. When you enter school, you already have something to play with. Hong Yen Tran also laughed, then said, let him feel the love of his sisters well. Truong Nok Tran was looking at a notice board posted on the wall. It said that you must use your bare hands to defeat these weapons training soldiers. If you use weapons, it will be counted as giving up your rights. Truong Nok Tran said, are you empty-handed? Just testing the power of the palm technique a bit. In front of him were countless dolls that had been waiting for him for some time. Truong Nok Tran laughed. He raised his hand and said, I'm not being polite. He jumped up and rushed forward. Then he punched the doll straight in the face. But it didn't make a dent. Truong Nok Tran frowned and thought, it's over. We have to fight quickly and win quickly. If we don't get surrounded and attack, we will definitely lose. Then, he put his hand down to strike, lift a kick to the back of the doll's head. But it doesn't matter at all. Only then did the doll react. It raised its arm high. A blade appeared from inside. It reached out to attack him. The doll's fist crashed straight into the ground, causing Truong Nok Tran to fly away. Truong Nok Tran jumped away. He thought to himself that it would be too disadvantageous for his flesh and blood to fight against this group of armor-training warriors. Suddenly, the dolls rushed to attack him at the same time. Truong Nok Tran immediately called on the barbarian elephant to help, and the image of a dragon appeared. Then an elephant appeared. The true energy was extremely warm. He used his palm to aim at the dolls. They were overwhelmed by the true energy, and were thrown far away. Truong Nok Tran gained momentum. Then he glared and rushed forward. The strike sent a doll flying straight into the wall. Another doll, launched high above his head. Truong Nok Tran glanced out. The doll attacked, and he quickly dodged it. True energy was circulated to his hand. Truong Nok Tran immediately raised his hand and rushed forward. A palm strike as deadly as the true strength of a green dragon. The doll was smashed straight into the floor. Truong Nok Tran had taken down all the dolls. They were lying on the floor, and he was standing there, slightly bent down, looking tired. Sweat broke out non-stop, but his eyes were extremely determined. He took out a medicinal pill and thought to himself, no wonder so many cultivators couldn't overcome it. There was no way to get around it. It was all about using toughness to counteract toughness. Outside, the contestants were still observing the tower. Some people said that Truong Nok Tran hadn't come out yet. Couldn't he have died in the tower? Diu Tan Dong said, could this year's black horse be him? A prince of a small border country. The girl next to him also said, what's wrong with a small border country? That's what I care about when he grows up handsome. Tu Te was a bit worried, she said. His Highness Ninth will not be in danger, right? Lu Thuafong said next to him, you once fought side by side with him. Perhaps you understand his strength. He mentioned the time when his father grew up with the county king. His father grew up with the county king when he was young. Even if he was as heroic as the county king, regardless of his aptitude or temperament, he was not as fierce as the king. Your Highness Nine now. The proud son of heaven, this level of heaven's darling, will definitely become this year's dark horse. Even the extremely dangerous third level cannot keep him. Truong Nok Tran walked up the stairs, thinking as he walked, the test of the third pass requires mental strength to reach at least 25 levels. No wonder in hundreds of years almost no one has passed this door. His head was slightly bowed, his body was covered in sweat. He continued to think, his achievements were solid enough to be first place. He still shouldn't rush to the fourth floor. His performance was too dazzling. It wasn't necessarily a good thing. Then he walked to a hallway. In front of him there was someone waiting. It seemed to be Hong Yen Tran. Truong Nok Tran was quite surprised. He asked, are the two sisters waiting for me? Besides Hong Yen Tran, there are also Wood Spirits. Hong Yen Tran put her hands on her waist. She said, Truong Nok Tran, martial arts tower on the fourth floor. You don't need to go anywhere. Truong Nok Tran immediately replied, not going to the Mandarin and being warned by others not to go are two different things. She said again, we are not harming you, on the contrary, we are saving you. Mok Tin Lin said, that's right, if your performance is too outstanding, it may lead to disaster. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, "It seems to make sense. But you and I are either close nor hostile. Since you care so much about me, I'm afraid there is another purpose, right?" Hong Yen Tran stroked his hair, then said, "It's not impossible to tell you the truth. Surely you have heard of the 3 great female devils in the West Court, right?" Truong Thu Tran wondered, asked, "What?" Hong Yen Tran thought of the other female ghost. She frowned, looked serious and said, "Except for us, the remaining female devil is a descendant of Senior Lac Hu. She quite admires her ancestor." Mok Tin Lin pretended to scare people but didn't look like she could scare anyone. She continued, "Guess if she knew you defeated Senior Lac Hu, she would be angry enough to ask you to duel and then kill you. Are not?" Truong Ngoc Tran didn't know if he was really scared or fake scared. He also frowned, sweating profusely, and said, he really couldn't say for sure. Then he thought to himself, sometimes women are truly incomprehensible. Such as Lam Nin San, there was also Dao Tri. That year. Just remembering it makes Truong Ngoc Tran sigh. But then, he also smiled and said to the 2 of them, "It's okay if I don't go to the 4th floor of the Martial Tower. You must agree to one condition, otherwise I will now go beyond the tower." Hong Yen Tran seemed angry. She thought to herself, "Dare to tell me conditions? Has this new student eaten lobster liver?" Wood Elf stood next to him and said, "Tran sister, calm down, maybe we should listen to his conditions." But in her heart, she thought differently. Hee, just tolerate him for a while. I will definitely play with him well in the future. Truong Ngoc Tran held his forehead. He said, "The 2 senior sisters probably also know, from the county country has always aimed at the cloud country. His previous opponents suddenly appeared in his mind." He continued, "From the moment he first entered the academy, first it was Tam Mong Ki, then Fong Jia and Tan Yu, now Hoke Tin hates him even more. I see through my bones." He turned to the 2 of them and said solemnly, "I only hope that when we encounter danger, the 2 of us can help." Both were somewhat surprised. Hong Yen Tran said, "Just this little thing?" Hong Yen Tran told him, "They still don't dare to do anything wrong in front of us. I'll take care of you later." Mok Tin Lin added, "As long as it is in the West Court, whoever wants to deal with you, we will help you." Truong Ngoc Tran also smiled at this time. He said, "These 2 are in agreement. So the word is settled. I will now leave the tower." Truong Ngoc Tran turned and left. Both of them reached their goal and left. Before leaving, Hong Yen Tran also said that when he arrived at the Dragon Martial Palace, this girl would definitely teach him well and let him taste the magic of the witch. Wood Spirit turned back to look at him, smiled and said, "Sister Tran, don't be careless and beat him to death. I still want to play with him too." Some time later, Truong Ngoc Tran exited the tower. The other contestants saw him step out and immediately said, "Look! The Prince of Yunwu County is out." Elder Tu walked closer to him and shouted, "You said you broke through the 3rd floor of the 2nd gate. Now open the Aura Realm. This matter does not allow you to lie and brag." Truong Ngoc Tran turned back to look at him. "This is nothing to lie about. It's not something terrible." Elder Tu shouted again, "Where are you? Get the spirit realm here for the old man." The other people who saw it were also extremely surprised. "I heard right, but he had already broken through the 3rd floor of the 2nd gate. I heard that no one had been able to reach this height for decades." Suddenly below, there were arms raised high. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised when he saw it. The strong men of the Yunwu County were facing him, shouting in unison, "9th Prince! 9 princes! 9 princes!" Lu Thuafong smiled at Truong Ngoc Tran, then said, "Hua Tin, that stupid guy, heard that people who broke through the 3rd level of the 2nd level would definitely be angry to the point of facial nerve paralysis. Ha 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 ha." Tu Te also said, "Now let's see who dares to look down on the martial artists of our Yunwu County." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Right now we are still lonely. If the county does not take the initiative to initiate aggression, we should still work humbly." Hu Tin was so angry that he was shaking. He was so hateful that he took all his glory and must eliminate him as soon as possible. He smiled sinisterly. It was time to use Fong Tri Lam to deal with Truong Ngoc Tran. A girl took out a mirror. The mirror reflected the scene of Truong Ngoc Tran attacking the dolls. Elder Ta and the 4th elder looked in the mirror. Elder Ta said incredulously, "He actually defeated 18 fellows and broke through the 2nd level of the 3rd level." Elder Tu said, How is this possible?" Both were sweating and their eyes were somewhat scared. Elder Ta said, Strange. The West Court has not had anyone able to break through this door for a long time." The contestants were also shocked. Some said, "The 9th Prince of Yunwu County is too strong. Definitely number 1 in the Nova class." Some time later, everyone changed their uniforms. Truong Ngoc Tran and Lu Thuafong and the others walked around the yard and talked to each other. Lu Chunfeng said, Your Highness, 9's reward points are all on this card, and the name of your residence is written on the key. Truong Nok Tran took out the key and looked at it. He said, Dragon Martial Palace, Royal Temple No. 1? Lu Thuafong laughed and said, Dragon Martial Palace? I knew it right away. Tu Te asked, Is there something wrong with the Dragon Martial Palace? Lu Thuafong explained that the Dragon Martial Hall is the place with the most spiritual energy in the West Court. Only the first class of freshmen can live in it every year. But, then continued, the legend of the West Court said that the man who entered the Dragon Martial Hall was either dead nor disabled. I heard that 2 years ago, the first student of your tri had heavenly penetration, the first night. Had his legs broken and thrown out. Tu Te glanced over, she said, even the first genius of the new students had their legs broken by them. Maybe the elders of the martial arts school don't care. Lu Thuafong continued, How to manage? There was a female ghost who bit your Tri Tien Thang and rushed into her room to spy on her bathing, suffering the beating because she brought it on herself. Tu Te asked, Your Tri clearly knew that the 3 female ghosts all lived in the Dragon Martial Palace, so how could he dare to spy on them bathing? Truong Nok Tran glared, he said, What is Dragon Martial Palace? It is clearly Long Dam Tiger Cave. As for Lu Qingfeng, he was worried. He put his arm around his shoulder and said, Your Highness 9th Prince, you must take care of men. Tu Te said as he walked, His Royal Highness, I really can't anymore. Suddenly she hesitated. Tonight come to my place to stay one night. Truong Nok Tran turned his head, his eyes were a bit indifferent and unbelievable. HM? Tu Te suddenly blushed, she said, Where did you think you were going? I'm just afraid that your legs will be broken and thrown out of the Dragon Martial Hall. Truong Nok Tran smiled and said, No need. What if you take advantage of my sleep and chop off my head and take it to the market to exchange for the reward? Then how unjust would I be? Tu Te was angry and speechless. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Chunfeng began to tease. He laughed and said, Your Highness, Miss Tu has always been loyal to you. Why do you need to refuse her? Moreover, when you were in the forest, your clothes were all torn, you were so enthusiastic. The 2 of you had a heart-to-heart, and a few years later, you brought your child back to the country to visit your relatives. The king and his wife, Lady Lam, saw their big and fat grandson, and perhaps they would be very happy. The scene of Truong Nok Tran's father holding a baby in his arms was laughing very cheerfully, with his mother also smiling happily next to him. It's beautiful to think about, but I don't know how realistic it is. But then, Lu Thuafong was quickly kicked in the face by Tu Te for talking nonsense. She glared indignantly. Her eyes were enough to kill. Even a single kick was not gentle at all. Lu Thuafong flew away, he still smiled happily. Tu Te retracted his legs, then shouted, If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will crush your tongue. Truong Nok Tran looked at this scene and didn't dare to say anything. He thought to himself, If you talk about turning your face then turn around, you really shouldn't provoke a woman. Tu Te put his hands on Truong Nok Tran and said, I don't care about you. Next time when you go out be more careful. At any time I can kill you. Truong Nok Tran shivered and sweated profusely. After that, Tu Te didn't care anymore. She turned away, but she thought, That's strange. Why do I want to help him a little? Moreover, yet I didn't have the heart to kill him, but I'm an assassin. Truong Nok Tran stood there holding his forehead. Lu Thuafong lay on the ground, waving to her. Miss Tu walked leisurely. The color of the sky began to change. The scene began to turn orange as the sun descended from the mountain. Truong Nok Tran went to a place called Long Vo Dien. He stopped and thought, Long Vo Dien, maybe here. 2 female students saw him coming and expressed some sympathy. One said, First freshman Truong Nok Tran has arrived. How long do you think it will take for him to be thrown out by the female devil? The other person replied, The higher his talent, the worse he was beaten. It was estimated that he was even worse than Yuk Tri Tien Thang. What a pity for this handsome face. Despite the gossip, he still walked inside. He still thought, Indeed the spiritual energy is rich. Cultivating here will definitely be much faster than out there. The first thing that caught his eye was a hot bath pool. It seemed like there were people. He looked around and thought, HM? Is there any noise inside? Could it be that someone took over this place before me? Suddenly Truong Nok Tran's eyes widened in surprise that, in front of him, was the naked scene of a girl. She was bathing in a lake. That person raised his hand high, and used his other hand to rub his body. Truong Nok Tran had to freeze when he saw it. His face turned red, and he suddenly exclaimed in his heart, So beautiful. At this moment, he was in a daze, his nose bleeding, but he still kept his mind. He thought, They really used this trick again. If I were caught, I would definitely have my legs broken and even my eyes gouged out. He looked at that person's silhouette and thought, not to exaggerate, for some people, being able to see such a beautiful back figure like that would be worth having their eyes gouged out. That was enough to see. Truong Ngoc Tran started to turn on alert mode. He wiped away the blood from his nose and thought, this female devil actually stripped off her clothes for me to see, in order to deal with me. It's too strange. Once done, you must run away quickly. Thinking about it, he tiptoed away. When Hong Yen Tran heard the movement, she turned her head and thought to herself, why are you just coming now? Truong Ngoc Tran thought he had been discovered. He immediately turned around and poured his true energy into his hand, thinking to himself, have I been exposed? If she had dared to set a trap to harm me, I would have risked my life with her. He moved quickly to Hong Yen Tran. Hong Yen Tran thought it was a wood spirit, so she turned around and said, Spirit, since you're here, why don't you talk? At this time, Truong Thu Tran had approached her. At this moment, when Hong Yen Tran saw him, she was extremely surprised. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately threw out a palm and directly hit Hong Yen Tran. Due to not having time to prepare, Hong Yen Tran was thrown far away. She was thrown to the floor. She screamed, "Hey!" The bare back hits the floor directly. After that, she even vomited blood. She lay still and motionless. As for Truong Ngoc Tran, he stood with one foot in the water. He stared at his hand and thought to himself, it's so smooth and so soft. Ah, that's not right. I didn't expect that I would hit this female devil so easily. Hong Yen Tran frowned. His expression was extremely difficult. She scolded, Bastard, yet you dare to barge into my residence. Truong Ngoc Tran took off his coat and said, although your methods are despicable, I will not leave the water unchecked. Then, he looked down and thought to himself, she seemed to be seriously injured. If she was a trap to harm me, why didn't she have any defense? Could it be that there was some misunderstanding? He placed his shirt on her body. Hong Yen Tran couldn't open her eyes, as if she could faint at any moment, but she continued to curse, I want to kill you. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to herself, she is truly a beautiful beauty. He took out a medicinal pill and gave it to her, then directly molded the pill for her to take. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at Hong Yen Tran in a daze, thinking, no wonder so many people willing to pay the price of blood also want to approach the beauty. It's a pity. I am a righteous man. He started using true energy to treat her. The next morning, in a room, Truong Ngoc Tran put the pile of crystals on the floor. He picked up a crystal. The room was quite beautiful, hung with many curtains unlike a man's room. Hong Yen Tran was resting on the bed, while Truong Thuoc Tran sat on the floor, laying out a pile of crystals, and he said, in the first round of testing, if you scrape up a lot of stuff, you can definitely sell it for a lot of money. At this time, Hong Yen Tran woke up. She thought her whole body ached. What happened last night? She remembered last night's scene. Truong Ngoc Tran sneaked in on me while I was soaking and knocked me out last night. Wait, why am I in bed with my clothes on? Thinking about it, Hong Yen Tran glared angrily. Why is this prostitute in my palace? What ceremony did we have last night? She jumped up, put her hands on the bed. She screamed, prostitute. At this moment, Mok Tin Lin knew what she said was wrong. She smiled wryly and raised her hand to say, no. No, just a guess. But she secretly thought, Sister Tran didn't kill him. Could it be that the bad things I did last night were seen through by them? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, last night there was a misunderstanding between me and Senior Sister Hong. Now she is seriously injured. Please visit her a little. Mok Tin Lin was surprised. She thought to herself, Sister Tran is injured? Shouldn't the injured person be Truong Ngoc Tran? Truong Ngoc Tran went to Tu Tay's place. He stepped out and walked on the field. He thought as he walked, he had just given the spirit stone to Tu Tay, and now he could easily return to the Dragon Ball Palace. Suddenly, a spear came at him from behind. Truong Ngoc Tran did not turn around but still felt the murderous aura emitted. This attack exploded violently. The recent explosion created a lot of white smoke rising. Truong Ngoc Tran was unharmed. The guy holding the spear asked, You are Truong Ngoc Tran? He replied, Yes, I am Truong Ngoc Tran. He stepped up and said, Do you know who I am? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, The Four Wind District, the National Wind Family Phong Tri Lam. His head was covered. His eyes could not be seen clearly. He laughed and said, Ha, if you knew my name, you would also know that I came to seek revenge on your behalf. Phong Tri Lam smiled proudly. He said, For the sake of respecting your status as Prince of the County, you can choose a way to die. In addition to him, there were several other people surrounding Truong Ngoc Tran. They were planning to play a council game. Truong Ngoc Tran did not panic and said, Kill for life, take revenge. Even the elders of the academy can't control this kind of thing. One of them said, Truong Ngoc Tran, if you have the ability to fight with senior brother Fong, life and death are determined, wealth depends on heaven. Do you dare? Truong Ngoc Tran turned his head and sneered, mocking him. Oh my, your face is no longer sore, how about I give you another shot to make you happy again? His face darkened and he was angry. You, Fong Trilam said, don't talk nonsense to him. You all go up together, kill him. I will bear the consequences. Suddenly someone walked up. That person said, Fong Trilam, you are raping people too much? He stood against the sunlight, so he couldn't see clearly the faces of these large, round bodies. He said, the cultivation level of my ninth brother, and yours in a life and death duel is not only one path. Just die. Truong Ngoc Tran heard this and glanced back, thinking to himself, just now he called me ninth brother, could it be that he is the fourth son of the Van Vo district king, Truong Thuso? Truong Thuso's face was kind. He smiled and said, ninth brother, you are really talented. I heard that you won the first freshman position. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. Truong Ngoc Tran did not answer, he paid attention to the person's appearance. This image of the fourth brother really did not look like a prince. Truong Thuso stood in front of him, he spoke up to protect him. Fong Trilam, what kind of ability do you have in bullying new students? If you're good, then target me. Fong Trilam smiled and said, Truong Thuchu, haven't you been beaten enough before? Get out of the way, my lord is too lazy to correct you today. Truong Thuso was angry and shouted, my son's name is Truong Thuso, not Truong Thuso. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, it seems like my fourth brother is often bullied a lot, and yet he still dares to stand up and speak for me. Nipwin teased Truong Thuchu, you look fatter than a pig, you dare say you're not a pig? One of them also added, the prince of Van Vu district is a pig, I'm afraid he was born from his mother and a pig, ha ha. Nipwin said again, Truong Thuchu, in front of your ninth brother, he sneaked through my son's line, how can I forgive you today? Truong Thuso was angry, revealing his true energy. Nipwin, this prince is bleeding with you today. Truong Thuso rushed forward, but his body turned against him, only to see him rush forward with difficulty. Truong Ngoc Tran thought, his fourth brother had plenty of courage, but his strength was not enough. Truong Thuso rushed forward and punched him, but Nipwin easily blocked it with his hand. Nipwin waved his hand to punch Truong Thuso. Truong Ngoc Tran shouted, fourth brother be careful. Nipwin punched Truong Thuchu in the face, causing Truong Thuchu to fly away. Then that guy Nipwin frowned, smiled and said, if you want to be the first bird, today this young master will tell you the outcome of being the first bird to fight. He grabbed Truong Thuchu's scarf and pulled it back. Truong Thuso opened his eyes and didn't understand what was going on. At this time, Nipwin punched Truong Thuso straight in the stomach. The shawl was torn. Truong Thuso took a painful direct hit, and his eyes turned white. But then, Truong Thuso was not defeated yet. He leaned on his hands to keep his balance. He picked up the stone, then used force to throw it at Nipwin. But Nipwin used his true energy to bounce back. Truong Thuso used his hand to catch the stone with difficulty. Nipwin smiled happily. That stone suddenly emitted an extremely powerful amount of true energy, looking at its color like poison. Truong Ngoc Tran glared, angry, fighting in the academy but actually killing someone in hiding, he couldn't bear it. Truong Thuso was hit and poison gas appeared. Then, Truong Thuso fell to the ground. Nipwin lifted a rock high, he smiled and said, a thing that does not know how to be self-reliant. He glared, smiled sinisterly, waited for me to beat him to death. You guys cut off his arms and legs, stripped him of all his clothes and threw them into the beast's dung pit. Suddenly a stone hit him right in the face. It was Truong Ngoc Tran who threw it away. He glared and said, Nipwin, do you believe I will abolish you? The crowd also turned around to listen to the story. Nipwin fell to the ground, his head was bleeding, he shouted angrily, what do you say you want to destroy me, you are a bastard. What's wrong with boasting without shame? Truong Thuso lay struggling on the ground but he still said firmly, ninth brother, just ignore me and quickly go find an elder to protect you. Truong Ngoc Tran started to move, he moved so fast that his illusion could be seen. Nipwin frowned, he glared up. As fast as lightning, Truong Ngoc Tran punched him in the eye. Fong Trilam was surprised, then thought, this Truong Ngoc Tran is indeed not simple, we cannot let him continue to develop anymore. Nipwin flew away, Truong Ngoc Tran immediately rushed over. He gave him another punch. Truong Ngoc Tran jumped up, he put his true energy into his hand and launched a flying dragon move into the sky. He sent a blow straight down on Nipwin's body. The wind blew loudly, rocks and dirt flew up continuously. After finishing the move, Truong Ngoc Tran landed on the ground. Nipwin still stood firm. He said, Truong Nok Tran is not the one who intends to rely on this little strength to destroy me. He was also injured but unharmed. He smiled and said, I don't want to waste time with you. Let's get straight to the point and find real courage. Truong Nok Tran said, Nipwin, do you think I should cripple your arms, or should I cripple your legs? Nipwin held his head. His attitude was as if he had just heard a joke and said, Little two, you are a bit too arrogant. Truong Nok Tran raised his hand, he said sternly, then give me your hand. Nipwin rushed to attack. Truong Nok Tran stood still. He began to throw his palm. Nipwin's hand bones cracked. He frowned, in pain, thinking, what a strong force. No good. Truong Nok Tran used force on his legs. Fong Tri Lam also discovered everything. He said, Nipwin and Truong Nok Tran put their strength on the ground and stood directly against him. Truong Nok Tran glared. He poured his true energy into his hand and said, you should also try this trick of mine. Truong Nok Tran placed a palm on Nipwin's stomach. He was hit directly. Then, he clenched his fist. Punched Nipwin straight in the face. The others were surprised. He can directly confront Nipwin without being weak. Nipwin was losing his balance due to Truong Nok Tran's punch. At this moment, he immediately moved behind him and took a defensive stance. Nipwin saw it, but now he can't do anything. Truong Nok Tran immediately threw a palm of the dragon statue Kui Dain, causing him to bounce back. Nipwin crashed straight into the tree with a painful blow. Truong Nok Tran turned to Fong Tri Lam and shouted, Next Fong Tri Lam is when you and I will calculate all our debts. Fong Tri Lam laughed. He said, If you want to fight with me, I'm afraid you still have to go through one more door first. Suddenly, a hand came out of nowhere and rubbed Truong Nok Tran's face, making him somewhat surprised. Truong Thieu So raised his head and said in panic, Ninth brother, be careful. Nyehuin's broken gold thread is extremely dangerous. Truong Thieu So worriedly called out, Ninth brother. Nipwin approached Truong Nok Tran. He used his move. Blood immediately splashed out. His hands were stained with blood. Truong Nok Tran was hit. Truong Thieu So burst into tears, then shouted, Nipwin, you killed my ninth brother. You and I are not at peace. Fong Tri Lam smiled with satisfaction, but the strong woman felt a bit sorry for his face. Ah, what a pity that handsome face died young before I could love him. Nipwin smiled smugly. He turned his head to look, but he didn't know that Truong Nok Tran, who was okay, had moved in front of him. When other people noticed, he shouted, Nipwin, brother, be careful. Truong Nok Tran only hits people in the face. Nipwin still didn't understand anything. He turned his head to look. Before his eyes, Truong Nok Tran kicked him in the face. He thought, it's over. He got hit in the face. As expected, Truong Nok Tran kicked him straight in the face. Nipwin covered his face and jumped away. Truong Nok Tran still hadn't retracted his foot. He said, the kick was deflected. It would have killed him in one shot. Nipwin laughed and said, no wonder that Trash Tam Mong Ki was beaten by you until his face was bruised. It was truly cruel. The person whose name was just mentioned was not very happy. He snorted softly and thought to himself, you son of a bitch, I have the kindness to remind you. You even mocked me and you should have been beaten to death. Truong Nok Tran fighting. Truong Nok Tran said, if you only had that little strength, I would beat you to death. Nyehuin jumped up. He said, good for a first freshman. As expected, I will let you expand your knowledge of my true strength. He emitted an extremely large amount of true energy, which turned into his hands. Casts an illusory hand. Nipwin smiled and said, losing to my illusory hand is also considered an honor for you. The true chi turned into hands and rushed towards Truong Nok Tran. Truong Nok Tran frowned. He was somewhat frightened, thinking to himself, he must be eliminated before he uses the power of his bloodline, otherwise he will definitely lose. Truong Nok Tran took out a short knife from the crystal. He held the short knife firmly. Then he jumped up and cut off his arm. Fong Tri Lam shouted, Nipwin, stood looking down on Truong Nok Tran. Nipwin still tried to argue that even if he was stronger, he would still be several levels lower than me. Truong Nok Tran rushed forward and slashed him with 3 sword moves. Next, he continuously slashed all the remnants of Nipwin's hand. Nipwin was somewhat struggling, but he still glared and said, I'll see how you can handle this attack. He transformed an extremely large hand towards Truong Nok Tran. The hand hit the ground hard, causing the ground to fluctuate and rocks to scatter. Truong Thieu So burst into tears and shouted, ninth brother. Fong Tri Lam thought Truong Nok Tran was dead. He proudly said, Truong Nok Tran, letting you die so comfortably is really a bargain for you. Suddenly, cracks appeared in that true energy, and the cracks spread further. Then it broke apart. Nipwin looked frightened. His body suddenly trembled. Truong Nok Tran still stood tall. he walked forward proudly. He still had a cut on his face and was bleeding. He still said seriously, "Don't move, otherwise the next thing that will be broken won't just be your hand." Truong Nok Tran jumped up. He was close to his face. Truong Nok Tran glared. He held the sword firmly. Neep Huynh still stood still without moving. He glared, looking at the sword held in front of him. Truong Nok Tran immediately slashed his sword at him. Truong Nok Tran glared. He slashed his sword again. Neep Huynh received 2 swords. He closed his eyes, in pain, and flew far away. Truong Nok Tran raised the sword high. He glared and said, "This sword is Tan Yu Yu Dao. You guys really want to bring it back, right?" Phong Tri Lam frowned and shouted, "Truong Nok Tran, you dare!" Truong Nok Tran continued to slash his sword for the 3rd time. He said, "We are already in a position like water and fire. I have nothing to dare." Truong Nok Tran stabbed the knife straight into Neep Huynh's stomach. Phong Tri Lam bowed his head. He spoke harshly. "Truong Nok Tran is a very good person. If you don't drink the wine, you will be punished for drinking." Neep Huynh was beaten until he lay motionless on the ground. Truong Nok Tran stood there looking at him and said, "He hates people like you the most." Then he stepped on his face. Phong Tri Lam had now approached Truong Thuso. He grabbed Truong Thuso's head and said, "Truong Nok Tran, if you dare touch Neep Huynh, I will cut off this fat pig's neck." Truong Nok Tran glared, then said, "You let my 4th brother go." Phong Tri Lam said, "Truong Nok Tran in the palace only relied on his ability to speak, and when he should bow, he had to bow." Truong Nok Tran scolded and scolded him. Phong Tri Lam clenched his fists. Truong Thuso's head felt like it was about to be strangled. AAA. Truong Nok Tran glared and rushed over. He knocked his hand away. Phong Tri Lam burst out. He said, "Everyone come together and abolish him." His accomplices heard the order and rushed over. Truong Thuso was worried, then said, "9th brother, run quickly, you can't beat so many people." Truong Nok Tran took out the sword. He touched the sword, glared and said, "This is them finding a way to die." Truong Nok Tran moved quickly and used his sword to slash those people away. A moment later, they were completely defeated, and Truong Nok Tran was also tired. Phong Tri Lam assessed. He said, "Little two, you really have some skills, but that's all." He responded to battle, purple true energy rising continuously. Suddenly someone stood up and interrupted the melee. Looking at his feet and clothes, he guessed it was Mak Tin Lin. She said, "Oh, this is the end. That sounds very interesting." Phong Tri Lam was surprised and turned back. Suddenly his attitude changed 180%. He respectfully clasped his hands. "Sister Don Mak, I don't know why I bother you to come here in person." Truong Tho Tran was puzzled, thinking to himself, "Why did Wood Spirit come here? Could it be because Hong Yen Tran came to cause trouble for me?" Wood Spirit smiled and said, "I didn't come looking for you." She pointed at Phong Tri Lam and said, "I'm coming to find him." Truong Nok Tran and Phong Tri Lam were surprised together. Phong Tri Lam immediately said, "Senior sister, Truong Nok Tran killed my only younger brother. I see that my brother's revenge was approved by the elders, in accordance with the rules of the palace." Mak Tin Lin glared. She said sternly, "I heard it. Are you using the elder's personal identity to force me?" Phong Tri Lam was frightened. He said, don't dare. Give me 10 more words and I won't dare threaten you." Mak Tin Lin frowned, smiled and said, "Then why are you so afraid? I'm not here to make things difficult for you. You killed Truong Nok Tran, the disaster was caused by you, or do you think of a way to solve it?" Only then did the other students realize that Mak Tin Lin wanted to protect Truong Nok Tran to the end. Truong Nok Tran said, "Phong Tri Lam, 1 month later, on the death stage, you and I will have a high-low battle." Mak Tin Lin was startled. She suddenly thought to herself, "What? Duel? Is this little guy crazy?" Phong Tri Lam put his hand close to his ear and said with a disdainful expression, "To me? Divide a high and low match? I didn't hear that wrong, right?" Truong Nok Tran was annoyed. He glared and continued, "That's right. A month later, when we meet on the stage of life and death, I want to avenge my brother and break both of your arms." Phong Tri Lam laughed and continued, This is what you said yourself. See you in a month. Don't be afraid to run away." The strong women who witnessed it, some were surprised, some blushed in disbelief, some smiled. Most of them expressed disbelief. They really didn't know whether to say Truong Thuoc Tran was brave or stupid. Stupid again, giving Phong Tri Lam the opportunity to kill him completely. Truly not self-reliant. Some time later, Truong Nok Tran and Mak Tin Lin went to the square. They used their feet in a certain corner of the forest. Mak Tin Lin asked him, "If you really think carefully and step onto the stage of life and death, you will most likely die." Truong Nok Tran held the medicinal pill in his hand and said, "Thank you sister for helping, but the grievances between me and Fong Tri Lam will ultimately have to be resolved by ourselves. Then he bit it to pieces. Mok Tin Lin looked at him and said, I know you have a reason not to fight, but it doesn't have to be at the cost of your life. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, Sister probably doesn't understand the resentment between us. This is not simply a fight or oppression between students. Then he explained that the ambitions of the 4 counties to annex the Wuyun County were something everyone knew, but in recent years it had become even more serious. The students that our country sent to the West Institute to practice were subjected to repression and exclusion from the forces of all 4 countries, causing the confidence of our country's students to be trampled to the bottom, and not returning that humiliation. Then it will be difficult for our country's students to continue to hold their heads up in the West Academy today. Mok Tin Lin frowned, smiled and said, Is that so? Then she laughed again, silently exclaiming, This top freshman, it looks much more pleasing to the eye like this. Time flies, it's been 10 days. During this time, Truong Ngoc Tran continuously cultivated in the crystal. Truong Ngoc Tran was cultivating and thinking, the dragon elephant's 4th weak pom-pom could never break through. Then he opened his eyes, sweating profusely. It seemed like he had to compete with experts to understand. Then, Truong Ngoc Tran escaped from the crystal. He took a towel to wipe the sweat and said, What? Little Black, trying to practice palm techniques with him. Suddenly there was a noise outside. Fat cat, if you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you too. Outside, Little Black was standing blocking the door. My cat fluffed his fur, bared his fangs and said, Truong Ngoc Tran is cultivating in seclusion. This emperor advises you to leave quickly. If you anger this emperor, you will not be punished. Not a good one. Hong Yen Tran laughed, then said, Is that so? So let me try to cut you out. Little Black laughed and said, Ah ha 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 ha. The little girl dares to speak arrogantly in the face of this emperor. Very courageous. Different from Chiu Hak's attitude, Hong Yen Tran was a bit uncomfortable. She glared and said, One last word of advice, get out. The little black man swung his claws to attack. He said, If you don't drink the wine, you'll have to drink the wine as punishment. Hong Yen Tran moved. She swung her sword, causing the little black guy to fly away. Then she continued swinging her sword. A sword goblet went straight to Little Black's head. It was quite painful. Little Black lying on the floor. Hong Yen Tran smiled triumphantly. Fat cat, your speed is very fast. Unfortunately for me it is still too slow. Little Black glared. He was angrier. Bad woman, you acted so cruelly. This king is really angry. The little black man waved his claws in front of Hong Yen Tran. She gently punched it away. The goal was extremely gentle. Little Black hit his head straight on the ground. Little Black still stubbornly stood up. He held his nose and shouted, Meow. Do rotten women not understand the rules of hitting people without hitting their faces? In the distance, Mok Tin Lin stood in a corner and watched. Her eyes were bright. This cat could actually talk. This time she had something to play with. Hi hi hi. Hong Yen Tran glared. She lost patience and scolded, You fat cat. As shameless as your master, this lady must cut out your tongue. Little Black is not to be outdone. He glares, shouts, Meows. Rotten woman, this emperor risks his life with you. Suddenly the door behind opened. Truong Ngoc Tran asked, Senior Sister Hong, have your injuries healed? He laughed and said, I don't know what's the matter with you coming to visit. Hong Yen Tran smiled. She burst out with true energy to prepare for the match. She said, Do you still dare to step out and die? Came at the right time. Hong Yen Tran rushed up. The little guy on this side thought to himself, This woman is crazy at the right time. Let me see how Truong Ngoc Tran progresses. Hong Yen Tran said with a serious face, Truong Ngoc Tran, dying in my hands is considered your honor. Truong Ngoc Tran deployed into the space field, creating a layer of barrier to block Hong Yen Tran's spear. The two streams of power collided, creating a huge shock. Looking at this scene, Mok Tin Lin was a bit startled. She thought to herself, Truong Ngoc Tran didn't want to rely on releasing true energy to block Sister Tran's powerful attack, right? But she suddenly realized something was wrong. This was not simply releasing true energy. What magical exercises did this kid practice? At this time, Hong Yen Tran was still trying his best to attack Truong Ngoc Tran's defense. She was surprised, but couldn't stab her. But at this time, Truong Ngoc Tran was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Hong Yen Tran's strength was too violent. If he continued to resist, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. Just a few seconds later, the battle between the two created a shocking explosion. Some women outside had worried faces. They thought to themselves, looking at the situation of the Dragon Martial Hall, the first new student was afraid that he would be more or less good. At this time, Mok Tin Lin was extremely panicked. She silently blamed herself. Everything that night was all her joke. If you make a fuss about this matter, it will involve the loss of human lives. Thinking so, she quickly rushed to stop. Sister Tran, calm down. Without hesitation, Mok Tin Lin threw a punch to block the attack between the two people. Thanks to that, the two of them temporarily stopped the battle and retreated. Truong Ngoc Tran turned around confused and asked, Sister Mok, this is you. Mok Tin Lin quickly told him to shut up and leave this matter to her. Hong Yan Tran stepped up. She angrily shouted, Tin Lin, you stay away, you must kill him today. Mok Tin Lin quickly intervened. Sister Tran, Truong Ngoc Tran is the first freshman. If you kill him, you will definitely be severely punished. If you don't do well, you will be suppressed by the elders of the West Court. At this moment, Hong Yan Tran realized that what happened that night she guessed correctly. The wood spirit could not escape the connection. She replied, Elf, you must stop me from killing him. Mok Tin Lin tried to explain, Sister Tran, I'm protecting you, not Truong Ngoc Tran. Hong Yan Tran frowned and replied, I don't want to hear these things. If you are determined to stop me, then draw your sword. Mok Tin Lin had no other choice, she had to pull out her sword. Sorry, Sister Tran. Then both women rushed to fight. Could this be a battle for men? Truong Ngoc Tran observed the two people's battle and exclaimed, the moves were so fierce, worthy of a battle between female ghosts. Unexpectedly, both of them had special divine martial arts marks. Typhoid and non-snow. The two female ghosts are not willing to yield to the other. The sword continuously collided. At this time, Hong Yan Tran angrily said, Spirit, if you continue to stop me, I will not be polite anymore. Mok Tin quickly reassured, Sister Tran, you calm down first. Even if you don't take action against this rapist, you won't be able to live for a month. Hearing that, Hong Yan Tran was puzzled and asked, What do you mean? Wood Spirit immediately replied that he had agreed to fight with Fong Chi Lam on the life and death platform 20 days later. At this time, Hong Yan Tran temporarily stopped. She said, although Fong Chi Lam was not considered a top-level expert, with Truong Thuoc Tran's current cultivation level, a duel with him would definitely kill him without doubt. Then she turned to ask Truong Ngoc Tran, 20 days later, will you really have a duel with Fong Chi Lam on the life and death stage? Truong Thuoc Tran replied, not wrong. Hong Yan Tran narrowed his eyes and said, if that's the case, I'll let you live another 20 days. If you can defeat Fong Chi Lam, I will spare your life. If you lose, even if he doesn't kill you, I will personally kill you. After speaking, she turned and left. At this time, Mok Tin Lin looked panicked and turned to ask, Truong Ngoc Tran, are you sure that you can defeat Fong Chi Lam at that time? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, I need some help from Sister Don Mok. The first scene is a cool and airy full moon evening. Truong Ngoc Tran and Mok Tin Lin are doing something in the forest by the stream. The two stood facing each other. Truong Ngoc Tran said, Senior Sister Don Mok, please take care. Mok Tin Lin replied, you can attack with all your might. Truong Ngoc Tran started to use his palm technique, a barbarian attack that holds the ground towards Wood Tin Lin. But she easily blocked it without any effort. Truong Ngoc Tran put strength in his legs. He threw another attack, still unable to repel Wood Tin Lin. Mok Tin Lin burst into laughter. She said, ha 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 ha, these elders are not bad, very good. Time moved to morning. It's still the same forest. Truong Ngoc Tran was unsteady on his feet and fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Surely, the two had practiced all night. Mok Tin Lin glared at him and said, it is very difficult for you to defeat Fong Chi Lam with this little skill of yours. Truong Ngoc Tran still couldn't stand up. His head was almost bowed to the ground, but he still spoke. It was because he knew he couldn't win against Fong Chi Lam that he asked his sister for help. A few days later, Truong Ngoc Tran continued to practice. Mok Tin Lin still sat next to him to help him practice. Even she was quite surprised at the speed of his development. He had reached this level so quickly. He was truly a genius with boundless prospects. Time moved to an evening. The wind kept blowing softly and coolly, making people very sleepy. Mok Tin Lin lay on the ground sleeping. Truong Ngoc Tran was still meditating and cultivating. Then the sky brightened again. Truong Ngoc Tran and Mok Tin Lin began to practice. He said, next is my full force attack. Sister, please be careful. Mok Tin Lin was a bit subjective and said, with your current strength, you can't hurt me, so go ahead. Truong Ngoc Tran quickly moved. He unleashed a powerful dragon palm image towards Mok Tin Lin. Mok Tin Lin looked at this palm and was somewhat surprised. Truong Ngoc Tran swung his palm. Mok Tin Lin blocked the palm, and his true energy once again fluctuated violently. Truong Ngoc Tran glared and continued to radiate a powerful amount of true energy. Mok Tin Lin is also a bit more serious now. She tried her best to block the attack, then thought to herself, How could he make such great progress in such a short period of time? But then, this palm was so powerful that she was also thrown away. Mok Tin Lin was extremely surprised. She quickly regained her balance and landed on the water. Truong Ngoc Tran stood on the shore. He turned to her and said, "Thank you, sister, for your help. I have finally completed this move." Around the time it turned to evening, both of them left the forest and returned to their room. Truong Ngoc Tran and Mok Tin Lin sat on the bed talking to each other, thanking senior sister Don Mok for their help. "These past few days, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the image of a dragon so quickly," she replied. "I'm just afraid that you will embarrass Dragon Martial Palace." Mok Tin Lin smiled. She tilted her head in another direction, then said, "But I'm really curious, how strong will you be after half a month?" Truong Ngoc Tran proudly said, "Half a month later on the life and death stage, senior sister will definitely know." Then he asked her, to put it bluntly, what level was the seal that senior sister opened? Mok Tin Lin replied, "Level 6, and when I was 2 years old, I had already opened the martial arts seal." He immediately said, "No wonder you were only 13 or 14 years old when you reached the level of great perfection, so your talent is so high." Mok Tin Lin was a bit uncomfortable. She frowned, cupped her cheeks, and said, "How could it be possible that I'm already 18 years old this year? I don't have such a natural talent." Truong Ngoc Tran looked at her chest. He thought to himself, except for the size of a certain part, there's nothing she looks like at 18 years old. Knowing what he was wondering, Mok Tin Lin immediately said, "The exercises I have been practicing are a bit special, unless the true energy dissipates. Otherwise my appearance will stop at the level of cultivation." "Most public law," Truong Ngoc Tran said. "Huh? I have heard that the moon-worshipping demon sect has a type of 8 desolate and 6 combined techniques that is somewhat similar to the techniques that you practice." Suddenly, Wood Tin Lin reacted quite strongly. "You said there is no wild land and 6 attacks?" Truong Ngoc Tran immediately asked, "Why is senior sister so excited? Does senior sister know this practice?" He looked at her seriously, waiting for her answer. Mok Tin Lin slightly lowered her head. Her eyes were a bit worried, then said, "Why have I never heard that the moon-worshipping demon sect has this kind of technique?" "How do you know?" He noticed that Mok Tin Lin's legs were constantly rubbing against each other. He thought to himself, these uneasy legs, she must have something to do with the moon-worshipping demon religion. Mok Tin Lin pretended to be calm. She asked him, "You actually know the techniques of worshipping the moon demon sect, junior brother Truong? Aren't you the one who worshipped the moon demon sect and came to the martial arts palace?" After Mok Tin Lin leaned slightly out, she smiled, but her eyes did not look directly at Truong Ngoc Tran. She said, "If you are the internal response of the demon cult, then my senior sister cannot. It's easy for you to ignore." Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, "How is that possible? We just heard about it." Then he thought to himself, "I happen to have seen this type of exercise before in my previous life, just missing the last volume that was kept at the demon sect's headquarters that I hadn't seen yet." Truong Ngoc Tran began to ask again, why was the senior sister so startled when she heard the 8 wild and 6 combinations? Mok Tin Lin felt guilty. She started to make up something. No, I was scared by the demon cult. In Kunlun world this is taboo. Let's not discuss this anymore." Then she started playing cards. She turned away and said, "I won't bother the cultivators anymore. What will happen in the next half month? I'm looking forward to it." Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and thought to himself, senior sister Don Mok certainly has some relationship with the demonic religion. It's been half a month, at the Dragon Martial Palace. The little black boy was lying on the floor with his tongue sticking out, his face looking uncomfortable as if he was having a nightmare. It seemed like it dreamed about the person who trapped it in the scroll. Suddenly it opened its eyes wide. It looked at the stream of true energy emanating from Truong Ngoc Tran. Little Black was surprised. He didn't expect this little two to be so advanced. Hong Yen Tran hid somewhere, observing, thinking to himself, it's just a sword realm that follows his heart. In a small border country he's still considered a genius. But in the martial arts palace, he's just average. Truong Ngoc Tran closed his eyes. True energy began to form according to his mind. A shadow sword began to transform. Truong Ngoc Tran changed his hand position and the sword was also formed. Hong Yen Tran was startled and thought, "That's not right. This is not an ordinary sword following the mind, but the crazy realm of the sword following the mind." Little Black also noticed. He thought, this little two can actually cultivate to the realm of swords at will. It seems like he can use flowers as weapons. Hong Yen Tran glanced at her. She smiled. "Even if you practice to the level of the sword's electric wind, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat the Wind Tri-Lam. Even if the Wind Tri-Lam can't kill you, you still must die by my sword." Truong Ngoc Tran stood up and walked away. Little Black smiled, thinking, this young man is quite real, now he has some of the demeanor of the young sword god. Truong Ngoc Tran approached Little Black and asked, why are you staring at me? Let's go. Go visit my fourth brother with me. Little Black frowned, he said, do you really consider this emperor your servant? I won't listen to your orders. Truong Ngoc Tran said, it's up to you. At this time, Lu Thuafong walked in from outside the door. He said, Your Highness the Ninth Prince has finally left the customs. Something big has happened. Truong Ngoc Tran turned around and asked, what happened? A girl standing behind Lu Thuafong said, Your Highness Ninth, while you were in retreat, the 4 counties and countries were always oppressing our students, many people were injured. Lu Thuafong frowned, he said, yes, there were 2 students who went out on a mission and went missing, most likely murdered by them. Truong Ngoc Tran asked, should the elders of the academy just ignore it? Lu Thuafong replied that in order to train students, the elders would not normally intervene. They also had the elders' personal support behind them, so they were even more unscrupulous. The affairs of the monastery are almost all managed by the elder himself. His position is only behind the vice principal and the principal. Truong Ngoc Tran said again, as long as you don't kill people in the open, it's not considered a violation. They are using this as an excuse to take revenge on us. The people of Van Vo district spoke up, Your Highness Ninth, you must win tomorrow, otherwise our days in the palace will be difficult to survive. If even His Highness Ninth loses, then I won't dare to stay here. I can only return to Yunwu County. Truong Ngoc Tran said, everyone can rest assured, if they are aggressive then I will play with them. Truong Ngoc Tran asked Lu Thuafong again, right, you came to me because of this? He immediately replied, almost forgetting the matter. I heard that Nip Huin and Ta Chiu Vo and his group brought a group of students, and wanted to go find the 4th prince and cause trouble. They took action tonight because they wanted to cause you chaos, which will affect your condition on the stage of life and death tomorrow. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned, he replied, don't dream. Immediately take me to the 4th brother. I want to see who dares to take action. That evening, the students were talking excitedly. Have you heard? Nip Huin of the 4 districts has gone to fight Truong Thiuchu again. Others said that if you can't beat Truong Ngoc Tran, you should choose a soft persimmon to chew on. This Nip Huin is really no good. At this time, Truong Thiuso was being beaten into the fields. People from all over the country were actually playing in a council game. Nis Huin shouted loudly, Truong Thiuchu, has your hand healed? But my hand has been permanently disabled by your 9th brother, what do you say? As long as you say Truong Ngoc Tran is a turtle and a coward, how will I forgive him? Truong Thiuchu said, it's not Truong Thiuchu, it's Truong Thiuchu. Truong Thiuso was beaten until his cheeks were swollen, but he was still very stubborn. Would you believe in your dreams that your 9th brother would cut off your remaining hand? A woman smiled contemptuously. She glanced at Truong Thiuso from above and down, truly not knowing good or bad. Why not let me cut off your hand? She swung her knife at Truong Thiuso. His eyes widened in horror. Suddenly the sword was broken by a hand. Truong Thiuso looked on in surprise. Truong Ngoc Tran appeared. When she saw him, she immediately lost her temper. She stepped back and said, you wouldn't hit a woman, would you? Truong Ngoc Tran laughed and said, but you are not a woman, but an evil woman. She was punched and thrown far away by Truong Ngoc Tran. She still tried to argue, good or bad, he is a prince, how can even women beat him? She was knocked down and rolled on the floor. In front of Nip Huin, he looked down and said, Truong Ngoc Tran, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Tam Mong Ki shouted, senior brother, be careful. Truong Ngoc Tran looked in front of him but didn't see anything. Then, suddenly a foot appeared in front of him. Nia Huin had not yet seen it. The people around were surprised, so fast. Truong Ngoc Tran has improved more than when he first entered school. Nip Huin was immediately kicked out by Truong Ngoc Tran. He went as far as the corner of the wall. Truong Ngoc Tran held his head and scolded him, a dog relying on people. He glared and smiled but in a very scary way. What kind of bravery is it to bully my 4th brother? You guys step up and I'll play with you. The other people were upset. They looked at him with disdain. They said, he is so arrogant and arrogant, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to last long. Nia Huin stood up. He scolded, Truong Ngoc Tran, don't be arrogant. I haven't used all my strength. I just want to give you a way to live. If you don't know that, don't blame me. I'm not polite. Truong Ngoc Tran glared. He said, his face was already torn. Why are you being so polite? Show it off. Nia Huin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this time we can't be subjective. Use blood energy to unite the troops. Directly kill him in the blink of an eye. He began to attack. This time Nipwen also used his seriousness to fight Truong Nok Tran. He took out a sword several times larger than anyone else and said, I swear to the mighty and virtuous Holy Queen, if I lose, I will absolutely not cause trouble for you and Truong Thu Chu anymore. Truong Nok Tran glared and thought, he is an extreme follower of Dao Tri. Nipwen smiled, he took out his sword. A sword began to tilt in Truong Nok Tran's direction, but he still stood still and did not move. At this time, Truong Nok Tran glared and said, it's just a matter of blood pressure, a trivial matter. He gently jumped up to avoid the attack. Truong Nok Tran rushed forward, condensing his palm technique in his hand. He said, let's see if you can block this palm first. Nipwen was extremely surprised at this time. Truong Nok Tran shot out a palm. He immediately ate it. The people standing around and witnessing were also pushed back by the escaping force of true energy. Lak Tui Han stood high up and observed, frowned and said, Truong Nok Tran is indeed not an object in the pond. After knocking down Nipwen, Truong Nok Tran stepped on the arm equipped with a sharp iron sword, causing it to break into many pieces. Ni Swin was covered in injuries. He opened one eye and struggled to say, Truong Nok Tran, won't kill you. I swear not. Be human. Truong Nok Tran turned his head to look. He shouted loudly, does anyone else want to fight with me? Truong Thu So stood up, pointed at that group of people and said, Ninth brother, you must help me take revenge. Vang Lang, Tan Hai Tien over there often takes the lead to bully me. Truong Nok Tran thought to himself, his fourth brother must have been bullied a lot by them before. He coldly told them, do you really think that there is no one in the royal family of Van Vo district? Now I will demand justice for my brother. One of them spoke up, Truong Nok Tran, what are you so proud of? Can you survive tomorrow? Truong Nok Tran revealed his true spirit and replied, no matter whether you win or lose tomorrow, today I can teach you all about respect, fellow students. Both of them began to use their blood energy to stop fighting. A sword and a long spear appeared. Truong Nok Tran threw his palm, he laughed and said, it's this move again. So tasteless. Truong Nok Tran used his palm to fight against their blood force. True energy is fierce and full of ferocity. The others frowned in fear. Truong Nok Tran continuously defeated 3 experts in a row. A certain guy was still standing on the sidelines, observing and thinking, so it seems like his challenging Fong Tri Lam was not doing something rash. The 2 loud-mouthed guys were defeated by him. Truong Nok Tran turned to the people from all over the country and said, fellow students from all over the country, does anyone else want to come and challenge them? The people of the 4 Phoenix districts stood sweating, glaring, scared. Truong Nok Tran was so scary, he just so casually defeated Vang Lang, Tan Hai Tien, the new students of the 4 Phoenix district. I'm afraid I'm in trouble. Truong Nok Tran slowly walked back. He said, I ask again, is there anyone else in the 4 counties who wants to challenge? If there are no more challengers, then I will teach everyone one by one. At this time, people from the Van Vo district arrived. Lu Thuafong said, how dare this kind of trivial matter bother His Royal Highness the Prince? My brothers and I will teach this rabble well. Truong Nok Tran heard that and immediately left. Okay, Willow is not paying enough attention. Having been given full authority to handle it, Lu Thuafong turned a sinister look and a savage smile towards the people of the 4 Phoenix district and said, fellow students, can you compete in martial arts with the junior students? After that, he walked back to Truong Thu Chu and said, Your Highness the 4th Prince, you should also come up with everyone, so that they will remember carefully. Truong Thu So also smiled and said, hee, then I have no choice but to be, not so polite. Truong Thu So walked towards that group of people. He smiled sinisterly, hee, let's go calculate all the debt. The time moves to the next morning. The group of people from the 4 Phoenix district were defeated by the people from the Van Mart district, lying on the ground. At this moment someone walked in. That person was Fong Tri Lam. He looked at this scene and shouted loudly, enough. Truong Nok Tran, everyone is a student of the West Academy. Your actions are too cruel. Truong Thu Chu loudly scolded him. We acted cruelly when you broke my arms. Why didn't I feel like I acted cruelly? He smiled and said, Truong Thu So, do you really think Truong Nok Tran can protect you? When he dies on the death stage, this young master will slowly deal with you. At this time, Truong Nok Tran also arrived. He said, Fong Tri Lam, are you really so arrogant that you think you will definitely win? Fong Tri Lam smiled and replied, if that's the case, we will go to the death stage tonight. I wonder if the 9th prince will dare to fight or not? Lu Thuafong said, Your Highness 9th, don't fall into Fong Tri Lam's trap. If you fight with 3 experts in a row and then go to a decisive battle with him, you will definitely suffer a loss. Truong Nok Tran smiled and said, "It's okay, it's good to solve the trouble sooner." Fong Tri Lam looked at Lu Thua Fong and said, "What? Master Willow, do you have an opinion with me? Or should I give some advice to young Master Willow first?" Lu Thua Fong laughed. His demeanor was not dignified at all. He said, "I am not your opponent. It is useless to use tricks to provoke me. I am not as pure as you." Fong Tri Lam was also at a loss for words with him. "That bastard with no face. Waiting for me to kill Truong Nok Tran and then kill you to resolve the hatred in my heart. It's not possible to encourage General Lu Chungfeng." He turned to Truong Nok Tran. "Since His Highness the Ninth Prince has already agreed to the battle tonight, I don't need to waste any more saliva. If there are any grudges, let's leave them for tonight." "End it all," Truong Nok Tran replied. "Tonight, I will meet you on the death stage." Time passed until evening. At the death stage, Wood Spirit and Hong Yen Tran arrived. Wood Spirit thought to herself, "Wow, fortunately we caught up. I didn't expect Sister Tran to come so early." The two went inside. Wood Spirit smiled and said, "Sister Tran, you actually came earlier than me. Do you really care about Truong Nok Tran?" Hong Yen Tran said, "I came to see how he was killed by Fong Tri Lam." Mok Tin Lin pulled her eyelids and stuck out her tongue. She now looked like an immature child teasing others behind their backs. She thought, "Haha, Sister Tran is really a woman who thinks one way and says another." The weather tonight is wind blowing non-stop. At this time, Truong Nok Tran and Fong Tri Lam were present. The two of them stood on the arena of Sin Tu Dai. Tu Te and Lu Thua Fong also came. Tu Te called, "Truong Nok Tran." Suddenly she bowed her head and said, "Killing Fong Tri Y. I also have a share." Then she looked at him seriously and said, "Let me replace you to fight Fong Tri Lam." Truong Nok Tran refused. He said, "Next time you fight him again, this time let me go first." Tu Te stared in surprise, watching Truong Nok Tran leave and thinking, Your head is mine, I won't let you die here." Suddenly someone was speeding away. Looking at the figure, it must be the elder. He ran away thinking, "It's very difficult for the West Court to receive a male genius. We can't let him die. We have to stop this duel." At this moment, someone grabbed his shoulder. Is an old man. Elder Ta couldn't move. He glanced at Elder Tutu and said, "Elder Tutu, what are you doing?" The old man replied, "Thank you, Elder, calm down, don't rush. It's just two juniors dueling. Why do you need to get involved?" Elder Tutu glared at him. He continued, "The grudges between students should be resolved by themselves. If Truong Nok Tran dies here, it can only be said that it is because he is not destined to become a strong player." Elder Xia was speechless here. But then he thought to himself, "Hateful, what he said was so clear and righteous that I couldn't find a reason to refute it." At this time, Hope Tin brought a box of some kind and gave it to Elder Tu Tuesday. "Many thanks to Elder Tu Tuesday. This is a gift to you and will help you increase your cultivation level to another level." He smiled evilly and said, "It's a small matter. The old man is in the 4 countries of the county. Of course he has to help the county king wipe out the threat Truong Nok Tran." Returning to the field, Fong Tri Lam stood opposite Truong Nok Tran and said, really not knowing whether to say he was too confident or too stupid, but he didn't expect to actually dare to go up to the death stage. Truong Nok Tran laughed and said, "Why talk so much? Fight." Fong Tri Lam also laughed. "If you want to die soon, then I will fulfill it for you." Then he ran to the weapons. Truong Nok Tran thought to himself, "Despicable. Do you want to strike first to gain the advantage?" He smiled, secretly thinking, in life and death there are only limited weapons. Whoever can steal the weapons will have the upper hand. He was so busy grabbing his weapon that he didn't know Truong Nok Tran was moving quickly. Suddenly he snatched that sword and gave him a slash on the hand. He looked at his injured arm and wondered, how could this kid's speed be faster than mine? Truong Nok Tran took the sword and evaluated the sword. There were no patterns, but the materials were not bad and would not be easily broken. Fong Tri Lam grabbed a weapon. He held the long spear and said with a stern look, "Little Tu, you have successfully angered me. The next moment is the last moment of a short life." Truong Nok Tran said again, "I finally know why the 4 countries are full of trash and shout loudly. It turns out it's just martial arts." Truong Nok Tran was the one to attack first. He rushed up and slashed his sword. Fong Tri Lam held the long spear firmly. He said, "Do you think being quick is invincible? But for me it's just useless." He used his spear to block Truong Nok Tran's sword, and the two stood and struggled. Truong Nok Tran glared and shouted, "You think I only have speed?" The two fought in time, fighting continuously, creating many loud explosions. The people who came to watch them compete were also amazed. Truong Nok Tran's speed was that fast? So does he have a chance to win against Fong Tri Lam? No way, His cultivation is too low, his speed alone has no effect. By then the two had separated. Truong Ngoc Tran knelt down. Phong Tri Lam grinned and rushed up, then said, "The gap between your cultivation level and mine cannot be filled with speed. Please die, student." His long spear was surrounded by true energy, and then a fierce fire flared up. Truong Ngoc Tran widened his eyes in surprise. He did not expect that the true energy carried the fire attribute, which was truly powerful. He swung his spear to attack, but Truong Ngoc Tran quickly dodged. Suddenly, Phong Tri Lam's body emitted a fierce fire. He said, "You are very fast. Avoid one of my attacks, but cannot avoid it." True energy is accumulated into the spear. Then, the fire spread out and swallowed Truong Ngoc Tran, making him also stare, surprised. The fire seemed to be fueled by fire and flared up fiercely, making the dark night sky glow. A powerful female standing next to Lu Thuafong asked worriedly if anything would happen to His Highness the Prince. Lu Thuafong replied, "Probably not. I used to fight with him, he always did unexpected things." Tu Te also agreed with Lu Thuafong, saying that if you have never fought or fought side by side with him, it will be very difficult to understand his true strength. Below the field, the fire had disappeared, leaving only a cloud of smoke that gradually dissipated. Truong Ngoc Tran was no longer visible on the field. But then, he suddenly rushed from behind Phong Tri Lam. A terrifying amount of true energy formed a six-petal flower. Phong Tri Lam also felt it. He strained his eyes, frightened. So, the sword that broke the heart of the apricot was unleashed, and Phong Tri Lam was pushed away by a powerful amount of true energy. Ma Tin Lin observed and remembered the days she and Truong Ngoc Tran practiced, thinking to herself, in a few short days, his cultivation level had increased significantly. If he made a killer move, I was afraid that Phong Tri Lam would also suffer. Lose. Hong Yen Tran was also surprised. What kind of ability did Truong Ngoc Tran have? And why did his cultivation speed increase so much? Would spirit turn to tease Hong Yen Tran? "Sister Tran, you once said that if Truong Ngoc Tran won, you would spare his life." Hong Yen Tran's face turned slightly red. She turned away and said, "Wait for him to win before speaking. Up above, someone is also watching." She said, "The duel is also interesting. Truong Ngoc Tran is an opponent worth fighting." Phong Tri Lam was injured in the back by the sword attack. He fell over, face down on the ground. Hoc Tin looked at this scene and was angry. He shouted, "Truong Ngoc Tran is bold. He did not expect to dare to destroy the inscription of the 4 districts on him. You want to start a war with my Tu Phuong district." Truong Ngoc Tran looked up at him. "The county has long turned against my country, so I didn't care about your attitude." Hoc Tin looked annoyed. He gritted his teeth. His hands clenched tightly, showing red veins. "You. Very good, you wait for me. I will make you and Van Vo district go to hell together." Although Phong Tri Lam was injured, he was still able to stand up. He laughed, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to challenge Prince Hoc Tin. Even if I kill you, he will follow me and hide it." He swung his sword and rushed towards Truong Ngoc Tran. He quickly dodged the attack. Phong Tri Lam continued to swing his spear. Truong Ngoc Tran continued to dodge the attack. Phong Tri Lam glared and said, "If you have the skills, you can stand and dodge, but fight me honestly." Truong Ngoc Tran did not answer. Just saw him keep moving. The attacks couldn't touch him at all. He dodged them while closing the distance. He said, "If you can't even touch the corner of my shirt, then what right do you have to fight with dumbbells?" At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran shouted and received my sword. He swung his sword at Phong Tri Lam, who immediately used his spear to block the sword. Phong Tri Lam was surprised, hateful. How could this kid have such a strong knife? True energy exploded violently. The explosion echoed across the sky. The sky and ground were dyed blue. A person sitting in the stand said in surprise, "Truong Ngoc Tran is that fast? So does he have no chance to win against Phong Tri Lam?" Another person said, "It's impossible. His cultivation level is too low. Just his speed alone doesn't have any effect." Ma Tin Lin smiled lightly, thinking, "A group of ignorant people, how could they know it's magic?" Lac Tuihan also said that if Phong Tri Lam's strength is not inferior to Phong Tri Lam, then speed will have the advantage. If Phong Tri Lam does not show more outstanding skills, it will be difficult to deal with. Wood Spirit looked at Hong Yen Tran and said, "What, Sister Tran? Truong Ngoc Tran's strength can completely defeat Phong Tri Lam. You must remember to keep your word and spare him his life. Besides, you two must have fate. If rice can be cooked into rice, then why wouldn't you be happy?" Hong Yen Tran laughed and said, "If you mention that night again, even if he wins, I will still take his life." Wood Spirit was speechless. She snorted softly, thinking to herself, Sister Tran really brings out all the woman's characteristics of being condescending and condescending. A puff of smoke rose. Fong Tri Lam leaned on his long spear to the ground. He thought to himself, his cultivation base has a huge gap with mine. How can he have the upper hand? This kind of strange person. It's really impossible to keep it. Fong Tri Lam frowned and gritted his teeth with difficulty. Truong Nok Tran smiled and said, "What's the matter, senior brother? When we fought, you must have felt the distance between the two of us. There's no point in fighting anymore. It's better to." Fong Tri Lam mobilized his true energy again. Bright red gas rose up, moving in a circle under his feet. Truong Nok Tran stared in surprise. Fong Tri Lam's eyes were white, but his state was extremely dangerous and scary. He said, "Truong Nok Tran, you have lost your last hope. I will definitely kill you to relieve my hatred. My heart." Fong Tri Lam attacked. Truong Nok Tran fought back. Both seemed to be equal in strength, fighting strongly. Truong Nok Tran continued to swing his sword. A wave of sword intent was swung out towards Fong Tri Lam. True energy erupted. Truong Nok Tran fiercely pushed him back. Suddenly, blood-red aura appeared under his feet. Truong Nok Tran thought to himself, "It's tough. It's a trick." He glanced down and gritted his teeth. His body couldn't move. He kept backing away, trying to lure me into his bloody battle. Fong Tri Lam rushed forward at this time. He jumped up, swung his long spear high, and pulled out a strange magic sword. Truong Nok Tran tried to move. He put down his sword, using the Tien Tam sword to defend. A sword move with blazing flames opposes a solid sword. The two attacks collided, creating an earthquake, causing surrounding rocks and soil to be thrown up. Fong Tri Lam glared, smiled and said, "Adding the young master to condense the average blood array can increase my strength and at the same time suppress you. You will surely die." Fong Tri Lam's sword attack destroyed Truong Nok Tran's sword. He was hit. His body was thrown far away. Truong Nok Tran was hit and was thrown out. Hong Yen Tran couldn't sit still. She jumped up, screamed in panic, trembling, weak ceiling. Ma Tin Lin looked over, smirked and thought, clearly worried about Truong Nok Tran's safety, but still pretending to be cold, this woman. People in the stands commented that Truong Nok Tran's attack was beautiful, but the gap in cultivation was difficult to overcome. Challenging Fong Tri Lam is inherently a matter of not being self-reliant. Being killed is also playing with fire and burning yourself. The two elders, one was happy, the other was worried. Elder Tutu laughed and thought, Fong Tri's mistake was not bad. If he was given enough resources to practice, maybe he could become a mysterious martial artist. Fong Tri Lam stepped on a rock and said, "This young master condenses a medium-level blood array, which can increase your cultivation and suppress you." Then he laughed, saying as if he was sure to win, "You would definitely die." Truong Nok Tran was not lightly injured. He glared and said, "Senior brother Fong is stronger than your useless brother, worthy of my proper treatment." Although he said that, he thought that using the space domain could easily win, but there was no need. Fong Tri Lam rushed to attack. He screamed, even if he died, he still pretended to be a fool. "The young master will send you on your way." Truong Nok Tran gently moved the sword. Suddenly the illusion of the sword appeared. Next, he moved in a circle, creating a shadow of the full moon, at the foot of a still water surface with his silhouette on it. Going through a circle, his sword moves also form sword shadows appearing in a circle surrounding him. This is the Tien Tam full moon move. Fong Tri Lam was burning with murderous aura. His true energy erupted. Then, the two attacks collided. Tens of thousands of swords rushed forward, blocking the attack, and a smoldering fire rushed away. But Fong Tri Lam's moves are weak. Finally, his true energy layer disappeared, and Truong Nok Tran's move immediately hit Fong Tri Lam. Fong Tri Lam was hit. After a series of moves back and forth, the arena made an explosion sound and smoke rose up. Elder Ta's eyes lit up. He said, "High-level swords can be changed at will. I didn't expect Truong Nok Tran to achieve it at such a young age." The elder's eyes strained so much that his veins appeared. His face looked unbelievable. He thought to himself, this can't be. The wood spirit was shocked and surprised. His knowledge of swordsmanship was unexpectedly so terrifying. Once you break through the profound stage to perfection, you will definitely be able to become a martial artist with a high position on the mysterious list. Hong Yen Tran was equally surprised. She was stunned, thinking, the high level of the sword depends on the heart. Even though I may not be able to reach it, Truong Thak Tran has done it. Wood Spirit laughed. She winked at Hong Yen Tran and said, "Sister Tran, a genius like Truong Thak Tran, you probably wouldn't have the heart to kill her." Hong Yen Tran closed his eyes, tried to calm down and said, "What about genius? Dignity is so bad. Do you want me to accept him? Wood Spirit started joking. You guys have already cooked rice. What can you do if you don't accept him? Hong Yen Tran still didn't change his tone and said, Humph, even if I let him die, I still can't accept him. Wood Spirit stuck out her tongue teasingly. She raised her legs, clasped her hands together and said, Sister Tran, if you say that, then if in the future I accidentally like him and take him away, don't blame me. Hong Yen Tran was surprised. You didn't really see him, did you? Mok Tin Lin replied. He is young, handsome and has extremely high qualities. He is also a prince, such a perfect man, it is possible to accidentally fall in love with him. Hong Yen Tran observed Truong Thu Tran and seriously asked, Spirit, do you think he can become a holy spirit? Mok Tin Lin looked at her and replied, there was not a single saint in the 36 counties of Heavenly Demon. He was highly qualified, but it seemed impossible to become a saint. After that, her face was full of love and she said, but I think he will always maintain his current state of cultivation, reaching the heavenly level, maybe even becoming a semi-saint. Hong Yen Tran said, are you half a saint? Truong Thiet Tran, I really don't understand you. Returning to the arena, Fong Tri Lam was seriously injured, the upper part of his shirt was torn. He thought to himself, the sword depends on the mind at a high level. Why is Truong Ngoc Tran's swordsmanship so superior? No, I am 3 realms better than him as a martial artist. I will definitely defeat him. At this time, Truong Ngoc Tran appeared from behind him. He made a sword move. Fong Tri Lam was startled. He was gay. He swung his spear to block Truong Ngoc Tran's sword attack. Truong Ngoc Tran laughed and said, Fong Tri Lam, you lost. Then he continued to rush forward. Fong Tri Lam still tries to fight back. He glares, looks down on others. I will make you pay. Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes widened slightly. He unleashed his move, filled with anger. A wave several dozen meters high appeared, washing away everything around. The wave was extremely powerful, washing away everything within its scope. Of course, Fong Tri Lam could not avoid it. He was pressed and pulled by the current. Fong Tri Lam glared in fear, thinking to himself, he's gay. Then, he was engulfed by the water. He screamed, Aya. The water gradually recedes. Fong Tri Lam was lying on the ground. Truong Ngoc Tran took a strange step and said, Fong Tri Lam, you have lost. He said sternly, I said I won't kill you. I will only avenge Tu brother. The people sitting in the stands were shocked. He is truly a guy who knows how to surprise others. Oh my God! Truong Ngoc Tran, a new student, defeated Fong Tri Lam. Elder Tu was sweating profusely. He was stunned and thought, he has only been studying for more than a month and he has already made such a significant improvement. This Truong Ngoc Tran really can't hold on anymore, otherwise he will become an important capitalist to overthrow the Yunwu County. Down on the field, Truong Ngoc Tran said, I just broke your arms. You probably don't have any opinions, right? Fong Tri Lam was covered in injuries, stammering, waiting. Then he frowned, unwilling, wait. After that, he immediately knelt down in front of Truong Ngoc Tran and begged, Truong Ngoc Tran, thank you for not killing me. Hu Tin looked at this scene and shouted, this trash Fong Tri Lam. How can he kneel before the prince of an enemy country? Quickly return to this king. Such a shocking development made the people in the stands also look on in horror. It was such a loss of face. The dignity of the 4 countries and districts was completely lost by him. But the person being ridiculed laughed and thought, did he lose face? I am clearing the way for the 4 countries. At this moment, a hidden weapon released from his mouth. Truong Ngoc Tran did not have the slightest fear. He still calmly analyzed, bullets and arrows? As expected, they are good brothers, sharing a poisonous move like this. Then, he glared and knocked away all of his hidden energy, shouting, you can bear it all yourself. The dark aura was thrown back. Fong Tri Lam's scream rang out, Aya. His eyes were bleeding. He crawled on the ground in pain and called out, Prince Hoc Tin, help me. He crawled to the edge of the arena, about to fall into the deadly spikes, still calling out, quickly save me. Prince Hoc Tin. A trail of blood shot up. Hu Tin shouted in dismay. Fong Tri Lam, and the people around him also stared with wide eyes, some even frowned in pity. Fong Tri Lam was stabbed through the body and died. Truong Ngoc Tran watched and couldn't say anything. His mood was hard to describe. He watched and thought to himself, I just thought I would give him a lesson, not kill him. If he was physically injured he would heal, who would have thought? This was God's will. Lak Tui Han was always watching, thinking to himself, although Fong Tri Lam was arrogant, his crime did not deserve death. He could only complain. I didn't expect this Truong Ngoc Tran to be able to surpass his opponents. Being the first new student, this is also worthy. Wood Spirit happily said, what's wrong? Sister Tran, spare Truong Ngoc Tran one life. You must keep your word. Hong Yen Tran frowned, looking uncomfortable. Hong Yen Tran thought to himself, Truong Thu Tran, what kind of person are you? I can't help but admit, you have successfully attracted my curiosity. The people of the Cloud Martial District cheered. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince is too powerful. With His Highness the Ninth Prince here, let's see who still dares to bully the students of Yanwu County. Lu Thua Fong looked at him and said, Your Highness, Fong Tri Lam's death was self-inflicted. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need to worry. Tu Te raised his hand and stroked his hair. Fong Tri Lam was cruel. His crime deserved to be accepted. His Highness the Prince is acting on behalf of heaven. What is there to feel guilty about? Truong Ngoc Tran said, If Fong Tri Lam is dead, then this matter is over. Everyone should disperse. Hoc Tin stood behind Truong Ngoc Tran and said, Fong Tri Lam's trash is truly trash. Even Truong Ngoc Tran couldn't kill him. He was so angry that his eyes felt like they were about to fall out. He gritted his teeth and ordered, I can't forgive him. Now help me inform Father. Invite a high-ranking assassin to the palace. I don't believe I can't kill him. A girl bowed her head and replied, obeying the order. A few days later, in a very poetic and beautiful place, someone was sitting on the bank of a stream fishing. That person is the director of this place. Truong Ngoc Tran was called here. He respectfully clasped his hands together and said, paying his respects to the abbot. When the dean saw him coming, he glanced behind him and said, Truong Ngoc Tran, do you know why this old man was at the study palace for the exam to recruit talent before meeting you? He replied, Students don't know. The principal said that the first student in each class of students accepted into the job would be accepted by the principal as a direct disciple. If the new student had good qualifications, the old man would personally accept him as a disciple. You performed excellently in the tower. The old man is referring to the fact that you broke through the third level of the gate and defeated Lak Hu in the same realm as you. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised and asked again, Does the abbot know what happened in the martial tower? Truong Ngoc Tran asked. The abbot knew what was going on in the martial tower. The principal laughed. How could an important place like the martial tower be guarded by only those two girls? Even though the director was fishing, he didn't have any bait. There were many fish below, but none of them were hooked yet. The principal said again, there were secrets that the two girls didn't even know. But the old man also agreed with the two kids' way of doing things. His attitude suddenly became serious. If they hadn't stopped you, the old man wouldn't have personally stopped you from going to the fourth floor of the martial tower. Truong Ngoc Tran said, Is the abbot worried that if I show too much talent, I will be assassinated by some people? The dean replied calmly that in recent years, the black market and the teachings of moon worshippers have continuously infiltrated. The school palace is not absolutely safe. Even the high levels of the school palace are in their eyes. Truong Ngoc Tran was silent. He said, I heard your father once mention black market assassins, the cradle born to assassinate, so the financial institution delayed the summoning of students. Could it be that he wanted to use the students? Act as bait to capture all the black market and demonic cults that are ambushing in the western courtyard. The dean stroked his beard and smiled. That's right, don't you hate this old man? He replied, the abbot had already informed the students. Why should the students hold a grudge? But should the abbot find out the group of evil people in ambush, what happened in the west courtyard? The front yard glanced over and had already found the clue. Just waiting for the big fish to fall through the net. The old man believed that he would soon be able to catch the net. He looked at Truong Ngoc Tran and asked, Truong Ngoc Tran, now I ask you, are you willing to be my personal disciple? Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised and thought to himself, becoming a direct disciple of the abbot is of course extremely good, but I have too many secrets, and cannot be discovered for the time being. Thinking about it, he respectfully clasped his hands together and refused, thanking the abbot for his support, but the student wanted to practice more martial arts that belonged to him, so he had no intention of worshipping the master for the time being. Even though he was rejected, he burst out laughing, hee, this old man has held the position of head of the western courtyard for 34 years and has actively accepted disciples for 34 years. You are the second person to refuse this old man. He wondered, who was the first? The dean replied, the first heavenly dragon martial palace, Lak Tui Han. Truong Ngoc Tran heard it but didn't find it strange, it was indeed her. Then the dean said, Truong Ngoc Tran, you must understand clearly, the achievements of the old man's protégés cannot be underestimated. With the old man's back you can also benefit more, no one dares, it's easy. Cause trouble with you. Truong Ngoc Tran said, the student has decided that even if he faces hardships in the future, he will not regret it. Then, the dean threw him a bottle of liquid, and said, "If so, the old man will no longer advise you. This is a drop of liquid. I will give it to you as compensation." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Holy liquid." Thank goodness. Truong Ngoc Tran held the bottle in his hand, thinking to himself, with its help, my martial body will be stronger, and maybe I'll even have a chance to reach the ultimate level of that mysterious realm. The space moves to late evening. Tu-Te flies high above somewhere. Under the full moonlight, she jumped high and moved through the buildings. Besides her, there were other people also moving. They moved outside the academy to a certain cliff. Then, they knelt down in unison. In front of them, there was an old man standing tall. They all shouted in unison and paid their respects to the elder. The person called the elder noticed Tu-Te. He asked, "Are you a new student this year?" Tu-Te replied, "Yes, elder." He showed a card and said, "For nearly 3 months, a total of 7 groups of people have placed a bounty on Truong Ngoc Tran's head. In total they have offered a reward of 3,300,000 silver coins." Then he brought the card close to his face and continued, "Of which the biggest prize was just announced yesterday. It had reached 2,000 silver. The sect master personally ordered to kill him within a month at no cost, Truong Ngoc Tran." The old man's eyes were full of fear. "I give you 20 days. If you can't kill Truong Ngoc Tran during this time, I will do it myself. Same old rules, don't reveal your identity, all actions follow my signals, go home." The people there responded in unison, "Yes." Then all the assassins scattered and left, and the elder who ordered them was the elder's 4th elder. He smirked and said, 3,300,000 silver, not a small number, that little Tu's head is worth a lot of money. Tomorrow. At the dragon martial face, Tu-Te came to find Truong Ngoc Tran. He went out to greet her and said, "Junior sister Tu, long time no see, it seems like your cultivation level has improved quite a bit." Tu-Te said, "Who is your senior sister?" After that, the two walked inside. As they walked, Truong Ngoc Tran said, "I am the first new student, you are the second new student. Of course I am a senior brother, you are a junior sister." Tu-Te said again, "Too lazy to talk to you, didn't you invite me to your first royal palace to sit and play?" Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at her and thought, it seems Tu-Te has something to say. Both of them went inside. Up above, someone was observing them. Mok Tin Lin's eyes softened. Her eyes were a bit sad. She thought to herself, the 9th prince is truly a charming character. She didn't expect that a beautiful new student would be able to attract him. Hong Yen Tran immediately scolded him and said he was a prostitute. The two sisters stood high up looking at Truong Ngoc Tran and Tu-Te. Mok Tin Lin said, "Sister Tran, did you really turn your eyes to see him with another woman?" Wood Spirit glanced and smiled and said, "I also don't feel willing to volunteer for you. If you don't go they will really have nothing to do with each other." Hong Yen Tran glared and replied, "Let's go. We can't let those prostitutes destroy the prestige of the Dragon Martial Hall." Snowflakes suddenly appeared in his hand. Hong Yen Tran placed his hand on the wooden stick. Then, she grabbed her sword and rushed down, her eyes glaring with murderous intent as if she wanted to kill someone. Mok Tin Lin achieved her wish. She smiled proudly. Who told him to do bad things during the day, now should give him a little lesson, huh? Truong Ngoc Tran and Tu-Te entered his room. He said in surprise, "You mean my head on the black market has reached a price as high as 3,300,000 silver coins?" Little Black said with bright eyes, "This little Tu's brain was unexpectedly worth so much money, so hasn't this emperor already made a profit?" Truong Ngoc Tran felt a bit uncomfortable hearing what he said. He gave it a loving cup of head. Little Black bit the cup on his head and immediately licked it. "Ah, this emperor is joking." After that, the two of us sat down and thought about it. "Junior sister, if you reveal the news to me, aren't you afraid that the assassin at the gate of the underworld will cause harm to you?" Tu-Te blushed and said, "I won't reveal any information to you. I'll just tell you the value of your head." Truong Ngoc Tran smiled. His eyes were gentle and said that if that's the case, "I'll tell you the news. The martial arts school has prepared to liquidate evil people. Please be careful." Outside there was the sound of high heels heading towards Truong Ngoc Tran's room. Both were surprised, thinking the same thing. There was someone outside. Then, the door was cut in half. Tu-Te and Hong Yen Tran faced each other. Hong Yen Tran was surprised and thought, "HM? These two people were dressed neatly, obviously not acting out of line." Hong Yen Tran opened his eyes wide, sweating and thought, "Did I see wrong?" Truong Ngoc Tran looked at Tu-Te and thought, "Gay." Hong Yen Tran frowned and said, "What are you doing? Break every door of your house and want to kill me too?" Tu-Te frowned in fear. The pressure was too strong. Then, Hong Yen Tran slashed her sword, sending her flying far away. Tu-Te hit his back straight against the wall. She closed her eyes and coughed several times in pain. Truong Thu Tran strained his eyes, he thought, because he wanted to cover Tu Tei's retreat. He could only offend Hong Yen Tran. Hong Yen Tran walked closer to the purple flower. She tilted her head and asked, "Do you want to kill someone? It seems like you guys have a secret you can't tell." Suddenly from above, Truong Ngoc Tran rushed forward to attack Hong Yen Tran. He threw a straight palm towards Hong Yen Tran's back, but could not completely break through Hong Yen Tran's defense. Truong Thu Tran glared, surprised, then thought, how powerful. Once the Xian Bang martial artist has the defense, even if she stays motionless and lets me attack, I still cannot hurt her. Hong Yen Tran turned around and said, "Prostitute, this trick again, do you think you can sneak attack me?" Truong Ngoc Tran used more true energy. He shouted loudly. Tu Tei quickly ran away. Tu Tei thought somewhat panicked, not expecting him to attack Hong Yen Tran. Tu Tei quickly moved, she broke a door and rushed out. Hong Yen Tran moved along, she said, "Want to hide?" "Innocent." Truong Ngoc Tran stood in front of her and said, "Senior Sister Hong, I am just helpless. Since Junior Sister Tu has left, I am not your opponent. If you want to report to the boss, then I will. Also willing to go to plead guilty." Hong Yen Tran didn't seem to want to pursue any further. She said, "There's no need to report to the owner. I'm not such a petty person. Just remember, from now on, don't casually bring women along. Enter the Dragon Martial Academy. Don't ruin the reputation here, huh?" Truong Ngoc Tran thought, could she just forgive Tu Tei? Thinking about it, he asked, "Senior Sister Hong, have you decided to forgive Junior Sister Tu?" Hong Yen Tran said, "Today I did not cheat in bed, so my senior sister will forgive you. If there is a next time, I will definitely not show mercy." Truong Ngoc Tran breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, luckily he was only shocked for a moment. "Oh right, I have to go tell Tu Tei." Then, moving forward to the next morning, Truong Ngoc Tran went out to meet Tu Tei. He explained everything clearly. Injay coldly said, "Senior Sister Huang's personality is cold, and her cultivation is strong. If you only have a normal relationship, how could she easily attack? I'm too lazy to care about your matters. You yourself have to be careful in the past month. Don't let yourself die at the hands of someone else's subordinates." Truong Ngoc Tran suddenly remembered what Tu Tei said last time. "Yes, the reward is so high. There must be a master targeting me. What should I do?" Then suddenly he smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Yes." The scene changes to a certain house. This place is called number 1, first place. Mok Tin Lin raised her hand to her head and gently touched it, then said, "What do you say? Want to stay for a month?" Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, taking refuge at Sister Mok's place is definitely safe. The assassin probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Then, he said, "Senior Sister Hong has dumped my place. I have no home to return to, or Senior Sister Mok would be kind enough to take me in for a while." The little black girl hung on Truong Ngoc Tran's shoulder and said, "That crazy girl named Hong is too cruel." Mok Tin Lin thought to herself, near the light is bright. It would be beneficial for Sister Tran to chase away that junior sister. Then she said, "At the right time, you are here and we can exchange martial arts more." Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, "Let's put it that way. If Senior Sister Don Mok wants a space treasure, I can give you one." Mok Tin Lin was surprised. Space treasures are priceless. Having one is already good, but you still have a second one? Truong Ngoc Tran asked. Sister Don Mok wants a space ring, or a space ring. Mok Tin Lin thought. Looking at his face, it didn't seem like he was gossiping. Could it be that he didn't just have one space treasure? Then she said, "If possible, I would like a space ring." Truong Ngoc Tran replied, "Sister Don Mok will come find me a little later. I will definitely give you a space ring." Suddenly she burst out laughing. "That's right. Let me borrow that talking cat for a few days." Having said that, she grabbed the little black shirt and carried it up. Mok Tin Lin held the little black up high. It looked towards him and screamed, "Truong Ngoc Tran. Quickly save this emperor. Hey, Truong Ngoc Tran." Truong Ngoc Tran didn't know what to say, nor did he intend to save it. Little Black was carried away and screamed loudly, "Truong Ngoc Tran, you have no morals." The scream startled those outside. Time moves to evening. The space ring is completed. Truong Ngoc Tran was resting when there was a knock outside the door. He opened the door. Appearing at the front door was Mok Tin Lin, dressed somewhat coolly. She said, "Good evening, junior brother." Truong Ngoc Tran strained his eyes, blushed and looked at her without blinking and asked, "Sister Don Mok, why are you dressed so beautifully?" Mok Tin Lin put her hand on his cheek and said, "Of course it's for you." She hugged him and said, "Junior brother, am I beautiful?" Then she added, "Why didn't you say anything? Am I not beautiful?" Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes never left beautiful. Mok Tin Lin asked again, "Do you think senior sister is more beautiful or junior sister too is more beautiful?" He replied, "They are all beautiful." He frowned and thought, "I can't stand this little demon girl." Mok Tin Lin hugged him again and said, "You know I'm not joking, in the end. Who is more beautiful, me or junior sister too?" Truong Ngoc Tran blushed and sweated. Suddenly he caught her hand, then placed the space ring in her hand. The space ring kicked right into her eyes, she said in surprise. It was really a space ring. Mok Tin Lin put it on and said, "Junior brother, this is a space treasure. It's worth a lot of money to sell. Do you really want to give it to me?" He replied, "It's just a bracelet. It's not worth anything." Mok Tin Lin smiled and said, "Then sister will not take your space ring for free." She took out a small bottle and put it in front of him and said, "I give you this drop of true holy water." Truong Ngoc Tran received the small bottle, smiled and said, "Thank you, sister." He also pondered, "Don Mok must now consider me a friend." Mok Tin Lin still posed a sexy figure and said, "A drop of semi-holy liquid is as valuable as your bracelet. My sister owes you my gratitude. From now on you just come to the West Courtyard. If you have anything to do, remember to find me." "That's right, the day after tomorrow the Upper Divine Power Temple will open temporarily. It will be beneficial for your practice. Don't miss it." Truong Ngoc sat on the floor and said, "Thank you sister for reminding me." He looked at the bottle and smiled. At the right time, if he refines this drop of semi-holy liquid, the day he comes to the Temple of Divine Power, he will have a great harvest. Today is the day the Upper Divine Power Palace is opened. The sky is clear and clear. The masters of the Western Courtyard had gathered. Truong Ngoc Tran walked in the crowd and thought to himself, indeed the Western Courtyard is a place wherein thrives and yang declines. He approached the place where with Spirit and Hong Yen Tran stood and there were others. Mok Tin Lin saw him and immediately smiled and said, "Sister, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Why are you only here now?" Hong Yen Tran didn't say much, but she also paid attention to him, this rapist. Lak Tuihan looked at him and thought to himself, his cultivation base has already improved quite a bit in just a few days. Yu Tri spoke up and asked, "Is this kid Truong Ngoc Tran's new freshman this year?" Tuat Lin said next to her, "Not only is she the #1 freshman, but she is also extremely powerful, even killing Fong Tri Lam." Truong Ngoc Tran frowned and forced a smile. The eyes of some people really made people not feel free. Mok Tin Lin brought her face close to his face and said, "Hey, junior brother, your breath. Have you already refined that drop of semi-holy liquid?" Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, "It has indeed been refined." She suddenly said, "What kind of demon are you?" It took more than a day to refine the semi-holy liquid. When Yu Tri Tong Tien and Tuat Lin heard that, they widened their eyes and were surprised. It took more than a day to refine a single drop of semi-holy liquid. Hong Yen Tran was also surprised. She wondered, "Are you really the wandering prince of that small country?" Lak Tuihan also said, "This talent? Truly cruel." Mok Tin Lin was surprised. She put her hand to her mouth, opened her eyes wide and said, "No matter what, I still don't understand why you were able to do it to the point of refining this semi-holy true liquid in one day." Truong Ngoc Tran said, "This is my secret, sister, don't ask any more." Mok Tin Lin replied that you wouldn't say anything to a cute senior sister like me, it's so petty. Yu Tri Tong Tien and Tuat Lin turned to Truong Ngoc Tran. The senior brother said, "Junior brother Truong, you have only been here for 1 month, and were unable to get the true fluid that the palace gave you." Tuat Lin also added that, in addition to rewards from the palace, we can only ask someone to go to the black market to buy real liquid. Does junior brother have acquaintances in the black market? She still continues her deduction, or the student has some support in the academy. Mok Tin Lin scolded those two people. "What do you mean? Do you suspect that junior brother Truong is involved in the black market?" Tuat Lin replied, "Senior sister misunderstood. If junior brother has the semi-holy liquid then I also want to buy a few drops." Yu Tri Tong Tien next to him also chimed in, "That's right. I also want to know where junior brother got it from. Can you sell me a few drops?" Truong Ngoc Tran raised his hand towards Mok Tin Lin and said, "If you stubbornly want to ask, I will also tell you. This semi-holy liquid was given to me by senior sister Don Mok as a meeting gift. If you want to buy it, go find her." Mok Tin Lin glared in annoyance and said, "That's right. This drop of semi-holy liquid is indeed what I gave to junior brother Truong." Both of them thought in horror. Truong Ngoc Tran found Mok Tin Lin as support. So is it possible that the relationship between these two people is not normal? What kind of appearance and qualities does Mok Tin Lin have? Why did she look at this guy? Hong Yen Tran looked at the wood elf and said, "Elf, do you like this guy?" Wood Spirit winked, raised her arm wearing the space bracelet, and said, Sister Tran, let me see this treasure he gave me. Hong Yen Tran looked at that bracelet, and said, Can a broken bracelet fool you? Please stay awake. Mok Tin Lin frowned, then said, Why is the bracelet broken? I put the true energy in to try. This is that space jade bracelet. Following her instructions, Hong Yen Tran put true energy into the bracelet. Indeed, a circle of space. Hong Yen Tran opened his eyes wide, surprised. It was truly a space treasure. The Wood Spirit whispered into Hong Yen Tran's ear. Sister Tran, as far as I know, he doesn't have just one space treasure. Hong Yen Tran glared at Truong Thua Tran, making him shiver. He thought to himself, what's going on? Her eyes just make people creepy. In addition to the others, 3 more people, Tu Te, Hok Tin and Diu Tan Dong, walked over. Tu Te looked at him and said, Good morning, Your Highness. Suddenly the others became angry, especially the one who was arguing with Truong Thua Tran. The first place every new student entered every year was the Divine Power Palace. What were they doing? Hong Yen Tran glared at Purple Hyacinth and scolded. It was actually a purple fox. It really made people disgusted. Mok Tin Lin also chimed in. Sister Tran, did you hear that little goblin call you intimately, Your Highness Ninth? Truong Ngoc Tran looked at the 3 of them and smiled, thinking to himself, the 3 of them have all passed the first level of the 3rd floor of the Martial Tower, and they are definitely qualified to enter the Divine Power Palace. From the main gate, 2 figures entered. Deputy Headmaster Tan Hoa spoke up. This is Headmaster Tan Hoa, Deputy Head of the West Court. The person next to him is the golden-robed elder from the Inner Palace, the head magician, Elder Nak Tin Zen. Everyone clasped their hands respectfully and paid their respects to the Vice Principal and Elder Music. Vice Dean Tan Hoa said that Elder Music's mental power has reached level 39. This is the person with the strongest mental power in the Inner Palace. Elder Nak also spoke up. Cultivating in the Divine Power Palace is to improve your spiritual power. If you want to become a top genius, you must cultivate spiritual power. Suddenly Elder Nak looked serious and asked, Does anyone know what effect spiritual power has on you? Everyone was silent. Then, Truong Ngoc Tran stepped up and said, Tell the elder, the stronger the mental power, the sooner you can comprehend the advanced realm and the realm of the strong. The musical elder asked in surprise, what was his name? Truong Ngoc Tran clasped his hands respectfully and replied, The student's name is Truong Ngoc Tran. Elder Nak laughed and said, Before coming here, Master, you praised me to the heavens, right? It's truly a miracle that your mental strength has reached what level? He replied, Elder and disciple don't know, probably level 25. Hu Tin sneered and interjected, Truong Ngoc Tran, everyone knows about gossip. I also dare to say that my mental power has reached level 30. Do you believe it? Truong Ngoc Tran said, If you don't believe it, that's fine. He thought to himself, I don't want myself to be exposed yet. Hok Tin smiled and told the music elders, and students to suggest that before entering the Divine Power Palace, let all the students here conduct a mental strength test once, genius or ordinary, just look at it. One is knowing. Elder Nak pointed his finger and said, Prince Hok Tin is right. Let me see how strong your spiritual power is. A moment later, a level testing machine was prepared. Vice Principal Tan Hoa stood in front of the machine and said, Let's start checking. You all try your best. Like this, Elder Nak Tin Zen and I will be here. Can guide you in cultivating spiritual power. A senior brother spoke up. He laughed and said, Then let you be the senior brother like me and go first. He used the gas to fight and the machine to check. The stone on top of the head emits light. The others were surprised. 24 light marks. That means level 24 mental power. It's unlikely that it's senior brother. I heard that he also practices both weapon refining and beast control. His spiritual power is truly different. Vice Principal Tan Hoa smiled. She said, Being able to cultivate to level 24 of mental power before the age of 30 is truly extraordinary. But if you calm down and focus on cultivating, your future achievements will be even higher. Senior brother clasped his hands respectfully. When the 2 of you spoke up this time, I felt tickled somehow. Senior brother asked Vice Principal Tan Hoa, daring to ask the principal, what path should students follow from now on? She replied that the choice is up to you, but if you intend to follow the path of practicing martial arts, you have to put some effort into refining weapons and controlling beasts like that, early next year, in the exploratory test. In the intermediate level relics of the Inner Palace, you will have the opportunity to break through the Earth level. Senior brother clenched his fist and said, Tell the Vice-Chancellor, I decide to continue practicing martial arts, and must use the highest posture to enter the intermediate ruins. Senior brother was secretly happy. Only those with a profound level of great perfection in the inner courtyard, with a rank below 10, can participate in the exploration of intermediate ruins. Although I suppressed it, it was also for this matter. Truong Nok Tran thought to himself, so it turns out, exploring the ruins can get great resources. No wonder in the past 10 years, the geniuses of the Western Academy have deliberately suppressed their cultivation, waiting to enter the ruins. Well, we can also take advantage of it and see. Next, other people stepped up to check. Hua Lin, Spiritual Power Level 16. Cuc Hai Lan, Level 18 Spiritual Power. Yu Chi's Heavenly Power is Level 12. He smiled and thought to himself, the mental power of ordinary martial artists is above Level 10, which is not bad. 2 years ago, I was a beginner at the academy. Divine Power, now this can be considered a genius. Tuat Lin, Level 12 Spiritual Power. Tan Hoa continued speaking. The next person was Tu Te. The talented Yu Tri looked disdainful when she was not a noble child, so she was probably nothing. Tuat Lin said these new students probably only have the spiritual power of Prince Hoek Tin a little higher. Tu Te stepped up. Then she put her hand into the machine to check. Vice Principal Tan Hoa shouted, Tu Te, Spiritual Power Level 16. Tuat Lin said in surprise, no. What did this woman eat to get so strong? Yu Tri with natural intelligence looked at Tu Te with a blushing face. He said, that's really strong. But I don't understand what his strength is here. Next is Hong Yen Tran's turn. Vice Dean Tan Hoa said, Hong Yen Tran, Spiritual Power Level 21. Hong Yen Tran happily thought, not bad, I didn't expect that my mental strength has increased a level recently. The next person, Prince of Four Directions County, Hoek Tin. Hoek Tin put his hand into the machine to check. Tan Hoa happily said, not bad, Spiritual Power Level 17. The new star of the West Court this year is truly a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Hoek Tin smiled, clasped his hands respectfully, and thanked the Vice-Chancellor for his praise. Somewhat arrogant and hateful thoughts, originally thinking of passing a test of mental strength to scare people, but did not expect to be completely matched by Hong Yen Tran. Next came Mok Tin Lin. She put her hand into the machine to check. Elder Tan Hoa said, Duan Mok Tin Lin, Spiritual Power Level 20. The wood elf snorted softly and said, still one level weaker than her sister. Hong Yen Tran replied that you're so playful. Falling back one level is not bad. Tan Hoa said, Lak Tui Han, it's your turn to measure your spiritual power. Truong Nok Tran noticed this girl. He thought to himself, I heard that this girl, because of her superior ancestor Lak Hu, came to the West Academy to study. What kind of ability does she have? Lak Tui Han walked over. She gently placed her hand into the testing machine. The two seniors were surprised. Elder Nak's eyes widened in surprise. He was only 17 years old, but his mental power had already reached level 26, worthy of being a descendant of Lak Hu. Vice Principal Tan Hoa hugged his forehead, happy but also somewhat regretful. Now the young students are indeed getting stronger and stronger. We are all old, the wood elf said in surprise and perversion. Hong Yen Tran did not clearly express her eyes, but she was also somewhat admiring and surprised, thinking that we had tried very hard. Tuat Lin narrowed her eyes and said, what kind of monsters are these three female ghosts? They're hateful. Yu Tri thought in surprise. Being passed over by a new student was truly a loss of face. Hua Tin came to tease Truong Nok Tran. Didn't you say before that your mental power had reached level 25? Then there's only one person left. Why don't you go check? Truong Nok Tran did not answer. The other group of people were gaining momentum. Tuat Lin said, he lied, but you still believe it? Yu Tri Tianthong also said, do you think his qualifications are as good as senior sister Lak? Hu Tin said again, then it's not certain. Isn't the ninth prince a talented genius? Truong Nok Tran put his hand on the tester and thought to himself, can't stand out too much. Must restrain, be similar to Lak Tui Han. The jewel on the device glowed blue. The old conductor snorted lightly. He said, at level 25, Lak Tui Han and Truong Nok Tran had mental strength ranked 5th in the list of students. Vice Principal Tan Hoa was also surprised. It was so powerful, almost equal to Lak Tui Han. Hoek Tin was surprised. How could this be possible? He didn't expect that he had level 25 mental power. Isn't that a problem with the test stone? Mok Tin was surprised. Why is this boy Truong Thuok Tran also as perverted as the cold water, so hateful? Hong Yen Tran asked. Who is the wondered mental genius in the palace's list? Elder Nak said that at the age of 16, the top student had already reached level 26. But he was an alchemist, and his main cultivation was mental power. Then, he was serious when he mentioned that the second-ranked person was Lak Hu. At the age of 16 he reached level 27, no one in today's martial arts monk has surpassed it. When Lak Tuihan heard about Lak Hu, her face didn't have much expression, but it seemed like she was thinking about something. Suddenly she spoke up, "Junior brother Zhang, you haven't used your full strength yet. Level 25 is not your true strength." Hong Yentran said Sister Luo is not joking about level 25 spiritual power, and even said that it is not her real strength. Truong Ngoc Tran also said, "Sister Luo really has eyes. I'm a bit reserved, I can't show it all." Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and thought he had eyes to see, but he didn't expect to be seen by her. Lak Tuihan didn't have any outstanding expressions. She tilted her head to one side and said, "Because you're afraid of surpassing me? No need to worry, if your qualifications are high, I will admire you even more." Vice Dean Tan Hoa also scolded him, "Truong Ngoc Tran, people with talent must show it off. Only real geniuses receive the best training. If you can surpass Lak Hu, I will give you 10 drops of sacrilegious true fluid." She smiled and thought to herself, "Idiot, if you are truly valued by Lak Tuihan, your future will certainly be bright." He began to put his hand on the pearl and said, "Abbot, you must keep your word." Vice Principal Tan Hoa smiled and said, "Rest assured, as long as you have high qualifications, the palace will not mistreat you." He thought to himself, 10 drops of semi-holy liquid, too precious, there is no other way. He poured true energy into the pearl. The light emitted strongly. Truong Ngoc Tran stared at the pearl, thinking to himself, "Although I have as many qualities as possible, I still cannot show my full strength, otherwise it will cause disaster. Dear, just try to pretend a little better this time." True energy was continuously emitting, and the people there were also observing and waiting for the results. Truong Ngoc Tran pretended to be out of breath and said, "Students have exhausted themselves, can only reach level 29. Hearing his green statement, the others turned on freeze mode and rolled their eyes. Seeing this excessive expression, he also knew that he had done a bit too much. It was a mistake. Because of the 10 drops of semi-holy liquid, the acting was so bad that it hurt me. After a while, Vice Principal Tan Hoa regained her composure. She put her arm around his shoulder and said, "You're very good. Don't worry, I'll ask for 10 drops of the half-saint's true liquid to help you." Truong Ngoc Tran sweated, saying, "I'm bothering you." Elder Nak thought to himself, it seems that the rumors of him having a civil war with Lak Hu in the tower were not false. He did not expect that the West Court would give birth to such a heaven-defying genius. The quality of new students in this generation is probably at the top of the West Academy. Lak Tuihan smiled. Truong Ngoc Tran, not bad. Would Spirit used a teasing tone, "Sister Tran, Truong Thuoc Tran with this natural posture is worthy of you," Hong Yen Tran said, shutting his mouth. After a while, the musical elder turned around and said, "Okay, it's not too early. Everyone go to the spiritual temple and start practicing." Hoek Tin looked at Truong Ngoc Tran with deadly eyes. He thought, why? In front of him is always a trash person. He gritted his teeth, angry, his hands clenched into fists. Why didn't the assassins in the underworld come and kill him? Had he done all the harm? Truong Ngoc Tran and everyone entered the palace. He looked up and thought, 12 sacrilegious paintings intended. He noticed the semi-sacrilegious painting with the fire symbol. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at it attentively, thinking, that's not right, these things look like a waterfall of seals. They need to consume spirit stones and then go through the formation to activate the will of the original saint's spirit in the semi-sacred will. New things can be used to train mental strength, but it also costs a lot of money. Mok Tin Lin stood on the stairs, looked down and said, "Why are you standing there blankly? Quickly follow." Truong Ngoc Tran looked up and replied, "Oh. Okay, sister." Mok Tin Lin said, "Students with spiritual power level 20 and below all practice on level 1. After level 20, they go to level 2. Truong Ngoc Tran asked her, "The second level is also the seal volume of semi-sacred will. Pass?" She replied, "Yes, but the 6 sacred intention paintings on the second floor can help students cultivate their mental power to level 30. She said again, "I heard that the third floor has a plan to force the saint's fifth seal, but only Lak Tuihan can reach the third floor." Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at her and said, "Knowing clearly that it was impossible, he still told me. Did he deliberately give me an extra spoon?" Mok Tin Lin smiled and said, "Okay, sister has to go over there, we'll see you later." He replied, "See you later, sister." Truong Ngoc Tran turned around and found a holy plan for himself. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, thinking, the sacred intention of selling the sacred snow of 10,000 swords left behind. A picture of the starry sky, with bright galaxies, talking to each other. Truong Ngoc Tran looked up at it, and said, Who would have thought that the desecration seemingly ordinary intention would contain such great power? He began to sit in front of the sacrilegious statue of the intention, meditating. Truong Ngoc Tran came in with the intention of persecuting the saints. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, is this the world inside the picture of the sacrilegious intention? Inside the semi-sacred painting appears a large space. Above is an image of the starry sky as he saw in the painting. Truong Ngoc Tran looked up and opened his eyes wide in surprise. A wave of energy appeared from the stars in the sky, its light shining brightly in every corner. Truong Ngoc Tran looked in the direction it moved. He felt a terrible pressure existing. Truong Ngoc Tran was pressed by that weight. He glared and said, the power is too heavy. His body was pressed down. He tried to brace himself to stand. The stars in the sky move. The surrounding ground was radiated by energy and cracked everywhere. Truong Ngoc Tran couldn't even straighten his back. He glared and said, worthy of being a semi-saint. He frowned and looked up at the highest mountain. His mental will was so strong, like a high mountain. His body returned to its normal state, phlegm, finally adapting to this pressure. He noticed someone coming. In the sky, a powerful female appeared and approached him. He opened his eyes wide and looked, thinking, could this be? Selling the sacred snow of 10,000 swords? That person immediately released countless sword intent to attack Truong Ngoc Tran. He immediately condensed a giant sword. Then he glared, signaling the sword to rush forward. The true chi on both sides collided, causing a big shock. The true chi fluctuated violently. The explosion was fierce, flattening everything around, and also making the sky light up. The senior stood from above and said, under the pressure of the 10 stars' power, you still threw your sword to neutralize the attack of the 3 stars. Your power has already reached level 30. This scroll can't help you anymore, get out. Truong Ngoc Tran was shaken and his body was pushed out. When did Lac Tuihan stand behind him? She said, your mental power has reached level 30. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced at him and thought to himself, shouldn't Miss Luo go to the 3rd floor? He stood up and said respectfully, to see his sister. Lac Tuihan said, the second time you checked, I knew you still hadn't used all your strength. I'm really curious, what level has your mental power reached? Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and replied, he really couldn't hide his joy from his sister. She said again, go to the 3rd floor of the Divine Power Palace. So Truong Ngoc Tran and Lac Tuihan walked up to the 3rd floor. Truong Ngoc Tran asked, contacting senior sister, I heard that only you can go to the 3rd floor, outsiders cannot go up. Lac Tuihan turned around and replied, because on the 3rd floor there was a semi-sacred painting. The true relics of the holy intention were brought from the Lac family to the west courtyard. Truong Ngoc Tran said in surprise, the treasure of my sister's family, how dare I? Luo Tuihan said, Truong Ngoc Tran, you have to understand one thing, if it is my own thing, then of course I can invite people to practice with me. Suddenly she approached him and said, because in this whole western courtyard, there are only qualified people. After that, Lac Tuihan happily left. Truong Ngoc Tran looked after him and said, Luo's senior sister has a tolerant heart, junior brother worships. He thought to himself, senior sister Lac's heart for cultivating martial arts is so pure, there really aren't many people like that. A sacrilegious painting appearing like a drop of water appeared. The shock it creates is equally powerful. Truong Ngoc Tran said in surprise, the pressure is too strong, this true record cannot be compared with the waterfall seal book. Lac Tuihan explained that the ancestors left behind this sacred plan. It is said that it not only contains the will of the ancestors, but also contains a type of martial arts that unfortunately grew stronger. In the past 2 years, the genius of the Lac family has just appeared, but no one has understood this martial art. He was surprised, thinking to himself, he didn't expect that this was the semi-saint's intention of Senior Lac Hu. Truong Ngoc Tran clasped his hands respectfully and said, unexpectedly, it was the semi-holy intention of Senior Lac Hu, please accept a bow from Truong Ngoc Tran. Lac Tuihan was satisfied with his attitude, thinking to himself, he has talent without being arrogant, in the future he will definitely be a great character. She explained that this plan has 1,894 streams, 325 small rivers, 64 large rivers, 4 medium rivers, and 1 large sea. The saint's statue radiated strong pressure. Lac Tuihan continued, streams, small rivers, large rivers, medium rivers, large seas, divided into 5 realms of spiritual power, you can try and see if you can go. To what step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Elder Nak Tin Zen has been cultivating spiritual power for 80 years, but can only train it to level 34. Suddenly Lac Tuihan stopped. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately asked, what's wrong, sister? She replied, I can't continue moving forward anymore. Lak Tuihan said, here is my limit, I will practice here. As long as my spiritual power grows, it will emerge, and can continue to move forward. Truong Ngoc Tran continued walking. He said, take care. Suddenly his legs also stopped. He glanced down, thinking, this is close to my limit. So let's practice here. He folded his legs and began to practice. Truong Ngoc Tran placed his hands on his back, his thumbs touching each other. True energy began to fluctuate. Truong Ngoc Tran felt the discomfort. He opened one eye to look. Just like that, true energy continued to move inside his body. Lak Tuihan approached and called him. Truong Ngoc Tran. One side was gone now. He opened his eyes and said, so fast? Lak Tuihan replied, if you want to continue practicing martial arts, then leave the half-saint plan now. Truong Ngoc Tran replied, I understand. Suddenly, someone appeared from afar. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced out. The figure passed by him very quickly. The person swung a fist back. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at it silently and thought, gone. Lak Tuihan saw him stunned and asked, what are you looking at? He replied, I think I see the silhouette of someone very similar to Senior Lak Hu. She asked again, what was that figure doing? Truong Ngoc Tran lowered his eyes. He said, disappeared, maybe dizzy. Luo Tuihan said, maybe it was really because his ancestors were testing his martial arts. That's right. Do you know how much mental power you have now? He replied, not sure, probably 34. Luo Tuihan said, at level 34, when the ancestors reached semi-saints, spiritual power was no more than level 38. With your aptitude, now cultivating spiritual power with your mind, there is at least a half chance of becoming a saint. Fake mental power. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, surely senior sister also understands? I cannot give up martial arts. Lak Tuihan also laughed. The road is at your feet. I respect your decision. I will not tell the secret of your spiritual power to anyone. He said, thank you Sister Lak. Outside, everyone had gone out. Only then did Truong Ngoc Tran and Lak Tuihan step out. Mok Tin Lin secretly thought, why did Truong Ngoc Tran go with Lak Tuihan? Hong Yen Tran began to think, could it be that the cold water brought him to the third floor? The group that didn't like Truong Ngoc Tran saw him hanging out with Lak Tuihan, and immediately felt uncomfortable. Yu Tri gritted his teeth and said, how could this little two be respected and hated by senior sister Lak? Hok Tin also thought uncomfortably, just let you be arrogant for a little while longer, because you are about to die. Tuet Lin didn't know what she was thinking, but looking at her face, she knew she was uncomfortable. There are people who don't like it, and there are people who love it, Vice Principal Tan Hoa thought to himself. It's truly gold and jade. She secretly planned that Truong Ngoc Tran's qualifications were outstanding, and luckily she was respected by Lak Tuihan. The Van Vo district would change its destiny because of the existence of this prince. Returning to his room, Truong Ngoc Tran continued to practice. Suddenly someone was walking very quickly outside. Mok Tin Lin didn't say a word. She slammed open the door and shouted, Truong Ngoc Tran, Sister Luo took you to the third floor of the Divine Power Temple? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, unable to say. Suddenly she bent down. He glanced at her without knowing what she was planning to do. Mok Tin Lin approached. She glared. Her tone was extremely cold. Are you sure even your lovely sister is hiding it? Truong Ngoc blushed slightly. But then he frowned and said, forgive me, sister. Really can't say. Mok Tin Lin seriously asked, what is on the third level of the Divine Power Temple? He replied, unable to speak. Mok Tin Lin saw that she couldn't get anything out of her, so she sat up straight with a somewhat unhappy look on her face. She said no. She originally intended to tell you about the quarterly assessment. If you don't say it, I won't either. Speak. Truong Ngoc Tran laughed and said, Senior sister, don't mock. I can't tell the truth. Please tell me about the exam. Having said that, she still explained to him that 2 months later, the first quarterly examination will be a joint martial arts competition organized by the 4 major foreign courts, and the second match will be a competition arranged by the West Court. Are you confident? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, private? If I can defeat the other 3 great houses, what benefit will it have? Mok Tin Lin replied, if you become the top news student in the 4 great colleges, you will be rewarded with a large amount of merit, and more. At this time, Hong Yen Tran walked in. She said, wanting to become the first news student of the 4 great colleges is not that easy. Mok Tin Lin was startled and turned around to ask, Sister Tran, why are you here? Hong Yen Tran glared and said, Spirit, I really didn't expect you to like this lecture. Mok Tin Lin panicked and quickly said, Sister Tran, I'm not there, you listen to my explanation. Hong Yen Tran didn't listen. She took out a bottle of semi-holy liquid and said to Truong Ngoc Tran, a prostitute, I gave you this drop of semi-holy liquid. I want to exchange it for a space treasure. Truong Nok Tran thought, originally wanted to give her a space treasure, but with this attitude. He immediately refused, apologizing. Vice Principal Tan Hoa had already promised to help me ask for 10 drops of true half-holy water. Now I don't need it anymore. Mok Tin Lin was surprised, thinking, this bastard Truong Nok Tran, what nonsense are you talking about? Sister Tran obviously came to reconcile. Hong Yen Tran smiled lightly and said, okay, Wood Spirit can trade with you, but I can't. You and she are also intimate, so you set a price. Truong Nok Tran smiled cunningly and said, 500,000 silver coins. Not even 1 penny is missing. Hong Yen Tran brandished his sword and said, say it again. The sword was aimed at Truong Nok Tran's head. He was a bit apprehensive but still tried to say, 500,000 silver coins, not even 1 dong short. Hong Yen Tran frowned and said uncomfortably, finally understanding why I wanted to kill you in the first place. The Wood Spirit stopped it again. The two of them had already colluded with each other. Hong Yen Tran swung her sword. She shouted, if that's the case, then you will pay the price that night. Henceforth, you are my eunuch. She pointed her sword at that part of him. Truong Nok Tran was a little panicked. He put his hands on the ground. Quickly dodge Hong Yen Tran's dangerous attack. Leave him and step away, keeping a certain distance. Hong Yen Tran started to rush forward. Mok Tin Lin stepped forward to stop. She said, Sister Tran, calm down and listen to my explanation. Hong Yen Tran didn't hear her and walked up to her and said, don't mock spirit, just when we haven't decided whether to win or lose, now let's compete. The two fought fiercely. The true energy of the two strong men could not be underestimated as the collision caused everything around them to be destroyed. The two fought all the way outside, and the room was also destroyed. Little Black stood outside and observed. He secretly exclaimed, this stinky girl named Hong really knows how to destroy houses. Tonight she has no place to live anymore. Suddenly he glanced back, thinking, what about others? His 2 sisters had gone out to fight. Only Truong Nok Tran was sitting in the empty room. He thought to himself, Senior Sister Hong is really crazy and destroyed the house. It seems I have to change to another place. Suddenly he felt murderous intent. Then, an arrow rushed towards him. Truong Nok Tran quickly dodged the attack. He glanced at it and thought to himself, the underworld killer is so poisonous. He moved outside. The jade pure true energy that we cultivate cannot be purified. Truong Nok Tran took out the medicinal pill and then crushed it. He began to feel the true energy around him. 2 streams of true air radiate together. Truong Nok Tran frowned. 2 assassins at the underworld gate. Someone is outside the door. 1 person is on a big tree in the garden. 2 assassins, 1 far and 1 near. The poisonous arrow was probably shot from the assassin on the tree. Truong Nok Tran, you think, why did I just leave the Divine Power Palace and there was an assassin coming to the door? Could it be that in the study palace, besides Tu Te, there are also assassins at other underworld gates? These 2 people are both in the profound realm of great perfection, with strong true energy. If it weren't for my spatial domain, I wouldn't even be able to detect where they are hiding, let alone deal with them. Truong Nok Tran suddenly smiled. He felt that Little Black had returned. Little Black is back? It's true that we need to find help. You use voice transmission with Little Black. Little Black, you help me cover. I will deal with the assassin nearby first. Little Black replied, what the hell are you? Even if the Emperor helps you, you will have to spend some capital. He said 10 crystals, if you don't agree then fine. Little Black laughed and said, meow haha, I reluctantly agreed to play with them. Successfully satisfied, it began to look for the assassin. Here, Truong Nok Tran began to reveal his true energy and began to fight them. Truong Nok Tran smiled. The game started. Then he waved his hand and released lightning. Truong Nok Tran smiled. Lightning begins to attack its prey. The assassin was no ordinary person, she immediately realized. But unfortunately, realizing that was not enough, she was immediately hit by lightning. She fell down in front of Truong Nok Tran. She quickly jumped up and ran away. Truong Nok Tran glared and said, wanting to run. Then he pointed his sword at her. The assassin turned her head and strained her eyes to see. The speed was too fast. She put strength into her legs. Quickly dodged one of his swords. She landed and said, worthy of being the first freshman, can you tell me what the lightning just happened? Truong Nok Tran rushed to attack and said, do you want to prolong the time waiting for your friend to assist? Dream about meeting the King of Hell. She took out her sword. Then he threw the sword at him. Truong Nok Tran did not dodge, he used the space domain to block it. The sword stopped in the air and was immediately thrown out. She widened her eyes in surprise. Why is this happening? Truong Ngoc Tran rushed forward and slashed her with a sword. She widened her eyes in surprise. Truong Ngoc Tran. So strong. She collapsed on the ground. The assassin waiting in the tree witnessed everything. Truong Ngoc Tran also looked up at her, smiling. His friend is in the tree. Until when do you plan to hide? She looked at him nervously and thought. I didn't expect him to discover my hiding place. She tensed her bow and arrow, intending to shoot an arrow. She still thought, okay, at such a close distance, he can't dodge my arrow. When Truong Ngoc Tran saw it, he immediately said, hey, if you don't drink the wine, you'll have to drink the wine as punishment. Suddenly there was a meowing sound coming from behind. When did the little black guy appear? It rushed to attack. The little black man swung his claws and scratched her side. She screamed, then fell to where Truong Ngoc Tran was standing. She just fell. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately swung his sword. He slashed the cloth covering her face. Truong Ngoc Tran was surprised. Is it you? The cloth covering her face was torn, and the portrait of the assassin appeared. First freshman of the Western Academy 6 years ago. Hua Lin? Tu Tu lay lazily on the ground and asked, Tu Tu, do you know her? He replied, I have seen him before in the Divine Power Palace during the day. That Hoa Lotus woman said uncomfortably. I didn't expect you to be such a powerful beast. I was wrong. Little Black glared and shouted, who is a wild beast? When the emperor was the one to rule the world, your ancestors had not yet been born. Suddenly she laughed and said, Truong Ngoc Tran, you look down on me too much. She poured her true energy into the sword she held in her hand. Blood true energy appears. True energy explodes strongly. Truong Ngoc Tran's eyes widened in surprise. She was gay, despised her enemy, and her cultivation level was probably not much worse than that of a martial artist in the legendary rankings. Little Black also exclaimed, the true energy is too strong. I'm afraid Truong Ngoc Tran is not her opponent. She rushed forward, swung her sword, and died. At an incredibly fast speed, she came extremely close to him. The blood array also surrounded him. It was difficult. In the blood array, actions became slower. The sword was close to his face, but suddenly it stopped. Truong Ngoc Tran looked on in panic. Suddenly, somehow she fell down. He was extremely surprised, not understanding what was going on. Hua Lin was now secretly attacked from behind. Hong Yen Tran has been standing behind her since when, she said, the assassin of the underworld is becoming more and more extravagant. Unexpectedly, he dared to kill someone right in the Dragon Martial Palace. Truong Ngoc Tran asked again, why did you kill her? Isn't it okay to destroy her cultivation base and ask for clues from her? Hong Yen Tran replied naively, I didn't expect you to ask anything from the assassin of the underworld. Then she turned her head away. Mok Tin Lin stood next to her and said, Sister Tran's personality is straightforward and does not know how to disguise. If you interact with her for a long time, you will find that she is a very good person. Mok Tin Lin glanced at Truong Ngoc Tran and said, you probably don't suspect that senior sister Hong is also a killer at the underworld. But don't worry, it's absolutely impossible. He asked why? She continued, Sister Tran is not short of money, nor lacking in cultivation resources, and at the same time has another identity. He asked again, what identity? Mok Tin Lin replied, she is the most beloved princess of Tien Tui District. Surely you have heard of Tien Tui District, right? Truong Thiet Tran and Wood Spirit stood in front of a pile of ruins, made by Hong Yen Tran. Wood Spirit said, don't worry, my senior sister will definitely protect you thoroughly. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at her and said, so our room has turned into a junkyard. Where will we stay in the future? Mok Tin Lin was still very optimistic. She said, let's go to Sister Tran. Truong Ngoc Tran asked, I just had a big fight with her. Did she still let me stay in the number 1 temple? Mok Tin Lin smiled and said, don't worry, she and I will fight each other. She will probably be less angry. Believe me, she will definitely accept us. So the two of them went to the first principality together to find Hong Yen Tran to ask for a place to sleep. Truong Ngoc Tran was still worried. He turned to ask Mok Tin Lin, Senior Sister Don Mok, are you sure there is no problem? Suddenly, a sword flashed across Truong Ngoc Tran's face. If he had gone any further, the sword would have hit his head straight. Truong Ngoc Tran immediately stepped back. Hong Yen Tran held the sword in his hand and stood to block the two people, saying, what are you doing here? If you don't want to die, get out quickly. Truong Ngoc Tran clasped his hands in respect, Senior Sister. Mok Tin Lin turned around and left and said, go home. There's still an assassin whose cultivation I crippled and knocked unconscious. See if I can get any information from her mouth. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at her, thinking to himself, I really didn't expect Senior Sister Hong to have such a noble status. Tien Tui County is a superior county. up to Van Vo County's people. We are in some sense dependent on them. The two went to where the assassin was, but someone arrived first to kill her. Truong Ngoc Tran said, dead? Like a heart attack. Who did it? Mok Tin Lin said, we just left here no more than 30 meters, how could someone come and kill us? Truong Ngoc Tran opened his eyes wide, surprised. At least the other person must have a great perfection in the extreme realm of cultivation, maybe even the heavenly extreme realm, Mok Tin Lin said. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying assassin ambushing me in the west yard. I must definitely report to the owner. Suddenly someone walked up and said, no need, the big fish has already fallen through the net. The director came up behind the two and said, Elder, if you've already arrived, then why do you have to hide? He smiled and said, the old man personally came here, should you also show up? Truong Ngoc Tran glared and said, it is indeed that old man. Mok Tin Lin frowned, uncomfortable, said, I don't see any surprise. The elder monk from somewhere jumped onto a rock. The old man spoke up, the abbot is truly calculating like a god. Did you deliberately lead them here? The director replied, I'm afraid I can't lure everyone out. If I don't arrest you, the others won't be afraid. Elder Tutu took off his hat. He smiled sinisterly and said, Master, I haven't seen you for 10 years. I wonder what level your cultivation level has reached. Then he took out a spear. The old man used his true energy, and the fire energy rose up to cover the tip of the spear. Then he released the spear arrow. The tip of the spear rushed like lightning towards Truong Ngoc Tran. Truong Ngoc Tran opened his eyes wide and didn't react at all. Mok Tin Lin was frightened and rushed to him, screaming, Junior brother, be careful. The spear was grabbed by someone, and the fire also disappeared. As the dean, he had already stood in front of Truong Ngoc Tran and grabbed the long spear without making any unnecessary movements. Elder Tutu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He thought to himself, one concentrated blow cannot kill Truong Ngoc Tran, that little two has too good luck. Then he jumped up and wanted to leave. Immediately, the abbot threw the spear back to him. The spear quickly caught up with him. Then, there was a loud explosion and thick smoke and fire rose up. Elder Tutu was charred and fell down, seemingly dead. The dean said sternly, the fourth elder is dead, but in the west courtyard there are definitely assassins waiting in ambush. Don't Mok Dao, in the next 2 months, you must protect Truong Ngoc Tran's safety. Mok Tin Lin turned to him and said, it's okay, master, you can rest assured. However, he turned around and left, instructing as he went, to take all the bodies of these underworld assassins and hang them on the bloody wall of the western courtyard to show their authority. This is the end of the person who disturbed the martial arts school. Truong Ngoc Tran was still stunned. He was worried about Tu Te. As an assassin, you had to be mentally prepared to be killed. He didn't know what Tu Te would think after seeing the miserable condition of his fellow sect. Suddenly a hand hit him in the face. Mok Tin Lin gave him a kick and then ran away. Get out. After that, she immediately rushed to hug Hong Yen Tran and said, Sister Tran, we have no home to return to anymore. Please take us in, please. Don Mok's spirit hugged Hong Yen Tran's arm and touched her chest. Hong Yen Tran said, stop rubbing. Truong Ngoc Tran was hit. His nose bled, he even scratched a few teeth, he cried. Then he stood up, held his head in his hands, his eyes softened in sadness and said, if Sister Hong Su is still angry, then you should still go to the place where your fourth brother lives with him, and say goodbye. Hong Yen Tran replied, who says I'm still angry? Since you have come to ask me, then of course my sister will accept you. Hong Yen Tran left, Wood Spirit followed her, and Truong Thiet Tran clasped his hands and said, thank you sister. Suddenly Hong Yen Tran said, that's right, from now on the spirit will stay with me on the second floor. You will be in the martial arts training hall on the first floor. Don't come up casually. Understand? He closed his eyes, smiled and replied, okay, from now on I will stay at the martial arts training hall, and will definitely not bother the two senior sisters. A moment later, Truong Ngoc Tran was practicing on the field. Smooth, powerful movements. Upstairs, Wood Spirit and Hong Yen Tran were standing and observing. Mok Tin Lin said, it seems that junior brother is cultivating a profound body technique. It looks like it is at least a low-grade spirit-level martial skill. Hong Yen Tran analyzed that physical martial arts techniques are very rare. There are very few types of martial arts suitable for women to practice. Truong Ngoc Tran's martial arts practice seems to be very flexible, not bad. Wood Spirit smiled and looked over, or, ask junior brother to teach us. Hong Yen Tran said, you see he will teach us a martial skill of lower spiritual level, even in the palace. We must have at least 1,000 merits to borrow it. Wood Spirit said, Sister Tran, if you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find a suitable body technique in the future. Hong Yen Tran heard it made sense. She immediately replied, okay, Then let's try. At best I'll just spend money to buy it from him. Both quickly jumped down. Truong Ngoc Tran turned his head and glanced at both of them. Mok Tin Lin said, Junior brother, what profound martial arts skills are you cultivating? Truong Ngoc Tran replied, it's just a speed-type martial art. If you two senior sisters want to learn it, I can teach you too. Both were a bit surprised. Wood Spirit smiled and said, Junior brother is truly a generous person. Hong Yen Tran said, I won't learn for free. How many merits or silver coins you want, I will give it to you now. Truong Ngoc Tran walked over to the two. Then, he looked at Hong Yen Tran and said, if I sell this kind of martial skill, I'm afraid senior sister Hong won't be able to buy it. Think of it as repaying me for the last time you saved me. Hong Yen Tran replied, yes, thank you, junior brother. Truong Ngoc Tran said, this method is called Royal Wind Flying Dragon Shadow. Now I will tell you two how to practice. But the steps cannot be written down, I can only practice while teaching it to you two. Sometime later, the three of them practiced together. Both sisters started moving together. Hong Yen Tran was sweating but his eyes were extremely serious. Mok Tin Lin is no different. So the three of them practiced until late at night. Truong Ngoc Tran turned around and said to the other two people, two senior sisters, I went back to cultivating true energy before. But both of them were still passionate about practicing. Truong Ngoc Tran stood still, thinking to himself, the two of them truly had a terrifying obsession with martial arts. No wonder they were able to practice to this level. One day, at the Dragon Martial Palace, the sun rose quite high and the light was also extremely bright. Truong Ngoc Tran stood up to open the door and Mok Tin Lin came looking for him. He asked, Sister, what's wrong with coming to me so early? Not only would spirits, Hong Yen Tran also came. Mok Tin said, Junior brother, Sister Tran and I discussed a bit. Imperial Foam Flying Dragon Shadow is more suitable for practicing on windy desert mountains. We are preparing to go to Tien Ma Valley on top of Tien Ma to continue practicing. Do you want to come along? Truong Ngoc Tran thought, these two women really have a lot of energy. The brothers still replied, okay, the two sisters will wait for me to pack things up. Hong Yen Tran was serious, his eyes widened a bit, and then said, we are waiting for you at the main door of the academy. Give you a stick of incense. I won't wait too long. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned and thought, whoever marries this woman in the future will be truly unlucky for 8 lifetimes. He quickly entered the room. Then he said loudly to Little Black, I have to go to the top of the Heavenly Devil to practice. You must follow me, otherwise I will be eaten by those two female devils. Little Black teases me, isn't it fun to practice with beautiful women? Humph, let this king teach you how to interact with those two younger sisters. Then, he also went to the main door to reunite with the other two people. In the distance, 2 women were watching him. They laughed and said, send someone to report to Prince Hoc Tin. The other replied, obeying the order. That person quickly returned to report to Hoc Tin. He asked again, are you sure Truong Ngoc Tran will leave the West Court alone? The girl replied, there's one more cat. Hoc Tin smiled and said, a cat is not worth reporting. Truong Ngoc Tran, Truong Ngoc Tran, heaven has no way to go. Hell has no door, just come in. I'm sad you keep hiding in the West Yard forever. Can't deal with you. It seemed like he suddenly remembered something. He asked, right, is that cat black? The girl replied, yes, a cat that was both black and fat, and also wore clothes. Hoc Tin remembered, he smiled and said, maybe that rotten cat knows how to talk, just in time for revenge. In all 4 countries, there are 400,000 fierce fox troops stationed at the top of the sky. My prince only needs to dispatch an elite army, kill Truong Ngoc Tran and then execute that cat, and that's it. Truong Ngoc Tran reunited with the other 2 people in the forest. Hong Yen Tran said, let's leave now. Junior brother Truong, I don't know if your speed can keep up with me and the spirit. Hong Yen Tran solemnly continued, we won't be waiting for you specifically. Truong Ngoc Tran said, I have just broken through to the profound extreme realm. I would like to take advantage of this moment to try and see how it goes. 2 senior sisters, please. Mok Tin Lin smiled and said, little two, very confident. Come follow me. Then, the 2 of them jumped up and ran away. Truong Ngoc Tran started to chase. A moment later, he caught up with the other 2, and all 3 of them jumped high through the forest. Wood Spirit turned around, smiled and said, Junior brother, you are new to the mystical realm and can already keep up with us at your running speed? Not bad. Hong Yen Tran didn't have any outstanding expressions and said, I really didn't expect that there was not only Truong Tien Q in Van Vo district, but you can also be considered a genius at that time. Wood Spirit said, Sister Tran, do you think Junior brother will have a chance to break into the top 10 of the black rankings? Hong Yen Tran replied that if he stayed for 2 years in the great perfection of profound extremes, it would definitely be possible. Truong Ngoc Tran asked, is it difficult to get into the top 10 of the blackboard? Ma Tin Lin stepped on a tree branch and explained that the mysterious list of the 36 districts of the Heavenly Demon region has a total of 1,200 quotas. I am currently rank 368, and Sister Tran is 100. Odd 3. Hong Yen Tran said talented people like Senior Sister Lac were already ranked 6th on the legendary board, but Truong Tien Kyo that year had not yet broken through to reach 3rd place on the legendary board. If it weren't for his eagerness to break through, it would likely be stable, at the top. Truong Ngoc Tran thought to himself, it was Truong Tien Kyo. Little Black also participated in the conversation. Why is Truong Tien Kyo Lilu's sister? In front of this emperor are all worms and ants. After that, it jumped from the last position to the top, and it looked back and said, who dares to compare the speed with this king? Hong Yen Tran smiled. Her will to win and lose seemed to be stimulated. That fat cat of yours runs really fast. Let me come and compete with you. Then, she stepped heavily on a tree branch. Speed up to chase the little guy. Ma Tin Lin burst out laughing and said, Sister Tran looks very arrogant and cold. In fact, she has a very childish personality. What can you compare her to with a cat? Finally arrived, Truong Ngoc Tran walked over and saw Chu Hak and Hong Yen Tran sitting there waiting. Truong Ngoc Tran asked, who wins? Hong Yen Tran tilted his head and said, Still have to ask? Little Black bowed his head sadly. This emperor's power is just too low to be sealed. There is no way he could lose to a human female like you. Hong Yen Tran glared and asked, you are not convinced? Little Black said, of course he was not convinced. This emperor slaughtered all over heaven and earth, how could it be? Hong Yen Tran walked over. She grabbed the little guy's collar. Then throw it up high. The little black girl was floating in the air, screaming, human. That girl, this king and you, can't reach the sky. I want to enter the space-time crystal to practice. Little Black lazily said, I know, young man, you can practice as much as you like, or I can take this opportunity to refine some medicinal pills to help you practice. Once you get stronger, I can follow you. Recovering my strength, I must win against that blonde girl. While Truong Ngoc Tran was practicing, outside, Little Black was grilling meat to eat. Little Black's saliva was flowing. He was so hungry, he said, if I don't come out anymore, this emperor will eat all the meat. Truong Ngoc Tran was still concentrating on cultivating in space. Then, he suddenly came out of nowhere. Truong Ngoc Tran knelt down and stared at the grilled meat. He smiled and said, little guy, give me 2 pieces of grilled meat. Little Black said, this emperor guessed that you should go out too. Suddenly, from somewhere, a hairy foot with sharp claws was slowly approaching. Truong Ngoc Tran glanced back. Behind him was a 2-headed lion beast. Truong Ngoc Tran was startled. A second-class beast, a 2-headed blood lion? Little guy, stop eating, get up quickly. The little black boy brought the piece of meat to him and said, haha, impatient young man, it is the mount that I captured. The beast obediently sat behind the little black. Then the little black said, if the emperor's cultivation level had not been sealed, then this thing, not to mention being a mount for me, would not even be worthy of brushing my teeth. Truong Ngoc Tran took the meat skewer, smiled and said, then I look forward to the day you show me your bravery. Truong Ngoc Tran took a bite of the meat. He said, wow, grill it for me? Then I won't be polite anymore. Tu Hak was angry and shouted, the emperor didn't roast it for you, give it back quickly. The 2 of them were fighting. Truong Ngoc Tran said, I've finished eating, do you want me to vomit it back to you? Stop making noise. Let's go back to Phong Ma Valley to meet with the sisters. Suddenly, the little black glanced in a certain direction. He said, shush, don't say anything. Then Little Black blew out the campfire. Truong Ngoc Tran used the space domain to observe. Then he said, we are surrounded. The enemy must have 2,000 human martial artists. Little Black said, Truong Ngoc Tran, just how strong an enemy have you provoked? Truong Ngoc Tran said, I understand that Taekyu district commander has stationed troops in Tien. Surely Prince Hokten saw me leaving the western court, so he mobilized troops to kill me. Truong Ngoc Tran pulled out his sword. He said, prepare to fight. Little Black said, won't you run away? Truong Ngoc Tran aggressively swung his sword. He glared and said, there's no way to escape, so let's have a good fight. Little Black said, Truong Ngoc Tran, give me 100 crystals. This emperor can arrange a pro formation. Perhaps it will pose a threat to them. Truong Ngoc Tran said, ordinary crystals in the space of crystals are used by people. Little Black said, with my strength I can only deploy low-level formations for the time being. I hope you can buy time. Suddenly there was the sound of a horse approaching. Following him was a group of people turning to face Truong Ngoc Tran. The man on the horse said, Truong Ngoc Tran, you are surrounded. He glanced at it and said, I don't have the energy to pay attention to you, call Hoc Tin here. Hua Tin came riding on the back of a mammoth. He said, Truong Ngoc Tran, my prince thought you knew that and ran away, but you were also brave. Truong Ngoc Tran said, I just want to confirm who wants to kill me, so I'm waiting here. Hua Tin laughed and said, you said you were deliberately waiting for me. I see you are waiting to die. Truong Ngoc Tran frowned and said angrily, do you think you can kill me by relying on you? Behind him were several archers who had been mirroring their bows for some time now. Hua Tin shouted loudly, do you think that you are a strong man at the heavenly level and can fight the whole army alone? To tell you the truth, even if you are an earth-level powerhouse, the only way is death in front of my elite tiger army. He laughed, ha ha ha, it's so funny. Then he glared and said, you are crazy, facing death and still smiling. Truong Ngoc Tran smiled, think carefully, many times you create difficulties, in the end you still fail. You still don't understand? You can't kill me. Hoc Tin bent down, put his hands on his knees, and said loudly, this time you must die. Truong Ngoc Tran glared, smiled, he used the space field and said, Prince Hoc Tin, if you want to kill me 3 times or 7 times, then I won't hold back anymore. Tonight if it's not you who dies, it's me. Dead. Hoc Tin still kept his smiling attitude, contemptuously saying, he's already dead, and still bragged about shooting arrows at me. The arrow launchers were waiting, they filled the arrow with true energy. Then, arrows were launched at Truong Ngoc Tran. He opened up the space realm to block them. The blocked arrows were then immediately launched back. Those assassins were hit by my arrows. Hoc Tin glared angrily, how is this possible? Could it be that he had successfully cultivated the legendary magical fighting technique? That group of people carried swords and rushed towards Truong Ngoc Tran. Kill, kill, kill. Truong Ngoc Tran burst out with true energy. He opened his arms. Then, he swung his palm at them. The force of his palm was terrifyingly strong. That group of people were also thrown far away by this blow. The others were also frightened by his aggression and suddenly swallowed their saliva. Little Black appeared, he happily said, meow. The formation has been completed. The Emperor is here. Immediately, the little black guy set up a formation on the ground. The formation appeared. Truong Ngoc Tran and the little black man dodged aside. The assassin stood dumbfounded, confused by what had just happened. Suddenly, from within the ceiling, a bloody phoenix appeared. Hoc Tin shouted in panic, quickly get away! The phoenix soared high in the sky. It circled around that group of people. Then, a column of fire gas exploded, the ground shook, the flames enveloped everything within its range, burning to ashes. The explosion ended, black smoke rising. A black hole is created. Truong Ngoc Tran and Little Black stood looking down from above. What's wrong? Is this emperor powerful? Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, I didn't expect you to have that ability. Little Black, run away, he said, stop being emotional. Hide quickly, Hoc Tin said with difficulty, chase after him. Stand and let him escape. The remaining strong men immediately rushed to attack him. Truong Ngoc Tran ran and said, parallel? Little Black shouted, what is a parallel? The two-headed beast suddenly howled. It ran towards Truong Ngoc Tran. The little black guy immediately jumped onto its body and escaped. One of them returned to report. He knelt down respectfully and said, to report to your highness, Truong Ngoc Tran escaped into the Ghost Valley, and the Hong family general also followed. Hoc Tin suddenly laughed loudly and said, haha. Truong Ngoc Tran really forced himself to death. He unexpectedly escaped into the Ghost Valley. Then there was no longer a chance to escape. The Hong family general must have killed him by now. Suddenly someone collapsed before their eyes. Hoc Tin looked at that person and was dumbfounded. He stammered out calling that person's name, Hong Jia, general. Then the state turned to horror. The Hong family general was a strong man in the extreme realm. How could he be killed by Truong Ngoc Tran? Truong Ngoc Tran didn't know when he was standing behind Hoc Tin. He said, Prince Hoc Tin, do you dare to duel with me to decide a battle of life and death? Hua Tin gritted his teeth and said, Truong Ngoc Tran, this prince has 1,000 elite tiger soldiers. One attack can chop your body into hundreds of pieces. Why should I fight you? Truong Ngoc Tran smiled and said, with 1,000 of your elite tiger troops, do I not have any assistants? Hua Tin shouted, Truong Ngoc Tran, who is your assistant? At this time, Hong Yen Tran and the Wood Spirit appeared behind him. Hong Yen Tran said, Hoc Tin, you arbitrarily mobilized the army to attack the students of the palace. Do you know what the punishment will be? Standing in front of two great powerhouses like Hong Yen Tran and Mok Tin, Hoc Tin suddenly silently pondered. It seemed that the general of the Hong family was killed by them. Truong Ngoc Tran was just a prince of a county, low class. How can I invite them? Hu Ting glared. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, pay your respects to the 2 senior sisters. But this matter is the personal grudge between me and Truong Ngoc Tran, so I hope you two don't get involved. Then, he issued a threat. I believe the 2 senior sisters don't want to offend the 4 counties, right? Hong Yen Tran glanced and said, a small county from 4 directions dares to threaten me twice today. Do you believe that if I kill you, the country from the 4 directions will not dare to do anything to me? Hua Tin also arrogantly said that the 4 county countries are middle-class counties. Even if there are 100,000 martial county countries combined, they are not an opponent. Not to mention a legendary martial artist. Even if it is a legendary martial artist of the heavenly realm confronting a country in 4 directions, one must consider carefully. Hong Yen Tran was angry, glared. Okay, well said. She started to move. Seeing that, Hope Tin quickly climbed onto the beast. He said, Senior Sister Huang, you have to think carefully. Because of a prince of a low-class country, you offended the prince of a middle-class country. This is too stupid. Hong Yen Tran was upset and said, if so, I will kill you. I want to see how the 4 counties will deal with me. Hong Yen Tran started to jump up. She swung her sword and rushed towards Hope Tin. He glared and shouted, you dare. Hong Yen Tran still rushed forward. She attacked Hope Tin so quickly that he had no time to resist. He fell down in front of his subordinates. They shouted, King, Your Royal Highness. Tru Quang Leet shouted, all generals, follow me to help Tru Quang Leet kill that female devil and protect His Highness the Prince. Before waiting for him to attack, Hong Yen Tran rushed forward to attack. She smiled and said, Tru Quang Leet? Okay, I will complete it for you. Now I will say goodbye to you in a majestic way. Hong Yen Tran threw a sword. A powerful amount of true energy radiated, making the sky glow. Symptoms of photoplegia were completely eliminated. In the smoke, Hong Yen Tran appeared holding a sword. Then, trying to frown and say, what about you guys? Do you want to live or die gloriously? Their subordinates screamed. His Royal Highness the Great Prince and the commander of the camp reported. They rushed forward simultaneously. With just a few sword swings, Hong Yen Tran defeated them all. She said, go back and tell Tu Phuong County that if you want to avenge Prince Hope Tin, you can always come find Hong Yen Tran. The rest of the crowd were in awe of her strength. Hong Yen Tran turned to Truong Thiet Tran and said, Truong Thiet Tran, I have accepted the revenge to the district and country, as a favor to repay you. Hong Yen Tran smiled proudly. But last time I saved your life, you still haven't paid me back. You can give me a space treasure, then we can pay off all our debt. Truong Ngoc Tran looked at her and thought, at this moment I still remember the space treasure. This woman is very interesting. Then he said, if you think that if you kill Prince Hope Tin, then won't the 4 counties put the responsibility on me? In the next half a year, the 4 counties will use the excuse to declare war on the Yunwu County. Time gradually passed. It was half a month later, in the royal palace of the 4 directions. Hope Tin's father scolded loudly, obnoxious. Even a mysterious martial artist dares to be arrogant and kill my son. This king will kill the 9 clans. Immediately go and find out Hong Yen Tran's background, kill her entire clan, not keeping anyone. Hope Tin's body was brought to the 4 districts. One person spoke up to stop it. Your Majesty, it won't work. He asked why. That person calmly explained that Hong Yen Tran was the 6th princess of Tien Tui district, highly qualified, and extremely loved by Tien Tui district. Hearing about Tien Tui County, that old king was a bit scared. Tien Tui County? Tien Tui County is a superior county, many times stronger than the 4 counties. We cannot offend. The old mandarin continued to speak, Your Majesty, although we could not do anything to Hong Yen Tran, but using this opportunity to make things difficult for the Van Vo district, we also announced to the outside that Prince Hoak Tin was betrayed. Thieu Tran killed him. If Van Vo district does not hand over the murderer, he will have to pay 8 million silver coins in compensation, otherwise we will declare war. Hearing this, the old king began to laugh sinisterly. Did Van Marshal district hand over Truong Ngoc Tran? Will Van Vo County compensate 8 million silver coins? He thought to himself, if my son's death could be exchanged for the territorial boundaries of the 4 counties, then death would be worth it. The old mandarin said again that the internal affairs of Van Marshal district were not harmonious. Many of them supported 7th Prince Truong Tien, so they did not expect 9th Prince Truong Thieu Tran to develop. The old king continued, if the Van Vo district agrees to compensate, then the national treasury will be empty. If our army attacks later, if they do not agree, it will not be difficult for our army to raise the flag to invade. Taking over Van Vo district will certainly be noisy and chaotic. We will easily take over. The old man laughed and continued, "Good, let's do that. Now send the war letter to the Van Vo district. If he doesn't hand over my murderer, and compensate the silver coins, then early next year, it will be the time for Van Vo district eliminated. The Van Vo district is in danger, and its future is dim. The deep hatred of blood must be repaid.